Chapter 1. From 2 million to over 800 million, a dual catastrophe. Lu Xiaojia. I just finished filming Xianjin 3 and earned a modest fee, though it's not much. I can lend you 10,000 for now, but be sure to use it wisely. Listening to the soft voice on the phone, Lu Xiaojia nodded and assured. Young me, rest assured, I will never dabble in the stock market again. On the other end, Yang Mi felt relieved upon hearing Lu Xiaojia's solemn promise. Your account ending in 0 has a balance of 0. Lu Xiaojia gazed at the notification, feeling a wave of emotion. Yang Mi, as always, placed such trust in him. 10,000, in 9 years, was indeed a significant sum. His college classmate, Yang Mi, the former class monitor, transferred the money without a second thought. At that moment, Yang Mi had just completed filming Xianjin 3 and had not yet officially debuted. Still an ordinary third-tier actress, in a previous life, Lu Xiaojia and Yang Mi were classmates at the Beijing Film Academy, sharing a close bond. However, Yang Mi's fame soared after her role in Xianjin 3, while Lu Xiaojia remained a minor actor, struggling in the shadows. Once, Lu Xiaojia had borrowed money from Yang Mi too, but he squandered it all in the stock market, ultimately losing everything. After his financial ruin, Lu Xiaojia silently severed ties with Yang Mi. Now, returning to 9 years prior, he was determined to turn over a new leaf and redeem himself. Thus, Lu Xiaojia took out his laptop, moved the cursor, and deleted the stock trading software, Western Wealth. Then, he opened the futures trading software, Wenhua Finance. I promised Yang Mi I wouldn't engage in stocks. I must keep my word. I shall trade futures. All-in was a strategy of wisdom. Lu Xiaojia decided to go all in. He invested 10,000 entirely into futures, leveraging it tenfold, transforming it into 100,000. With that, he purchased the main cotton futures contract. Position established, fully invested in cotton. Lu Xiaojia closed his laptop. In his previous life, the stock he had invested in was a clothing company that engaged in cotton futures hedging. The dramatic fluctuations in cotton futures caused the company's stock price to swing violently. Lu Xiaojia, unfortunately, had bought at the peak and sold at the trough. This memory lingered vividly in his mind. A week later, Lu Xiaojia opened his computer again, accessing the futures software. 100,000. As expected, just like in his past life, cotton futures prices surged dramatically, forming several long bullish candles. In the span of a week, the price of cotton skyrocketed from 10,000 per ton to 20,000 per ton. Lu Xiaojia's account funds also doubled, growing from 100,000 to 200,000. He closed his positions. With a click of the mouse, he liquidated his cotton holdings entirely. The large order of 200,000 impacted the market, causing a slight dip in cotton prices. However, it was quickly countered by a frenzy of bullish buyers. The final madness of the bulls. Lu Xiaojia shut down his computer, anticipating the morrow. The following day, as the market opened, Lu Xiaojia powered up his computer, leveraging his 200,000 funds tenfold, escalating it to 4 million. Then, he decided to short the market. With 4 million unleashed, the cotton futures plunged significantly. Yet, the bulls gradually lifted the prices again. Seeing this, Lu Xiaojia remained unfazed. In the afternoon, news broke online of a bountiful cotton harvest, both domestically and internationally. The cotton futures entered a frenzied downward spiral. In merely half an hour, it hit the limit down. A staggering 100,000 contracts pressed against the limit. Just like in my past life, Lu Xiaojia closed his notebook, sighing. The once volatile roller coaster of surges and drops had now become a boon for the reborn Lu Xiaojia. A week later, Lu Xiaojia beheld the doubled funds in his account. Gently clicking the mouse, your account ending in 0 has received an influx of 800 million. Counting carefully, Lu Xiaojia confirmed, 800 million. No mistake. In just 2 weeks, cotton prices fluctuated from 10,000 per ton to 20,000 per ton, and then back down to 10,000 per ton. Through this rise and fall, Lu Xiaojia had achieved a remarkable accumulation of capital. 10,000 had transformed into 800 million. Regrettably, at this juncture, my knowledge is confined to the fluctuations of cotton futures. Lu Xiaojia shook his head in disappointment. Having graduated from the prestigious Beijing Film Academy, perhaps it was best to focus on the entertainment industry he was familiar with. Finance could wait until his resources were more robust. Yang, please provide me your account number. I'll transfer you 50. Lu Xiaojia calmly picked up his phone and dialed Yang Mi's number. Transfer 50? Yang Mi, bewildered by the term transfer 50, sent her account details to Lu Xiaojia. Soon after, she received a notification of the deposit. 50,000. Lu Xiaojia, what on earth have you done? Chapter 2. Yang Mi's contract termination and penalty. Yang Mi was genuinely anxious, fearing that Lu Xiaojia might take reckless actions and engage in something detrimental. Listening to the urgent tone on the phone, Lu Xiaojia couldn't help but chuckle. Yangmi, why are you so alarmed? You hardly resemble a star. Aren't you aware of my previous stock trading ventures? This time, fortune smiled upon me. I invested wisely in a stock and rode a streak of over 10 consecutive. Thus, I garnered several million. Yangmi, absorbing the nonchalant tone of Lu Xiaojia, was left speechless. Several million? You earned that in just half a month? I toil endlessly on set, day and night, and at most, I rake in a few 100,000. You made several million in mere weeks? How is that even remotely fair? Lu Xiaojia refrained from divulging the entire truth. While Yangmi could comprehend stock trading, explaining futures would likely lead her to believe Lu Xiaojia was deceiving her. Haven't you always aspired to be your own boss? Now that I have a bit of capital, coupled with your resources, why don't we establish a studio together? Lu Xiaojia's thoughts poured forth. Yangmi, the boss. That title isn't just for show. At this juncture, Yangmi had recently completed filming Xianjian San and had yet to achieve true stardom. It was the perfect opportunity to pull her into launching a studio. This could be termed a precise early-stage investment. Nay, a risk-free venture. A studio? Being my own boss. Yangmi was momentarily taken aback by Lu Xiaojia's proposition. She indeed harbored thoughts of entrepreneurship. However, as a mere third-tier actress, she lacked the financial means to embark on such an endeavor. Yet, Lu Xiaojia's recent windfall of several million lingered in her mind. Perhaps it was sufficient. Noticing Yangmi's silence, Lu Xiaojia sensed her intrigue and continued, "Where are you now? I'll come find you." Yangmi, momentarily neglecting the term of endearment, replied, "I'm in the Magic City." Lu Xiaojia promptly ended the call and set off for the Magic City. In the Magic City, at the headquarters of Richest Media, Lu Xiaojia and Yangmi entered the president's office. "President Kai, I have a matter to discuss." Yangmi spoke softly. President Kai furrowed his brow slightly. Yangmi? At that moment, Yangmi was not yet the renowned star she would later become. President Kai, less inclined to engage with an obscure young actress, was further disinterested due to the presence of an unfamiliar young man beside her. Though handsome, his ordinary attire suggested he was not affluent. With a casual glance, President Kai returned to his work, leaving Yangmi and Lu Xiaojia to their own devices. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Yangmi's resolve to leave Richest solidified. "President Kai, I wish to terminate my contract." Yangmi stated directly. "Terminate your contract?" President Kai lifted his gaze. "You wish to terminate your contract?" "Yes," Yangmi affirmed. President Kai's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Observing Yangmi and Lu Xiaojia, he scrutinized them closely. Was this young man her benefactor? After all, how could a mere third-tier actress possess the audacity to propose contract termination? Having navigated the entertainment industry for a considerable time, President Kai quickly deduced the implications. "Yangmi, while you may not yet be a major star, Richest Media has invested significantly in your development." He began adopting a business-like tone. "It's feasible to terminate your contract, but the penalty must be substantial." Upon hearing the mention of a penalty, Yangmi turned to Lu Xiaojia. Lu Xiaojia interjected, "How much is the penalty?" Indeed, this man was Yangmi's benefactor. President Kai immediately held up 4 fingers. 40 million. Not a penny less. 40 million? Yangmi exclaimed in distress. "President Kai, you cannot demand such an exorbitant sum. 40 million. That's already the termination fee for first and second-tier stars." At this point in 2009, while celebrity valuations had not yet escalated to the billions of later years, the existence of oppressive contracts meant that the financial control rested firmly in the agency's hands. Lu Xiaojia pondered for a moment before responding, 40 million is acceptable. However, I want to sign the termination contract immediately. President Kai was taken aback that this man would actually agree so readily. 40 million in penalties. And didn't he even flinch? Was he a fool, a wealthy heir, or perhaps a coal magnate? You wish to terminate immediately? Very well. As long as the payment is made, we can proceed with signing the termination agreement right away. President Kai decided to seize the moment. Ensuring not to let this apparent benefactor slip away, and promptly summoned his assistant to prepare the termination contract. 40 million was an opportunity too good to pass up. As for Yangmi, though she was a promising talent, President Kai clearly distinguished between potential and tangible profit. At present, Yangmi's worth did not even approach 40 million. Lu Xiaojia, do you truly wish to proceed with this? Yangmi's heart raced as the assistant entered with the contract. She leaned closer to Lu Xiaojia and whispered, "This is 40 million. Do you have that much money?" Chapter 3. The Jiaxing studio acquires half a floor. Lu Xiaojia replied with composure, "Xiaoqin, I'm not upset. Didn't I mention that I made several million in the stock market? While it may not be an enormous sum, it suffices to cover your breach of contract penalty. Lu Xiaojia took the contract from Dilraba Media, signed it on the spot, and promptly transferred the termination fee. Then, putting the contract away, she took Yang Mi by the hand and left, indifferent to President Kai's feigned cordiality behind them. Originally, as Yang Mi's former employer, Dilraba Media could have parted ways amicably. However, President Kai chose to exploit the situation. Lu Xiaojia was someone who clearly distinguished between gratitude and resentment. This debt would eventually be settled. Upon exiting the doors of Dilraba Media, Yang Mi was still in disbelief. Did I really terminate the contract? Lu Xiaojia. How much did you actually earn from trading stocks? 40 million for the termination fee. Just like that. Yang Mi was astonished. She had starred in 2 television dramas, gaining a modest degree of fame, yet she could not fathom producing 40 million. Lu Xiaojia responded, to be honest, my ability to earn such a sum is entirely thanks to the 200,000 you lent me. Without that, I wouldn't have been able to make such a significant profit in such a short time. As for the exact amount, let us just say I made several tens of millions. Lu Xiaojia had transformed the 200,000 borrowed from Yang Mi into an astounding 800 million. Yet, she had no intention of revealing this to Yang Mi, for such a sudden windfall would be beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person. Lu Xiaojia preferred to remain discreet. Lu Xiaojia, your stock trading skills are impressive. Yang Mi's eyes sparkled with excitement. I remember back in school, you were trading stocks, but you lost quite a bit back then. What has changed? Have you mastered it now? Lu Xiaojia gazed at the exuberant Yang Mi, recognizing the glimmer of ambition in her eyes. The stock market was notoriously volatile. One could earn tens of millions today and lose just as much tomorrow. For now, we cannot consider the financial industry as our main pursuit, Lu Xiaojia interjected, interrupting Yang Mi's thoughts. She was not being dishonest. The reason for her extraordinary profit of 800 million was her keen recollection of the recent fluctuations in cotton prices. The leap from 200,000 to 800 million relied on leverage and compounding interest. Such success demanded meticulous maneuvering and a rare market opportunity, one that was difficult to replicate. Moreover, the pool of capital in futures trading was relatively modest. While it served as an initial fortune, relying solely on conventional commodity futures to become a global tycoon was akin to climbing a mountain. It would be prudent to pursue the entertainment industry, leveraging her foresight to amass wealth before gradually entering the capital market. Shall we select an office space? I have already decided on the studio's name, Jiaxing. Jiaxing? Is Jia for your name? And Xing? Yang Mi inquired. Xing? It signifies crafting you into a world-class star, or is it that you have designs on a female celebrity? Absolutely not. Though Yang Mi was skeptical of Lu Xiaojia's words, she felt immense joy at the prospect of establishing a studio. Finally, I will have my own studio. I want Jiaxing to become a nationally renowned media company. I aspire to produce numerous blockbuster films. This is my dream. Xiaojia, what about you? Lu Xiaojia was momentarily taken aback by Yang Mi's question. Both were graduates of the Beijing Film Academy, and establishing Jiaxing and producing hit films seemed a natural ambition. However, Lu Xiaojia possessed the advantage of information from a past life, and merely becoming a well-known domestic media company felt insufficient. In her previous life, while the Dragon Kingdom's films achieved high box office sales, they struggled to gain international recognition for various reasons. This time, Lu Xiaojia resolved to propel Dragon Kingdom cinema onto the global stage and instigate a trend for Chinese-language films worldwide. Yet, such ambitions required a gradual approach. My aspirations are just a tad higher than yours at Tianhai Plaza. A saleswoman dressed in professional attire, revealing black stockings, asked in astonishment, Sir, do you truly wish to acquire an office space of 0 square feet? Lu Xiaojia, maintaining a serious demeanor, nodded affirmatively. Of course, please prepare the contract. We shall sign it shortly. The saleswoman dashed off in excitement. Do we really need such a large office space? Yang Mi questioned, perplexed. Jiaxing Studio has just been established, and currently, it consists only of the 2 of us. Is a 1,000 square meter upscale office not excessive? It is necessary. Appearance matters greatly. Besides, our goal for Jiaxing Studio is to become the largest media conglomerate in the world. We will surely need this office space in due time. In the future, you might even find it inadequate. Lu Xiaojia's logical reasoning left Yang Mi somewhat speechless. However, she was delighted by one particular thought. Leaning closer to Lu Xiaojia, she whispered in a soft tone, was that saleswoman pretty? Why didn't you even glance at her? Lu Xiaojia took a moment to assess the very close Yang Mi. Today, she wore hot pants, showcasing her long, fair legs that dazzled the eye. It reminded Lu Xiaojia of a phrase, So fair and tender, should I touch? At this moment, Yangmi exuded a blend of maturity and youthful innocence, embodying the pinnacle of beauty and allure. Lu Xiaojia's unabashed appraisal made Yangmi blush deeply, casting him a reproachful glance. Yet, she understood his implied meaning. With such a stunning beauty by his side, it was natural for one's standards to rise. Before long, the saleswoman returned with the contract, accompanied by the general manager of Tianhai Plaza. Securing a 1,000 square meter upscale office was already a significant deal. The general manager was intrigued to see which renowned company dared to make such a lavish investment in the luxurious district of Magic City. Jiaxing Studio? Just the two of you. Upon discovering the truth, the general manager was left speechless. A film studio run by two individuals? And you dare to purchase a 1,000 square meter upscale office in the most luxurious area of Magic City. Indeed, we bought it. Lu Xiaojia had directly acquired half a floor. Lu Xiaojia's decision to purchase half a floor was not a spur-of-the-moment whim. At this juncture, the financial crisis had just passed, and real estate prices were at a low. Although her primary focus was the media industry, it was also feasible to earn a profit from real estate while expanding her media empire. Presently, the price per square meter at Tianhai Plaza was 51,000, and in a few years, it could easily multiply several times over. Mr. Lu, Ms. Yang. Here is the contract. The general manager of Tianhai Plaza handed over the document, still doubting whether these two were frauds. However, the moment he received notification from the financial department about a transfer of 10 million, his eyes lit up with excitement. He quickly pulled out his business card. Mr. Lu. Ms. Yang, here is my card. In the future, feel free to call me Xiao Yi. 10 million transferred without a hint of hesitation. This Jiaxing studio was indeed extraordinary. Manager Yi, as an expert in office buildings, could you recommend a good renovation company? Lu Xiaojia inquired, pocketing Manager Yi's business card. Absolutely. Manager Yi immediately grabbed his phone and swiftly dialed a number. At this moment, the general manager of Tianhai Plaza was engaged in an urgent phone call. His excitement palpable as he struggled to contain his joy. Today was indeed a double delight. The sale of 1,000 square meters of office space not only earned the sales staff a commission but also granted him, the general manager, a share of the profits. Additionally, as he promoted business to the renovation company on the other end of the line, they too would offer him a rebate. Lu Xiaojia was well aware of such matters, yet she remained unconcerned. The purchase of 1,000 square meters for Jiaxing Studio would undoubtedly necessitate renovations. Whether they hired someone else or the Tianhai Plaza team made little difference. At this moment, Yangmi was taken aback once more. Leaning closer to Lu Xiaojia, she whispered anxiously, with a 40 million breach of contract fee and an additional 50 million for the property, do we still have funds available? It was impossible for Yangmi not to feel apprehensive. She had just terminated her contract with Leroy, and the newly established studio was already on the brink of collapse. She had no place to express her despair. Rest assured, we still have funds, Lu Xiaojia replied nonchalantly, a simple statement that left Yangmi in disarray. Didn't you earn several millions? Yangmi questioned, perplexed. Indeed, I did earn several millions previously, but in the past few days, I invested in a stock and made several millions more. Lu Xiaojia responded with an air of nonchalance, appearing remarkably at ease. Yangmi was rendered speechless. Before long, the head of the renovation company rushed over. The finest renovations. Environmentally friendly. Sustainable. Price is not an issue. Just don't treat me like a fool. Lu Xiaojia presented several suggestions. The renovation company's director nodded fervently. The general manager of Tianhai Plaza stood nearby, astonished. Such extravagance for a mere studio? In the following fortnight, the entire renovation team mobilized and swiftly transformed the 1,000 square meters of office space for Jiaxing Studio into a lavish environment. Yangmi gazed at the newly adorned space, more luxurious than Leroy Media's offices, feeling a sense of disbelief. We're just two people at Jiaxing Studio, and we've created such opulence. Lu Xiaojia nodded. Indeed, we are a bit short-staffed. It is time to begin hiring. Hiring? Yes, we should at least start with a secretary, Lu Xiaojia replied with a sense of entitlement. As the boss, I cannot possibly handle everything myself. Yangmi nodded in agreement. You are also boss, Yang. It wouldn't make sense for you to fill out reports and answer calls personally, would it? Yangmi nodded once more. Thus, Jiaxing Studio commenced its recruitment efforts. Is anyone here? Is this Jiaxing Studio? A striking woman clad in form-fitting jeans, with a prominent nose and a curvaceous figure, approached the lavishly appointed Jiaxing Studio, uncertainly inquiring. Lu Xiaojia turned to look, a name flashing through her mind. Reba? At that moment, Reba was studying at the Shanghai Drama Academy. I'm still a freshman. May I apply for a position? Reba asked hesitantly. She had assumed it was merely a small studio, not realizing until her arrival that it was exceedingly lavish. Those unaware would mistake it for a large, publicly listed company. Of course, Lu Xiaojia declared decisively. Securing Reba while she was still a student would undoubtedly be a lucrative move. Yang Mi shot Lu Xiaojia a glance, suspecting that her swift agreement was due to Reba's beauty. Yet, Reba's appearance and figure were undeniably impressive. Yang Mi added, "Our Jiaxing studio is currently in need of personnel. You are the first to apply, thus becoming our third employee." Yang Mi immediately adopted a managerial attitude to interview Reba. Reba, destined to become a sought-after star, proved impeccable in both appearance and professionalism, much to Yang Mi's delight. To attract such a promising actress so early in Jiaxing Studio's establishment was indeed auspicious. However, with no current projects in place, what task should be assigned to her? Yang Mi posed this question to Lu Xiaojia. Lu Xiaojia replied nonchalantly, "Let's start with serving tea and water." "Serving tea and water?" Reba pouted adorably, wishing to express that she was there to intern and learn, not to serve refreshments. In such a company, perhaps it would be better not to stay. Lu Xiaojia leisurely extended 3 fingers. "I'll offer you this amount." 3,000? Reba hesitated. Although a monthly salary of 3,000 was not particularly high in 9 years, she was still merely a freshman. "No, 30,000. Chapter 5 presents an abundance of opportunities." As Lu Xiaojia casually waved 3 fingers, she remarked, "Reba, I'm offering you a salary of 30,000 a month." 30,000. Reba was momentarily taken aback. As a freshman, she was astonished that her first job could come with such a lucrative salary. Many university students struggle to cover their annual expenses with that amount. Yet she would receive it in a single month. As for serving tea and water, why not? She was merely a student stepping into the professional world, and starting with such tasks seemed only natural. Serving tea could also be a valuable learning experience. Reba nodded enthusiastically, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "Boss, yes. Would you like to drink? Cappuccino or latte? I'll get it for you right away." Although the luxurious decor of the Jiaxing studio was impressive, it was still newly established, lacking many essential facilities. After searching for a coffee machine and water dispenser without success, Reba contemplated rushing out to buy them. However, Lu Xiaojia waved her off, saying, "Reba, there's no need for that." Reba felt deeply touched. Her boss was not only handsome and generous but also considerate of his employees. Lu Xiaojia continued, "I prefer tea over coffee. Please brew me a pot of Longjing tea, and remember to use the finest Westlake Longjing." Reba was stunned. It turned out her boss wasn't concerned about her efforts. He simply had a preference for tea. Yang Mi, standing nearby, shot Lu Xiaojia a disapproving glance and interjected, "Reba, let's go together." Reba quickly remembered Yang Mi's presence and eagerly asked, "Young boss, what would you like? I'll buy for both of you." "There's no need for that. The studio is still lacking many items. Let us all go shopping together," Yang Mi replied, urging Reba to calm down. She then approached Lu Xiaojia, helping him to his feet. "Do I need to go too? I'm the boss here." Lu Xiaojia protested, but he was swept along by Yang Mi's insistence. A delicate fragrance wafted past his nose, delightful and enticing. Thus, the 2 bosses of Jiaxing Studio, along with their secretary, embarked on an extensive shopping spree. This and this, that and that, plush bears, cushions, flowers. Oh, how lovely. Reba chattered excitedly as they entered the Carrefour supermarket. Lu Xiaojia initially felt quite pleased, enjoying the company of 2 stunning beauties. However, as Reba grew increasingly enthusiastic about shopping, he began to feel overwhelmed. Yang Mi, equally exhilarated, seemed to have shed her usual sharp and competent demeanor. Upon hearing Lu Xiaojia's complaint, she smirked and said, "Oh, Lu boss, we are merely selecting office supplies for the company. We haven't even requested overtime pay yet. Are you not satisfied?" Reba, who was joyfully picking items, glanced at Lu Xiaojia, but, as the secretary, she hesitated to respond. She simply stuck out her tongue and nodded subtly. Lu Xiaojia, at a loss for words, could only accompany them as they wandered through the supermarket and Red Star home, selecting various office supplies. At Tianhai Plaza, Jiaxing Studio, the busy workers finally settled everything after a long day of moving. Lu Xiaojia nodded in satisfaction, declaring, "With the company arranged, we can commence our investment projects." "Investment projects?" Reba, having brewed a cup of Longjing tea, handed it to Lu Xiaojia, her eyes filled with curiosity and excitement. She had come to learn. Lu Xiaojia took a sip of the fragrant Longjing, blending the scent of tea and the perfume of Reba, and said contentedly, "I have a project in mind that I wish to invest in." At this moment, Lu Xiaojia genuinely wanted to invest in a film, specifically, Let the Bullets Fly. This film not only became immensely popular, but also generated a significant online buzz, ultimately raking in 700 million at the box office. It is worth noting that this was in 2009, achieved without extensive promotion, relying primarily on word of mouth and unpaid endorsements. If Jiaxing Studio were to invest in Let the Bullets Fly and conduct a comprehensive promotional campaign, the box office would undoubtedly soar even higher. Director Jiang's Let the Bullets Fly? Yang Mi furrowed her delicate brows upon hearing Lu Xiaojia's intention to invest. Although director Jiang possessed exceptional artistic talent and his films were rich in substance, she questioned whether it would be a box office success. Could we potentially incur losses? Chapter 6. Investment. Let the Bullets Fly. The words of Yang Mi resonated with Reba, who nodded in agreement. Indeed, I believe Boss Yang is correct. Reba, a student of the Shanghai Theater Academy, had seen 2 films by director Jiang. It must be said that director Jiang's films possess depth and meaning. Yet they failed to achieve box office success. His previous film, The Sun Rises as Usual, despite its critical acclaim, flopped spectacularly at the box office, leaving many disheartened. Lu Xiaojia understood their concerns and replied, I recognize what you are worried about. You fear that director Jiang's film may be too profound. When a film's depth is excessive, it can indeed become incomprehensible to the average viewer. His last film was a prime example of this. However, I firmly believe that director Jiang has learned from past mistakes. This time, Let the Bullets Fly is destined to be a commercial triumph. Lu Xiaojia spoke with unwavering confidence. In her previous life, after The Sun Rises as Usual, director Jiang had adjusted his filming techniques and script, transforming Let the Bullets Fly into a truly accessible commercial film that balances depth with dramatic appeal and box office appeal. Yang Mi, wishing to offer her counsel, said, Xiaojia, this is our first investment at Jiaxing Studio. We should proceed with caution. Perhaps we should seek out a professional commercial film director? Yang Mi, still a third-tier star, was relatively familiar with the entertainment industry. She intended to leverage her connections to invest in a more reliable film project. Lu Xiaojia waved her hand dismissively. No need. We will proceed with Let the Bullets Fly. At this moment, other film projects were helmed by renowned directors such as Zhang Chen and Feng. While investing in the works of these established directors posed little risk, it also yielded minimal returns. Moreover, approaching these directors with funding often resulted in indifference. Since Lu Xiaojia had been reborn, she saw no reason to endure such indignities. Through cotton futures, Lu Xiaojia had amassed a fortune of 700 million, sufficient to secure substantial profits in the film industry. Additionally, she possessed a unique talent. Once this film investment generated enough capital, a forthcoming market trend would likely commence, allowing her to reinvest the profits into a larger international capital pool, multiplying her wealth exponentially and yielding billions in profit. Seeing that Lu Xiaojia had made up her mind, Yang Mi ceased her persuasion. After all, Lu Xiaojia was the true owner of Jiaxing Studio. Although she was also referred to as Boss Yang, she was merely the CEO of the studio. Thus, Lu Xiaojia, along with Yang Mi and secretary Reba, boarded a flight to the capital city. In a filming base in the capital, director Jiang was engaged in preparations with his assistant director, screenwriters, and crew. A staff member approached him, saying, Director, we have investors here wanting to discuss funding. Investors? Which investors? Jiang inquired, puzzled. I believe they are from Jiaxing Studio. Jiaxing Studio? Jiang's face reflected confusion. He had never heard of it. His wife interjected, an obscure studio dares to discuss investments? They must be here to ride the coattails of our project. After contemplation, Jiang replied, Let them in. I shall hear them out. A studio that he had never heard of held little allure for him, but since they had arrived, he might as well engage in conversation. With the weight of expectation on his shoulders following the failure of The Sun Rises as Usual, which had garnered positive reviews yet resulted in significant financial loss for investors, Jiang felt an obligation to rectify his previous shortcomings. Thus, he was determined to give his all to Let the Bullets Fly. However, due to the fallout from his last film, many investors were skeptical about this new project. In their words, we believe in director Jiang, but we harbor doubts about the prospects of Let the Bullets Fly. Soon, Lu Xiaojia, Yang Mi, and Reba, guided by the staff, arrived at the film set. Upon seeing the trio of youthful faces, Jiang's flicker of hope quickly extinguished. A young man and 2 girls dare to discuss investment? Jiang's wife shot him a knowing glance, clearly indicating her skepticism about this so-called studio. However, since they were already present, Jiang decided to treat the meeting as a last-ditch effort and asked, What amount is Jiaxing Studio considering for investment? Not much, just this figure, Lu Xiaojia replied, holding up 2 fingers nonchalantly. 2 million? Jiang's brow furrowed. For a high-budget commercial film, 2 million was practically insignificant. Nevertheless, he was inclined to accept it, as any additional investment would be beneficial given his immense pressure. 2 million? Is that all? Lu Xiaojia was taken aback. Was this the bold director Jiang she had anticipated? Do you look down upon me? Or our Jiaxing studio? Lu Xiaojia, shaking her fingers, continued, Director Jiang. I know you are a bit short on funds for Let the Bullets Fly. 2 million might not even cover the cost of a hot pot dinner or a train explosion scene. Hot pot? Train explosion? Both Yang and Reba were left bewildered, their heads filled with questions. Meanwhile, Director Jiang was astonished. How does this young man know the plot details? Has he conducted prior research on our crew? It seems he has come well prepared, rather than feeling anger. Jiang was filled with anticipation. Perhaps this young man truly intended to invest. 20 million? Jiang asked tentatively. If Jiaxing Studio were to invest that amount, it would significantly alleviate the financial strain on the crew and allow Jiang to realize his vision more flawlessly. Directors often find themselves in a predicament where no matter their talent, insufficient funds can severely hinder their abilities. 20 million? Lu Xiaojia shook her head once more. A collective gasp echoed around the set as the crew members exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes widening in disbelief. Could it be? This person is a coal baron? Yes, you were correct in your assumptions. I intend to invest 200 million, Lu Xiaojia calmly declared, articulating the thoughts swirling in the minds of those present. 200 million. Both Jiang and his wife were utterly astonished. Where did this coal baron come from, suddenly pledging such a substantial amount? Surely, they were not being mocked. Yang and Reba were equally dumbfounded. Although Yang served as CEO of Jiaxing Studio, the company was still in its infancy, and she had little knowledge of its finances. Before coming, she had assumed that Lu Xiaojia would invest a mere 10 million. Little did she know that Lu Xiaojia was proposing a staggering 200 million. Had Lu Xiaojia not only profited tens of millions in the stock market, but also made further gains? Was trading stocks truly that lucrative? Observing the incredulous expressions on those around her, Lu Xiaojia reaffirmed, I am not jesting. I genuinely wish to invest 200 million. I hold great admiration for Director Jiang's talent. If you do not believe us, we can immediately sign the agreement and transfer the funds on the spot. Of course, I intend to purchase all the copyrights for Let the Bullets Fly. Lu Xiaojia's investment in Let the Bullets Fly is not primarily for profit, but rather to transform the landscape of the Dragon Nation's film industry. Investing 200 million to acquire all the copyrights for Let the Bullets Fly? Director Jiang realized that the young man before him was indeed serious. Consequently, Director Jiang and his wife warmly welcomed Lu Xiaojia and his companions into the director's lounge to discuss the investment details. Ultimately, Lu Xiaojia secured 80% of the box office revenue from Let the Bullets Fly, along with the online and television rights, for a sum of 200 million. This was a mutually beneficial arrangement. The influx of 200 million would allow Director Jiang to fully realize his ambitions. However, upon returning to the Magic City's Jiaxing Studio, employees Yang and Heba, who ranked second and third in the studio, continued to chatter incessantly. Boss, you just invested 200 million like that? We flew to the capital and threw in 200 million? If this fails, won't Jiaxing have to shut down? Woe is me, I just found a job that pays 30,000 a month, and now I might be unemployed. Heba lamented, her eyes brimming with tears and looking utterly pitiful. Seeing this, Lu Xiaojia felt a pang of sympathy and waved his hand to reassure her. Heba, stop crying. Go pour me a cup of tea. I'm thirsty. I'm here crying, worrying about the company, and you want me to pour tea? Nevertheless, as Lu Xiaojia's secretary, Heba dutifully executed her boss's wishes and turned to fetch the tea. Boss, please enjoy your tea. Thank you. Lu Xiaojia replied. I'm the boss. What is wrong with having a bit of fun at your expense? Fortunately, at that time, there was no concept of PUA. Or else Yang would have surely made a sharper retort. Lu Xiaojia took a sip from the tea and let out a sigh. Do you all think this investment will end in utter loss? Isn't it? Yang and Heba replied, their expressions a mix of playful reproach and earnest concern. Though you are the big boss of Jiaxing Studio, you shouldn't be so reckless with money, should you? Spending 200 million to buy 80% of the box office income and the online and television rights for Let the Bullets Fly. What is the use? Director Jiang's films are all artistic. They are bound to lose money, even if the online and film rights are plentiful. They won't be of any value if they are unprofitable. Since you both believe this investment will result in a loss, how about we make a bet? Lu Xiaojia proposed, sensing the moment was ripe. A bet? What kind of bet? Yang inquired, her tone shifting to one of caution. She and Lu Xiaojia were university classmates, and she knew he had a sharp mind, often engaging in stock trading during their school days. However, Yangmi still held reservations about the Let the Bullets Fly project. All right, we have a bet, she affirmed. Ba, standing nearby, felt anxious. She had not yet responded. So how could Yang, the boss, jump in? But being merely a junior secretary, what could she say? She could only step closer to Yangmi, silently showing her support. Upon hearing the two women agree to the bet, Lu Xiaojia instantly perked up. So, what happens if you lose? Lose? Ba blinked her large, innocent eyes, appearing utterly bewildered. I'm just a college student. I don't have any money. Although I earn 30,000 a month, I haven't received it yet. What can I do if I lose? Yangmi also looked a bit dazed. At that moment, she wasn't particularly famous either. All her previous earnings had been invested in Jiaxing Studio. After a moment of contemplation, her cheeks flushed, and she softly suggested, if we lose, we don't have any money, only ourselves. What do you propose we do? Ba gasped at Yangmi's words, horrified at the thought of being subjected to unwritten rules in the entertainment industry so soon. No, it was a clear rule. Ba anxiously tugged at Yangmi. But Yangmi gave her a reassuring glance, signaling, don't worry, we won't lose. Let him set the conditions. Lu Xiaojia's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. If you say so, I won't be sleepy anymore. As Yangmi and Ba observed Lu Xiaojia's unwavering confidence, they felt a twinge of unease. Yet, recalling director Zhang's previous films, they began to relax. The deep and meaningful films he produced often failed to attract audiences, receiving praise without box office success. Seeing that the two women were still feeling obstinate, Lu Xiaojia decided to press on, stating, fine, my demands are not excessive. After all, we are all part of the same team and see each other daily. Here's the deal. If I win, you both will give me a shoulder massage and a foot rub. Lu Xiaojia thought his request was simple enough. However, to his surprise, as soon as the words left his mouth, Yangmi and Ba's faces turned crimson and their expressions became hesitant. At that moment, Yangmi had not yet risen to prominence. She had only starred in a few series and was still finding her footing. As for Ba, she was merely a freshman. Seeing their hesitation, Lu Xiaojia was taken aback. Did they really need to deliberate over such matters? Thus, he provoked them. Aren't you both confident? If you are, what is there to worry about? No matter what conditions I propose, you are bound to win. It's a sure win, do you understand? Lu Xiaojia's reminder jolted Yangmi back to reality. Just as expected of the boss, she quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Right, we are bound to win. Do we really need to overthink a sure thing? Consequently, Yangmi pulled Ba into an agreement, nodding in unison. All right, it's settled. Lu Xiaojia and the two women exchanged triumphant high fives, solidifying their deal. Now, let us discuss the promotional aspects for Let the Bullets Fly. The 200 million investment in the production also includes promotional expenses. In my previous life, Let the Bullets Fly ultimately garnered 700 million at the box office, which was considered a peak for domestic films, an absolute blockbuster. Moreover, this was achieved despite investors lacking much faith in the project. Investors who were skeptical naturally refrained from allocating significant promotional budgets, which resulted in Let the Bullets Fly failing to surpass the 1 billion mark, leaving many investors regretting their decisions afterward. Now that I have returned to this life, knowing Let the Bullets Fly will be a massive hit, I intend to ensure it receives ample promotion for an even more spectacular box office performance. Lu Xiaojia gathered the two women to discuss promotional strategies, causing Yangmi and Ba to momentarily forget the earlier agreement regarding their potential loss and what they might owe if they won. After an extensive discussion, the three left Jiaxing Studio in high spirits, taking the elevator down from Tianhai Plaza. Inside the elevator, besides Lu Xiaojia, Yangmi, and Ba, there were two female employees from the same building. Xuejian? Sister, look quickly. Isn't that Xuejian? Well, it really is Xuejian. The two female employees sparkled with excitement, as if they had encountered a major star. This left Yangmi utterly perplexed. Ba, standing beside her, was equally starstruck. Is our Jiaxing Studio already this famous with just three of us? In contrast, Lu Xiaojia quickly realized what was happening. This should mark the debut of the TV adaptation of Chinese Paladin 3. Yangmi's initial rise to fame was indeed through this series. Since then, she has become a paragon and a perennial figure in the entertainment industry, consistently thriving at the pinnacle of stardom without ever fading into obscurity. This phenomenon is truly a rare sight to behold. Fade into obscurity? Lu Xiaojia suddenly recalled the nourishment of love. Shaking her head to dispel her wandering thoughts, she extended her arms to shield Yangmi. Ladies, please make way. We have arrived. Is she really Yangmi? Yes. Indeed. We all work at Tianhai Plaza. There will be plenty of opportunities to meet in the future. I urge you, Dear fans, to maintain your composure. Lu Xiaojia protected the bewildered Yang Mi as they exited the elevator, while he astonished, trailed behind. Is this truly the illustrious boss Yang? Is this what it means to be a superstar? To encounter fans even within the confines of an elevator. Is our Jiaxing studio really this remarkable? Chapter 9. Revelations from the Haya Forum. As the elevator doors were about to close, two gossiping female employees shouted, "Are you Yang Mi's boyfriend?" "Yes, yes, yes." Lu Xiaojia instinctively replied, leaving the two women astonished. Yang Mi has a boyfriend now? This revelation rendered Yang Mi, who was shielded in front, blushing profusely. Her head bowed in embarrassment. Reba gazed at Lu Xiaojia with utter surprise. Is the boss really that bold? Noticing their astonishment, Lu Xiaojia suddenly realized she had inadvertently let something slip. However, she refrained from offering an explanation, knowing that such clarifications often exacerbate the situation. There was no need to elaborate. After all, an explanation is merely a guise. Once Lu Xiaojia and the two women departed from Tianhai Plaza, she informed Yang Mi that Xianjin 3 must have aired, which is why they recognized her. Xianjin 3 has aired? I've become popular? Yang Mi, engrossed in the affairs of Jiaxing Studio recently, had completely overlooked the show's premiere. Although she considered Xianjin 3 to be quite good, she never imagined it would propel her to fame. Little did she know, even in an elevator, she could be recognized. "Mijia, you're famous now," Reba exclaimed, excitedly grasping Yang Mi's arm and shaking it joyfully. With such a prominent figure like Yang Mi at Jiaxing Studio, things would surely flourish. Her 30,000 monthly salary was secure. Reba was still preoccupied with her salary. After all, if she lost the bet with the boss, the worst that could happen would be a shoulder massage. However, should the boss lose, Jiaxing Studio might face bankruptcy. Did you think Reba was foolish? Did you think she hadn't considered the wager with the boss, which only carried penalties for loss and no rewards for victory? In truth, she was worried about the company's future. If they won, they would have to pack their bags and leave. Now, with Yang Mi's rise to fame and the presence of this second boss, even if the main boss lost, Jiaxing Studio should still be able to endure. Just thinking about it filled Reba with glee. Yang Mi also came to the realization that she truly had become famous, and thus, she too was elated. Lu Xiaojia, though puzzled by the overwhelming joy of the two women, couldn't help but share in their delight. The three founding employees of Jiaxing Studio were all in high spirits. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Jiaxing Media, President Kai was seething. This agent, who wielded considerable influence in the entertainment industry, was furiously slamming his desk in the president's office. Xianjin 3 has become a sensation. And yet, Yang Mi has left. She timed her departure perfectly before the show's success to establish Jiaxing Studio. If she had only stayed a little longer, I could have earned so much more. The penalty fee could have been in the tens of millions. No, at least over 100 million. Kai's fury boiled over. Could it be that Yang Mi possesses such keen insight? Did she sense her impending stardom, prompting her to leave? Kai felt he had been cheated. He had foolishly regarded that coal magnate as a foolish benefactor, offering Yang Mi, a third-tier artist, a staggering 40 million. Yet in the blink of an eye, she became a sensation, with her worth far surpassing that amount. The real fool was himself. Kai immediately picked up the phone and dialed several entertainment reporters. "I want you to expose Yang Mi's scandals." "What? She's a newcomer with no scandals? Don't you know how to dig for dirt? Can't you fabricate something? You're reporters. What evidence do you need? What authenticity? Just make something up." Bang. Kai slammed the phone down. As a veteran in the entertainment industry, he could not swallow the humiliation of being outmaneuvered by a newcomer. Besides, competitors are adversaries. For a major company like Jiaxing Media, taking down a mere Jiaxing Studio should be a simple task. It was essential to suppress Yang Mi before she rose to fame. This aligned with Jiaxing Media's interests. At Tianhai Plaza, Jiaxing Studio. "This is bad, Mijia." Numerous rumors are spreading online. Reba rushed to Yang Mi's side. "On the Haya Forum, many are posting that you have a boyfriend." "A boyfriend?" Yang Mi was taken aback, turning to Lu Xiaojia, who was sipping tea nearby, and rolled her eyes. "This is all your fault." No, it's not the boss's fault." Reba quickly interjected. "They've fabricated so much." At this point, not only was Yang Mi shocked, but even Lu Xiaojia could no longer remain passive, hastily opening her laptop and entering the Haya Forum. Such blatant fabrications. Lu Xiaojia scrolled through the mouse, noticing the sensational titles of the posts, indicating a professional touch. It resembled the shocking headlines of a later era. At this time, Haya Forum had numerous active users, unlike its future state of disarray. This was a deliberate smear campaign. It was Jiaxing Media. Lu Xiaojia discerned the underlying scheme immediately. Yangmi nodded. Yes, I left Lei Media and became popular right afterward. They're trying to tarnish my reputation. Lu Xiaojia's expression hardened. They think they can treat me as a fool over the penalty fee issue. I haven't settled the score with them yet. And now they're resorting to this tactic. Perfect. I will settle both new and old grievances at once. Chapter 10. The bold move of Jiaxing Studio. Xiaomi. Do you have the phone numbers of those entertainment reporters? Lu Xiaojia inquired of Yangmi. Yes. I had the opportunity to meet those reporters during my time at Lu Media. Yangmi nodded in affirmation. Excellent. Please provide me with their phone numbers. Lu Xiaojia said as he took the phone from his secretary, Reba, and began dialing. Hello. Is this Zhangji? Who is this? This is Lu Xiaojia from Jiaxing Studio. Oh, is there something you need? If not, I'll hang up. How much is Lu Media offering you? I'll double it. Lu Xiaojia stated, cutting straight to the chase, wielding money as his weapon. Such audacious words rendered Zhangji speechless on the other end of the line, leaving both Yangmi and Rebo wide-eyed in astonishment. This isn't merely about money, you know? I have a close relationship with President Kai from Lu Media. We are like brothers. Zhangji struggled to explain. Lu Xiaojia calmly replied, I understand. Do you want more money? Just tell me how much. Silence ensued. The atmosphere became heavy with unspoken words. President Kai offered 1 million. Came a hesitant voice from the other end. 5 million. Lu Xiaojia interrupted decisively, presenting his offer. Rest assured, Master Lu. I'm not close with President Kai. I will delete those posts immediately. Leave the rest to me. I know what to do. The excitement in Zhangji's voice was palpable as he continued. Just send me the account number, and I will transfer it instantly. Lu Xiaojia's nonchalant response sent shockwaves through Zhangji, as well as Yangmi and Reba, who were left in stunned silence. Is that all it took? Just moments ago, they were like brothers, and now they've sold out Lu Media? After terminating the call, Lu Xiaojia waved his hand and remarked leisurely. For 10 years, I was an unnoticed extra. Now with a mere promise of money, the world knows my name. Reba, though puzzled by the statement's meaning, understood the gesture. She hurried to the water cooler and began pouring tea, exclaiming, Boss, this is freshly brewed Westlake Longjing. Do give it a try. Lu Xiaojia accepted the tea and took a delicate sip. How considerate. Seeing this, Yangmi rolled her eyes yet again. She couldn't help but feel exasperated at Reba's overly enthusiastic demeanor. Is it really necessary to fawn over him like this? It must be said that during this period, the influence of hired online commenters was quite significant. In no time, the situation on the Hiya forum shifted dramatically. The posts that had previously defamed Yangmi were swiftly deleted by the original posters, while those attacking Lu Media began to multiply rapidly. Shock. In broad daylight. The president of Lu Media actually engaged in such conduct. Stunned. A certain high-ranking official at Lu Media and his beloved dog, unspoken truths. Some images accompanied the posts. With critical areas blurred. The blurring only heightened interest. What initially seemed innocuous transformed into something scandalous with a mere omission of detail. At this moment, the headquarters of Lu Media was in turmoil. President Kai, incensed by the plethora of disparaging posts about his company, seized the phone and thundered, What is happening? Wasn't I clear about releasing dirt on Yangmi? Why has it all turned into dirt on Lu Media? Beep, beep. Before President Kai could finish his tirade, the call was abruptly disconnected. He attempted to dial several more numbers, only to encounter the same fate. Finally, one reporter, before hanging up, candidly remarked, President Kai, it's not that we aren't trying. It's just that the other side is offering far too much. Too much? That coal tycoon has stepped in. President Kai seethed. Yangmi, don't think that by cozying up to a wealthy benefactor, you can flourish in the entertainment industry. Our influence at Lu Media is deeply rooted. It cannot be compared to your diminutive Jiaxing Studio. This matter was far from over. At Jiaxing Studio, Lu Xiaojia spoke up. Xiaomi, do you know Hugo? Hugo? Yes, I know him. We filmed Xian Jian San together. He seems to be working on another drama now, Yangmi replied. Lu Xiaojia was well aware that Hugo was currently involved in a drama titled Myth. Faced with Lu Media's attempts to undermine Jiaxing Studio, Lu Xiaojia had no intention of letting them off easily. In addition to Hugo, the cast of Myth included by Bing and Jean Shaw, two actresses Lu Xiaojia particularly admired. He planned to recruit them all. Chapter 11. The entire cast of the mythology drama is poached under the blazing sun. The mythology drama crew was engaged in preliminary filming. Bai Bing sought refuge beneath a sunshade to escape the heat. Suddenly, a luxurious RV accompanied by two large SUVs appeared at the edge of the filming location. Bai Bing, curious, glanced over, wondering which A-list star had just arrived. At that moment, Bai Bing was still an obscure actress, though her beauty was striking, with a captivating allure. Her recent entry into the entertainment industry and refusal to succumb to unspoken rules had left her as merely an ordinary actress. The two SUVs opened their doors first, and several tall, imposing bodyguards clad in military green emerged, taking positions in front of the RV, arms crossed behind their backs. This rare and grand scene left Bai Bing utterly astonished, causing her to drop the icy soda she was holding. Who could this star be, commanding such an impressive entourage? As the RV door swung open, Lu Xiaojia stepped out, followed closely by Yang Mi and Riba. These two stunning women, with their exceptional figures and long, radiant legs, were a sight to behold. After the last incident at Tianhai Plaza, where Yang Mi was surrounded by fans from another company, Lu Xiaojia had hired several retired special forces bodyguards. Their skills were exceptional, and their demeanor was both professional and formidable, ensuring the safety of Yang Mi and the entire Jiaxing studio. Bai Bing, haven't you started filming yet? Yang Mi inquired, noticing Bai Bing's astonishment. Why Yang Mi? Bai Bing stammered. The heat had obscured her recognition of Yang Mi behind her sunglasses. Upon realizing who it was, Bai Bing was completely taken aback. They had previously known each other as fellow third-tier actresses, and while she toiled under the scorching sun, Yang Mi was already enjoying the comfort of a luxury RV. Surrounded by bodyguards, had Yang Mi's role in Xianjian propelled her to such heights? Bai Bing, let me introduce you. This is Lu Xiaojia, our boss at Jiaxing Studio, Yang Mi said, gesturing towards the young man beside her. Bai Bing noted the strikingly handsome young man who, despite his youth, exuded an air of authority and composure. Behind Lu Xiaojia stood a beautiful young woman, seemingly serving tea. Oh, that's Riba, an actress from our Jiaxing Studio, Yang Mi explained upon noticing Bai Bing's interest. Such a beautiful actress? I would have thought she was the secretary of this young boss, Bai Bing exclaimed, recovering from her initial shock. After clarifying Yang Mi's purpose, she guided Lu Xiaojia and the others to the cruise lounge. Are you here to poach us? Jiaxing intends to recruit Hu, Bai Bing, Jin Sha, and even the entire mythology crew? The director of the mythology crew, Hu, along with Bai Bing and Jin Sha, expressed their disbelief. They were preparing to shoot at Hongyan Film City when Jiaxing arrived to poach talent. Not only was this approach somewhat absurd, but did Jiaxing even possess the strength to carry this out? Though unspoken, their skepticism was evident. Sensing the doubts among the group, Yang Mi turned to Lu Xiaojia. Though she was the CEO of Jiaxing Studio, Lu Xiaojia was the true powerhouse behind it. Lu Xiaojia spoke. Although Jiaxing Studio is relatively new, we have already invested in Director Jiang's Let the Bullets Fly. Director Jiang? Let the Bullets Fly? Yes, we invested 200 million. The director of the mythology crew was instantly unsettled. 200 million? Was Jiaxing out of their minds? To invest such a sum in a single film was unprecedented. It was well known that over a year ago, Painted Skin earned 200 million at the box office and was hailed as a beacon of domestic cinema. After accounting for the theater's share, the actual profit was around 40%, meaning the acclaimed Painted Skin ultimately netted a maximum of 100 million. This meant that for Let the Bullets Fly, at least 500 million in box office revenue was necessary to break even. Could a domestic film really achieve such figures? This seemed utterly insane. At this moment, the director of the mythology crew regarded Lu Xiaojia with an expression akin to that of a bewildered fool. Lu Xiaojia, perceiving their astonishment and incredulity, shrugged off their judgment. After all, Let the Bullets Fly was set to premiere soon, and all would soon be revealed. Director Jiang. Jiaxing will double the compensation for all the creative personnel of the mythology crew. If you agree, we can sign the agreement right now. As for Hu Ji's breach of contract compensation, Jiaxing will handle that. Lu Xiaojia laid his cards on the table. The director, after a moment of hesitation, gritted his teeth and nodded. All right. Chapter 12. The collapse of Lu Rue. The members of the mythical drama crew, seeing Director Zhang's agreement, eagerly followed suit. Lu Xiaojia promptly instructed her secretary, Riba, to prepare the contract for signing. Riba's adept handling and printing skills made Yang Mi feel a pang of sympathy. Such a beautiful actress was being relegated to the role of a mere secretary. However, Lu Xiaojia was exceedingly pleased. With Yang as the CEO of Jiaxing Studio and Riba as her secretary, along with the signing of Hu, Bai Bing, Jin Sha, and the mythical team, they had achieved a preliminary consolidation, marking a significant step forward in the entertainment media industry. Simultaneously, this posed a severe blow to Lu Rue Media. At the headquarters of Lu Rue Media, an assistant rushed into the president's office, exclaiming, "President Kai, it's terrible. I've just received news about the mythical drama crew." President Kai, already in a foul mood, was further distressed by Yang Mi's departure prior to the fire, which had resulted in substantial losses for Lu Xiaojia Media. This had led the shareholders to express their dissatisfaction with her leadership, believing she had failed to recognize Yang Mi's worth. The subsequent scandal only compounded President Kai's woes. What are you panicking about? What has happened with the mythical crew? Did someone suffer from heat stroke? President Kai, aware of the recent sweltering weather, assumed that the crew might face heat-related setbacks, thus impeding their shooting schedule. Hence, despite her agitation, she did not anticipate any grave issues. No. The assistant stammered, "It's Director Jiang and the others. They've all been poached by Jiaxing." Upon hearing this, President Kai was left dumbfounded. She could scarcely believe her ears. The crew, poised to commence filming the mythical drama, had been entirely whisked away? By Jiaxing? By Yang Mi's studio? The assistant swiftly recounted the events that had transpired at Hongdian Film City. President Kai felt utterly defeated. With the pressure from shareholders due to Yang Mi's departure already weighing heavily on her, the complete loss of the mythical crew was the final blow. As for the penalties they would pay, what significance did that hold? True talent, regardless of the industry, is paramount. In the entertainment realm, this holds even truer. The exodus of the entire mythical crew would inevitably lead external investors to perceive Lu Xiaojia Media as a sinking ship, further complicating their investment landscape. This would also escalate President Kai's internal pressures within the company. Is this Yang Mi's doing? No, it must be that coal magnate. He is exacting revenge for treating him like a fool. President Kai slumped back in her chair, her complexion ashen. She had considered him a simpleton, only to later hire internet trolls to defame Yang Mi in forums. The amalgamation of past grievances and fresh animosities made it clear that the formidable Lu Xiaojia of Jiaxing would not let her off the hook. What should I do? At this point, President Kai found herself devoid of solutions. Although Jiaxing Studio was merely a name, her recent encounters revealed its formidable strength. With a mere wave of her hand, they had secured penalties and signed Yang Mi away. The internet trolls they had previously employed had turned against Lu Xiaojia Media. Now, they had entirely siphoned away the mythical crew. President Kai felt utterly powerless as she reached for her phone and dialed Yang Mi beep, beep, as Yang Mi's phone rang. She took a glance at the caller ID. President Kai? Answer it, Lu Xiaojia said with a faint smile. Upon answering, Yang Mi was met with a cautious yet gentle voice on the other end. Mimi, I have something to ask of you. The endearment Mimi softened Yang Mi's heart. Although she and President Kai were not particularly close, the resolute female president of Lu Xiaojia Media had once been her idol. Now, this former idol was seeking her favor. As Yang Mi listened to the pleas on the phone, she turned to look at Lu Xiaojia. Upon seeing the glistening eyes of Yang Mi, Lu Xiaojia realized that she was beginning to relent. Rather than feeling discontent, Lu Xiaojia found this endearing, as it showcased Yang Mi's softer side. Moreover, during the negotiations with the mythical crew, Hugo had discreetly pulled Lu Xiaojia aside, expressing his hope that they could spare Lu Xiaojia Media, given his long-standing relationship with President Kai. Lu Xiaojia understood Hu Ji's intentions and, reflecting on their shared history, agreed to consider it. While the establishment of Jiaxing Studio was indeed aimed at profitability, it also aimed to foster a sense of camaraderie among its artists, which Lu Xiaojia found quite appealing. How about it? Yang Mi, clutching her phone in one hand, playfully entwined her other arm around Lu Xiaojia's. Speaking in a teasing tone, Lu Xiaojia had intended to agree, but Yang Mi's actions caused her to hesitate, feeling that an immediate affirmation might not be prudent. Noticing this, Yang Mi shot Lu Xiaojia a disapproving glance and began to sway more insistently. She also cast a meaningful look towards Reba, prompting her to come closer. Chapter 13. The preview of Let the Bullets Fly begins. Yang Mi arrives. Lu Xiaojia pondered for several minutes before heaved a sigh, conceding, "All right. Who am I to resist my soft heart? If you're gentle, then so am I." Yang Mi beamed with delight, her joy infectious. Beside her, Reba mirrored her excitement. When Yang Mi informed CEO Kai on the phone that Lu Xiaojia had agreed, the beads of sweat on Kai's forehead ceased to flow. A wave of gratitude surged within her towards Yang Mi, accompanied by a tinge of trepidation towards the young head of Jiaxing Studio, Lu Xiaojia. Recently, Lu Xiaojia Media had faced a series of setbacks, teetering on the brink of collapse. Although they had not yet reached the point of bankruptcy, continued pressure from Jiaxing could spell their doom. Mimi, should anything arise in the future, feel free to seek me out. Lu Xiaojia Media will certainly support you. Yang Mi's heart swelled with happiness at CEO Kai's fervent assurances. Lu Xiaojia Media had capitulated, Jiaxing Studio had secured talent and projects, and Jiaxing emerged victorious in this fierce media battle. Lu Xiaojia, confident in the triumph of Let the Bullets Fly, felt no apprehension regarding a potential counterattack from Lu Xiaojia Media. The imminent release of the film promised substantial profits and a remarkable reputation for Jiaxing. From this point forward, the disparity between Lu Xiaojia Media and Jiaxing would only widen, rendering them unworthy rivals. "Boss Lu, should we amplify our subway advertisements?" inquired one of the staff in the president's office at Tianhai Plaza, where Jiaxing Studio was bustling with activity in preparation for the film's release. Consequently, Jiaxing had recruited numerous professionals from the media industry. Now, alongside Lu Xiaojia, Yang Mi, and Reba, the team included security personnel, office staff, and a creative team, establishing Jiaxing as a genuine media conglomerate. Jiaxing Studio had officially rebranded as Jiaxing Media. "All right, these minor matters can be presented to Boss Yang," Lu Xiaojia said, accepting a cup of tea from Reba, taking a sip, and dismissing the newcomers with a wave of his hand. As the true proprietor of Jiaxing Media, he focused solely on significant decisions, leaving trivialities to others. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the president's office was rapped upon once more. Lu Xiaojia frowned, having already expressed that minor issues should not be brought to him. "I'll check," Reba, ever dutiful as a secretary, said, striding to the door. "Ah, Sister Mi." Reba welcomed Yang Mi inside. Dressed in a crisp, professional outfit, Yang Mi greeted with her distinctive, mellifluous voice. "Oh, is our general manager indulging in tea?" Lu Xiaojia extended his teacup toward her. "Boss Yang, would you care for a sip?" "You." Yang Mi, seeing Lu Xiaojia's nonchalance, playfully punched his shoulder in exasperation. "I am swamped with work, and you are so leisurely." Feigning a cry of anguish, Lu Xiaojia quickly added, "Xiaomi, your timing is impeccable. With Let the Bullets Fly set for imminent release, I wish to increase our promotional efforts and create buzz online." Yang Mi perked up at the mention of important matters. "Do you truly have faith in Let the Bullets Fly? We all recognize Director Zhang's artistic prowess, but our primary goal in investing in films is profitability. Although you've made some gains in stocks, we cannot afford to squander funds indiscriminately." Earlier, Yang Mi had expressed her concerns regarding Lu Xiaojia's investment in Let the Bullets Fly. And now she was apprehensive about further amplifying promotional expenditures, fearing a total loss. She was worried for Jiaxing and for Lu Xiaojia. With a smile, Lu Xiaojia replied, "Director Zhang just called. There will be a preview of Let the Bullets Fly in a few days, and he has invited us to attend. After we see it together, you will understand." Seeing Lu Xiaojia's unwavering confidence, Yang Mi hesitated to voice further objections and resolved to carry out his instructions to intensify the promotional efforts for Let the Bullets Fly. After all, Lu Xiaojia was the true master of Jiaxing Media, even though the outside world often misperceived Yang Mi as the owner. At Wanda Cinemas, Lu Xiaojia, accompanied by the elegantly dressed Yang Mi and Reba, stepped onto the red carpet to the enthusiastic welcome of Director Jiang and others. Cameras flashed around the red carpet, as numerous journalists, some there to capture the stars and others to attend the preview, focused on Yang Mi, who had risen to stardom thanks to the immense success of Chinese Paladin 3. Note: the original text contained promotional requests and irrelevant details which have been omitted. Chapter 14. Earning money while standing? The phenomenal cinema Yang Mi, undeniably a natural-born star, adeptly adjusted to the multitude of flashing lights that surrounded her, exuding an air of confidence. Ba, trailing closely behind Lu Xiaojia, appeared somewhat timid. "Boss, there are so many people." As a freshman, she had never encountered such a grand spectacle, let alone walked the red carpet. Lu Xiaojia, noticing Ba's nervous demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle softly. The young girl's apprehension was quite understandable, having lived 2 lifetimes. Lu Xiaojia was naturally unfazed by such trivialities. Soon enough, the trio traversed the red carpet and entered the screening hall. Yang Mi has arrived. She was now the esteemed general manager of Jiaxing Media. The person beside her seemed to be Mr. Lu from Jiaxing Media as well. Inside the screening hall, in addition to the creative team behind Let the Bullets Fly, several media representatives and directors had been invited. They were aware of Lu Xiaojia's substantial investment of 200 million in the film. While these directors did not hold high hopes for its box office performance, they were nonetheless eager to forge connections with Lu Xiaojia, the so-called big spender. Directors tended to appreciate such lavish financiers, reminiscent of coal barons from yesteryears, who would invest without meddling in production affairs, save for the occasional request for 2 beautiful actresses. "Hello, Mr. Lu. I am the assistant director from Jiaxing Studio. Here is my business card. I am from Director Chen Ji's studio." Some directors approached, eager to make the acquaintance of Lu Xiaojia, the generous benefactor. Ba, quickly collect all these directors' business cards," Lu Xiaojia commanded, delegating the task to his secretary. "Understood." He dutifully accepted the various artistic cards with alacrity. This scene not only attracted the attention of those nearby but also prompted Yangmi to roll her eyes in disbelief. Is it truly necessary for the secretary to handle the collection of business cards? Is this the so-called big spender? A future media mogul emerging from a coal tycoon background? Lu Xiaojia paid no heed to the astonishment around him. Hand in hand with Yangmi and he made his way to the reserved prime viewing seats. Mr. Lu, shall we start the screening now? Director Jiang inquired, his expression tinged with anxiety. Although confident in his film, he felt uncertain about its reception before unveiling it to the public, especially since his previous artistic endeavors had flopped. Let us begin. I firmly believe this will be a box office triumph, Lu Xiaojia replied. Director Jiang was momentarily taken aback. Was Lu Xiaojia even more confident than himself? Indeed, it will not only succeed commercially but will also become a milestone in domestic cinema, possibly gaining international acclaim, Lu Xiaojia asserted. His unwavering words stirred an inexplicable sense of gratitude in Director Jiang, akin to encountering a kindred spirit. The subsequent screening validated Lu Xiaojia's claims. As the two-hour film concluded, an initial hush enveloped the hall, soon erupting into a chorus of astonished exclamations. Is it over? That was it. I haven't had enough yet. Me neither. And why did they leave Jiaxing? Why go to Pudong? What was the significance of that final train? Was there someone hanging off the back? Who was it? The hall reverberated with waves of astonishment. To Lu Xiaojia's right, Yangmi's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She gently pinched Lu Xiaojia's arm and murmured, Is this what it means to earn money while standing? To Lu Xiaojia's left, Heba's adorable eyes mirrored the surprise. Her cheeks flushed with excitement as she clenched her little fists. We've earned it. Jiaxing has made a profit. Jiaxing won't go bankrupt. My 30,000 salary is secure. Enthusiastic, Heba wished to emulate Yangmi, lightly pinching Lu Xiaojia's arm as well, but as a mere secretary. She refrained from being too forward, opting instead to brush off the dust from his sleeve. Suddenly, the train exploded while enjoying hot pot and singing. Grandpa G's commentary was simply delightful. This film was not only profound and layered but also a comedy. The excited chatter continued unabated. At that moment, the media representatives and directors present cast glances at Lu Xiaojia that were transformed. They now believed Let the Bullets Fly would undoubtedly be a box office sensation. This time, Jiaxing Media's Lu was set to profit immensely. Who said he was a big spender? We were the true fools for not investing sooner. Hearing the fervent discussions around her, Yangmi's expression shifted, and she exclaimed, Hot pot? Exploding trains? I assent that what you said when we invested in Let the Bullets Fly, Xiaojia? Did you know all along? Yangmi's astonishment echoed Heba's excitement. Yes, boss, you truly are remarkable for knowing ahead of time. The two women did not surprise Lu Xiaojia. With a calm smile, he replied, Indeed, I was aware. Before each investment project, I conduct thorough investigations. The script for Let the Bullets Fly was adapted from a novel by a southwestern author. I recognized its potential for greatness during my research. Heba's eyes sparkled with admiration. Boss, you had everything figured out before investing. I thought you were merely throwing money around, hoping for luck. I realize now how young and naive I am. I must learn from you. Heba's self-reflection mirrored Yangmi's own. The CEO of Jiaxing Media regarded Lu Xiaojia with newfound respect. Lu Xiaojia basked in the admiration of the two striking women, maintaining his composed demeanor. It's all trivial. Remain calm, everyone. At that moment, Director Jiang and the creative team behind Let the Bullets Fly approached, their faces alight with excitement. Mr. Lu, this is all thanks to you. If you hadn't invested $2 billion at a critical juncture, I wouldn't have been able to create such an extraordinary film. Many of the scenes would not have turned out so perfectly. You have fulfilled a long-held dream of mine. In Director Jiang's eyes, Lu Xiaojia had become not only a confidant, but also a benefactor. The other creative members shared this sentiment. They understood that the success of Let the Bullets Fly would elevate their own worth as well. Thus, the entire creative team sincerely expressed their gratitude to Lu Xiaojia, including Director Jiang's wife, who had once been somewhat dismissive of him, now offering her heartfelt apologies and thanks. An hour later, the media representatives and directors gradually dispersed from the screening hall, rushing back to pin their articles to lavish praise upon Let the Bullets Fly while riding the wave of its success. Lu Xiaojia, along with Yangmi and Heba, departed the hall amidst the enthusiastic send-off from Director Jiang and others, returning to Jiaxing Media. Upon their arrival, several employees rushed over with reports. Boss Lu, Boss Yang, there has suddenly been a surge of posts online praising Let the Bullets Fly. Before the film Let the Bullets Fly had even premiered, It was already receiving an overwhelming amount of attention. One might wonder if this was a case of premature hype orchestrated by some individuals. While it is not uncommon for a film to generate buzz prior to its release, excessive promotion could backfire if the final product does not meet expectations, potentially harming its reputation and box office performance. Lu Xiaojia, understanding their concerns, reassured them, "Do not worry. Continue to amplify the promotional efforts." Yongmi chimed in, "We have just viewed a preview, and Let the Bullets Fly truly deserves the accolades it has received online. Rest assured, promote it boldly." The employees of Jiaxing Media, encouraged by the words of both executives, felt a sense of relief and resolved to intensify their promotional activities, striving to elevate the film's box office results. Lu Xiaojia entered the president's office and reclined in her chair, seeking relaxation. "Boss, may I prepare a cup of tea for you?" asked Reba, ever considerate. "Prepare tea?" Lu Xiaojia raised an eyebrow. "Besides tea, shouldn't we also have other engagements?" Reba appeared puzzled, unsure of her boss's intent. However, Yongmi, seated nearby, suddenly blushed as if realizing something. She promptly stood up, intending to exit the office. Reba quickly closed the door. Lu Xiaojia beckoned decisively from her chair. With a thud, Reba instinctively shut the door behind her. Lu Xiaojia nodded in satisfaction, appreciating her secretary's attentiveness. "I recall that prior to the release of Let the Bullets Fly, you both had an agreement with me, did you not?" Lu Xiaojia's words jolted Reba into realization. She and Yongmi had indeed entered into a wager with their superior. If Let the Bullets Fly turned out to be a hit, they were obliged to offer Lu Xiaojia a massage. Reba's face turned pale as she realized her blunder in attempting to leave just as Yongmi was preparing to go. She wore a comically distressed expression. Meanwhile, Yongmi's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Lu Xiaojia reclined nonchalantly in her chair, unfazed. "Do not attempt to play games with me. I have witnessed far more intense scenarios." Yongmi, frustrated by Lu Xiaojia's indifference, shot her a scornful glance and declared, "I, Yongmi, am a person who abides by the rules of the game." Turning to Reba, she urged, "Let us proceed." Meanwhile, media professionals who attended the preview returned to their platforms, flooding the internet with enthusiastic articles and posts praising Let the Bullets Fly. Simultaneously, the promotional team at Jiaxing Media continued their efforts. The combination of these factors led to an extraordinary surge in advance ticket sales. On the day of the film's official release, countless moviegoers flocked to theaters, eager to witness the film that had been so heavily promoted. 2 hours later, as the credits rolled, the internet erupted with excitement. Chapter 16. The Internet Erupts. Yongmi, stunned by the profits Haya forum and the recently established Weibo, are brimming with trending posts. Have you all seen Let the Bullets Fly? For those who haven't, I strongly recommend you watch it immediately. Consuming 2 bowls of noodles yet only paying for 1. How inconsiderate. The scene featuring director Jiang Gudaxian and Fa Gu is truly exceptional. Indeed, that performance deserves a place in the curriculum of the prestigious Beijing Film Academy. Countless popular threads have taken over the forums and Weibo's trending searches. The newly launched Weibo experienced its first server crash due to the overwhelming traffic. Ordinary netizens expressed their astonishment at the film's brilliance and depth, as well as the possible, or perhaps impossible, underlying meanings. Meanwhile, in more specialized media forums, discussions revolve around the envy and admiration for the investors behind Let the Bullets Fly. Did you see who the primary distributor was? It seems the largest distributor is Jiaxing Studio. A studio has unexpectedly emerged as the biggest winner from this blockbuster of the year. Unbelievable. To be fair, I do not envy Jiaxing Studio's triumph, for prior to this, the industry had little faith in Let the Bullets Fly. Indeed, when director Jiang sought investors, everyone voiced admiration for him, yet none dared to invest, all declining politely. Media professionals are now lauding Jiaxing Studio for its discerning eye, having struck gold. However, some argue that Jiaxing Studio merely stumbled upon good fortune, akin to a blind cat finding a dead mouse. Jiaxing Studio, without the fear that often accompanies experience, made reckless investments that fortuitously paid off. I also believe that director Zhang's previous films were more artistic in nature, making it a bold venture for anyone to invest heavily. Jiaxing Studio's haphazard investments could yield great profits if luck is on their side, but they could also lead to disaster. At Tianhai Square, in the presidential office of Jiaxing Media, Yongmi scrolled through the trending posts on the forum, stumbling upon luck. The corners of her mouth curled in disdain as she contemplated retaliating with a flurry of keystrokes. She was determined to assert that Jiaxing Media's success stemmed from sheer talent, not mere luck. However, when she turned to glance at Lu Xiaojia beside her, she fell silent. Lu Xiaojia lay relaxed in her executive chair, casually beckoning, Reba. Could you bring me some grapes? I'm a bit hungry. Reba, clad in form-fitting jeans that accentuated her long legs, skipped over to the fruit platter. She plucked several glistening grapes and held them up to Lu Xiaojia's lips. Lu Xiaojia's demeanor of having meals and fruits served to her caused Yangmi to pause her typing, letting out a soft sigh. Perhaps it really is all about luck. Let the media say what they will, their arguments do carry some weight. Yangmi felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. Jiaxing Media had transformed remarkably, expanding its workforce and projects. The daily myriad of tedious tasks had been delegated to her by Lu Xiaojia, the true mastermind behind Jiaxing Media, who reveled in the attentive services provided by her secretary, Reba. Knock, knock, knock. A knock echoed through the office. Reba hurried to open the door. Boss Lu, Boss Yang. The profits from Let the Bullets Fly have been released. Our investment has multiplied several times over. Moreover, the film's explosive success has elevated Jiaxing Media's reputation. The financial assistant's excited voice startled Yangmi from her weariness. A radiant smile graced Yangmi's face. Quick, bring me the report. I want to see it. Yangmi swiftly perused the report handed to her by the assistant, her excitement palpable. The box office for Let the Bullets Fly has exceeded 1 billion. This is the highest box office for a domestic film to date, isn't it? The financial assistant nodded in confirmation. Indeed, and with the extended release, there will still be screenings. While the box office may not match its initial release, it will still surpass 100 million. Yangmi's face lit up with joy as she continued reading. The online rights have been sold. International screenings are in progress. The film is also receiving positive reviews overseas. Altogether, the profits from Let the Bullets Fly could reach 15 billion. After deducting the cinema's share, Jiaxing Media's final earnings should be around 7 billion. With the assistant's confirmation, Yangmi's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Lu Xiaojia, akin to a devotee beholding a deity of wealth. The profits, in such a short time, they had multiplied several times over. Yangmi's eyes gleamed with excitement as she fixed her gaze upon Lu Xiaojia, with Reba sharing the same sentiment. Her current monthly salary of 30,000 was now secure, as steady as a rock. Lu Xiaojia remained unperturbed under the scrutiny of the two women's gazes. It's merely a few billion in revenue. Basic operations don't warrant such astonishment. Lu Xiaojia spoke the truth without embellishment, for she already had plans to capitalize even further. Chapter 17. Entering Wall Street. A scheme of illusion. The overseas rights for Let the Bullets Fly have been sold, and Jiaxing Media has received approximately 10 million. Though this sum may not appear substantial, it provides a solid financial foundation and enhances Jiaxing Media's reputation, enabling Lu Xiaojia to implement her subsequent plans. The investment in Let the Bullets Fly has proven to be remarkably successful. Thus, I decided that we should all take a trip abroad, treating it as a vacation. Upon hearing this, Reba immediately jumped up, exclaiming, "Yay! Our boss is the best. Where are we going to have fun?" Yangmi, momentarily pausing her work, asked with a mix of surprise and curiosity, "Xiaojia, which country are we planning to visit? Thailand? The Maldives? Switzerland? What do we want to go to those places for?" Lu Xiaojia replied, "We are heading to Wall Street in the United States." Wall Street? The U.S.? Yangmi and Reba were both bewildered. Weren't we supposed to be going on vacation? What is there to enjoy about Wall Street? Boss, are you serious? Are we really going to Wall Street for a vacation? Reba asked hesitantly. Lu Xiaojia leaped from her chair and confidently responded, "Wall Street is wonderful. It offers a chance to appreciate foreign charm while immersing ourselves in the atmosphere of capital S decadence." Reba, immediately book a luxury private jet, at least a Gulfstream. A private jet? We're flying to Wall Street? Reba was once again taken aback. Why not? Lu Xiaojia remarked nonchalantly. I am now the big boss of Jiaxing Media. Should I squeeze into first class with you? Squeeze into first class? Reba's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Is first class something you can squeeze into? I have never even been in first class. Xiaojia, we really don't need to go to such lengths. Yangmi, the CEO of Jiaxing Media, expressed her concerns about the company's finances. Although Jiaxing Media had just achieved success and received a significant income, Yangmi was inherently cautious and preferred not to overspend. Lu Xiaojia understood Yangmi's perspective. However, despite having endured hardships in the past, she was on the verge of receiving an even larger influx of funds. Thus, she believed in enjoying life when the opportunity arose, for what was the purpose of earning so much money otherwise? Consequently, under Lu Xiaojia's insistence, Jiaxing Media chartered a luxurious aircraft from Air China, heading towards New York. The private jet was staffed with dedicated flight attendants, and both the facilities and services were top-notch. While Reba was astonished, She meticulously noted the various service techniques and procedures employed by the flight attendants, as she was now Lu Xiaojia's dedicated secretary. Truly, one must love their profession. Reclining in a comfortable leather seat, Lu Xiaojia gazed at the blue skies and white clouds outside the cabin. Suddenly, she felt a tickle in her ear as Reba quietly inquired, "Boss, do you like black stockings? I noticed the flight attendants were all wearing them." Lu Xiaojia was momentarily taken aback, not fully grasping the implication of Reba's question. She casually replied, "I like both black stockings and beautiful legs." "Oh." Reba nodded adorably, indicating her understanding. Yangmi, seated beside Lu Xiaojia, clearly heard Reba's soft voice and rolled her eyes. Love-struck. A 30,000 monthly salary has bought you off. I am the CEO of Jiaxing Media and do not engage in such antics. The following day, Jiaxing Media's chartered flight landed in New York. Lu Xiaojia, accompanied by the two women and a few bodyguards, promptly arrived at Wall Street. In the U.S., having bodyguards was essential. So this is the investment bank of Wall Street? Lu Xiaojia had come to Wall Street with the intention of securing financing. She opted not to approach well-known banks like Citibank, as the procedures were overly complex and cumbersome. "Wow, welcome my friends from the Dragon Country." A suit-clad investment bank manager greeted in a heavily accented Mandarin. "You can call me William Powell." William Powell was astonished by Lu Xiaojia's youth. Was this young individual truly the owner of Jiaxing Media, the company that skyrocketed to fame due to Let the Bullets Fly? Lu Xiaojia nodded. Reba immediately understood her boss's intent and promptly produced Lu Xiaojia's business card to present it. William Powell was taken aback. The boss's secretary was exceptionally beautiful, and she was the one delivering the business card? Lu Xiaojia, uninterested in the manager's thoughts, suggested, "Shall we begin discussing the financing?" Upon hearing this, William Powell instantly adopted a serious demeanor. After all, he was a professional investment bank manager on Wall Street. Reba, too, composed her expression, ready to learn, as she was there to gain knowledge. As for serving tea and water, that was merely a part of the learning experience. The negotiations between Lu Xiaojia and the investment bank proceeded smoothly. Due to the overseas rights for Let the Bullets Fly, Jiaxing Media had already made contact with the other party. The overseas rights had been sold for 10 million. With this sum as collateral and the increased renown of Jiaxing Media, Lu Xiaojia successfully secured 300 million in funding from the investment bank. As for why Lu Xiaojia sought this 300 million, it was, of course, to execute her audacious scheme of illusion. Chapter 18, Navigating the International Market. Boss Yang's risk awareness. On the very day that Lu Xiaojia secured funding, he opened an account at CMX in New York, promptly investing the entirety of $300 million. CMX is a specialized trading venue for international gold futures, renowned for its substantial trading volume. Numerous professional gold firms, investment institutions, and even national investment banks engage in gold trading at CMX. However, the investment in CMX's gold trading would hardly generate significant ripples. This was precisely the effect Lu Xiaojia desired, for in the forthcoming period, the price of international gold was poised to soar dramatically, from several $100s per ounce to nearly $2,000 per ounce. "Mr. Lu, how much leverage do you intend to employ?" inquired a CMX trader, approaching him. A client investing $300 million at once could be considered a medium to large client. Let us divide it into two parts. $100 million will utilize 20 times leverage to go long on gold futures, while the remaining $200 million will be entirely allocated to buying long call options on gold. Lu Xiaojia's declaration left the CMX trader astounded. "You truly wish to purchase $200 million worth of options? Options are not the same as futures. While futures can leverage up to 10 or even dozens of times, compared to options, they still pale in comparison. The leverage of options before exercising is volatile, potentially exceeding 100 times. The magnitude of profit and loss is unfathomable. One could earn $100 million one night, only to lose it all the next." Investing $100 million with 20 times leverage in gold futures had been done at CMX before, but to wager $200 million on the limitless risks of options was exceedingly rare. The exchange between Lu Xiaojia and the trader left Yangmi and Reba, who stood behind, utterly bewildered. They could not comprehend the conversation. Reba clenched her little fist, affirming her decision to join Jiaxing Media was indeed wise. There was still much for her to learn. Serving tea and water was merely the first step. Reba was resolute in her commitment to excel in her role as a secretary. She had embarked down the path of diligent dedication with no turning back. Yangmi's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Lu Xiaojia, her regard for him growing brighter. It turned out that his usual nonchalance was not a pursuit of leisure, but rather a prelude to significant undertakings. As the CEO of Jiaxing Media, she felt dwarfed in comparison to this true magnate. Unbeknownst to Lu Xiaojia, this seemingly ordinary operation had conjured various feelings of admiration within the two women. "Just do as I say," he remarked casually, gesturing for the trader to proceed with the order. Upon witnessing Lu Xiaojia's gesture, Reba instinctively moved to the nearby coffee machine to fetch a cup of coffee. Handing the coffee to Lu Xiaojia, she apologized, "Boss, we don't have Westlake Longjing here, but please have this coffee for now, oh? How considerate of you." A change of flavor occasionally isn't unwelcome. Lu Xiaojia accepted the coffee and took a sip. Meanwhile, Yangmi emerged from her reverie of admiration. "Reba, this sycophant, but let it be. A sycophant is still a sycophant." The ranks of sycophants in Jiaxing Media were increasing, yet as long as I, the CEO, remained clear-headed, it suffices. With a serious demeanor, Yangmi approached Lu Xiaojia. "Xiaojia, is it not too risky to invest the entire $300 million all at once? I recall a renowned investment master once said, 'Do not place all your eggs in one basket.'" Though Yangmi was not well versed in futures or options, she had acquired some financial knowledge and understood risk. "Indeed, you are correct," Lu Xiaojia nodded. "Under normal circumstances, one should not place all eggs in a single basket." Then why, seeing Yangmi's anxious expression, Lu Xiaojia found it challenging to explain. Normally, her advice was sound. One should not gamble everything or invest recklessly. Yet, this was not a typical situation. Lu Xiaojia sighed. "In a few days, you will understand the reason. Words are mere words. Facts speak louder." Yangmi could only sigh in resignation, silently praying they would not incur catastrophic losses. A few days later, back at Jiaxing Media, Yangmi opened her laptop, her heart racing as she launched the futures trading software she had downloaded days prior. Although she was unfamiliar with futures trading, the interface resembled that of stock trading, and she recognized the basic trends and fluctuations. After days of hesitation, she could no longer resist and opened the trading software to observe the gold futures movements. Upon doing so, Yangmi gasped, "Wow, it has already risen so much. Xiaojia, did your investment from a few days ago double?" Elated, she rushed to Lu Xiaojia's side, her excitement evident. "Double? You're overestimating," Lu Xiaojia replied coolly, accepting the tea Reba offered. "Doubling would be too trivial for such an investment. The risk is simply too great." "Is doubling not sufficient?" Reba exclaimed, nearly spilling the tea she had just handed to the boss. The increase of $3 in just a few days was already astonishing, yet the boss deemed it insufficient? Lu Xiaojia, calmly opening his laptop, remarked, "You do not quite grasp the situation. I must inform you that the futures market is fraught with considerable risks. Simultaneously, high risk correlates with high returns. The options market is even more perilous." He looked at Yangmi and Reba. "Do you comprehend?" They both shook their heads in unison. Perplexed, Reba, with a hopeful yet pitiful expression, implored, "Boss, just tell us, how much did you earn this time?" "Very well." Lu Xiaojia shook his head in resignation. It seemed that no amount of explanation would suffice. It was far better to present the figures directly. Thus, Lu Xiaojia opened his laptop and displayed the profits. Yangmi and Reba could scarcely believe their eyes. "Boss, how many zeros are there?" Reba ventured, uncertain. Lu Xiaojia replied nonchalantly, "Sigh, you cannot even comprehend it so far. From this investment, I have already earned $5 billion. $5 billion. Both women were left utterly speechless. Yangmi found it impossible to fathom. Lu Xiaojia refrained from revealing the complete truth. This was merely the current earnings, which would only increase over time. Ultimately, how much would he earn? Even Lu Xiaojia himself could not calculate it. He only knew the gold price would rise to around $2,000 per ounce, but the precise figure eluded him. Knock. Knock, knock. A gentle tapping echoed from outside the president's office. Reba snapped back to reality, lightly jogging to open the door. "Boss Lu, Boss Yang. There's a bald man outside seeking an audience. He claims to be a director looking for investment for our Jiaxing." The assistant's words left Lu Xiaojia momentarily stunned. A bald man. Could it be the one he was thinking of? A director? Which bald director was there in the industry? Yangmi inquired, perplexed. "I'm not sure. I couldn't recognize the person wearing sunglasses," the assistant replied, shaking her head. "Let him in. I will meet him," Lu Xiaojia instructed. Soon, the individual entered the president's office under the assistant's guidance. "Greetings, Mr. Lu." "Greetings, Mr. Yang," the newcomer greeted politely. A bald head, gleaming under the lights, caught the eye. "Is this Su Zhang, Director Su?" Lu Xiaojia recognized him instantly. After all, at that moment, although Su Zhang was not as renowned as his wife, He was merely an ordinary actor, yet he would later achieve fame. When Su Zheng removed his sunglasses, Yang Mi also recognized him. After all, Su Zheng had starred in several television dramas, including The Bright Pig Brother. Yang Mi may not have grown up watching his shows, but she was certainly familiar with his work. Quickly, Su Zheng articulated his intention. You wish to produce a road film? You want to shoot in Thailand? You need investment? Just as Lu Xiaojia had surmised, Su Zheng had recently transitioned from acting to directing, seeking funding for his film project. After all, a road film shot in Thailand was reminiscent of Lost in Thailand, which had sparked a wave of road films upon its release, ultimately grossing $1.3 billion at the box office, a phenomenal success. With Su Zheng approaching them, it was indeed the right moment. Lu Xiaojia was poised to agree. However, Yang Mi interjected. Director Su, please hold on for a moment while we discuss this. Su Zheng promptly stood and stepped outside the office to wait. He had grown accustomed to seeking investment during his travels, but given the circumstances, it seemed he might have made yet another fruitless trip. Inside the office, Yang Mi remarked. Director Su was previously an actor, and his television dramas were quite good. I watched them throughout my childhood. Later, he appeared in 2 films. One titled Arrogant Stone and the other Lost Journey. Both were low-budget films. I suspect that because these 2 films performed reasonably well at the box office, he has now been inspired to direct. As Yang Mi spoke, her tone became more serious. Xiaojia, being an actor and a director are 2 different realms. A talented actor does not necessarily make for a good director, especially considering that Su's previous film was a road movie. The box office potential for such films is quite limited. If you truly intend to invest, it would be wise not to commit too much. Yang Mi had noticed Lu Xiaojia's inclination to agree after Su Zheng expressed his intentions, and she worried he might impulsively invest. Reminiscent of his previous venture with Let the Bullets Fly, such strokes of luck do not guarantee repetition. After listening to Yang Mi's counsel, Lu Xiaojia nodded in agreement. You are correct. Meanwhile, beside her, Reba also nodded, standing in support of Yang Mi's perspective. Understood. Reba, please let Director Su in, Lu Xiaojia instructed. Chapter 20. A bold investment. When Su Zheng entered the office, he felt a palpable sense of anxiety. Although he had little hope left, he still dared to inquire. Boss Lu, is Jiaxing Media considering an investment? Lu Xiaojia took a gentle sip from her cup of tea, refraining from providing an immediate answer. After a moment of contemplation, as Su Zheng neared despair, she finally asked, Director Su, how much investment do you seek? How much investment? Su Zheng was momentarily taken aback. Soon, a look of joy spread across his face. Could it be that there was a chance? For my road film, which will be shot abroad. The production cost could be substantial, he hurriedly replied. I plan to invite 2 of my friends, Huang Bo and Wang Baoqiang, to join the cast. They will only charge a nominal friendship fee, so it won't be exorbitant. After much hesitation, Su Zheng proposed a figure, stating that if Jiaxing Media were to invest, approximately 50 million would be required. Of course, we can economize, he added, fearing that Lu Xiaojia might consider the amount excessive. If we cut back in various areas. 30 million. Yes, 30 million would suffice. It cannot be less than that, or the filming quality will suffer significantly. 30 million? Lu Xiaojia mused. That indeed mirrors the initial funding for Lost in Thailand. However, during production, we still faced financial constraints, which hindered our progress and prevented us from adequately compensating one of the lead actors. This indicates that our budget was already stretched thin back then. After contemplating for a moment, Lu Xiaojia extended 3 fingers and declared, let's do this. I will provide you with 300 million. 300 million. Su Zheng was utterly astonished. He had thought securing 30 million would be a formidable challenge. Yet, Jiaxing Media was willing to invest a staggering 300 million. Was this the rumored extravagance of the entertainment industry? Unbeknownst to Lu Xiaojia, Su Zheng had already categorized her as a coal baron. She continued, however, I have 2 conditions. Please state them, Boss Lu. I will agree to anything within my capacity. Su Zheng responded excitedly. The first condition is that your Lost in Thailand crew must not economize or downscale the production. Showcase all your ideas to the fullest. Absolutely. Rest assured, I will deliver a flawless representation of Lost in Thailand. Su Zheng felt as if he had found a kindred spirit and responded with utmost sincerity. The second condition is that Jiaxing Media wishes to sign you, along with Huang Bo and Wang Baoqiang. This final condition was Lu Xiaojia's true intention. Since Su Zheng, Huang Bo, and Wang Baoqiang, the early Iron Triangle, had approached her, she aimed to secure them for Jiaxing Media before they achieved overwhelming fame. These individuals were not mere fleeting stars. Their substantial talent would ensure they remained prominent actors even after the initial surge of popularity faded. Su Zheng was taken aback by Lu Xiaojia's proposition. It was not that he was unwilling to agree, but rather that he did not anticipate such faith in their potential. Meanwhile, Yang Mi furrowed her brow slightly. She wished to intervene but recognized that Lu Xiaojia was the ultimate decision-maker at Jiaxing Media. In the presence of outsiders, even as the CEO, Yang Mi had to defer to Lu Xiaojia. Thus, she could only harbor concerns internally, lamenting, "Oh dear, Xiaojia's extravagant tendencies have resurfaced." Beside Yang Mi, Dilraba blinked her lively eyes. As a mere secretary, she believed the boss's generosity was rather excessive but refrained from expressing her opinion. "Well, do you agree?" Lu Xiaojia inquired once more. "Of course, I agree," Su Zheng exclaimed with fervor. His visit to Jiaxing Media not only secured investment for Lost in Thailand but also provided his two friends with stable opportunities. It was a tremendous stroke of luck. He quickly dialed Huang Bo and Wang Baoqiang, and after some enthusiastic persuasion, the two friends immediately boarded a flight to Jiaxing Media to finalize their contracts. Though they had enjoyed a sense of freedom while struggling on their own, the offer from Jiaxing Media was simply too generous to pass up. Soon, the news of Jiaxing Media signing a contract with Su Zheng, Huang Bo, and Wang Baoqiang spread like wildfire through the entertainment industry. In a standalone building outside the second ring road of the capital, a loud thud echoed from the office of Huai Brothers' president. "Our project has been stolen by Jiaxing Media?" Chapter 21, The Myth's Completion and Distribution Obstacles. Before heading to Jiaxing Media, Su Zheng had already visited several film and television companies, including the well-known Huai Brothers. At that time, General Manager Wang of Huai Brothers expressed keen interest in Su Zheng's ideas. However, he sought to negotiate a lower price and secure a greater share of the profits, thus refraining from giving an immediate commitment. He believed that other companies would be reluctant to invest in a director who had just transitioned in his career, convinced that Su Zheng would ultimately return to him seeking support. Upon Su Zheng's eventual return, he would be in a position to negotiate from a position of strength. Little did he know that instead of returning, he would receive the disheartening news that the project had been snatched away. Not only had the project been intercepted, but the very individuals involved had also been claimed. Jiaxing Media absorbed Su Zheng, Wang Baoqiang, and Huang Bo into its fold, demonstrating their considerable ambition. General Manager Wang discerned Jiaxing Media's intentions through a brief news report. Jiaxing Media had initially invested in Let the Bullets Fly, which achieved remarkable box office success, yielding substantial profits. Concurrently, Jiaxing Media's reputation began to spread within and beyond the industry, transforming from an obscure studio into a renowned media company. Following this, they also intercepted the investment for Lost in Thailand, securing 3 prominent actors as well. Their aspirations were evidently grand. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, General Manager Wang resolved to suppress Jiaxing Media's burgeoning momentum before it fully ascended. He promptly picked up the phone and called to inquire about the completion of the myth drama, which was reportedly preparing for its launch. He instructed his associates to leverage their influence to create obstacles for Jiaxing Media. At Tianhai Plaza, the headquarters of Jiaxing Media, Director Jiang of the myth drama arrived. The assistant, proficient in her duties, opened the door and announced his presence. "Ah, Director Jiang has arrived? Please let him in," said a middle-aged man wearing glasses. "Boss Lu." "Boss Yang, the myth drama has been successfully filmed. You've made such swift progress. It seems to be ahead of schedule," Lu Xiaojia remarked. "We owe this to your generous investment, Boss Lu. It has undoubtedly expedited the shooting process," Director Jiang replied. "Now that the myth has been completed, Director Jiang can discuss the launch with our distribution department," Yang Mi added. "Both of you, I am here for precisely that reason." Director Jiang adjusted his glasses, his demeanor taking on a serious tone. "I have some acquaintances in the industry who have informed me that there may be obstacles to our drama's launch." "Obstacles?" Lu Xiaojia inquired. "Has something unexpected occurred?" Director Jiang continued. "It appears to be related to Huai Brothers. For some reason, they are attempting to leverage their position and influence within the industry to impede our drama's successful launch." "Huai Brothers?" Yang Mi exclaimed in surprise. As a well-known listed company, Huai Brothers' status and influence were undeniable. Why would they interfere with Jiaxing Media? Yang Mi felt perplexed, as Jiaxing Media had seemingly not offended Huai Brothers. However, Lu Xiaojia began to piece together the situation, likely tracing it back to Lost in Thailand. "Director Su Zheng's film?" Yang Mi asked, confused. "Indeed. Before joining Jiaxing Media, Director Su Zheng must have approached Huai Brothers, but the negotiations fell through. Now that we have reached an agreement with him, Huai brothers might perceive this as us having appropriated their project. Moreover, as Jiaxing Media continues to grow, the conflict with this established media company will inevitably intensify. Upon hearing Lu Xiaojia's analysis, Yang Mi grew anxious. What should we do? Huai brothers' standing and power in the industry far exceed ours. If they are determined to obstruct us, our myth drama may indeed fail to launch. Director Jiang appeared exceedingly worried. If the myth drama cannot be launched, then all the hard work put in by the creative team will be in vain, and Jiaxing Media's investment will be for naught. Lu Xiaojia pondered the situation. Currently, Jiaxing Media possessed ample funds, yet it was still a rising star in the industry, lacking the influence and voice that established companies like Huai brothers wielded. Otherwise, Huai brothers would not be so brazen in their attempts to suppress them. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xiaojia resolved to approach the matter from two fronts. Being a publicly listed company, Huai brothers could be affected by stock market pressures. With $50 billion at her disposal, she believed it was feasible to manipulate a media stock. However, this would be merely a superficial remedy. To genuinely enhance Jiaxing Media's influence and voice, merely suppressing stock prices would not suffice. Lu Xiaojia recalled that during this period, Weibo had just launched. Although it had already begun to exhibit explosive growth, it had yet to achieve true prominence. Once Weibo became a national forum, its influence would be substantial. Even ordinary celebrities would revel in the popularity of a trending post on Weibo. Chapter 22. Investing heavily in Weibo to expand discourse power. Recently, Weibo's operations sent an invitation to Yang Mi, inviting her to join the platform. This signifies that Weibo has begun to generate momentum by creating exclusive partnerships with celebrities. Jiaxing Media can take this opportunity to enter the scene. Lu Xiaojia resolutely declared, "Director Jiang, let us handle this matter. Rest assured, it won't be long before the mythological drama will be broadcasted on the network." After Director Jiang departed, Yang Mi expressed her concerns. "Xiaojia, the Huai brothers are a dominant force in the industry. They are the first publicly listed company in the domestic film and television sector, far more formidable than Lu Xiaojia Media. How should we break this deadlock?" Although Yang Mi is considered a leading actress, she still falls short in comparison to true industry capital. With her current network, she is unable to navigate this issue effectively. "Xiaomi, I recall that Weibo sent you an invitation to join exclusively," Lu Xiaojia interjected, shifting the topic. "I have yet to respond to Weibo. What about it?" Yang Mi inquired. "Let us visit Weibo together," Lu Xiaojia suggested, referring to the headquarters of the Weibo company, which had only recently been established. Soon, Lu Xiaojia arrived at Xinao Company, the parent company of Weibo. She went directly to find General Manager Chao of Xinao. When Guo Wei, the president of Xinao, saw Lu Xiaojia and her companions, he was quite astonished. Although Weibo had invited Yang Mi to join, they had not extended an invitation to the owner of Jiaxing Media. Why had this young owner of Jiaxing Media come in person? "Welcome, Boss Lu, to our Xinao." Guo Wei, though puzzled, greeted her with a smile, as is customary for a businessman. Lu Xiaojia, known for her straightforward approach, wasted no time. After all, matters that could be resolved with financial resources need not be overly complicated. She promptly conveyed their intention. Jiaxing Media wishes to invest $2 billion to acquire a controlling stake in Weibo. What? Guo Wei thought he must have misheard. "Boss Lu, you intend to invest $2 billion. The enormity of the figure left Yang Mi and Weibo behind her equally astonished. While they were aware that Lu Xiaojia had made a substantial profit in international futures, they had no inkling she would so boldly throw down $2 billion toward Weibo. At this moment, Weibo was still in its infancy, grappling with significant losses. Lu Xiaojia's proposition left Guo Wei in stunned silence. He indeed needed the $2 billion, yet the shareholding Jiaxing Media was demanding was quite substantial, making it difficult for Guo Wei to reach a decision. Seemingly sensing Guo Wei's hesitation, Lu Xiaojia continued, "How about this? We can sign an AB share agreement. If Weibo successfully lists overseas, your returns would not suffer significantly." Guo Wei's eyes lit up. He had been caught off guard by the earlier shock and had not considered this aspect. Remarkably, the reputed coal tycoon turned media mogul was quite knowledgeable about capital market strategies. "Excellent. Since you have considered this thoroughly, I agree," Guo Wei quickly affirmed. "When does Jiaxing Media intend to sign the agreement? Should we hold a signing banquet?" "No need. This matter must remain confidential for now," Lu Xiaojia replied. Guo Wei did not press further. Confidentiality is a customary practice in the capital market. Subsequently, Jiaxing Media and Weibo contacted lawyers to draft the equity transaction agreement. The AB share agreement was somewhat complex, yet all matters were entrusted to a professional legal team for handling. Once the agreement was finalized, Lu Xiaojia expressed that Jiaxing Media would continue to focus on media and film, allowing the original team to maintain operations at Weibo. However, Jiaxing Media would appoint a director to the Weibo board for daily oversight. Lu Xiaojia's delegation of authority surprised Guo Wei, who felt a newfound respect for this young entrepreneur. Achieving such a feat at a young age is indeed remarkable. In truth, Lu Xiaojia understood that neither she nor Yang Mi and Reba were familiar with Weibo, and thus could not manage it effectively. Furthermore, she was aware that it would not be long before Weibo successfully listed overseas, at which point its total market value would reach $2 billion, yielding her significant profits without the need for direct involvement. With Jiaxing Media acquiring control of Weibo, its influence and discourse power in the media industry soared to new heights. Xinao Company also benefited from reduced losses, resulting in a mutually advantageous outcome. Once everything was in place, Lu Xiaojia issued her final directive to have Weibo launch a concerted effort to suppress Huai brothers while leveraging Weibo's influence to promote the mythological drama. As for the drama's broadcast, its significance to Jiaxing Media had grown immensely, and with a little maneuvering, it would be swiftly resolved. Chapter 23. The Scandal of If You Are the One and its behind-the-scenes manipulation. The following day, the Hiya forum was abuzz with numerous trending posts, while Weibo also showcased a flurry of hot topics. The content on both platforms bore striking similarities, all directed at the foremost media company in the nation, Huai Brothers, responsible for the production of If You Are the One. Shockingly, a colossal scandal had erupted. This revelation was not for the faint of heart. The sordid behind-the-scenes antics of If You Are the One even left canines aghast. Yet, the dogs remained unfazed. Enthralled by the sensational headlines, netizens flocked to click through. Upon discovering the trending content, they exclaimed in delight, "Can you believe it? Chef Fan is infatuated with Goddess Shu, and Goddess Shu has an entangled romantic history with Lord Ge. Is this not a classic love triangle from If You Are the One? Perhaps it is more than just a triangle. Have you ever pondered why Chef Fan sought to acquire Lord Ge's invention? Even a 3-year-old would not fall for that contraption. Hiss, could it be that? My darling, I have merely been feigning ignorance. My heart aches for you." Thus, I was deceived. A bewildered netizen expressed, "What on earth are you talking about? Is that not just a movie?" Tianhai Plaza, headquarters of Jiaxing Media. Reba was in stitches over the various humorous posts on the computer, laughing uncontrollably. Even the usually aloof boss Yang could not suppress her mirth, her body shaking with suppressed laughter. Amidst the tumult, Lu Xiaojia finally spoke. "Reba, hand me the computer." Reba obediently brought over the laptop, asking, "Boss, do you wish to see the trending posts too?" Lu Xiaojia had no interest in idle gossip. She took the computer, opened the stock software, and searched for Huai Brothers stock code. "Look, the stock of Huai Brothers has already begun to decline." Reba and Yang Mi hurriedly gathered around. Amidst the fragrant atmosphere, Lu Xiaojia began to maneuver the mouse, and within just a day, Huai Brothers stock had plummeted by nearly 10%, although it had yet to hit the limit down. It was approaching rapidly. This is the power of the media. Online momentum can cause stocks of numerous companies to soar or plummet. Reba scrunched her adorable nose in disdain. Huffing, "They deserve it. Who asked them to obstruct Jiaxing's film releases? The more they fall, the better. Boss, we should just enjoy the spectacle." Enjoy the spectacle? Yang, whose intellect surpassed that of Reba, quickly grasped the situation. "Little Jia, you desire more than mere entertainment, do you not? Surely, there are ulterior motives?" "Of course." Lu Xiaojia intended not just to spectate. "I plan to seize the opportunity of Huai Brothers' declining stock price to acquire their shares at a lower price." Lu Xiaojia maneuvered the mouse, setting up a small purchase order near the limit down price. The stock price of Huai Brothers would inevitably hit the limit down. However, Lu Xiaojia could not make a large purchase at this moment, for doing so would only inflate Huai Brothers' stock price. She intended to gradually nibble away at Huai Brothers' shares, collecting the undervalued stocks bit by bit. Upon noticing the stock's decline, Huai Brothers hastily issued a denial. Their efforts to stabilize the market yielded some results. 2 days later, the company's stock price exhibited a retraction of the downward trend. However, just then, another wave of news broke online. A well-known media figure leaked information. Huai Brothers had engaged in underhanded tactics to block other media companies' television dramas from airing. Such despicable acts of sabotaging competitors behind the scenes are utterly disgraceful. They are a disgrace to the industry. Despicable. Huai Brothers lacks integrity. Our righteous netizens must unite to boycott them. A massive wave of resistance against Huai Brothers surged online. Moreover, several celebrities began posting on Weibo, collectively condemning Huai brothers for their unscrupulous behavior. They accused them of undermining industry standards and bullying the weak. Originally, as the first publicly listed company in the industry, Huai brothers was already a target. Now, with their misdeeds exposed, companies that had previous grievances with Huai brothers also stepped forward to unveil their nefarious actions. In the blink of an eye, Huai brothers transformed from the industry's leader into a pariah, reviled by all. Influenced by these revelations, Huai brothers' previously stabilized stock price began to plunge once more. In the capital, the Huai brothers' building was ablaze with lights. Although night had fallen, the president's office was filled with the sound of furious roars. The company's stock price had dropped another 5 points. If this continues, the stock price will plummet. What on earth are you all doing? President Wang of Huai brothers pointed at the executives, berating them vehemently. The executives dared not retort, bowing their heads in silence. After a moment, Wang's assistant mustered the courage to speak. President Wang, if this continues, the stock price will indeed collapse. We must find a solution. A stock price collapse would inflict a tremendous blow on a publicly listed company. It could trigger a chain reaction akin to an avalanche. For instance, shareholders might lose faith and frantically sell off their shares, causing further declines. Alternatively, it could engender distrust among investors, leading those who had previously committed to projects to withdraw their investments. Jiaxing Media must be behind this. They have targeted Jiaxing Media during this time. Moreover, the revelations circulating online indicate a trace of Jiaxing Media's involvement. For instance, Huai brothers obstructing the airing of their competitors' new dramas. Is that not a direct reference to Jiaxing Media's myth? Yet, when did Jiaxing Media gain such influence? As industry titans and the first publicly listed company, Huai brothers had never dared to proclaim they could orchestrate such a widespread reaction. How could a small entity like Jiaxing Media stir such turmoil? To be honest, President Wang harbored doubts. However, this was not the time for skepticism. The decline in stock prices must be halted. Wang quickly picked up the phone, dialing a number, and spoke with utmost courtesy. Lu Xing, I apologize for disturbing your rest. We at Huai brothers are currently in need of funds. 10 minutes later, President Wang hung up the phone, exhaling a sigh of relief. I have secured a loan of 30 billion from Lu Xing, in addition to the company's own liquid assets. That should suffice. In the coming days, you all must stabilize the stock price. With the financial support, not only did President Wang regain confidence, but the other executives in the office also sighed in relief. 2 days later, Tianhai Plaza, President's office of Jiaxing Media. Boss, it seems Huai brothers' stock price has stabilized. Reba gazed at the colorful K-line trends on the big screen, her cute lips pouting, appearing somewhat disheartened. Youngmi remarked. Also a bit discontent, over the past 2 days, Huai brothers' stock price not only stabilized but also began to rise. Lu Xiaojia had already acquired over 5% of Huai brothers' stock during this period of decline. When ownership surpasses 5%, a notification is typically issued. However, due to timing constraints, it had not yet been released. Lu Xiaojia had hoped to seize the opportunity to acquire more undervalued shares, only to discover that Huai brothers' stock price had unexpectedly stabilized. It appears they have found new funding. The situation has begun to stabilize. Lu Xiaojia's words made Reba pout her lips even more. Boss, what should we do? In recent days, Reba has come to understand Lu Xiaojia's intentions through her narratives. If Jiaxing Media acquires a certain amount of shares in Huai brothers, they would gain entry into the board of directors and be able to influence the operations of Huai brothers. In that case, Huai brothers could no longer arbitrarily suppress Jiaxing Media and would become a company under its influence. However, Huai brothers' stock price has stabilized. Should they continue to buy shares at a high price? That would not do. Purchasing shares now, coupled with Huai brothers' stabilization efforts, would only drive the stock price even higher. Lu Xiaojia pondered for a moment, then smiled faintly. It seems that only the old methods would suffice. Simple techniques are often the most effective. Old methods? Reba and Youngmi were baffled. Let us go meet Mr. Ge, Lu Xiaojia said, pulling the two women out the door. Mr. Ge, due to the recent leaks, had been inundated with calls from reporters, which had become quite tiresome. When he learned that Jiaxing Media was present, he initially had no desire to meet. However, his assistant informed him that they claimed to be able to resolve his recent troubles. Thus, Mr. Ge met with Lu Xiaojia at his villa. Lu Xiaojia exchanged pleasantries before getting straight to the point. Actually, resolving the public relations turmoil is quite simple. You just need to leave Huai brothers. Leave Huai brothers? Mr. Ge was taken aback. What kind of solution was that? No, I have collaborated with Huai brothers on several projects. We share a deep bond. Mr. Gu waved his hands repeatedly. Moreover, Huai Brothers is currently in turmoil. How could I do such a thing? Lu Xiaojia raised her hand to stop him. Mr. Gu, no more excuses. I will invest 10 billion. 10 billion. Mr. Gu thought he had misheard. Yes. 10 billion. Your team will continue filming if you are the one too. Lu Xiaojia stated plainly. Mr. Gu stroked his bald head, instantly intrigued. It should be noted that when If You Were the One was released in 2008, it had been a hit, yet the box office only reached 3 billion. And here was this young boss from Jiaxing Media, casually offering 10 billion. Old Wang, it's hard to blame Mr. Gu for not having deep feelings for you. The coal tycoon is simply too wealthy. Now, the media industry basically knows that Lu Xiaojia hails from a coal magnate background. Yang Mi and Ri Ba, beside Lu Xiaojia, witnessed their boss's extravagant spending once again. Although they had seen it multiple times, they remained astonished. After all, when the big boss mentioned 10 billion, it felt as casual as saying 10 yuan. However, this time, Yang Mi had no intention of stopping him for this recruitment. It was not only because Lu Xiaojia had confidence in the If You Were the One project, but also because Lu Xiaojia intended to deliver a final blow to Huai Brothers. The following day, the trending posts on Weibo underwent a dramatic shift. They turned into a chorus of shock, condemning the unprincipled actions of Huai Brothers, who were now abandoned by all. The well-known figure from Huai Brothers, Mr. Gu, announced that he and the If You Were the One team would collectively depart from Huai Brothers. The wheel of fate turns well. The industry's dark hand, Huai Brothers, has finally reaped the fruits of its own misdeeds. Chapter 25. Stock price plummets, effortlessly reaping hundreds of millions at Huai Brothers headquarters. General Manager Wang, upon observing the surging hot topics, felt utterly disheartened. How could Mr. Gu leave so abruptly? Has he no regard for the penalty fees? What on earth is happening? Wang's roar rendered the senior executives in the office silent as mice. Mr. Wang, Mr. Gu has already paid the penalty fees. The assistant's timid voice instantly dissipated Wang's fury. Wang slumped into his chair, weakly saying, "Please check today's stock price." A dreadful premonition loomed over him. Unable to muster the courage to look himself, he had sent the assistant to do so, a futile attempt to shield himself from the harsh reality. W. Wang. Mr. Wang. The assistant stammered after reviewing the stock price trends. The stock price of Huai Brothers has already hit the limit down. Limit down? The capital market's reaction is often swift. Huai Brothers, beset by consecutive crises, had lost the confidence of investors. Fortunately, short selling is not permitted in the Dragon Country stock market. Otherwise, the stock price would have plummeted even further. Quick, immediately utilize our funds to buy in. We cannot allow the stock price to continue its descent. Days later, the headquarters of Huai Brothers lay shrouded in a deafening silence. Wang stared blankly at the defunct stock price, utterly despondent. He had invested all of Huai Brothers' capital, yet the downward trend persisted unabated. Mr. Wang, you must see the information just released. The assistant burst in, flustered. Jiaxing Media has entered our list of top 10 shareholders. Jiaxing Media has become a major shareholder of Huai Brothers. Wang felt as though he had been struck by a thunderbolt. It goes without saying. Everything is due to Jiaxing Media. Yet, one cannot entirely blame Jiaxing Media, for it was he who instigated trouble first. Mr. Wang, we must quickly yield to Jiaxing Media. The assistant gazed at the slumped Wang, urging him. Indeed, we must concede. The other senior executives in the office echoed in agreement. After all, Jiaxing Media had become a significant stakeholder in Huai Brothers. Thus, they were now, in essence, partially under Jiaxing Media's influence. Conceding is not a disgrace. Wang felt utterly dazed. A sensation of betrayal enveloped him. Had he known it would come to this, he would have refrained from provoking Jiaxing Media. However, it was too late for regrets. After a moment's contemplation, Wang picked up the phone and dialed the number of CEO Kai from Lu Media. They had some prior relations. So perhaps this former employer of Jiaxing Media's CEO Yang Mi could mediate. At Tianhai Plaza, the headquarters of Jiaxing Media. Boss, Huai Brothers has dropped again. We must buy quickly. The excited exclamations of Hiba resonated through the office. Yang Mi, however, remained unfazed, as she too was filled with exhilaration. Meanwhile, the head of Jiaxing Media, Lu Xiaojia, leisurely sipped tea beside her. Ding ding. Hearing the phone ring, Yang Mi picked up the device. CEO Kai? Huai Brothers wishes to connect. They want to yield and seek peace. Oh, very well. Let me inquire with the boss, Yang Mi replied, placing the call down and conveying Huai Brothers' intentions to Lu Xiaojia. Already unable to hold on, Lu Xiaojia remarked, surprised. I thought they could endure a few more days. Unbeknownst to him, Hui brothers had borrowed 30 billion in funds. All right, grant their request. After all, I am now also a major shareholder of Hui brothers. However, he had other conditions. Lu Xiaojia instructed Yang Mi to relay his demands. First, they would appoint a director to the board of Hui brothers to oversee their affairs. Second, Hui brothers must relinquish the copyrights to If You Are the One, including film, online, and rights to the originally cooperative variety shows. Understood. Yang Mi nodded, promptly conveying Lu Xiaojia's conditions to the other party. Soon, a response came from Hui brothers. They agreed to all demands. They had no choice. If this decline continued, they would be teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. 2 days later, the agreement between Jiaxing Media and Hui brothers was signed. The trending topics on Weibo underwent a remarkable transformation. Shocking. Jiaxing Media joins Hui brothers board. Both parties reach reconciliation. Jiaxing Media has become a major shareholder of Hui brothers, marking the emergence of a rising media star and the resolution of conflict with industry giants. This was a boon for both sides. Consequently, Hui brothers' stock price soared. Congratulations to those early investors who bought at lows. You have truly profited immensely. At Jiaxing Media's headquarters, Heba's cheeks flushed with excitement as she shook Lu Xiaojia's arm, exclaiming, "Boss, how much have we earned this time?" Lu Xiaojia glanced at the figures, replying nonchalantly, "Not much." "Not much? How much is that?" "About 100 million. Hey, 100 million. She was instantly rendered speechless. 100 million isn't much? The boss's maneuver not only defused the crisis, but also secured a board seat at Hui brothers and effortlessly netted 100 million. Chapter 26, The Myth of Stars and Moon, a sensation across the internet. Reba felt her mind was somewhat muddled. Boss, how did we earn so much? Over the past few days, Reba had been closely following Lu Xiaojia. She was aware that her boss had profited by acquiring shares at a low price, but she had no idea the earnings had soared to such heights. Lu Xiaojia gazed at the two stunning women flanking her, Reba and Yang Mi, whose faces were filled with shock and confusion. A while back, when the stock price of Hui brothers plummeted, we continuously bought their stocks at lower levels. Now, due to our reconciliation with them, Hui brothers' stocks have stabilized and begun to rebound rapidly. In this back and forth, we have made a profit of 100 billion. Lu Xiaojia spoke with an air of nonchalance. Yang Mi and Reba were left utterly dumbfounded. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room. Reba instinctively rushed to open the door. "Boss Lu, Boss Yang, Director Jiang from the Myth Drama team has arrived," the assistant reported. "Let Director Jiang in quickly." Wearing framed glasses, Director Jiang entered the office, brimming with excitement. "Boss, our myth drama has been aired on a major network. Moreover, it is on the best channel." With Hui brothers backing down, the obstacles faced by the myth drama have naturally vanished. Furthermore, the recent fame of Jiaxing Media has not only ensured the successful airing of the drama, but also secured its spot on the most influential channel in the country. Once the myth drama premiered, it swiftly ignited a wave of enthusiasm for costume dramas in Longhua, achieving a viewership rating exceeding 3%, setting a record for TV ratings in recent years. Various trending topics about the myth have emerged on Weibo. This drama is as captivating as a film. It is simply splendid. Indeed, Bai Bing is enchanting. She is perfectly suited to portray Princess Yuxiu. The song Myth of Stars and Moon sung by Jin Sha is also delightful. I have been replaying it on loop for quite some time. Yes, it's truly lovely. It has dominated the popular song charts. But Hu Gu, his acting is quite commendable, though the character he portrays seems somewhat misaligned. Well, Yi Xiaochuan is indeed a bit lacking. Not as good as Gao Yao. With the airing of this drama, Bai Bing and Jin Sha have both risen to fame. I heard they are all artists of Jiaxing Media. Jiaxing Media? That is the company owned by Boss Yang. Boss Yang is truly formidable. She elevates one star after another. In the office of the president of Jiaxing Media, Lu Xiaojia reclined in her chair, savoring the long Jingti handed to her by her secretary Reba, while gazing at the computer screen ahead. The screen displayed a plethora of trending topics on Weibo. Continuously scrolling down. However, it was not Lu Xiaojia who was maneuvering the mouse. Rather, Reba stood beside her, gracefully gliding her slender fingers downwards. "Boss, have you finished viewing it? If so, I will continue scrolling down," Reba softly inquired. "Wait a moment. Could you enlarge that small image for me?" Lu Xiaojia, holding the teacup, took a gentle sip before speaking slowly. "All right." Reba obediently nodded and promptly clicked the mouse to enlarge the image. Meanwhile, Yang Mi couldn't help but roll her eyes. She wanted to express her disbelief. Is she so lazy that even scrolling the mouse requires Reba's assistance? Can she not be any lazier? Reba, play the song from Myth of Stars and Moon, Lu Xiaojia stated, deliberately ignoring Yang Mi's eye roll. Yes, Reba replied, dutifully clicking the mouse to play Jin Sha's original rendition. The most beautiful scene of my life is meeting you, quietly gazing at you in the vast sea of people, both strange and familiar. Jin Sha, with her short hair, not only possessed beauty but also a sweet and melodious voice, perfectly suiting this ancient tune. If by Bing embodies allure and grace, then Jin Sha represents cuteness and tenderness. As Lu Xiaojia savored the Westlake Longjing tea while listening to the familiar and enchanting melody, she felt utterly content. Beside her, Reba's beautiful eyes sparkled, exclaiming, "So beautiful." Yang Mi, too, immersed herself in the myth's ambience, attentively listening. 1,000 years from now, where will you be? What kind of scenery will surround you? Our story may not be beautiful, yet it is so difficult to forget. After a while, the heavenly melody finally concluded. The song Myth of Stars and Moon perfectly depicted a love story entangled across millennia and transcending time. Reba, with her lovely big eyes, sparkled with glistening tears. Oh, how touching. When will I be able to shoot a mythological costume drama? Although Yang Mi was not as sentimental as Reba, her pretty face also radiated hope. Despite being the CEO of Jiaxing Media, she was originally an actress, and deep down, she yearned to participate in a remarkable drama. The office fell into silence. Observing the two women filled with anticipation, Lu Xiaojia suddenly felt a spark of inspiration. Are you two thinking about filming a drama? Yes. Reba nodded eagerly. Yang Mi followed suit, nodding as well. Are you considering a costume drama? Yes. A mythological type? Yes. Lu Xiaojia slammed her hand on the chair. That's simple. I will just write a script for you. Chapter 27. 10 Lifetimes, 3 Miles of Peach Blossoms. And the cool breeze, are you really going to write a script for us? Reba exclaimed, clearly bewildered. I thought I misheard you, boss. You write scripts too? Yang Mi, equally incredulous, expressed her disbelief. Despite being university classmates with Lu Xiaojia, she had never heard of her taking on script writing. Xiaojia, apart from stock trading, you can write scripts? Yang Mi asked, astonished. Lu Xiaojia nodded nonchalantly. You heard me correctly. I indeed plan to write a script. In truth, she had no experience in script writing. However, the thought of borrowing ideas crossed her mind. Why not simply adapt existing works? Reba, bring me my laptop, Lu Xiaojia beckoned. On her desk lay a newly configured multi-screen professional stock trading computer, which she had just used to check Weibo. Yet, for writing the script, she opted for her laptop, believing it would create a more authentic atmosphere. After all, isn't it customary for writers to compose their works on notebooks? Excitedly, Reba retrieved the laptop and opened it, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Boss, you're amazing. What kind of script do you intend to write? You all favor period dramas, right? I shall craft a mythological tale set in ancient times. Lu Xiaojia replied with calm assurance. However, Yang Mi grew anxious. Xiaojia, writing a mythological drama is quite challenging. The success of such series often hinges not only on our Jiaxing Media's efforts, but also on the popularity of mythological films. Yang Mi, a student at the Imperial Capital Film Academy, understood that exceptional scripts are not easily penned. Otherwise, there would be an abundance of great works everywhere. Taking the laptop, Lu Xiaojia began typing with remarkable speed, as if she were a master calligrapher. She didn't pause to contemplate. The words flowed effortlessly. This scene left Yang Mi and Reba dumbfounded. Xiaojia, can you truly write scripts? Curiously, they leaned closer to observe Lu Xiaojia's writing process. 10 Lifetimes, 3 Miles of Peach Blossoms. The title exuded an enchanting aura. It was evidently profound. Reba, filled with admiration, exclaimed, what a poetic title. Yang Mi, entirely taken aback, thought, such a professional name. It's clearly not mere nonsense. Could it be that Lu Xiaojia was truly a polymath? As Lu Xiaojia continued to type amid the fragrant air, she entered a fervent writing mode. Hours later, she had drafted a simple script for 10 Lifetimes. 3 Miles of Peach Blossoms. Yang Mi and Reba, who had been by her side throughout, watched in awe, their hearts stirred by the emotional intricacies of the tale. The entangled fates over 10 lifetimes. Are they all for the Eastern Emperor? Reba remarked, her eyes brimming with tears. The love story between the nine-tailed white fox and the Emperor is genuinely moving. Yang Mi echoed her sentiment, her own eyes shimmering with unshed tears. The connection between Su Qian and the Emperor is equally poignant. The romantic entanglements indeed stirred emotions within them. Xiaojia, your writing is truly remarkable. Lu Xiaojia accepted their praises with a composed nod. She had made some alterations to the character dynamics in her script. ensuring that both women ultimately ended up with the emperor, with the nine-tailed fox experiencing a profound bond across 10 lifetimes, and Su Qian nurturing an extraordinary love. When will this drama be filmed? Reba asked, wiping her tears. I want to act. I want to act too. Youngmi chimed in. Rest assured. Both of you shall have roles, Lu Xiaojia responded. This script was tailored for the two of them and herself, a playful endeavor. I aim to elevate 10 lifetimes. 3 miles of peach blossoms into a rare gem of a film and television production. Therefore, we shall take our time and produce it meticulously. Reba, Youngmi. Continue your work at Jiaxing Media for now. When time permits, I shall accompany you both for the filming of 10 lifetimes, 3 miles of peach blossoms. Yay, that's wonderful. Reba exclaimed, shaking Lu Xiaojia's arm in excitement. Lu Xiaojia paused for a moment before adding, by the way, I've also composed an ending theme song. I do like your feedback. An ending theme? Youngmi gasped in astonishment. Xiaojia, you can compose music too. Just a small feat, Lu Xiaojia replied nonchalantly. This song is specifically crafted for 10 lifetimes, 3 miles of peach blossoms. It is titled, Cool Breeze. Cool Breeze? Youngmi was taken aback. The name didn't sound appealing at all. Why would you name it that? Reba, equally confused, murmured, Cool Breeze? Why not call it Warm Breeze instead? Chapter 28. The completion of Tai Jiong and scheduling issues. Reba's puzzlement caught Lu Xiaojia off guard. Hot. Are you referring to yourself? Upon hearing Lu Xiaojia's teasing, Reba's cheeks flushed, and she pouted, hesitant to speak further. Observing the expressions of the two women, Lu Xiaojia discerned their lack of confidence in the song. The name Liang Liang indeed seemed rather abstract. Rather than engage in a debate, Lu Xiaojia began to compose lyrics and melodies. Having graduated from the prestigious Beijing Film Academy, she possessed a foundational knowledge of songwriting, further aided by her reincarnation as a literary prodigy. Before long, she had crafted the lyrics and melody for Liang Liang. As night fell and the air turned cool, she penned, falling flowers turned to frost. You gaze longingly from afar. Exhausting all twilight. Unthinking. We simply cannot forget. Reba gently hummed the tune beside her, her voice pleasantly resonant, capturing the essence of the piece. Youngmi joined in, softly singing. In the cool night, my longing becomes a river, transforming into spring mud to nurture me. By the end of the song, the two women's faces were flushed with a rosy hue. Their gazes towards Lu Xiaojia grew increasingly peculiar, as if they had immersed themselves in a tale of ethereal beauty reminiscent of timeless love stories. They envisioned themselves as a nine-tailed white fox and a character from a mythical realm, with Lu Xiaojia embodying the entangled sovereign of 1,000 lifetimes. The atmosphere in the room shifted to one of enchantment, but just as it reached a crescendo, a series of knocks interrupted. Reba snapped out of her daydream, her cheeks blooming like a startled rabbit as she hurried to answer the door. Boss Lu, Boss Yang, Director Su from the Tai Jiong crew has an urgent matter. An assistant reported. Let Director Su in quickly, Lu Xiaojia replied, relieved to have escaped a potentially awkward moment. Soon after, Su Zheng entered the office, urgency etched on his face. Boss, we have a problem. The filming for Tai Jiong has wrapped, and we are arranging post-production schedules. However, the heads of major cinema chains like Wanda and Dottie have informed me that a film is set to release soon, and they cannot allocate screening slots for Tai Jiong. Cannot allocate slots? Lu Xiaojia inquired, puzzled. We conducted preliminary investigations and found no major films scheduled for release during this period. Boss, it's not a blockbuster. It's a lesser-known indie film, Su Zheng explained. Yet, they have a powerful backing. A strong backing? What do you mean? Reba and Youngmi chimed in unison, their expressions filled with disbelief. Given that Jiaxing Media had emerged as a prominent player in the industry, who would dare challenge them? Their backing is Ali Entertainment, Su Zheng revealed. Ali Entertainment? Youngmi gasped, while Reba struggled to comprehend. I've only heard of the Ali Group, this Ali Entertainment. Yes, it's a subsidiary of the Ali Group, Su Zheng lamented. Reba, despite being a university student, was aware of the Ali Group's influence in the internet sector, a global conglomerate. With Ali Entertainment's robust support, it was no wonder they dared to confront Jiaxing Media. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Reba and Youngmi turned their anxious gazes towards the composed Lu Xiaojia. Though Ali Entertainment is new to the media realm, their capital is formidable. Are they attempting to assert dominance over us right from the start? Lu Xiaojia perceived Ali Entertainment's intentions clearly. In the current entertainment landscape, Jiaxing Media was indeed a formidable giant, albeit a relatively new contender. For the ambitious Ali Entertainment, this rivalry served as a fitting opportunity to establish their presence. Youngmi frowned. Xiaojia, confronting Ali Entertainment directly may not be prudent. Perhaps I could leverage connections to negotiate with them? Lu Xiaojia pondered for a moment before remaining silent. Su Zheng, as the director and lead of Tai Jiong, was the most anxious of the trio. After encountering obstacles in scheduling, he had utilized all his contacts to gather information. Boss, it seems Ollie Entertainment is merely testing the waters with our schedule. They have further plans. Oh, Lu Xiaojia's interest peaked as she gestured for Su Zheng to elaborate. I've heard that Ollie Entertainment is inviting international superstar Chen Long to Hong Kong for a major production. Su Zheng stated, albeit uncertainly. I'm not entirely sure what the film is about. At that moment, a name flashed in Lu Xiaojia's mind, the Zodiac. Chen Long's The Zodiac had achieved impressive box office success upon its release, grossing around $1 billion. Coupled with its international acclaim as a popular kung fu film, it was evident that Ollie Entertainment had meticulously plotted their next moves, showcasing their capabilities as a major corporation. Testing the waters. Lu Xiaojia mused, taking a sip of tea that Reba had brought, and continued. They seemed to perceive Jiaxing Media as an industry novice, popular online but ultimately a soft target. Hearing this, Su Zheng's anxiety deepened. Boss, there's another matter. I've learned that Ollie Entertainment has acquired the rights to a popular domestic web novel. Intending to produce an archaeological-themed IP film, are they planning to invite Chen Long to star? Su Zheng, seasoned in the industry and leveraging his wife's connections, had uncovered valuable information. An archaeological film IP? Lu Xiaojia paused, realizing, I had forgotten about that. The archaeological IP Su Zheng mentioned cannot be the Zodiac, while the Zodiac contains archaeological elements. It is not based on any web novel. Suddenly, Lu Xiaojia recalled The Dragon's Quest, a renowned archaeological film IP derived from a popular web novel. The ambition of Ollie Entertainment was indeed substantial. With this realization, Lu Xiaojia summoned Reba to bring her phone. Mr. Chow? There's something I need you to help me confirm. She dialed the number for Wei Guowei, the president of Weibo. After sharing the situation, it was not long before Wei Guowei responded. Indeed, Ollie Entertainment is targeting you. With their substantial capital and backing from the Ollie Group, they are a super conglomerate. While Jiaxing Media holds significant influence in the entertainment industry, it pales in comparison to the Ollie Group. Considering Lu Xiaojia's reputation, Wei Guowei refrained from finishing his thought and added, perhaps I should reach out to Ollie on your behalf. Would it be better to seek reconciliation? Although the influence of his own company was waning, he still held some weight in the internet sector. When proactively proposing a truce, as long as Jiaxing Media concedes, there should be no significant issues. Thank you, Mr. Chow, but let us move on. However, Lu Xiaojia shook her head in refusal. Since they had already taken action against Jiaxing Media, it was only right for them to respond. It was merely a matter of meeting force with force. Just as water finds its way around earth. Lu Xiaojia spoke with a serene demeanor. Opposite her, Shui Guowei assumed Lu Xiaojia's youth made her impetuous. He chuckled softly and refrained from further persuasion. In his view, once Lu Xiaojia faced off against Ollie Entertainment and suffered losses, she would naturally seek his assistance. After hanging up, Lu Xiaojia gently tapped her fingers on the table, deep in thought. Beside her, Reba and Yangmi appeared somewhat anxious. They remained silent, aware that Lu Xiaojia was engaged in serious contemplation and should not be disturbed. Moments later, Lu Xiaojia picked up her phone and dialed a number. William Powell? Please liquidate all my positions in gold futures and options. Such a substantial order required final clearance through CMX. Before long, Lu Xiaojia received a notification and opened the market software to check. The numbers on the screen were overwhelming. After counting, it seemed there were 10 zeros. $700 billion? This time, even Lu Xiaojia felt a twinge of uncertainty. Reba, Yangmi, come here, she beckoned. How much is this? Is it really $700 billion? Reba hurried over, extending her delicate fingers to tap the screen. After a moment of counting, she dazedly remarked, Boss, I can't count this. Yangmi, being more composed due to her experience, counted meticulously several times before confirming. It indeed amounts to $700 billion. Xiaojia. What is this? Yangmi attempted to maintain her composure, but the astonishment within her was undeniable. $700 billion. Converted to the currency of Longhua. That amounted to several trillion. What on earth had Lu Xiaojia done? Lu Xiaojia replied nonchalantly, as long as it's 700 billion. I thought I had misread it. Why do you all look so surprised? Have you forgotten? This is money we earned together. Yangmi and Reba wore bewildered expressions. Lu Xiaojia sighed. Look at your faces, it reminds me of our trip to Wall Street last time. I had placed those futures and options on CMX, and fortuitously, I bet on the right direction. After closing the positions, this is what resulted. $700 billion. Su Zheng at the door was filled with questions. He could not comprehend what the three were discussing. $700 billion? Was the boss playing some sort of management game? Chapter 30, Muddy Waters. The super short selling that shocked Wall Street. Su Zheng was filled with confusion. At such a critical moment, the boss was still engrossed in playing games. He felt like an ant on a hot pan, restless and anxious. Meanwhile, the boss remained unfazed, leisurely engaging in games with two beautiful women. Su Zheng could only remain speechless, for he was merely a director under Jiaxing Media and dared not voice his doubts. Furthermore, he owed a debt of gratitude to Lu Xiaojia for recognizing his talent. No matter his dissatisfaction, he could not show any discontent towards his benefactor and superior. Noticing Su Zheng's expression, Lu Xiaojia smiled slightly and said, "Director Su, leave the scheduling of Taiji to us." Although Su Zheng was skeptical about Jiaxing Media's ability to compete with Ali Entertainment, he had no alternative. Moreover, there were indeed some post-production tasks left for Taiji. Thus, he reluctantly took his leave, his heart heavy with worry. After Su Zheng departed, Reba, seeing no one else around, discarded her restraint and leaned closely to Lu Xiaojia, exclaiming, "Boss, did you really make 700 billion? Reba was almost sitting on Lu Xiaojia's lap. Though she had accompanied him to New York and witnessed his investments in gold futures and options, she still found it hard to believe that the big boss had actually made $700 billion in such a short time. Just moments ago, she was counting her monthly salary of $30,000 and trying to fathom how many years it would take to amass 700 billion. She completely overlooked the fact that Lu Xiaojia's earnings were in dollars. Of course, whether in dollars or the Dragon Kingdom's currency, it made little difference to her. Despite her fervent calculations, she couldn't arrive at a clear answer. Yang Mi, the aloof and composed president of Jiaxing Media, while equally astonished, did not exhibit the same fervor as Reba, who nearly perched herself on Lu Xiaojia's lap. Instead, Yang Mi leaned gently against Lu Xiaojia's back and asked in a quivering voice, "Xiaojia, did you really earn $700 billion? Lu Xiaojia, feeling the softness beside him, responded calmly, "To be precise, it should be over 700 billion. But essentially, it makes no difference." Both Yang Mi and Reba were left speechless. Lu Xiaojia continued, "This time, to deal with Ali Entertainment, I closed my positions early, which resulted in a slight loss of profit. However, I intend to recover every penny from Ali." His assertive words ignited a spark in Yang Mi and Reba's eyes. Lost in thought, both women's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Unaware of their peculiar reactions, Lu Xiaojia steeled his focus on the impending business battle. The marketplace was akin to a battlefield, demanding unwavering concentration. He picked up his phone and dialed, "William, as a Wall Street investment banking manager, you must have some connections, right?" "Well, Xiaojia Lu, my friend, feel free to share your needs." William Powell replied with palpable excitement. The size of Lu Xiaojia's order was enormous, and clearing it would require CMX's specialized assistance. Although William Powell was unaware of the precise figures Lu Xiaojia had made, his years of financial intuition told him it was undoubtedly in the realm of hundreds of billions. This Lu boss was a super client, and he needed to hold on tight. "Please contact Muddy Waters for me," Lu Xiaojia instructed. Muddy Waters was a renowned short-selling firm on Wall Street, known for targeting listed companies on the NYSE and NASDAQ. They had the ability to turn minor scandals into major controversies, and even fabricate scandals if necessary, unless one had formidable backing like the CUS Bank. "You want to contact Muddy Waters?" William Powell was momentarily taken aback, perplexed as to why Lu Xiaojia would reach out to a company that others avoided like the plague. Without elaborating, Lu Xiaojia replied, "William, your brokerage services have been commendable recently. I just transferred $60 million to your brokerage account. Please check." William Powell nearly dropped his phone in shock. $60 million? Despite being an investment banking manager, the sudden influx of such an amount left him utterly flabbergasted. "Xiaojia Lu, rest assured, I will contact Muddy Waters immediately." When Lu Xiaojia's phone rang again, a distinctly fluent Dragon Kingdom voice introduced, "Boss Lu, we are Muddy Waters. It is a great honor to serve you." Muddy Waters was already engaged in various businesses involving Dragon Kingdom-listed companies, hence their command of the language surpassed that of William Powell. Lu Xiaojia cut to the chase, "You are very professional, and I trust you will not let me down." He gradually outlined his requirements, which Muddy Waters acknowledged one by one. Finally, Lu Xiaojia added, "Remember, place a $1 billion short position for me, but do it gradually." "Oh my, a $500 billion super short position? That's too outrageous. The NYSE will monitor that closely." Lu Xiaojia shook his head. "No. I will provide Muddy Waters with $20 billion as a service fee. I am confident you can accomplish this. Chapter 31. The Rift of Eagle Sauce. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. The voice on the other end of the phone was filled with continuous exclamations. Although Muddy Waters frequently shorted New York's listed companies, a reward of $2 billion was sufficient for them to profit for quite some time. This was simply because they did not invest all in one go like Lu Xiaojia. The investments of Muddy Waters were diversified. Moreover, they occasionally encountered fierce resistance from the companies they shorted. If the opposing side had ample funds and forcibly drove up stock prices, it could potentially blow up Muddy Waters' positions. After a flurry of excitement, the representative of Muddy Waters replied, "Boss Lu, please rest assured. This matter is on us at Muddy Waters. Our country is a realm of capital, and I will certainly help you find a regulatory loophole." Once the agreement was settled, Lu Xiaojia slowly placed the phone down. His expression calm. He turned to the dazed Heba and said, "Quickly, fetch me a cup of tea. I am thirsty." Heba, somewhat numb, nodded and mechanically walked to the water dispenser, turning on the tap to fill her cup. Suddenly, she let out a shriek. A droplet of water unexpectedly splashed onto her delicate, fair hand. With a look of grievance, she gazed at Lu Xiaojia. Not because of the burn but rather in disbelief. "Boss, how can you speak of hundreds of billions of dollars as if they were merely a few hundred?" Her mind was in a whirl. That was $500 billion, not 500, with a monthly salary of 30,000. How many years would it take to? However, Lu Xiaojia urged, "Heba, have you not filled the water yet? I am thirsty." Though he noticed Heba had been splashed, Lu Xiaojia paid little mind to it. Who has tea been scalded by water? Was that a matter of concern? His thirst was the priority. Feeling wronged, Heba pouted as she carefully brought the tea over, saying, "Boss, please enjoy your tea." Lu Xiaojia took the cup, blew lightly over it, and remarked, "Heba, your work as my secretary is commendable. I am quite satisfied." Heba's face lit up with a smile upon receiving the praise. Like a rainbow appearing after a summer rain, her mood brightened instantly. "I will strive to do even better," she vowed, raising her small fist in determination. Lu Xiaojia took a sip and added, "Once this business war with Ali Entertainment is concluded, I will take you to explore Hong Kong and indulge in some shopping for luxury bags." Naturally, the bags he referenced were from brands like Gucci, Chanel, and LV, items that captivated the interests of many women. Since Lu Xiaojia was generous towards others, he would not neglect his own people. He intended to treat Heba to a shopping spree for luxury goods. However, Lu Xiaojia was not inclined to raise Heba's salary. 30,000 a month was already generous for a university graduate in this era. Some rules must not be broken, otherwise, simple matters could become complicated, leading to dissatisfaction on both sides due to unfulfilled desires. Upon hearing Lu Xiaojia's words, Heba paused for a moment, her cheeks flushing with excitement as she bounced up, exclaiming, "Yay, the boss is so wonderful. If not for Yang Mi's presence, she might have lost control of her exuberance." Heba hopped around the office, her joy reminiscent of a doll. In contrast, Yang Mi, as the CEO of Jiaxing Media, could not afford to behave as freely as Heba. Yet, she could not suppress the sour feelings bubbling within her, akin to having eaten sour plums. "You both enjoy yourselves," she muttered, her eyes welling with tears. Lu Xiaojia took another sip of tea and said, "Oh, old classmate, aren't you coming with us? I would be quite disappointed if you don't." Yang Mi, a university classmate and former class monitor who had helped Lu Xiaojia during his toughest times, could not be treated unfairly. His earlier teasing was merely to amuse the cool and aloof CEO. Upon hearing his words, Yang Mi couldn't help but smile, her mood lightening, though she maintained her composed demeanor befitting her position. In the capital-centric realm of Eagle Sauce, money could indeed move mountains. Soon, Muddy Waters had opened the capital rift and excitedly notified Lu Xiaojia, "Boss Lu, everything is settled." Lu Xiaojia nodded calmly, proceeding according to plan. After hanging up, he beckoned the still excited Heba, "Let us head out." Standing up, he stretched his arms, and Heba promptly took his coat from the hook and helped him don it obediently. Chapter 32. Is this what it means to be strong? Yang Mi, witnessing Heba assisting Lu Xiaojia in dressing, inquired with a hint of confusion, "Where are we headed? Are we about to start filming 10 lifetimes? 3 miles of peach blossoms?" However, as soon as the words left her mouth, she shook her head, given her understanding of Lu Xiaojia. In this moment of fierce competition between Jiaxing Media and Ali Entertainment, it was unlikely that Lu Xiaojia would engage in matters unrelated to their rivalry. Indeed, Lu Xiaojia shook her head and replied, "We need not rush the filming of 10 lifetimes, 3 miles of peach blossoms. Let us first attend to pressing matters. We are going to acquire a startup company." Acquire a startup company? Yang Mi found herself perplexed. In this current climate, how could acquiring a startup possibly influence the fierce competition between Jiaxing Media and Ali Entertainment? In Hangzhou, at the headquarters of Ali Entertainment, the executive president, Yu Dasong, was receiving reports from his subordinates. According to your instructions, I have contacted major cinema chains to ensure they do not schedule Jiaxing Media as Taiji, one subordinate reported. Yu Dasong nodded approvingly. Well done. This Jiaxing Media may have been established recently, yet it has rapidly made a name for itself in the media industry. We must take advantage of their unstable foundations to suppress their rising momentum. By doing so, we not only eliminate a competitor, but also swiftly elevate Ali Entertainment to a position of dominance in the media realm. Yu Dasong harbored grand ambitions. Backed by the internet giant Ali Group, he possessed both wealth and influence. He scarcely regarded Lu Xiaojia, a coal tycoon's daughter, and Jiaxing Media as worthy adversaries. He believed it would not be long before Jiaxing Media would come seeking his assistance. At that point, he would ruthlessly exploit their company's worth and acquire them at a bargain. In the capital, within a modest office building, the night had fallen. Yet the building remained ablaze with lights. 90% of the windows were illuminated. Boss, is this the startup company you mentioned? Heba gazed up at the brightly lit edifice in awe. Even at this late hour, they are still working. What do they do that requires such dedication? Lu Xiaojia replied, they are programmers. Heba appeared bewildered. Yes, the famed bald strongmen. Lu Xiaojia's response sparked a flurry of questions in Heba's mind. She was utterly confounded by her boss's words. Yang Mi, too, felt perplexed. However, as the CEO of Jiaxing Media, she maintained her composure and refrained from voicing her confusion. Yet, upon entering the office building, she could not help but be astonished. Employees of various startups were bustling about, with the rhythmic clacking of keyboards echoing throughout. These individuals shared a common trait: they were all bald. Is this what it means to be strong? Heba exclaimed in shock. She had never encountered so many bald individuals before. Lu Xiaojia sighed, alas. They are all passionate workers, much like authors typing away. At that moment, the receptionist noticed the unexpected visitors. Excuse me, sir and ladies, what brings you here? The receptionist was quite polite, as they were still a startup and not yet a financial powerhouse like ByteDance. Just as Lu Xiaojia was about to respond, the young receptionist gasped, You were Yang Mi. Although some time had passed since the airing of Xianjian San, and the initial fervor had waned, Yang Mi's fame had not diminished. In fact, it continued to grow. Now, Yang Mi was not only a celebrated actress, but also a formidable businesswoman. She commanded a legion of male fans, along with an even larger number of female admirers who were captivated not only by her beauty, but also by her status as the CEO of Jiaxing Media. However, who was the young man beside Yang Mi? Before the receptionist could ponder this, she was stunned by Lu Xiaojia's next words. We, Jiaxing Media, have come to discuss the acquisition of Douyin. What? The receptionist immediately realized this matter was beyond her purview. She swiftly returned to her desk and dialed the phone to inform the president, Zhang Yimin, who was working late upstairs. You wish to invest in us, Douyin? Zhang Yimin, sporting dark circles under his eyes, rushed down from his office. Although Douyin had seen some improvement, it remained in its infancy, desperately lacking in funds. As the founder of Douyin, he, like the programmers, found himself working late every night. When the receptionist relayed this news, Zhang Yimin was initially skeptical. However, upon seeing Yang Mi, he immediately understood. The visitors were none other than the true power behind Jiaxing Media, Lu Xiaojia. This was not about idolization, rather. Douyin's primary focus was on promoting trending celebrity gossip videos to attract traffic. In their eyes, Yang Mi held more allure than Lu Xiaojia. It is not an investment. It is an acquisition, Lu Xiaojia corrected him calmly, dismissing the trivial details. Chapter 33. Today's headline. Showering money worldwide. Zhang Yimin's expression was one of intense shock. He had been overwhelmed with work lately, momentarily confusing investment with acquisition. An acquisition is distinct from investment. If Douyin were to be acquired, he would lose control. Zhang Yimin's demeanor reflected deep inner turmoil and hesitation. Douyin was currently in a money-burning phase and indeed required external investment. However, he did not wish to relinquish control. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yimin declined, Mr. Lu. If you intend to acquire Douyin, you may be disappointed. This is not my first venture. I have embarked on several before. The reason I founded Douyin, if I may be candid, is driven by a personal aspiration. I wish to change the world. Zhang Yimin's attitude combined the meticulousness of a tech enthusiast with the ambitious dreams of an entrepreneur. Lu Xiaojia nodded appreciatively and replied, I am aware that this is your fifth entrepreneurial endeavor, having previously launched 4 others. He even detailed Jiang Yimin's entrepreneurial history. Jiang Yimin was taken aback. Despite not yet being a renowned tycoon, his experiences were not as extensively documented online. This demonstrated that the owner of Jiaxing Media was indeed well-informed. Lu Xiaojia continued. Douyin started later and has already fallen behind Douyin in the short video sector. If it cannot catch up, Douyin will sink into the abyss of entrepreneurial struggles like many other startups, failing to make a significant impact. If the company ceases to exist, what ideals can one pursue? Jiang Yimin was rendered speechless by Lu Xiaojia's words. Seizing the moment, Lu Xiaojia proposed, I have a strategy that can enable Douyin to catch up to Douyin, or even surpass them. After his rebirth, Lu Xiaojia discovered that while the overarching trends in the world had not shifted, certain smaller trends had changed. For instance, Douyin had emerged prior to today's headlines. You can help us catch up to Douyin. Jiang Yimin was astonished by Lu Xiaojia's assertion. Douyin currently dominated the short video landscape, and Douyin, as a newcomer, faced numerous challenges in catching up. Lu Xiaojia affirmed, of course, I will help you realize your dreams. You will be so consumed by your aspirations that you will feel breathless. Lu Xiaojia then raised a finger, stating, $80 billion. $80 billion? Jiang Yimin was thoroughly astounded. This figure surpassed what many overseas listed companies could achieve, while Douyin was merely a startup. Yangmi and Reba were left speechless upon hearing Lu Xiaojia's proposed acquisition price. Reba thought to herself, the boss is once again being extravagant. 80 billion. That's as casual as saying $80. No, even saying $80 doesn't feel this easy. Yangmi's lips twitched slightly. She recognized that Lu Xiaojia's tendency to splurge had resurfaced. After a brief silence, Jiang Yimin bit the bullet. Mr. Lu, are you serious? Absolutely, Lu Xiaojia replied calmly. As long as everything is prepared, we can sign the agreement immediately. Great. Jiang Yimin finally acquiesced. This decision stemmed from both the power of capital and Lu Xiaojia's persuasive influence. Moreover, Lu Xiaojia sought control, not the entirety of Douyin's shares. The daily operations of Douyin would still be managed by Jiang Yimin's team. The only change would be that Lu Xiaojia would become the chairman. Once the agreement between Jiaxing Media and Douyin was finalized, Lu Xiaojia unveiled his plan to surpass Douyin. If Douyin was to exceed Douyin within a short time frame, 2 steps were necessary. First, a new app must be created, to be named. Today's headline. Today's headline? Jiang Yimin inquired. Indeed. It will be a dedicated information platform that does not require us to generate content. We simply need to provide personalized news recommendations based on user interests, effectively leveraging content from other media. Leveraging. Do you understand? Jiang Yimin appeared to grasp the concept. Lu Xiaojia did not elaborate further, believing that technical details could be discussed later. The second point was even more crucial. Did I not invest $80 billion? That amount is for you to spend. Lu Xiaojia raised a finger, stating, I will set a timeline. Within 1 year, Douyin must expend the entire $80 billion. 1 year? Spend $80 billion. Jiang Yimin was utterly flabbergasted. Although he had heard rumors of his boss's coal tycoon background, he was still taken aback. There is no such thing as burning money so extravagantly. Lu Xiaojia smiled lightly. Remember, we will distribute money to the users who come to Douyin to watch short videos. The longer they watch, the more money they receive. As Jiang Yimin stood in dazed astonishment, a spark of realization flickered within him. Having founded ventures before, he seemed to grasp something profound, his eyes shining with brilliance. Meanwhile, Yang Mi and Reba had transformed into statues of disbelief. Has our boss truly reached such extravagant heights? Is he really planning to shower money upon the world? Yang Mi and Reba found it incomprehensible. I come to use your app for free, and now you want to give me money? Is there really that much money to spend? In truth, not only they were baffled, Jiang Yimin, despite harboring an inkling of understanding, remained constrained by the limitations of his era. Thus, while he felt excitement, trepidation lingered. Mr. Lu, do you really intend to give away money? Douyin is already in a phase of burning cash, and if we give money to users, we may not sustain ourselves much longer. Lu Xiaojia waved his hand dismissively. Just follow my instructions. In a few months, you will witness the results. Besides, if Douyin truly runs out of money, I can simply invest another $100 billion. That is not a concern. Lu Xiaojia spoke with such nonchalance, fully aware that he would not need to invest another $100 billion as Douyin would soon flourish spectacularly. At that point, Douyin would return the investment and yield hundreds of millions. The others present, however, were oblivious to Lu Xiaojia's intentions. Jiang Yimin was instantly awed by Lu Xiaojia's audacity. At that moment, he perceived that aligning with such a wealthy coal tycoon seemed quite advantageous. Meanwhile, Yang Mi and Rebo were left dumbfounded, viewing Lu Xiaojia as almost otherworldly. As the CEO of Jiaxing Media, Yang Mi contemplated stepping in to halt the proceedings, but with outsiders present, Lu Xiaojia was the undisputed authority in Jiaxing Media. Thus, Yang Mi could only exchange glances with Reba. In her heart, Reba prayed fervently, hoping that the boss would refrain from frivolously squandering money. If that were the case, perhaps Jiaxing Media would still have a modicum of funds left to disperse salaries. Soon enough, an astonishing piece of news erupted online. A trending post on Hiya Forum was highlighted prominently. Shockingly, I discovered a treasure of an app that purportedly gives away money for free. The comments section was inundated with inquiries. Is this for real? Which app is it? I want to reap the benefits too. Who is this benevolent capitalist showering us with riches? Brothers, it's true. I just downloaded it. After watching a few videos, I've already earned 15 yuan. With the money I made from watching videos, I treated myself to a delicious braised pork and potato rice bowl. So scrumptious. An earnest plea came from a fellow user. I haven't eaten in 3 days. Please spare me a thought. I wish to savor the braised pork rice bowl too. Which app is it? It's Douyin. Yes, Douyin. Everyone, hurry and download it. Let's go. The chatter on Hiya Forum shifted from current affairs to an overwhelming rush towards Douyin. In the capital, within the dilapidated offices of Douyin, General Manager Zhang exclaimed, "It's exploded. Our traffic is surging. Millions of new users were flooding in, propelling Douyin's download numbers to unprecedented heights on various charts. Soon, we would ascend to the pinnacle of the rankings." Zhang Yimin, upon receiving the operational report, was astounded and leapt with joy. Lu's strategy had truly borne fruit. Not only had it worked, but it had yielded unimaginable results. In a remarkably short span, Douyin's download count skyrocketed. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before we surpassed Slow Hand. While Zhang Yimin reveled in shock and delight, he did not forget Lu Xiaojia's instructions. Quickly, push the stream. Release news regarding Ali Entertainment. Douyin is experiencing an influx of new users who are eager for entertainment gossip to keep them engaged. After drawing in users, we must ensure their retention. Thus, many newcomers to Douyin received recommendations for videos almost immediately. Everyone, come and see. A sensational dispute has erupted between Tian Shangba and Nampai Si Shu over the Dragon Quest. These two gentlemen are on the verge of a brawl. All of this is the fault of Ali Entertainment. The investors behind the Dragon Quest, Ali Entertainment, clearly lacked understanding of the film and media industry. Exhibiting no semblance of industry standards, viewers were left astounded. Wow, the content creator actually called me family. With such an address, I must lend my support. The discourse surrounding Tianshang Bachang's The Dragon Quest and Ali Entertainment's reckless investing was rampant. Were they squandering the resources of the Ali Group? Various videos circulated, discussing Ali Entertainment while simultaneously positing a grim outlook. The Ali Group was likely to incur significant losses due to the erratic maneuvers of Ali Entertainment. Meanwhile, at Jiaxing Media, Lu Xiaojia took the phone that Reba handed over and dialed the number. "William, begin placing orders. Remember, these empty orders must be opened gradually." Lu Xiaojia instructed confidently. Rest assured, William Powell's composed voice concealed an excitement that was barely contained. This was a monumental empty order worth a staggering $1 billion. To be part of this was a source of great pride. This operation would surely be chronicled in the annals of Wall Street history. Chapter 35. A significant international event. The Battle of the Lynx and the Goose. William Powell commenced executing Lu Xiaojia's directives. As short positions were gradually introduced into the market, the stock price of Alalai on the New York Stock Exchange began to decline. At the headquarters of Alalai Entertainment, Yu Dasong, as usual, opened his computer to check the stock price of the Alalai Group. As the president of a subsidiary of the Alalai Group, he made it a daily routine to review the company's stock performance upon arriving at work. What on earth is happening? Why is the stock price of the Alalai Group plummeting? Yu Dasong stood up from his executive chair, visibly alarmed. Although Alalai's stock had experienced drops in the past, none had been as severe as today's, a staggering decline of 7 points. Given the colossal market value of the Alalai Group, such a drop was indeed significant. What major incident has occurred? Is there a black swan event in the market? As Yu Dasong perused online news, he summoned his assistant. Is there anything of importance happening internationally today? The assistant, looking perplexed, replied, "No, there doesn't appear to be any major news." Suddenly, a frantic knocking echoed through the office. The public relations manager of Alalai Entertainment rushed in, exclaiming, "President Yu, this is serious. Numerous negative reports about Alalai Entertainment have emerged online. Established forums like Hiya Forum, along with the trending Weibo and the newly popular Douyin, are inundated with unfavorable news about us. Yu Dasong was taken aback. It became evident that the Black Swan was not an international incident, but rather a blunder within Alalai Entertainment itself. He quickly opened Hiya Forum and Weibo while hastily downloading Douyin. Moments later, he was astounded. Someone is targeting us. Who possesses such power? Is it Penguin? Yu Dasong could not recall offending any formidable force, leading him to naturally suspect his longtime rival, Penguin. Given Alalai's scale, only Penguin could pose such a challenge. Quickly, PR. We need to launch a counteroffensive. Invest heavily in Weibo and Douyin. We must retaliate against Penguin. Attack them fiercely. Yu Dasong promptly issued the order for counteraction. Alalai Entertainment sounded the trumpet for an offensive against Penguin. If Penguin chose to disregard the rules of engagement, Alalai would not stand idly by. At the Douyin headquarters, Jiang Yimin was left in a state of disbelief upon receiving reports from the operations and finance departments. A look of incredulity spread across his face. We have received a substantial influx of advertising revenue. Douyin's recent expenditures have not only avoided losses, but have generated profits. Despite his 5 entrepreneurial ventures, Jiang Yimin found this unexpected turn of events baffling. General Manager Jiang. Excellent news. A significant amount of advertising revenue has just been transferred from Penguin's PR department. Jiang Yimin, still incredulous, remarked, after Alalai, has Penguin also begun to invest? The excitement swelling within him was beyond expression. He immediately called Lu Xiaojia, exclaiming, Boss Lu, is this all part of your grand plan? Receiving Jiang Yimin's call, Lu Xiaojia was momentarily taken aback by the enthusiastic praise. Plan? What plan? After listening to Jiang Yimin's account, Lu Xiaojia realized, nonchalantly responding, Oh, you are referring to this matter? It's trivial, merely a small issue. Remain composed. After hanging up, Lu Xiaojia swiftly opened Weibo and Douyin to observe the trending posts and popular videos. To his astonishment, just as he finished watching a video on Alalai as controversies, the next one featured negative reports on Penguin. I am overwhelmed with the unfolding drama. Weibo's trending topics revealed a fierce business confrontation between Alalai and Penguin. This astonishing commercial battle. Who would emerge victorious, the lynx or the goose? We eagerly await the outcome. Lu Xiaojia found himself momentarily stupefied. The historical 3Q war had transformed into a conflict between Alalai and Penguin. This was entirely unintentional. Nonetheless, Lu Xiaojia quickly regained his focus. The direct clash between these two internet titans would have monumental implications. He promptly dialed William, instructing, continue the short positions, this time. Increase the stakes significantly. Open a short position of $150 billion. William Powell, taken aback by the magnitude of the order, nevertheless complied with Lu Xiaojia's command. The substantial short position led to an immediate nosedive in Alalai Group's stock price. Soon after, news of the official commencement of hostilities between Alalai and Penguin spread across the market. Sensing the shift, short-selling institutions began to enter the fray, collectively betting against Alalai. Concurrently, those holding long positions in Alalai stock began to sell off their shares. As a result, Alalai Group's stock price cascaded downward, resembling a series of avalanche-like declines. At Alalai Entertainment's headquarters, Yu Dasong stared blankly at the rapidly plummeting stock price. The phone rang. A tremor coursed through his hand as he answered. Yu Dasong, what on earth are you doing? You've disrupted Alalai Entertainment and caused Alalai Group's stock to plummet. Get the PR team on it immediately, or you'll find yourself out of a job. The furious voice of Mr. Ma reverberated through the line before abruptly disconnecting. Yu Dasong understood that this might be his final opportunity. However, he was not devoid of options. Through his analyses and industry connections over the past few days, he uncovered a troubling trend. The source of the upheaval appeared to stem from Jiaxing Media. Yu Dasong began to connect the dots. His targeting of Jiaxing Media had coincided with the emergence of various controversies surrounding Alalai Entertainment online. Subsequently, Penguin had seized the opportunity to retaliate against Alalai, exacerbating the situation. It seemed clear that Jiaxing Media was orchestrating events behind the scenes, with Penguin's involvement being an unexpected twist, merely taking advantage of the chaos. Yu Dasong's analysis was astute, not straying far from the root cause of the turmoil. If I can resolve matters with Jiaxing Media, I can quell this escalating conflict. Determined, he resolved to swiftly suppress Jiaxing Media and contain this burgeoning battle between the lynx and the goose. Thus, Yu Dasong declared, Alalai Entertainment will acquire the rights to the dragon-seeking adventure and prepare to shoot a major archaeological IP film. I believe Huang Bo would be an excellent choice for the lead. Huang Bo? The assistant gasped, isn't he an artist from Jiaxing Media? So what? We can lure him over. Yu Desong was intent on striking back at Jiaxing Media. At Jiaxing Media, Lu Xiaojia gazed contentedly at the screen before him. With her long legs perfectly straightened, stood obediently by Lu Xiaojia's side, gently fanning him with a fragrant breeze. Boss, is Ali's stock still falling? Indeed, the conflict between Ali and Penguin has had a significant impact, despite Ali's public relations efforts. The decline cannot be halted in the short term. Lu Xiaojia smiled faintly. At the same time, he gestured for Hot Ba to come closer. Understanding his subtle cue, Hot Ba skillfully turned around to pour tea for Lu Xiaojia, saying, Boss, please enjoy your tea. Just as Lu Xiaojia savored the aroma of the tea and the fragrance wafting around him, Su Zheng hurriedly entered, exclaiming, Boss, it's bad news. Huang Bo just informed me that Ali Entertainment is trying to contact him. They are offering him a very high price to lure him away. Su Zheng's expression was filled with anxiety. It was possible that Ali Entertainment had already secured Huang Bo, with Lost in Thailand having completed filming and ready for release. If Huang Bo were to be poached by Ali Entertainment, it would not only deal a blow to Jiaxing Media but also have an unimaginable impact on the upcoming blockbuster. Ali Entertainment wants to poach Huang Bo? Lu Xiaojia rose from his chair. I haven't even attempted to recruit their talent, yet they come to take mine. Very well. They wish to compete with me on a grand scale? Although Ali Group is wealthy, their funds are not as easily mobilized as mine. I have never feared anyone when it comes to financial resources. Thus, Lu Xiaojia dialed the phone number of General Wang from Huai Brothers. Old Wang, I heard that Chen Long is currently in Magic City? Yes, Boss Lu. Chen Long is participating in an event organized by Huai Brothers. Arrange for me to meet with Chen Long immediately, Lu Xiaojia stated decisively. Jiaxing Media holds a board member position at Huai Brothers and is also a major shareholder. So there was no need for pleasantries. General Wang from Huai Brothers promptly agreed and hurried to make the arrangements. The following day, Lu Xiaojia met the international superstar Chen Long in the presidential suite of the Hilton Hotel in Magic City. Upon seeing Lu Xiaojia, Chen Long appeared somewhat surprised. As a seasoned figure in the entertainment industry and a renowned actor, he was well aware that the young man before him was the recently prominent owner of Jiaxing Media. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lu Xiaojia directly expressed his intentions. Brother Chen Long, I heard you are collaborating with Ali Entertainment on an archaeological film? Chen Long's expression froze momentarily. He was aware of the recent turmoil and recognized that Boss Lu's information was indeed astute. It's just a routine collaboration. Chen Long laughed lightly, displaying his worldly wisdom. Noticing Chen Long's lack of a definitive stance, Lu Xiaojia continued. The filming of the 12 zodiac animals should not only serve commercial purposes, but also promote the essence of Chinese martial arts, correct? Chen Long's demeanor shifted in surprise. Very few people were privy to his collaboration with Ali Entertainment, and even fewer knew about the upcoming project titled 12 Zodiac Animals. How could this young man have learned of it ahead of time? Seeing Chen Long's astonishment, Lu Xiaojia sensed a shift in his mindset and added, Brother Chen Long, Jiaxing Media has released a film titled Let the Bullets Fly. I trust you have seen it? Chen Long nodded, acknowledging that he had indeed watched the film, which was quite remarkable. Lu Xiaojia continued, through the promotion of Let the Bullets Fly, Jiaxing Media not only achieved the highest box office for domestic films, but also excelled overseas. Chen Long nodded again, recognizing that during this period, a domestic film selling for $10 million abroad was indeed impressive. The true strength of Jiaxing Media far surpassed that of the merely famous Ali Entertainment, especially in terms of overseas distribution. Chen Long was intrigued by this revelation. Lu Xiaojia, sensing the opportunity, calmly extended 3 fingers, preparing for the final persuasive blow. Chapter 37, A Multifaceted Approach. The entry of Jing and Mal. Chen Long wore a perplexed expression, unable to grasp the meaning behind Lu Xiaojia's 3 outstretched fingers. However, the following words from Lu Xiaojia made him uneasy. 3 billion. I will invest 3 billion and sign your entire Chen family troupe. 3 billion. Despite being an international superstar who had encountered numerous wealthy individuals, this was the first time Chen Long witnessed such audacity. To him, 3 billion seemed as trivial as 30 yuan. With just 3 fingers raised, a bid was made. Lu Xiaojia's unassailable series of strategic moves completely dispelled Chen Long's hesitations. Not only could this investment promote the 12 zodiac signs internationally, but it would also propel the entire Chen family troupe to new heights. Why not seize this opportunity? One could only blame the other party for being too generous. Even an experienced international giant like Chen Long was taken aback by Lu Xiaojia's boldness. As for Yang Mi and Riba, it was needless to say. Though they had witnessed Lu Xiaojia's lavish spending methods before, the sensation of treating 3 billion as if it were merely 30 was beyond their comprehension. No matter how many times they had seen it. Although brother Chen Long is an international film star, can we really invest a staggering 3 billion? Will we recoup the costs? As they departed from the Hilton Hotel, Yang Mi could no longer contain her curiosity and quietly inquired. Lu Xiaojia replied, "If it were the previous 12 zodiac signs, it would certainly be impossible to recover the costs." Yang Mi gasped, "Then why are you investing?" "I am investing in Chen Long as an individual and his troupe," Lu Xiaojia responded. In the realm of martial arts films, if one were to merely assess dedication, Chen Long and his troupe exhibited a commendable professionalism. Observing Yang Mi's anxious expression, Lu Xiaojia understood her concerns for Jiaxing Media and continued. "I plan to transform the 12 zodiac signs into a globally recognized martial arts blockbuster. Our Jiaxing Media aims to promote Dragon Country's martial arts worldwide." Yang Mi was taken aback, astonished by Lu Xiaojia's lofty ambitions. "Thus, we should not only focus on immediate profits," Lu Xiaojia remarked with a subtle smile. "Moreover, as long as we effectively promote overseas, the combination of international and domestic box office revenues may not necessarily result in a loss." Yang Mi lightly nodded. Although she was the CEO of Jiaxing Media, such critical strategic decisions were undoubtedly in Lu Xiaojia's hands. "All right, let us prepare to announce our collaboration. After all, the purpose of enticing Chen Long and his troupe is also to strike a blow against Ali Entertainment." Upon returning to Tianhai Plaza, Yang Mi swiftly represented Jiaxing Media in releasing the astonishing news. On Weibo, the announcement of Chen Long joining Jiaxing Media instantly dominated the trending topics. International martial arts superstar Chen Long announces his departure from Ali Entertainment to join Jiaxing Media. Chen Long's choice to align with Jiaxing Media rather than Ali Entertainment signified his lack of faith in the latter's future. Concurrently, Douyin erupted with various videos fervently promoting the news of Chen Long's departure from Ali Entertainment. In no time, this matter became a hot topic both online and in reality. As night fell and the New York Stock Exchange opened, Lu Xiaojia opened his computer and glanced at Ali's stock prices, revealing a faint smile. Although Ali's stock had stabilized somewhat due to their public relations efforts, the incident of Chen Long's departure reignited online fervor. Coupled with Penguin's opportunistic maneuvers, Ali's stock began to plunge once more, entering a new downward trend. "Allow me to stoke the flames further." Lu Xiaojia waved his hand. Riba promptly picked up her phone, raised it with both hands, and gently brought it to Lu Xiaojia's ear. Sipping the Longjing tea that Riba had just brewed, Lu Xiaojia addressed the phone in her hand. "Please connect me to General Manager Chow from Xinlong." "Understood," Riba obediently replied as she began dialing. Yang Mi rolled her eyes in exasperation. Now even phone calls required Riba's assistance. Their esteemed boss at Jiaxing Media seemed to be growing increasingly indolent. Soon, the call connected. "General Manager Chow?" Lu Xiaojia leisurely set down his teacup and stated, "Please help me contact General Manager Lu from Jingnan Mall." "General Manager Lu from Jingnan Mall? I'm familiar with him. I'll reach out immediately." "What do you need him for?" "It's a matter of some significance." "I intend to invest $50 million in Jingnan Mall," Lu Xiaojia replied nonchalantly. $50 million. Chow Guowei on the other end exclaimed in surprise. "All right, I'll contact him right away. I believe old Lu will be very willing." A few minutes later, General Lu from Jingnan Mall called back. Riba again dutifully held the phone to Lu Xiaojia's ear. "Boss Lu, I heard you wish to invest in our Jingnan Mall." "Yes, I intend to invest $50 million, but I have one condition." "Please state your condition. I'll agree to whatever it is." Currently, Jingnan Mall was in dire need of funds, and as long as control was not relinquished, any condition could be accepted. "It's nothing major. Recently, our Jiaxing Media has had some minor disagreements with Ali Entertainment. I simply require Jingnan Mall to step into the fray." Lu Xiaojia articulated his plan. Lu Xiaojia suggested that Jingnan Mall take advantage of the conflict between Ali and Penguin. The business models of Jingnan Mall and Ali Group were strikingly similar, and they were indeed competitors. Jingnan Mall's involvement would directly target the core business of Ali Group. Naturally, General Lu on the other end readily agreed. Soon, Weibo's trending topics experienced another shift. Shock! Many products sold online by Ali are actually counterfeit. Beneath various trending topics, numerous comments echoed the sentiment. "Just the other day, I spent 80 yuan on Ali top offer an LV bag, only to find out it was not genuine. Brothers, I'm devastated." Same here. I bought a Rolex watch for a few hundred yuan, and after just 2 days, the hand stopped moving. When I tried to return it at the Rolex store, well, they nearly threw me out. They told me I was dreaming. Where can I seek justice for such grievances? Have you been influenced by doing too much? Calling everyone brother. Let us not focus on those details. My mental state is indeed crumbling. The online uproar was deafening. In the past, these would have been minor issues. After all, who expected genuine products for a few yuan? Everyone was aware of the reality. However, amidst the current fierce competition among major players, the situation was magnified. Meanwhile, on Wall Street, Muddy Waters, a renowned short-selling firm, released a lengthy report spanning 100 pages. Their target was squarely set on Ali Group. Once Muddy Waters' short-selling report was published, it sent shockwaves through the financial sector. An increasing number of investment institutions began to flood the market, shorting Ali's stock. Fueled by these institutions, the already precarious stock price of Ali began to plummet further. Moreover, the detrimental influence of these short sellers prompted even the steadfast bull investors to begin liquidating their stocks. The combination of these actions precipitated a dramatic plunge in the stock price of Ali. At the headquarters of Ali Entertainment, Jiaxing stared vacantly at his computer screen, where the series of bearish candlesticks appeared like piercing daggers, both glaringly conspicuous and deeply unsettling. The office fell silent, with no one daring to utter a word, suffused with an oppressive atmosphere akin to an impending storm. Suddenly, the phone rang. Jiaxing hesitated to answer, but upon seeing the name of Mr. Ma on the caller ID, he suppressed his rising panic and pressed the button to connect. Unsurprisingly, once the call was established, he was met with a barrage of scolding. The stock price of Ali has plummeted drastically. The instigator is none other than your Ali Entertainment. Now, not only has the Penguin Corporation entered the fray, but the Jingnan Mall has also stepped in, and even the short-selling institutions in the capital market are joining the fray. Our stock price is in free fall, leading to colossal losses. You cannot escape the blame. Mr. Ma's anger was entirely warranted, as Ali's stock price continued its descent, placing immense pressure on him. Although he held the title of chairman, he was not devoid of the scrutiny from other board members. Most troubling was the fact that he remained in the dark regarding who was orchestrating this turmoil. Was it possible that this situation had been premeditated by the Penguin Corporation and Jingnan Mall? Jiaxing, overwhelmed by the reprimand, was left in a daze, repeatedly assuring that he would rectify the situation. However, he too was uncertain about the true nature of the events unfolding. Could it truly be the work of Jiaxing Media? Did Jiaxing Media possess such formidable power? Recently, a legendary tale had circulated on Wall Street about an investment prodigy from the Dragon Kingdom who, through astute foresight, had executed a massive short position against Ali's stock, reaping astonishing profits. However, the identity of this genius remained a mystery to Wall Street, with everyone eager to uncover the identity of this overnight millionaire. Soon, information from the New York Stock Exchange was released, sending shockwaves through Wall Street. Jiaxing Investment shorts Ali stock, netting a staggering $100 billion. Oh my goodness, $100 billion. This investment genius from the Dragon Kingdom must be among the wealthiest individuals in existence, apart from the elusive financial dynasties. This Dragon Kingdom prodigy's wealth was likely comparable to that of the richest tycoons. Indeed, the fortunes of families like the Rothschilds and Morgans are beyond imagination. Jiaxing Investments is an offshore company, yet it remains unclear whether the name refers to Jiaxing Investments or Jiaxing Investments. This mysterious investment genius operated with remarkable professionalism, leaving no traces behind. If my investment firm could establish a relationship with Jiaxing Investments, it would undoubtedly lead to a windfall. Wall Street's major investment banks remained oblivious to who was shorting Ali's stock, except for one individual. At that moment, William Powell stood respectfully in his newly appointed elegant office, engaged in an important call from across the ocean. Rest assured, young Master Jia, I will promptly establish a position and buy back Ali stock. Even in his office, William Powell maintained a rigid posture. For the individual on the other end of the line, the investment genius from the Dragon Kingdom, was his benefactor. In the presence of such a benefactor, courtesy was never excessive. Before long, William Powell hung up the phone and began to follow the directives given. This time, he utilized Jiaxing Media's international account to start acquiring shares of the Ali Group at a low price. Following the recent upheaval, the stock price of the Ali Group had reached historical lows. With just a fraction of the profits earned from shorting the stock, Jiaxing Media managed to acquire 15% of the Ali Group's shares. As Jiaxing Media continued to accumulate shares, not only did Ali's stock price stabilize, but it also began to exhibit an upward trend. This left Jiaxing, the beleaguered president of Ali Entertainment, feeling both elated and perplexed. What had transpired? Why had Ali's stock ceased its downward spiral? Jiaxing appeared utterly bewildered. He quickly summoned his assistant to investigate the latest international news. However, after an extensive search, the assistant could not uncover any positive developments concerning the Ali Group. The only significant event appeared to be the emergence of an investment prodigy on Wall Street. Yet, Ali remained ensnared in turmoil. Just then, the assistant's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had stumbled upon an earth-shattering revelation. President Yu, something monumental has occurred. The trading information released by the New York Stock Exchange indicates that Jiaxing Media has unexpectedly become the major shareholder of our parent company, the Ali Group. What? Jiaxing thought he might still be dreaming. He hurriedly leaned over to his assistant's computer. Upon a glance, he felt as though the world was spinning around him. Jiaxing Media had acquired 15% of the Ali Group's shares on the open market. Jiaxing Media had indeed become a major shareholder of the Ali Group. His own subsidiary, Ali Entertainment, had been battling for so long, only to find themselves grappling with the major shareholder of their own parent company. Once the information from the New York Stock Exchange was made public, it not only sent shockwaves through Wall Street but also ignited a frenzy of discussion across the Dragon Kingdom's internet. What a revelation! Ali Entertainment had been embroiled in conflict with its adversaries, only to turn around and discover that the enemy had become its own superior. Haha, this is utterly laughable. Was Ali Entertainment truly engaging in a battle with thin air? Jiaxing Media, aren't you brave? Now I am the major shareholder of your parent company. Come on, let us continue the fight. Can you escape my grasp? Jiaxing Media is simply phenomenal. The CEO of Jiaxing Media is rumored to be the renowned actress Yang Mi. Indeed, Yang Mi is remarkable. She achieved fame swiftly during her acting career and continues to excel as a businesswoman. My uncle is a director in the entertainment industry and has mentioned that Jiaxing Media has an even more formidable figure behind the scenes, a truly impressive powerhouse. Discussions about Jiaxing Media are rampant across platforms such as Weibo, Douyin, and Hiya Forum in the Dragon Kingdom. Simultaneously, on Wall Street, numerous astute investment firms began probing into the identity of Jiaxing Media. When they learned that Jiaxing Media was a newly established company yet to go public, they were left astounded. A non-public new media company had become a major shareholder of the internet giant Ali from the Dragon Kingdom. When does Jiaxing Media plan to go public? Should we invest? We want to buy shares. Wall Street held a very optimistic view of Jiaxing Media, eager to invest at a high valuation. Even William Powell could not resist calling Lu Xiaojia. Young Master Lu, is Jiaxing Media planning to go public? If so, it would undoubtedly be a straightforward process. Moreover, the valuation would be exceptionally high. Lu Xiaojia gently shook her head. Going public? I do not have any such plans for the time being. After all, many operations will become inconvenient once the company goes public. This matter can be discussed at a later time. William Powell expressed deep regret. He informed Lu Xiaojia that if Jiaxing Media were to consider going public, she could approach him at any time. Simultaneously, he expressed his understanding of Lu Xiaojia's decision, acknowledging that indeed, some colossal corporations have opted not to pursue an IPO. Lu Xiaojia ended the call. Beside her, Reba gazed at her in astonishment. She muttered, "Boss, did you just mention going public?" Lu Xiaojia casually replied, "Yes. Going public, which I have declined." Declined? The boss has turned down the IPO. Reba recalled that when she first joined Jiaxing Media, the entire company comprised merely 3 individuals. It had not been long since then, and already the boss was discussing the prospect of an IPO. Moreover, the boss had rejected it. Reba felt that since her arrival at Jiaxing Media, the number of times she had been bewildered far exceeded her previous experiences combined. Serving tea and water truly was worth it. Chapter 40. The Quest for the Dragon's Secret. As Yang Mi stepped onto the red carpet, she was taken aback upon hearing that Lu Xiaojia had declined the opportunity to go public. "Xiaojia, you truly rejected the listing?" Lu Xiaojia responded. "I am not rejecting the listing. Rather, Jiaxing Media is simply not ready for it at this stage, as we are still in our early growth phase. For a company in this stage, remaining private is actually more advantageous. Besides, we are not short on funds, are we?" Lu Xiaojia's final statement was delivered with a sense of undeniable reason. Yang Mi found herself persuaded by those words, recognizing their validity. She nodded. "Indeed, Xiaojia. As the major stakeholder of Jiaxing Media, we shall follow your lead." Suddenly, Lu Xiaojia's phone rang again. Remaining composed, she did not need to take action herself. Reba, ever adept, picked up Lu Xiaojia's phone and gently placed it to her ear, pressing the answer button with her delicate fingers. On the other end, The voice of Xinlong's president, Guo Wei, resonated. Boss Lu, Mr. Ma from Ali Group just reached out to me. He wishes to express his apologies to Jiaxing Media. Mr. Ma stated that he was unaware of the affairs concerning Ali Entertainment, which were all unilateral decisions made by them. Now that you have become a major shareholder of Ali Group, they are willing to reconcile and invite you to join their board. As Guo Wei relayed this proposal, he couldn't help but reflect on the astonishing rise of the young individual on the other end of the line, who had swiftly ascended to such a significant position within Ali Group. This pace of growth was nothing short of extraordinary, marking him as an exceptional business prodigy. Mr. Ma, who had contacted Guo Wei, shared a similar sentiment, filled with disbelief and astonishment. The fierce competition between their own Ali and Penguin Jing'an had unexpectedly led to a rival's stealthy takeover. Jiaxing Media? They had never even heard of it before. And now it stood as a major stakeholder in Ali Group. Mr. Ma's shock surpassed even that of Guo Wei. A whirlwind of emotions akin to a stampede of alpacas across the plains. If it weren't for Ali Group's implementation of AB share structures, he might have risked losing control entirely. Lu Xiaojia, upon hearing Guo Wei convey the peace proposal, took a moment to ponder before responding, which left Guo Wei anxious. After years as president of Xinlong, such tension was rare for him. He worried that if Lu Xiaojia declined, it would not only complicate matters for him with Mr. Ma but also escalate the ongoing business war that had already engulfed the entire internet. After a brief pause, Lu Xiaojia finally spoke. I can agree. But I have two conditions. Please, go ahead, Boss Lu. Guo Wei urged. First, the copyright for the quest for the dragon's secret must be transferred to Jiaxing Media. Is that all? I can assure Mr. Ma of that. Guo Wei thought the request trivial compared to the gravity of the situation at hand. Despite the high value of the IP. The second condition, Lu Xiaojia continued, I trust Ali is aware of the root cause of this incident. Please convey that to Mr. Ma. He should understand how to proceed. With that, Lu Xiaojia exchanged a glance with Riba, who promptly ended the call. Guo Wei, left bewildered, had no choice but to relay Lu Xiaojia's demands to Mr. Ma. Without hesitation, Mr. Ma agreed, picking up the phone to express his frustration. I entrusted you with Ali Entertainment, yet you created such a debacle. Pack your things and leave. He hung up with a definitive thud. Ali faced a resounding defeat, not only in public opinion but also suffering attacks on its core business from Jingnan Mall, resulting in significant market share loss, an essential bastion for Ali. Continuing down this path could yield dire consequences. And as for Ali Entertainment, a mere subsidiary, it could be easily sacrificed. The business conflict between Jiaxing Media and Ali Entertainment reached a temporary conclusion. Initially hindered by Ali Entertainment's interference, the film Taiji experienced delays in major theaters. However, upon learning of the upheavals within Ali Entertainment, all theaters promptly replaced the scheduled Ali films with Taiji, filling the slots with Jiaxing Media's production. At Jiaxing Media's headquarters, Su Zheng excitedly entered the president's office. Boss, tonight we have a preview ceremony for Taiji. Would you like to join us? Lu Xiaojia, noticing Su Zheng's exuberant demeanor and Riba's eager gaze, replied, All right, let us go see the preview and unwind a little. Riba instantly beamed with joy. And even Yangmi smiled broadly. As stars, they naturally felt an intrinsic allure towards the glamour of the red carpet. Chapter 41. The modest Lu Xiaojia packs everything as Lu Xiaojia prepared to attend the premiere and walk the red carpet. It was natural to make some prior preparations. I had mentioned taking you for a stroll in Hong Kong, but at this moment, let us first explore SKP. When Riba followed Lu Xiaojia into the opulent SKP, she was utterly astonished. The myriad luxury brands displayed in various boutiques dazzled her senses. Although Riba was a university student and had heard of some luxury brands such as LV, Montblanc, Chanel, and Hermes, this was her first time experiencing them up close. This bag costs 200,000. Riba gaped at the price tag, her mind racing. Her monthly salary was 30,000, which was already considered high for someone her age. Yet, even if she abstained from all spending, it would take her nearly a year's wages to purchase a mere handbag. All she could do was cast envious glances at those exquisite and luxurious bags, silently thinking, I cannot afford this. I can only admire from afar. Lu Xiaojia, known for his understated demeanor, certainly believed so, at least on the surface. His attire was quite ordinary, devoid of ostentatious jewelry or gaudy gold chains. Consequently, two female sales associates in the luxury store, upon seeing Lu Xiaojia dressed plainly, exchanged skeptical glances. One slightly plump saleswoman could not help but scoff. Based on her years of experience, this young man seemed to be merely a spectator. Why? It was simple. Some wealthy individuals indeed preferred to be low-key, but they were typically true magnates or tycoons. Just look at this young man. He neither had a potbelly nor was bald. Did he resemble a wealthy businessman? As for second-generation rich kids, they would never dress so simply. Additionally, the two women accompanying him appeared youthful and striking, particularly the beautiful one without sunglasses, whose prominent nose and exotic allure suggested she was a university student. Thus, the slightly plump saleswoman immediately labeled Lu Xiaojia as a penniless university student here for a thrill. Beside her, a fair-skinned young woman with elegant eyebrows noticed that the veteran saleswoman remained idle despite the arrival of customers. As a newcomer, Lu Qingmei's face brightened with a smile as she approached them, warmly offering assistance. What would you like to see? I can provide some recommendations. No need for introductions. We are just browsing, Lu Xiaojia replied with a nod. Lu Qingmei complied and followed closely behind the trio. This, and this. Lu Xiaojia pointed to several bags that appeared rather unremarkable. Are they not so impressive? Indeed. Reba mechanically nodded, though she secretly thought they were all wonderful since she owned none. However, if the boss deemed them unimpressive, then so be it. Hearing Lu Xiaojia's remarks, the distant saleswoman rolled her eyes and muttered, a broke university student pretending to be someone he is not. She had encountered many such individuals who criticized every item only to buy nothing, merely putting on airs. Yet, Lu Xiaojia's next statement left her utterly dumbfounded. In addition to those few items, please wrap up everything else. Lu Xiaojia spoke as if discussing a trivial matter. Lu Qingmei, taken aback, confirmed, did you mean all the others? Yes, Lu Xiaojia nodded, waving his hand. This time, it was not Reba who stepped forward, but Yangmi, who removed her sunglasses and produced a black gold credit card from her bag, handing it over. Go ahead and charge it. We'll take everything. Yangmi spoke with a nonchalance befitting her status as the CEO of Jiaxing Media and a leading actress. Despite the exorbitant prices, she could easily afford them. Moreover, having been in Lu Xiaojia's company for a while, she was accustomed to his extravagant projects. Such expenditures were trivial in comparison. Lu Qingmei instinctively took the black card, feeling a mix of confusion and excitement. Suddenly, her eyes widened in recognition. Yangmi? Is that really you? Since gaining fame from the legend of Sword and Fairy 3, Yangmi had rarely appeared in public, and her sunglasses had concealed her identity from the sales staff. Upon recognizing her, Lu Qingmei finally grasped that this young man was indeed serious about purchasing the entire store's luxurious offerings. After a flurry of activity, Lu Qingmei completed the transaction, her face a mask of shock as she processed the payment. Miss Yang, and to you, sir and miss, your payment has been completed. May I ask where you would like the items delivered? We can arrange for home delivery. Just bring them outside, next to the Jiaxing Media van. We have someone there to receive them, Lu Xiaojia instructed casually. Subsequently, he and his companions, Yangmi and Reba, exited the store and resumed their leisurely shopping spree, while Lu Qingmei watched from behind, astonished. Meanwhile, the slightly plump saleswoman was left lamenting her missed opportunity, her heart filled with regret over the colossal commission she had let slip by. A true high roller, a once-in-a-lifetime customer. Afterward, Lu Xiaojia and the two women casually purchased more luxury items, with various bags being handed over to the bodyguards beside their luxurious van. Xiaohu, Xiaolong, please have someone take these bags back, Lu Xiaojia instructed the two head bodyguards. Then, Lu Xiaojia, along with Yangmi and Reba, proceeded to a private design studio specializing in custom high-end attire. Lu Xiaojia commissioned several beautiful gowns for the two women while opting for understated yet luxurious attire for himself. Typically, custom clothing would require time to create, but Lu Xiaojia employed a straightforward and effective method. He threw money at the problem. With substantial financial backing, designers from several studios were mobilized instantly. After all, they were artists, and earning a profit was no disgrace. As the premiere of Lost in Thailand approached, Lu Xiaojia and Yangmi were still in a daze. Boss, how much did we spend today? Reba asked, her lips trembling. They had been on a shopping spree throughout the day, and Yangmi kept swiping Lu Xiaojia's black card. Reba had lost count of the total expenditure. She couldn't even bear to remember. Just one bag exceeded her entire monthly salary. Even if she devoted the rest of her life to Jiaxing Media, she would still struggle to keep up. Not much, perhaps just a few $100 million? Lu Xiaojia casually responded. A few? Her big eyes widened in astonishment, appearing both adorable and shocked. Yangmi, even though she had personally swiped the card, was equally taken aback. Had she unknowingly spent several $100 million? Truly, money flowed like water. Such a scenario was something the former Yangmi would never have dared to imagine. However, To Lu Xiaojia, it seemed inconsequential. After all, in her perspective, money earned was simply meant to be spent. Lu Xiaojia relished both the exhilaration of earning and the thrill of spending. Having lived once more, she felt no need to deprive herself. Earning and spending were not mutually exclusive. Upon noticing Lu Xiaojia preparing to exit the vehicle, her secretary, Riba, instinctively rose to open the car door. After disembarking, Riba approached Lu Xiaojia, meticulously assisting her in adjusting her attire. At that moment, numerous individuals awaited at the head of the red carpet, including artists from Jiaxing Media. Bai Bing and Jin Sha, two recently popular actresses, rushed forward upon seeing their esteemed boss alight from the car. Boss Lu, Boss Yang Riba. Bai Bing was adorned in an alluring manner, showcasing her charm and grace. Although Bai Bing was still single, an irresistible allure surrounded her, reminiscent of cherries glistening after rain, akin to a lotus emerging from the water, evoking a sense of intrigue. Jin Sha, on the other hand, donned a sweet ensemble, perfectly accentuating her wonderful figure while conveying her pure essence beautifully. Thus, Lu Xiaojia found herself accompanied by two beauties, transforming the scene into one surrounded by four exquisite women. Countless reporters surged forward, eager to capture the moment of Lu Xiaojia walking hand in hand with the four stunning ladies, Yang Mi, Bai Bing, Jin Sha, and the seemingly captivating Riba from Jiaxing Media, truly a gathering of four beauties. Quick, capture this moment. Did I just see Riba assisting that man with his attire? Am I seeing things? Forget that, just take the photo. Amidst a flurry of flashes, Lu Xiaojia and the four beauties entered the screening hall together. Inside the hall, the creative team behind Tai awaited them. Su Zheng, Huang Bo, and Wang Baochang, the three lead stars of the film, promptly approached. Boss Lu, under the guidance of the three illustrious stars, Lu Xiaojia made her way to the central seat. Yang Mi naturally settled on Lu Xiaojia's left, while Riba, as her secretary tasked with managing various affairs, took her place on the right. Bai Bing and Jin Sha positioned themselves closely beside Yang Mi and Riba. The two ladies engaged in hushed conversations with Yang Mi and Riba, yet their glances frequently wandered towards the young and handsome Lu Xiaojia. After Lu Xiaojia departed the red carpet accompanied by the four beauties, the once bustling star-studded spectacle began to quiet down. A throng of reporters lamented that the highlight of the red carpet had likely concluded. Just then, a stretched Rolls-Royce came to a halt at the edge of the red carpet. Huh? Who is that? Is it the chairman of Xian Lane Company? What brings him here? The reporters exchanged astonished glances, murmuring among themselves, before they could fully recover from their shock. Yet another luxury vehicle arrived at the red carpet's edge. Is that Mr. Lu from Jingnan Mall? He's here too. Look over there. There are more luxury cars. As the reporters beheld the figures emerging from the luxury vehicles, they were utterly astounded. Mr. Ma's here too. Is this the premiere of Jiaxing Media or a corporate gala for entrepreneurs? Why are all these renowned business magnates from the Dragon Country present? Chapter 43. The Online Frenzy. An unprecedented viewing tide outside the red carpet. The journalists were witnesses to a scene rarely seen in the entertainment industry. One by one, prominent business magnates from across the Dragon Kingdom arrived at the premiere of Jiaxing Media. Among them were renowned figures like Ali, Penguin, Xinlong, Jingnan, Huai, and Lerue, as well as the recently rising Douyin. These chairpersons and CEOs, usually elusive, were gathered in support of Jiaxing Media's event. The journalists were astounded. What brought them here? Was it merely to bolster Jiaxing Media? Does Jiaxing Media possess such substantial backing? I recall that Jiaxing Media was established not long ago. Despite its brief history, it has transformed remarkably, having gained a foothold in the industry with Let the Bullets Fly, and then soaring to new heights with Myth. Indeed, Jiaxing Media is formidable. Yet, can a mere media company attract such an array of titans from various industries to its premiere? As the journalists marveled, confusion lingered. After all, a media company fundamentally engages in entertainment. In the eyes of those dismissive of the entertainment sector, such companies hardly command respect. Yet, it was precisely this entertainment company that drew numerous business giants to its event. In the premiere hall, the sudden appearance of these magnates electrified the atmosphere and elicited gasps from the media. Lu Xiaojia had anticipated their arrival and promptly greeted each of the esteemed business leaders before gracefully taking her seat to enjoy the screening of Tai Joke. Her composed demeanor astonished her companions, Yang Mi and Riba, who quickly regained their composure due to their familiarity with her. Bai Bing and Jin Sha, however, were different. These were renowned business giants of the Dragon Kingdom. Had they truly come to support Jiaxing Media? When did Jiaxing Media earn such prestige? Moreover, How could the big boss remain so unfazed? Bai Bing's charming eyes shimmered with disbelief, her gaze toward Lu Xiaojia filled with curiosity. Likewise, Jin Sha, having risen to fame after Star Moon Myth, recognized the vast chasm separating her from these titans. Such circles were impenetrable even for the most celebrated stars. Actors such as Su Zheng, Huang Bo, and Wang Baoqiang, while in awe, lamented how they had underestimated Jiaxing Media's influence and the power of their leader. Despite the recent tumult online, the specifics remained unclear to most Jiaxing Media employees, save for Yang Mi and Riba. Thus, the collective support from the Dragon Kingdom's business elites not only propelled Tai Joke to the pinnacle of popularity, but also elevated the loyalty of Jiaxing Media's employees. On the evening of the premiere, Jiaxing Media once again dominated the trending topics on Weibo. Tai Joke had ignited the New Year's viewing frenzy. Tickets were sold out. Jiaxing Media, truly remarkable. What is the origin of this Jiaxing Media? How does it consistently align with the pulse of the industry, investing in blockbuster productions? The premiere, attended by numerous business giants, showcased high-definition images, revealing that not just Ma Yun but also Jing An, Xinlong, and even Douyin's president were present. Was Xinlong not the parent company of Weibo? It explained the constant trending of Jiaxing Media. Could it be that Xinlong had ties to Jiaxing Media? This seemed implausible. Such a notion was too terrifying. Weibo even crashed due to overwhelming traffic, prompting many users to shift to the recently popular Douyin, further boosting its traffic. At Jiaxing Media's headquarters, Lu Xiaojia reclined in her chair, savoring tea with an air of bliss. Riba, standing by her side with her long legs straightened, gently maneuvered the mouse. "Boss, shall I turn the page?" Lu Xiaojia, without a word, simply nodded. Following her cue, Riba promptly turned the page to reveal the next news item. Despite having witnessed this scene multiple times, Yang Mi couldn't help but twitch at the corner of her eye. Riba had ventured far down the path of servitude. The phone rang. Riba quickly picked it up and, after connecting, held it gently to Lu Xiaojia's ear. "Boss Lu, Douyin's daily active users have surpassed Shoushi." Zhang Yimin's voice beamed with excitement on the other end. In just 2 months, Douyin had overtaken the former short video leader, Shoushi, becoming the industry frontrunner. This was something Zhang Yimin had never dared to envision. Such an astonishing feat had been effortlessly achieved under Lu Xiaojia's guidance. "Boss Lu, although Douyin is still heavily investing, we are not only avoiding losses but, thanks to the influx of advertisers, our cash flow has become exceedingly robust. Additionally, today's top list has been successfully developed as per your instructions. The initial feedback has been overwhelmingly positive, based on my entrepreneurial experience. It won't be long before it becomes a popular app." Zhang Yimin was visibly elated. Lu Xiaojia remained unruffled. The success of both today's top list and Douyin was inevitable. These two national apps had undergone the scrutiny of the internet, adeptly capturing public interest and preferences. Their rise to prominence was merely a matter of time. Moreover, an interesting parallel existed. In the previous life, Douyin had amassed considerable power, with its financial resources reportedly surpassing most publicly listed companies globally. Yet, Douyin had remained privately held, quietly amassing wealth. This bore a striking resemblance to the current state of Jiaxing Media. Lu Xiaojia exchanged a few more words with Zhang Yimin, urging him to continue investing to maintain their lead, while also preparing to develop an overseas version of Douyin for market entry. Naturally, Zhang Yimin complied with all her directives. Feeling they had discussed enough, Lu Xiaojia subtly nodded at Riba. Riba promptly ended the call, adeptly pouring tea and managing communications. She had become quite the professional. Since joining Jiaxing Media, Riba had learned immensely. Not only had her horizons expanded, but she was also becoming increasingly proficient in her role as a secretary, relishing every moment of her journey. Yang Mi found herself utterly speechless at the sycophantic behavior of Riba. She was scrolling through the screen of her laptop, perusing the latest trending topics, when suddenly a sensational headline caught her eye. Famous actress Yang Mi reveals shocking scandal. Her romantic relationship has finally come to light. Without hesitation, Yang Mi clicked on the link. The images and descriptions in the post instantly flushed her cheeks with embarrassment. Have you all seen this? This is a red carpet photo leaked during the premiere of Lost in Thailand. In the picture, the young man between Yang Mi and Riba is the man behind Yang Mi. The revelation of such a young and handsome man behind her left many questioning. Wasn't there a rumor that he was supposed to be a coal magnate? Beneath the post, comments ranged from admiration to skepticism. "Please don't spread rumors. Our Yang Mi is the CEO of Jiaxing Media. Does she really need to rely on a man?" Indeed, Jiaxing Media had become a dominant force in the entertainment industry. Could it be that Yang Mi had a man behind her? Faced with these comments, Yangmi felt a mix of shyness and amusement. She quickly donned a pseudonym and began typing fervently in the comments section. Her response neither confirmed nor denied the speculation, simply stating that Yangmi and Lu Xiaojia were once university classmates. Perhaps their bond was merely a pure and beautiful friendship. Her comments soon attracted replies from netizens. Little fragrant feet? That ID is quite amusing. This peculiar commenter had a point. Lu Xiaojia indeed seemed to be Yangmi's classmate. Many agreed, while others vehemently opposed. What nonsense! Purely platonic friendship? A handsome male classmate and a beautiful female classmate sharing a pure friendship? Do you even believe that? Exactly. You probably don't believe it yourself. I have a friend whose wife ended up. Oh, is that friend you? No, it's not. Don't say such things. Don't slander me. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaojia observed the scrolling screen, listening to Yangmi's soft laughter from a distance. Feeling quite at ease. Knock, knock. A soft knock interrupted the moment. Boss, the box office for Lost in Thailand has come in. The manager from Jiaxing Media reported excitedly. 2.7 billion. We've shattered the domestic box office record previously held by Jiaxing Media. Though this manager had only recently joined the company, she felt a swell of excitement and pride. Jiaxing Media had broken its own box office record in such a short time, a true cinematic miracle. Upon hearing the record, Yangmi abruptly closed her laptop, exclaiming, 2.7 billion? Are you certain? Yes, Boss Yang, this is the accurate figure compiled by our colleagues. Moreover, the box office is expected to grow further. It might approach 3 billion. A box office record of 3 billion would essentially double the previous record set by Jiaxing Media. Yangmi turned to Lu Xiaojia beside her. All miracles were created by this man, who remained composed while his secretary Reba tirelessly scrolled through news updates. Feeling the gaze of the three around him, Lu Xiaojia slightly shook his head. It's just 3 billion at the box office. Why the excitement? Besides, this doesn't even account for overseas earnings. Overseas box office. Yangmi responded, realizing that Jiaxing Media, specifically Lu Xiaojia, had dedicated distribution channels abroad. If overseas earnings were factored in, she couldn't fathom what staggering number Lost in Thailand would ultimately reach. Chapter 45. Overseas channels and the expansion of Jiaxing Media. Reba, quickly connect me to William, said Lu Xiaojia. Reba promptly picked up her phone, dialed the number, and gently handed the phone to Lu Xiaojia's ear. Xiaojia, my friend, how are you? Came the exaggerated and awkward dragon language of William Powell from the other end. William, how's the overseas distribution channel I asked you to investigate? Lu Xiaojia's inquiry prompted a moment of silence on the line. After a pause, William Powell replied, Xiaojia, ever since you assigned me this task, I have been leveraging my connections to establish Jiaxing Media's overseas distribution channels. Initially, everything was progressing smoothly. Your film, Taiji, was almost finalized for a $100 million licensing deal with Fox. However, something has changed. William Powell's words caused Lu Xiaojia's brow to furrow. Changed? What change? I am currently investigating. Xiaojia, rest assured, my connections on Wall Street are stronger than ever. I will uncover the truth soon. Please expedite it, Lu Xiaojia replied coolly. Afterward, Lu Xiaojia instructed Reba to hang up the phone and began to tap her fingers thoughtfully on the desk. At present, Jiaxing Media had a firm foothold in the Dragon country's media landscape and had even ventured into the internet sector. It could be said that Jiaxing Media faced no competitors within the Dragon country. This was not a matter of arrogance on Lu Xiaojia's part, rather. The core business of Jiaxing Media was film and television production, not coal mining, real estate, or manufacturing. Thus, Lu Xiaojia could hardly conceive of any domestic rivals. The current competitors were likely from abroad. It appeared that Jiaxing Media's rise, coupled with its recent international engagements, had caught the attention of certain media moguls in the Eagle country. Having roughly identified the potential adversaries, Lu Xiaojia chose to set aside the matter for the time being. His current capital had reached an astounding $200 billion. Such an immense sum would be regarded as a significant force even in the financially robust Eagle country, especially as it constituted liquid assets at Lu Xiaojia's disposal. Suddenly, Lu Xiaojia noticed the silence in the office. Reba and Yangmi were gazing at him in astonishment. The female manager from Jiaxing Media, though standing at a distance, also cast a curious glance in his direction. During the phone call, Yangmi had vaguely heard mention of overseas rights and $100 million. The manager, although unable to discern the specifics, sensed that her boss was negotiating overseas distribution. Has our influence at Jiaxing Media truly reached overseas? Lu Xiaojia felt uncomfortable under the three women's scrutiny. It was not that he was shy. He was accustomed to being surrounded by admirers and attended to meticulously by his secretary, Reba. Instead, he suddenly felt that the office space of Jiaxing Media seemed a bit cramped. As Jiaxing Media continued to grow, the number of employees had also increased significantly. What had once felt like an expansive area of 1,000 square meters was now bustling with activity. Clearly, an expansion was in order. Without hesitation, Lu Xiaojia commanded, "Bring Manager Yi from Tianhai Plaza to me." The female manager promptly turned and hurried towards the manager's office at Tianhai Plaza. Before long, Manager Yi arrived at Jiaxing Media in a rush. "Boss Lu, what can I do for you?" "It's nothing significant. I just feel that our office space is a bit too small," Lu Xiaojia stated nonchalantly. "I initially purchased half a floor, and now I wish to acquire the other half." Manager Yi's expression brightened. However, after a moment's hesitation, he spoke cautiously. "Boss Lu, when you purchased the office building, it was during a market downturn. Now, the property prices have increased considerably." Manager Yi, "I assure you, I am not trying to deceive you. Please verify it." Manager Yi, anxious that Lu Xiaojia might think he was trying to inflate prices. Lu Xiaojia was well aware of the rise in property prices. Otherwise, he would not have bought half a floor in the first place. "I understand. Just tell me how much it has risen." "Boss Lu, the current price is 81,000 per square meter." 81,000. Before Lu Xiaojia could respond, Yang Mi exclaimed in shock. When Jiaxing Media made the purchase, it was only 51,000 per square meter. Has it truly increased to 81,000 in less than a year? "Boss Yang, I truly am not exaggerating. The prices have indeed surged." Manager Yi hurried to explain. Lu Xiaojia raised his hand. "All right, I understand. If it's 80,000, then so be it. Whether it's 80 or 85,000, it makes no difference. Just acquire it all." Lu Xiaojia's magnanimity and composure left Manager Yi in awe. He had recently come across various rumors about Jiaxing Media online. It seemed that this boss of Jiaxing Media, hailing from a coal tycoon background, was indeed not exaggerating. Only those wealthy coal magnates could possess such extravagant confidence. However, Manager Yi did not immediately turn to leave. After carefully considering his words, he added, "Boss Lu, given your busy schedule, you may not be aware that the other half of the floor is already occupied by a company." Of course, the other company had not purchased the office space outright like Boss Lu, but was renting it instead. Lu Xiaojia had indeed overlooked such minor details. But Manager Yi's remark jogged his memory. He recalled encountering Yang Mi's female fan in the elevator. Perhaps they were from the neighboring company? Thus, Lu Xiaojia replied, "I understand. These are trivial matters. Jiaxing Media purchasing the adjacent floor may inconvenience them. Let's offer them 20 million as relocation compensation." Manager Yi, "Please assist me in negotiating this." Manager Yi was left speechless. 20 million for relocation? Is negotiation even necessary? They will undoubtedly agree. Manager Yi hurriedly turned and rushed off to negotiate. Indeed, the owner of the neighboring company was stunned by the sudden offer of 20 million. Although he was the owner, he was renting office space in the prime Tianhai Plaza, and after such a short time of occupancy, receiving such a lucrative relocation fee was astonishing. Thus, the owner agreed without hesitation and even urged his employees to move out the same day, seemingly fearful that Lu Xiaojia might change his mind. Jiaxing Media successfully acquired the entire floor of Tianhai Plaza. Subsequently, they commenced renovations and the procurement of office supplies. This time, Lu Xiaojia and Yang Mi did not involve themselves in the minutiae. Yang Mi, as the CEO of Jiaxing Media, was preoccupied with screening and interviewing new employees, while Lu Xiaojia primarily focused on enjoying the attentive services of his secretary, Reba, and observing Yang Mi's relentless busyness. "Boss, how do you find this peach? Is it delicious?" Reba gently lifted a glistening slice of peach with her delicate hand and sweetly offered it to Lu Xiaojia's lips. Lu Xiaojia turned her head slightly, took a bite, and remarked, "It's a bit sour." "Oh, then I shall choose another place next time." Hot Ba, while nodding, furrowed her brows in distress, for she knew the remaining peaches were all hers. Just as Hot Ba pouted her adorable little brows and bit into the tart peach, the phone rang. Hot Ba promptly placed the peach back in the box, picked up the phone, pressed to answer, and gently leaned it towards Lu Xiaojia's ear. "Xiaojia Lu, I have discovered that the company targeting Jiaxing Media this time is not from your dragon country, but from our eagle country." On the other end of the line, William Powell's voice came through, tinged with a hint of gravity. Lu Xiaojia's expression remained unchanged, as she had anticipated this. "Oh, which company from your eagle country? It seems Jiaxing Media has not offended any companies from eagle country. Why would they obstruct our distribution?" "Xiaojia Lu, You must prepare yourself mentally. This opponent is rather formidable. It is Disney, have you heard of it? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaojia paused slightly. Although she had suspected that the interference stemmed from an Eagle Country company, she had not anticipated that it would be the media giant Disney. Xiaojia Lu. Disney holds significant power in the media landscape of Eagle Country. They are not to be trifled with. I suspect they believe your Jiaxing Media is rising too swiftly. And you are not content to remain within the confines of the Dragon Country's media scene, seeking to extend your influence overseas. You must understand that for years, the impact of Dragon Country's films has been largely confined within its borders, rarely making waves abroad. Even when films do venture forth, their distribution is typically lackluster. William Powell, now closely intertwined with Lu Xiaojia's fortunes, expressed concern that she might act impulsively without grasping the stakes involved, and began to analyze the situation for her. In your last overseas venture, the rights for Let the Bullets Fly yielded you a profit of $10 million. While this figure pales in comparison to Hollywood films, it is a substantial sum for Dragon Country cinema, marking a promising beginning. Moreover, this was your first foray into overseas distribution. Therefore, it is evident that Disney perceives a threat in Jiaxing Media's ascent. They believe they cannot allow your growth in overseas markets to continue smoothly. As William Powell articulated this, he advised, in our Eagle Country, Disney's influence is vast. It would be wise for you not to confront them head-on. Understood. Please continue your investigations, Lu Xiaojia replied casually. She then gestured for Hot Ba to hang up the phone. Just after hanging up, the phone rang again. Chapter 47. The Dilemma of the Chun family's troop. Private jet, could it be that William has yet to conclude his thoughts? Lu Xiaojia felt a twinge of confusion. She had just ended a phone call when it rang again. Reba answered the call and gently brought the phone to Lu Xiaojia's ear. Boss Lu. It's Chun Long. The voice on the line was not William's, but that of Chun Long, who appeared to be in a state of distress. He had been trying to reach Lu Xiaojia but had encountered a busy signal. We are currently overseas filming the 12 Animals. Initially, everything was progressing smoothly. However, over the past few days, we have been beset by local forces and the police, who have been seeking to create trouble for us under various pretexts. Despite our attempts to negotiate with these factions and the local authorities, there has been no improvement. I suspect someone is orchestrating these issues from behind the scenes. As an international film star, Chun Long possessed a certain awareness of foreign affairs. He quickly surmised that their current filming of the 12 Animals might be targeted intentionally. He had also reached out to some of his overseas contacts, but despite his past fame, he found that his influence had waned, and he was unable to match the might of capital magnates, ultimately returning empty-handed. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaojia urged him to remain calm and advised the 12 Animals team to continue filming indoor scenes, postponing any outdoor shoots for the time being. Chun Long agreed, recognizing that it would be more challenging for those troubling them to intrude during indoor filming, given his reputation and the potential repercussions. After hanging up, before Lu Xiaojia could speak, Yang Mi expressed her concern. Xiaojia, if they dare to target us despite Chun Long's stature abroad, the forces behind this must be formidable. Lu Xiaojia replied, indeed, they are formidable. The Disney Group in the United States is not to be underestimated. It is a world-renowned media conglomerate with connections across numerous countries and regions. Furthermore, their media and entertainment sector is merely a fraction of their vast operations. Disney. Yang Mi had not fully grasped William Powell's earlier message. She had assumed that Jiaxing Media's overseas distribution faced certain obstacles, but was taken aback to learn that the Disney Group had directly intervened to disrupt the 12 Animals crew. Was Jiaxing Media poised to confront Disney head-on? Concern etched itself across Yang Mi's face, mirrored by Reba's apprehension. Although merely a university student, Reba had long been aware of Disney's formidable reputation. While Jiaxing Media had made significant strides recently, she did not believe it could compete with an international giant like Disney, whose influence and resources were indeed daunting. Sensing the anxiety radiating from the two women beside her, Lu Xiaojia offered a reassuring smile and a few comforting words. One could hardly blame them. The enormity of Disney's influence was undeniably overwhelming, not just abroad but also within Long Country where its impact was equally significant. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xiaojia instructed, Reba, please notify Tang Xiaohu to come here immediately. Before long, the muscular and spirited Tang Xiaohu, clad in military green security attire, strode confidently into the office. Brother Lu, what is the matter? As a veteran of the Special Forces, Tang Xiaohu was not only highly skilled but also known for his decisive manner of action. As one of the security team leaders for Jiaxing Media, he had been effectively managing the company's security operations. Xiaohu, I need you to lead 20 of your men overseas. Reba will provide you with the specific address shortly. Brother Chen Long is facing some troubles while filming the 12 animals. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaohu stood at attention and saluted. Brother Lu, rest assured, no matter who they are, they will not disrupt us again once I arrive. Lu Xiaojia nodded with satisfaction and continued. There are too many of you to travel comfortably on commercial flights. How about this? Reba, please arrange a private jet for Xiaohu and his team. Understood. Reba promptly grabbed her phone to contact the airline. Although the airline was initially surprised, they quickly arranged the private jet. Having collaborated with Jiaxing Media on multiple occasions in the past, boss, Tang Xiaohu and the 20 security personnel have already departed, Reba informed. Xiaomi. Ensure that Xiaohu has sufficient funds, as expenses abroad are inevitable. Lu Xiaojia then instructed Yang Mi to transfer $30 million to Tang Xiaohu's account. This was not merely a reflection of Lu Xiaojia's lavish spending habits, but rather his desire to ensure his team was well cared for. After all, they were like family, and he could not bear to see them suffer. Of course, one could not dismiss the fact that Lu Xiaojia's financial ease might have influenced his willingness to spend. All right, we should also prepare to depart. Let's arrange for a private jet. Lu Xiaojia rose, extending his arms in anticipation of Reba assisting him with his attire. Boss, are you buying a private jet? Reba gasped in surprise before quickly covering her mouth with her hand. Why am I getting so excited? It's just a private jet. Given the boss's current status, it seems only natural for him to own one. Unbeknownst to her, Reba's mindset had subtly shifted. No longer the inexperienced university student. She had transformed into a capable assistant who could remain composed at the mention of purchasing a private jet, especially when she saw Lu Xiaojia standing there, arms outstretched. Her instincts kicked in. She rushed to the coat rack, gently removed his suit, and meticulously helped Lu Xiaojia dress. The seamlessness of her actions was almost instinctual. Throughout this process, Lu Xiaojia remained unfazed, accustomed to such moments. Reba, too, had developed a reflexive approach to her duties, regarding them as entirely normal. Only Yang Mi, the CEO of Jiaxing Media, found herself grappling with a tinge of jealousy and a hint of melancholy. The source of her envy was a mystery she did not wish to confront. As for her sadness, she suspected it stemmed from Reba, a fresh graduate now, so devoted that she felt responsible for even the minutiae of daily life. Boss Lu, Boss Yang. This is a Gulfstream Star private jet at the airport. Several elegantly attired flight attendants, showcasing their long legs and black stockings, were enthusiastically briefing Lu Xiaojia about the upcoming private jet. The Gulfstream G's configuration was remarkably luxurious, and its safety was indisputable. The flight attendants were diligently presenting the details, clearly excited, for they recognized Yang Mi and were aware of Jiaxing Media's standing, having frequently provided charter services to the company. Not long ago, a chartered flight from Jiaxing Media had just taken off. They were aware that this significant deal held the promise of success. How many passengers can a Gulfstream G accommodate? Lu Xiaojia casually inquired. Approximately 14 to 19 people. Fewer than 20? That seems a tad small. Lu Xiaojia remarked with a slight frown. Boss Lu, this is already the largest and most luxurious private jet available. Is it? After surveying the surroundings, Lu Xiaojia turned to ask, what do you all think? At that moment, Yang Mi and Reba felt quite conflicted. Before arriving, both women had felt rather composed. After all, it was just a private jet. They had seen such things on television. However, upon witnessing the jet in person, they were instantly captivated by its stunning exterior and opulent interior decor. MMM. Reba nodded instinctively, expressing her approval. Yang Mi, being the more composed of the two, managed to suppress her excitement and replied, it's wonderful, quite impressive. But, how much does one of these cost? The price of a Gulfstream G is around 4 to 500 million. 500 million, Yang Mi exclaimed, turning her gaze toward Lu Xiaojia. Although Lu Xiaojia still felt it was slightly small, there were currently no better models available, so she waved her hand and said, let's buy it. After all, we need it urgently. The flight attendants, each beaming with joy, looked at Lu Xiaojia as if she were a piece of gleaming gold. Boss Lu, Boss Yang, how much do you plan to finance? We can arrange everything for you immediately. Finance? What financing? Lu Xiaojia was momentarily taken aback. Other companies usually finance when purchasing private jets. After all, while many large corporations possess substantial capital strength, they often lack sufficient liquid funds. It's quite normal to finance when buying an aircraft. The flight attendants, having long interacted with clients inquiring about private jets, understood that very few customers could mobilize 500 million in liquid assets for such a purchase. Lu Xiaojia chose not to respond but instead nodded at Reba. Upon seeing this, Reba quickly returned to her senses, swiftly opened her bag, and produced a black bank card. We won't need financing. Let's pay directly. Subsequently, amidst the astonished gazes of the flight attendants, Reba accompanied them to the finance office to sign the agreement and initiate the transfer. Shortly thereafter, with the flight attendants surrounding and bidding her farewell, Reba excitedly emerged from the finance office, engaging in lively conversation with them. She even bent down to touch the black stockings of two of the flight attendants, seemingly chatting about something. In the distance, Lu Xiaojia observed this scene, momentarily taken aback. What was Reba up to? Under the bright sky, Yang, standing beside Lu Xiaojia, appeared to have realized something. Her fair face flushing with color as she shot a disapproving glance at Lu Xiaojia. This left Lu Xiaojia feeling quite perplexed. Reba is touching stockings. Why are you glaring at me? I didn't do anything. Chapter 49. The arrival of the Gulfstream in New York as Reba approached. A faint blush lingered on her delicate face. Surrounding her were several flight attendants, casting somewhat flirtatious glances at Lu Xiaojia. Unfazed by these details, Lu Xiaojia instructed, "Please expedite the preparation of our configurations. The quicker, the better." The flight attendants, along with the airline CEO who arrived shortly thereafter, promptly complied. Days later, when Lu Xiaojia, Yang, and Reba returned to the airport, a brand new Gulfstream G awaited them on the tarmac. The airport's flight attendants, upon seeing the owner of the private jet, hurriedly and respectfully ushered Lu Xiaojia into the cabin. The opulent interior of the aircraft elicited gasps of astonishment from Yang and Reba. "Boss, is this a private jet? It's truly magnificent." "This is my first time flying on a private jet," Reba exclaimed, her excitement bubbling over like a jubilant little bunny. Yang, too, wore an expression of sheer delight, saying, "It's my first time as well." Inwardly, Lu Xiaojia replied, "Who isn't?" Soon, the private jet ascended from the runway, embarking on a journey to the United States. William Powell had been correct. The Disney Group wielded considerable power overseas. If a negotiation could be successfully reached, there would be no need for cutthroat business battles. With a mindset of minimizing conflict, Lu Xiaojia prepared for an initial discussion. Should negotiations falter, he would not shy away. If the other party chose to disregard civility, he would not hesitate to take decisive action. The distance from the Dragon Kingdom to the United States was considerable. After several hours in the air, Lu Xiaojia began to feel drowsy and decided to rest for a while. As he gently closed his eyes, he faintly heard the sound of a soft giggle. "Boss, would you like some orange juice?" a flight attendant inquired. Realizing he was a bit parched, Lu Xiaojia replied, "A glass of orange juice, please." Upon looking up, he was momentarily taken aback. The flight attendant before him, clad in a stunning uniform, was youthful and radiant, with fair skin and an alluring figure, accentuated by long legs and a captivating silhouette. However, she was not a member of the airline's crew, but rather his secretary, Reba. "Reba, what are you doing? Why are you dressed as a flight attendant?" Lu Xiaojia asked, bewildered. "Are you playing dress-up?" Although Reba looked exquisite in the uniform, he felt it was an unfair test of his composure. Her cheeks flushed. She shyly asked, "Boss, do I look good? I noticed you were admiring the flight attendants when you were purchasing the jet, so I thought you might like it." Lu Xiaojia was taken aback. Turning to Yang, who wore a knowing smile, "Reba, don't misconstrue my intentions. I was simply listening to their explanations about the aircraft." He coughed lightly to mask his embarrassment. "You look lovely in anything, but perhaps you should change back. I'm not quite accustomed to this. Yang is beside us, after all. It's not entirely appropriate." "Oh," Reba pouted, feeling slighted, and retreated to the lounge to change back. Yang, arms crossed, leaned closer to Lu Xiaojia, whispering, "Do you really think it doesn't look good?" "Indeed, it doesn't," Lu Xiaojia replied decisively. "I don't appreciate such attire. No more of this nonsense." Yangmi's face brightened with mischief as she sighed. "Oh, I see you don't like it. I was thinking of trying it out myself." "What? You want to wear it too?" Lu Xiaojia's expression shifted, hesitating. "That might not be suitable. However," he added, "if you truly wish to wear it, I suppose I could manage." "What are you thinking?" Yang teased, playfully pinching Lu Xiaojia's arm. "Are you seriously considering letting me wear it? Do you think I'm Reba's sycophant?" Their playful banter left Reba, who returned from changing, puzzled. She was unsure what had transpired in her brief absence, unable to assist Lu Xiaojia in teasing Yang or vice versa. She simply poured a glass of orange juice for him, ready to quench his thirst once the playful antics subsided. The private jet soared through the blue skies above. The following day, when the Gulfstream G touched down at New York Airport, William Powell had been waiting eagerly below. "Lu Xiaojia, My friend, you've finally returned to New York. His excitement was palpable. Lu Xiaojia was known as a super investment prodigy from the Dragon Kingdom, a mysterious capital mogul renowned on Wall Street. Behind William were several Americans who, though unaware of the significance of Lu Xiaojia's arrival, displayed utmost respect. As Yang Mi and Reba disembarked from the private jet, their striking beauty captivated the onlookers. Yet, they all understood that the young man they were welcoming, though seemingly youthful, possessed formidable prowess and immense financial strength. In the U.S., capital often equated to power and influence. It was evident that anyone deserving such a grand welcome was not to be underestimated. William, do you have any connections in the aviation industry? Lu Xiaojia's first words to William Powell left the Wall Street tycoon momentarily speechless. Did you see the private jet behind me? Lu Xiaojia gestured. William quickly nodded. Having been awestruck by the luxurious Gulfstream G, though he had seen his fortunes rise, he still felt a considerable distance from acquiring such a top-tier private jet. Some things were not merely about having enough money. The ownership of a private jet entailed various expenses, maintenance, fuel, flight routes, and personnel. Lu Xiaojia, your Gulfstream G is truly stunning. Remarkable, William Powell exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in admiration, clearly envious. However, Lu Xiaojia shook his head. The reason I inquired about aviation connections is that I feel this Gulfstream G is a bit small. Could you assist me in acquiring a larger aircraft? A larger aircraft? You find the Gulfstream G too small? William exclaimed. Lu Xiaojia, you truly are destined to be the king of Wall Street. While others were unaware of the origins of the last great triumph on Wall Street, William understood that Lu Xiaojia would inevitably ascend to the pinnacle of financial power. Xiaojialu, your words have indeed sparked a memory within me. William Powell, seemingly inspired, excitedly slapped his arm and exclaimed, Boeing, what do you think? And not just any Boeing. Recently, there was a budgetary conflict among the upper echelons of our Eagle Nation, resulting in the reduction of a Boeing originally allocated to the federal government. This was no ordinary aircraft. It possessed bulletproof capabilities. Bulletproof capabilities? It could withstand no ordinary ammunition. William Powell's face flushed crimson as he revealed that this Boeing was equipped with specialized countermeasures, capable of jamming tracking missiles. Xiaojialu, you should understand what type of missile I am referring to, right? Lu Xiaojialu was momentarily stunned, finally grasping the significance of William Powell's words. Are you talking about that Boeing? Is it really that one? Can I purchase it? After all, I am from Long Country. Yang Mi and Reba looked bewildered, disinterested in large aircraft and lacking understanding of the conversation between Lu Xiaojialu and William Powell. Of course you can buy it, William Powell confidently asserted. Xiaojialu, didn't you establish an overseas account, an offshore company? You can use their names for the transaction. As for the federal side, I will handle that. It's merely a decommissioned aircraft in a capital-driven Eagle Nation. We can simply rebrand it. Since the last time he used money to pry open the fissures of the Eagle Nation, William Powell seemed to have discovered the essence he had been pursuing. At this moment, he was even more exhilarated than Lu Xiaojialu. Lu Xiaojialu's interest surged to unprecedented heights. The so-called private jet paled in comparison to that large aircraft. William, quickly inquire about the price of that plane. Lu Xiaojialu commanded decisively. Without hesitation, William Powell took out his phone and began dialing. It must be noted that since aligning himself with the influential Lu Xiaojialu, William Powell had been thriving. Soon, he confirmed the price. Xiaojialu, they are asking for $1 billion. $1 billion. This is no trivial sum. The standard price for a Boeing is $300 million, which means it has already multiplied several times. Of course, this grand aircraft cannot be compared to a regular one. Let us buy it. Lu Xiaojialu replied without hesitation. Simultaneously, Lu Xiaojialu added, William, you've been working hard during this time. If you can help me secure this grand aircraft, I will reward you with a service fee of $300 million. Lu Xiaojialu understood that maintaining a good relationship between individuals necessitates certain essential conditions, especially in a capital-centric Eagle Nation where money serves as the best means to sustain mutual relations. Moreover, William Powell would undoubtedly require funds to navigate the fissures of the Eagle Nation. Lu Xiaojialu's generous offer left William Powell overjoyed, and he eagerly nodded. Xiaojialu, rest assured, I will pave the way for you through the capital fissures of the Eagle Nation. Chapter 51. The shadow of triumph in international business warfare. William Powell was in an extraordinarily elated mood. Since he began following Lu Xiaojia, his fortunes had improved immensely, far surpassing his previous circumstances. Most importantly, as a professional Wall Street broker, he was now engaged in the very pursuits he had long yearned for. One of William Powell's favorite books was the autobiography of the legendary Wall Street speculator, Jesse Livermore, who once dominated the financial landscape. In the 1920s and 1930s, Livermore's gains had accounted for a staggering 30% of the GDP of the United States. In Lu Xiaojia, William Powell saw the shadow of Livermore, suppressing his excitement. William introduced his companions, loyal brokers from his circle, to Lu Xiaojia. After some pleasantries, Lu Xiaojia got to the point. William, as a local, you're quite familiar with the affairs here. Please take me to meet the head of Fox Corporation. William Powell promptly began to make arrangements. Soon, they arrived at the headquarters of Fox Corporation, where they met the executive president. We had already negotiated the overseas distribution rights with Fox. Why have you suddenly changed your stance? Lu Xiaojia's directness caught the president off guard. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu. The current film production schedule in our country is quite tight, which has led to this unexpected change. You know how unpredictable business can be. I certainly didn't wish for this situation to arise. Lu Xiaojia smiled faintly. Oh, is this not due to Disney's influence? The Fox president froze, taken aback that this young man from the Dragon Kingdom would boldly expose the underlying forces at play in the U.S., directly targeting the puppet master, Disney. The president's expression spoke volumes. Lu Xiaojia decided to take his leave. Disney's influence in our country runs deep and is immensely powerful, William Powell expressed his concern. As a media company, Fox cannot afford to offend Disney. Even News Corp wouldn't jeopardize its relationship with Disney for the sake of Jiaxing Media. I understand. I merely came to test the waters, Lu Xiaojia replied nonchalantly. Contact Disney again. Since we're here, we might as well pay them a visit. William Powell immediately reached out to Disney. It must be said that the connections of a Wall Street investment banker proved invaluable. Before long, he was in touch with Disney's presidential assistant. Mr. Powell, you wish to meet our president? Are you representing a Wall Street investment bank? No? You are from Jiaxing Media of the Dragon Kingdom? They wish to meet with our president through you? Oh, Mr. Powell. I'm afraid our president has indicated that if it's Jiaxing Media, we cannot meet. Cannot meet? Indeed. A small media company from the Dragon Kingdom does not warrant an audience with Disney. The call abruptly ended, leaving William Powell, who was on speakerphone, in an awkward silence. No wonder it's Disney. Lu Xiaojia's expression turned icy. If that's the case, let us declare war. Initially, he intended to gradually establish a foothold overseas before confronting a local giant like Disney. However, the provocation had crossed a line. Lu Xiaojia would not continue to endure such insolence. To borrow a phrase from his youth, if you seek war, then let it be war. A few days later, at New York's airport, a massive Boeing was stationed on the tarmac. Xiaojia, aren't you going to stay in New York a few more days? I'd love to extend my hospitality and let you experience the famous bunny girls of our country. William Powell expressed his regret. Lu Xiaojia glanced at Yangmi and Reba behind him, his demeanor resolute. William, those are trivial matters. I have already deposited $15 billion into the offshore account. Follow my plan. Remember to stay in touch. Lu Xiaojia was unconcerned that William Powell might harbor ulterior motives, for he only had transactional authority over the account, akin to many trust fund arrangements. In Wall Street, this was a common practice, given the diverse forces at play, not only from the U.S., but from around the world. Numerous offshore companies and concealed accounts were intertwined within this web. Some individuals or entities, for various reasons, sought to remain hidden and avoid exposure. When Lu Xiaojia and his companions flew from the Dragon Kingdom to the U.S., they traveled on a Gulfstream G private jet. Upon their return, the private jet had transformed into an oversized Boeing. Moreover, this was no ordinary aircraft. It was a special U.S. government plane equipped with anti-tracking and smokescreen capabilities. The interior of the Boeing was spacious, accommodating many, and the upgraded facilities were lavish. When Yangmi stepped into the cabin, she was utterly astonished. Is this really the private jet we are taking back? Even Yang, the boss, appeared flabbergasted. Reba, still a university student, wore an expression that was nothing short of exaggerated. Lu Xiaojia paid no mind to the reactions of the two women, as his focus was entirely on the impending business warfare with Disney. This international business battle was of utmost significance. It would determine whether Jiaxing Media could penetrate the international market and whether the films from the Dragon Kingdom could find their place on the global stage. Lu Xiaojia had once proclaimed his ambition to ignite a fervor for Chinese-language films worldwide, to inspire a wave of enthusiasm for Dragon Kingdom culture. The step before him was crucial. As Lu Xiaojia contemplated and refined his strategy, he instinctively extended his arms. Reba, who had been lost in shock, sprang into action upon seeing Lu Xiaojia's gesture. Her inherent instincts as a secretary kicked in, and she quickly reached out to help him hang up his coat. During the journey back, Lu Xiaojia remained absorbed in his thoughts, occasionally opening his laptop to review futures and stock market trends, and consulting various materials. At times, he would take out a calculator for calculations. Yangmi and Riba found themselves bewildered by Lu Xiaojia's actions. They dared not inquire or interrupt, for whenever Lu Xiaojia, the true mastermind behind Jiaxing Media, exhibited such a serious demeanor, it signaled that he was scheming something significant. As dawn broke, 2 private jets, one large and one small, gracefully descended upon the international airport of the bustling metropolis in the Dragon Kingdom. The executives of the airline and the flight attendants waiting below were momentarily taken aback. When you departed, it was a sleek Gulfstream G. Upon your return, it had transformed into a colossal Boeing. Although the airline president had been informed in advance through airport channels, the sight still stirred a tempest of emotions within him. Jiaxing Media, a film and television company, had such grand ambitions. As Lu Xiaojia disembarked, the airline president and the flight attendants, who had been waiting for a considerable time, swiftly approached. "Mr. Lu, is this Boeing also your private jet for Jiaxing Media?" The flight attendants could not contain their astonishment. "Yes. Both of these aircraft will be stationed with your airline from now on," Lu Xiaojia casually replied. "Please provide a detailed list of their maintenance costs, personnel expenses, and other expenditures to Riba." The airline president nodded eagerly, anxious not to miss this extraordinary opportunity. Subsequently, Lu Xiaojia and Yangmi Riba entered the luxurious RV parked nearby and departed without switching to another luxury vehicle, as Lu preferred the spaciousness of the RV. Once inside, he reclined comfortably on the plush sofa. "Boss, enjoy some tea." Riba promptly prepared a cup of Westlake Dragon Well and handed it over obediently. While the vehicle was stocked with fine wines and whiskeys, Lu Xiaojia typically favored tea, a fact Riba had come to know well. He accepted the fragrant Dragon Well, took a delicate sip, and nodded in appreciation. Riba had now become adept at interpreting his various nods. She immediately picked up her phone. "Boss, who would you like to call?" "William Powell." As the call connected, a voice filled with excitement came through. "Lu Xiaojia, have you arrived in Longhua?" "William, start building your position and short Disney immediately," Lu Xiaojia instructed while swirling the green tea in his hand. "Start with a modest order of $3 billion. "Understood. I will short it right away." At this moment, the stock exchange in Eagle Nation had yet to officially open. However, true to its reputation as a capital hub, pre-market orders could still be placed. Why did Lu Xiaojia wait until he returned to Longwood to initiate his trading? There is an old saying, "A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake." After all, that was Eagle Nation's territory. It was wise to exercise caution, at least, given Jiaxing Media's current influence. They could not act recklessly abroad. As the $3 billion short order entered the market, Disney stock began to show signs of decline in pre-market trading. When the stock market in Eagle Nation officially opened that day, Disney's shares, which had always been quite stable, experienced an unprecedented gap down at the opening. At Disney's headquarters in Eagle Nation, President Jerry Disney was listening to a report from his assistant. "Mr. President, for reasons unknown, our stock opened with a gap down. I examined the market closely and found no negative news regarding Disney." Jerry furrowed his brow. "No negative news? Then why did the stock decline?" The assistant was rendered speechless, and his ignorance only served to heighten Jerry's unease. "Stop standing around. Hurry and manage the public relations." The assistant dashed out of the office, urging the PR department to take immediate action. Jerry Disney watched his assistant rush out, puzzled. "Our Disney company's performance has always been stable. The stock rarely experiences significant fluctuations. Why did it suddenly open with a gap down?" He sensed something was amiss, but could not pinpoint it despite pondering for some time. The gap down in Disney's stock not only perplexed Jerry, but also raised eyebrows on Wall Street. Disney's stock price had historically shown little volatility. Why would it suddenly open lower? Was there any negative news about Disney? Consequently, Wall Street began scrutinizing Disney closely, searching for any adverse information. Before long, Disney released a statement asserting that all business operations were normal, with no negative developments. As for the sudden gap down in their stock price, Disney speculated it was likely a case of erroneous trading. Erroneous trading? This was indeed a possibility. Wall Street's investment banks acknowledged Disney's announcement, recognizing that the financial market is inherently unpredictable and such anomalies can occur. At the headquarters of Jiaxing Media in Tianhai Plaza, Lu Xiaojia reclined in his chair, observing Riba as she navigated the computer screen while savoring the fragrant Dragon Well tea. "Boss, Disney has issued a denial," Riba exclaimed. her eyes widening at the news on the screen. A denial? Yang Mi, who was reviewing company reports, leaned in to join their curiosity. Yes, after Disney's denial, their stock has begun to stabilize and shows signs of recovery, Lu Xiaojia remarked. This is quite normal. The decline in Disney's stock was abrupt, and their denial was expected to stabilize the situation. Boss, are we going to incur losses? Reba's expression turned gloomy, her lips forming a pout as worry etched across her face. Though she was unaware of the specifics of Lu Xiaojia's plan, her long tenure as a secretary had made her aware that her boss was shorting Disney's stock. Shorting meant profit could only be made through a decline in stock price. If Disney's stock stabilized, wouldn't that result in a loss? Yang Mi also looked at Lu Xiaojia with concern. Do not fret, momentary fluctuations do not signify much. Lu Xiaojia replied nonchalantly. Moreover, my decision to short Disney pre-market was deliberate, to draw the attention of Wall Street, particularly the prominent short sellers. Though Reba still struggled to fully grasp the concept, she felt a sense of admiration for her boss's prowess. Under the watchful eyes of the two women, Lu Xiaojia nodded once more. Reba quickly reacted, taking her phone and looking at Lu Xiaojia. She dialed the number for CEO Kai of Jiaxing Media. Kai, is it? Reba and Yang Mi exclaimed in astonishment. Reba had not contacted CEO Kai in quite some time, and Yang Mi had assumed that Lu Xiaojia's dealings with Jiaxing Media were not entirely resolved. She was apprehensive about witnessing a renewed conflict between her former employer and Jiaxing Media. Lu Xiaojia gave Yang Mi a reassuring glance. Go ahead, call. Reba's delicate fingers pressed the call button. Boss Lu, what can I do for you? Kai's excited and anxious voice came through the line. It had been a while since Lu Xiaojia last communicated with him, and prior interactions had typically been facilitated through Yang Mi. Now, Jiaxing Media had ascended to become the foremost media conglomerate in Longhua, placing Jiaxing Media on a different tier altogether. Hello, CEO Kai. Lu Xiaojia greeted with a calm smile into the phone. I have a matter that requires your assistance. Boss Lu, please speak. I shall comply without hesitation. Here is the matter. Your company, Jiaxing Media, must promptly issue a statement to dissociate from Disney and terminate all collaborations. Disney? President Kai queried, her confusion evident as she struggled to comprehend the reasoning behind announcing a severance of ties with Disney. However, given Boss Lu's insistence, President Kai readily acquiesced. Once Reba hung up the phone, a look of bewilderment washed over her as she contemplated asking for clarification. Yet, Lu Xiaojia interjected, dial Mr. Wang from Huai Brothers. Understood, Reba promptly initiated the call, gently placing the phone to Lu Xiaojia's ear. Chapter 54, The Taste of Conspiracy. The flavor of money, Boss Lu. It's Xiao Wang. The delighted voice of General Manager Wang from Huai Brothers came through the phone. Since Huai Brothers reached an agreement with Jiaxing Media, the company's stock price not only stabilized but also surged due to Jiaxing Media's investment, enhancing Huai Brothers' outlook in the eyes of investors. During this period, Huai Brothers' stock price not only returned to its previous levels but continued to rise, frequently breaking historical highs. Naturally, General Manager Wang's wealth also soared. He would gladly refer to himself as Xiao Wang or even address Lu Xiaojia with a higher title. General Manager Wang. I have a matter to trouble you with, Lu Xiaojia said calmly, echoing his earlier statement. Rest assured, Boss Lu, I will have the secretary issue a statement immediately. Huai Brothers will no longer collaborate with Disney. After hanging up the phone, Ba and Yang Mi exchanged glances. While they were not privy to Lu Xiaojia's specific strategies, they sensed that significant events were about to unfold in the capital circle of the Eagle Nation. Please help me dial General Manager Chao from Xinlong, Lu Xiaojia instructed again. Beep, beep, beep. General Manager Chao, there is a matter. Boss Lu, don't worry. Xinlong and Weibo will soon release a statement to terminate all cooperation with Disney. Next, Ba dialed General Manager Lu of Jingnan Mall and General Manager Ma of Ali. These two commercial rivals were unaware that they had both made the same decision. Boss Lu, rest assured, Jingnan Mall will promptly issue a statement rejecting all cooperation with Disney. Ali will also announce the termination of any collaboration with Disney. Before long, everything was arranged. Leaning back in his executive chair, Lu Xiaojia displayed an air of nonchalance, while Yang Mi and Ba stared at him with wide, bewildered eyes. Boss, what exactly are you planning? Ba finally couldn't hold back the question. Xiaojia, is this perhaps a bit too ambitious? Yang Mi's face reflected her anxiety and unease. Ambitious? Not at all. This is merely the beginning. On this day, Wall Street was inundated with news concerning Disney. Jiaxing Media announced the termination of all cooperation with Disney, ceasing any business engagements. Lu Xiaojia Media? Which company is that? The investment banks on Wall Street had not heard of this unlisted entity. Why would Lu Xiaojia Media terminate its partnership with Disney? Could this be related to Disney's plummeting stock prices? As speculation swirled through Wall Street, another announcement hit the market. Hui Brothers declared the end of all collaboration with Disney. Hui Brothers? Isn't that a listed company? Although not listed in the Eagle Nation, why would they also announce the cessation of cooperation with Disney? The investment banks on Wall Street immediately sensed an unusual scent, perhaps the scent of conspiracy or the aroma of money. Soon, even larger news broke. Xinlong Company announced the termination of all cooperation with Disney. Jiaxing Media also declared the end of its partnership with Disney. The investment banks on Wall Street were left in shock. Xinlong, that is a major company listed overseas. Why would they also sever ties with Disney? Could it be that Disney was truly facing a crisis? A ripple effect ensued. More and more Wall Street banks and investors were drawn to the successive news hitting the market, beginning to monitor Disney's stock trajectory. Many short sellers had already begun mobilizing funds, preparing to short Disney. At this moment, Ali Group stepped in, becoming the last straw that broke the camel's back. Ali Group announced the termination of all cooperation with Disney. The investment banks on Wall Street exploded with excitement. Ali, they have joined in. Ali's operations were not only vast in the Dragon Country, but also extended to numerous countries and regions overseas. The announcement from Ali Group at this juncture surely indicated they had received some insider information. Could it be that a negative event concerning Disney was about to unfold? Some astute short sellers quickly issued orders to the market. Hurry, release a small portion of short positions to test the waters with Disney. At this moment, Jiaxing Media. Lu Xiaojia observed the various news updates flooding the screen with a faint smile. Hiba, please switch the display on the right to show Disney's stock price. All right. Hiba obediently scrolled the mouse. Boss, it has dropped. Disney stock has fallen by 2 points. Although Hiba was not particularly knowledgeable about finance, her time spent with Lu Xiaojia had allowed her to grasp some basic trends. Seeing Disney's stock decline brought her joy. Only a slight drop? Not enough, Lu Xiaojia remarked. Indeed, Wall Street operates with a fierce yet prudent approach. No rabbit is released until the eagle is sighted. Thus, Lu Xiaojia instructed again, dialing William's number. Chapter 55 brings us one step closer. The Wall Street wolves are hungry. Xiaojia Lu, do you have any instructions? William Powell, from the Eagle Sauce Nation, is intently focused on the myriad of computer screens before him. As he connects the call with Lu Xiaojia, he gestures to his colleagues to hush with a downward palm motion. William immediately short-sell Disney, pouring in hundreds of millions in short orders. Got it, William Powell exclaimed. Hanging up the phone, excitement evident on his face. Brothers, we have work to do. Let's crash the market. Remember to diversify the orders. Despite having conducted extensive preliminary work to exploit the capital fissures of the Eagle Sauce Nation, this large-scale short selling still requires vigilance. Meanwhile, at Disney headquarters, President Jerry Disney is in a meeting analyzing the reasons behind the company's stock price plummeting. Suddenly, his assistant rushes into the conference room, urgency written all over his face. President, it's bad. Disney stock has taken a significant dive. It's down 8 points and still falling. What? Jerry and the other executives are taken aback. Disney stock has always been stable, akin to a blue-chip stock that rarely fluctuates. An 8-point drop is the largest since the financial crisis. What on earth has happened? Jerry immediately instructs someone to turn on the projector in the conference room. The stock price chart is soon displayed, revealing a steep, cascading drop. It truly has fallen this much. The Disney executives are incredulous. Could another financial crisis be unfolding? No, it's not a financial crisis. The assistant hurriedly pulls up various reports. Recently, several companies from the Dragon Nation, including Lu Xiaojia Media, Hui Brothers, Xin Lang Group, Jiaxing Media, and Ali Group, have collectively announced the cessation of business cooperation with Disney. President Jerry Disney is momentarily stunned. Why? Why have they decided to stop collaborating with us? Some of these companies are unfamiliar to Jerry, but he is aware of Xin Lang and Ali, both large publicly traded corporations. The assistant shakes his head, equally puzzled. I don't know. You don't know? What good are you then? Hurry up and make contact. Jerry's frustrated reprimand sends the assistant into a flurry, urgently trying to reach these Dragon Nation companies. Hello, this is Disney. I would like to speak with your president. Beep, beep, beep. The call is abruptly disconnected. The Disney assistant is left bewildered, having said nothing before the line went dead. However, not daring to waste time, he continues contacting other companies. Hello, this is Disney. Your company. Sorry, Mr. Ma is busy and cannot take your call. Goodbye. At least Ollie Group offered an apology before hanging up. Beep, beep, beep. The Disney assistant listens to the busy signal, feeling increasingly despondent. With each call, he receives the same results, either a quick disconnection or a curt farewell. After a round of calls, the expressions in the conference room are grave. As a globally renowned media conglomerate, how has Disney ever faced such treatment? President, what should we do? The assistant, holding the incessantly busy phone, reveals his alarm and confusion. Jerry, being the president of Disney and seasoned in his role, forces himself to remain composed. These companies are from the Dragon Nation. Their current attitude suggests they are resolute in not collaborating with Disney any longer. Jerry's mood grows heavy. Disney has been ambitiously preparing to expand its operations in the Dragon Nation, but now, such news has caught him off guard and left him perplexed. Which powerful figure from the Dragon Nation has Disney offended? Never mind, now is not the time to seek answers. William's face pales as he makes a decisive choice. If the companies from the Dragon Nation refuse to collaborate, then so be it. After all, Disney's core operations do not rely on the Dragon Nation. William instructs his assistant. Quickly release a statement emphasizing that the Dragon Nation's business constitutes only a minor fraction of Disney's overall operations. Even if we abandon our business there, it will not significantly impact our performance. Furthermore, we must increase our public relations efforts. We need to stabilize the downward trend of Disney's stock price as soon as possible. William is acutely aware that those on Wall Street are ravenous wolves. If the major short sellers catch a whiff of blood, the wolves will bare their fangs and pounce. If that happens, Disney will truly be in peril. As a globally recognized corporation, Disney promptly initiates vigorous public relations efforts. Their dealings with Dragon Nation companies are minimal, accounting for less than 10% of Disney's total business. Investors, please remain calm. Disney's fundamentals remain strong, and our performance is secure. While issuing an urgent announcement, Disney also contacts news agencies to disseminate favorable news about the company. Several of Disney's major Hollywood productions are set to release soon, featuring numerous celebrated stars and renowned directors, promising substantial box office success. Disney's performance is poised to reach new heights. Disney's statements yield some effect. Wall Street investment firms temporarily halt their short selling, alleviating the trend of shorting Disney's stock. Although Disney's announcement raises concerns of public relations spin, it bears some truth. The Dragon Nation's business is indeed a small fraction of Disney's overall operations. Even if those companies cease all business with Disney, the impact on its performance would be minimal. However, the short-selling institutions that have already entered the market do not immediately liquidate their positions. Although Disney has executed public relations measures to stem the decline of its stock price, it has yet to rebound. More investors choose to wait and observe. At Jiaxing Media, oh no, it's bad, boss. Reba's lips pouted adorably, resembling a plump little rabbit. Disney stock has stopped falling. She gently scrolls the mouse, displaying the stock trends to her boss, Lu Xiaojia, while simultaneously pulling up the latest news from Wall Street. Lu Xiaojia remains composed, unaffected by Disney's public relations efforts or the stabilization of its stock price. It is as if everything is under control. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rings. Reba quickly answers and places it by Lu Xiaojia's ear. Xiaojia Lu. The stock price of Disney has stabilized. On the other end of the line, the voice of William Powell resonates. Are we going to close our positions? If we liquidate all the short positions, although the profits won't be as substantial as the last time, there will still be some gains. However, if we wait for Disney's stock price to rebound, our shorts may incur losses. Indeed, Disney's public relations efforts have yielded results. Although the stock price has not yet rebounded, over time, negative news will gradually dissipate. When that happens, Disney will likely release two favorable announcements, making a rebound inevitable. Liquidate? Lu Xiaojia shook her head. Absolutely not. How can we close our positions when the main act is only halfway through? William, continue to open short positions and increase our short positions by $5 billion. We must place our orders gradually. Our objective is not to depress Disney's stock price, but rather to prevent any rebound. William Powell on the other end was taken aback. Xiaojia Lu, are we truly going to continue shorting? Yes. Lu Xiaojia decisively nodded. Great. I will place the short orders immediately, William Powell replied. In his eyes, Lu Xiaojia had become the new queen of Wall Street. Since this sovereign of Wall Street had spoken, he no longer hesitated and continued to short Disney. Disney's public relations, coupled with the subsequent favorable announcements, indeed managed to stabilize the stock. Yet, it merely stabilized. The price neither declined nor rose but remained stagnant. This perplexed many Wall Street investment banks. What was happening? Why had Disney's stock price not rebounded? Should I go long or short? This unusual situation began to stir unease within some Wall Street bankers. Could it be that there were additional negative news looming? This thought was not confined to the minds of Wall Street bankers. Those keeping a close eye on Disney's stock price also took notice. Why was the stock price stagnant? Disney's president, Jerry, appeared quite anxious. In recent days, he had been under immense pressure, receiving numerous calls from directors and investors demanding answers, leaving him flustered. President, the arrangements have been made, and we can engage with the other party at any time, the president's assistant whispered as he entered. Jerry's face lit up with delight. Excellent. As long as we resolve this matter, it will be a monumental positive announcement. The stock price of Disney is bound to soar like a rocket. Remember, this matter must remain confidential. Rest assured, only the core individuals on both sides are aware. All have signed confidentiality agreements, and there will be no slip-ups. Chapter 57. Never get too overwhelmed. Marvel Company, Jiaxing Media. In recent days, aside from managing the daily affairs of her company, Yang Mi has been closely monitoring the stock price trends of Disney. Xiaojia, are you really not going to close those short positions? Yang Mi gazed anxiously at the stagnant Disney stock, her heart heavy with concern. After days of diligent study, she had acquired a wealth of financial knowledge. The stock's indecisive fluctuations left her feeling restless. She feared that one misstep could cause Disney's stock price to soar like a rocket. If that were to happen, the funds Xiaojia had initially shorted would undoubtedly incur significant losses. Xiaojia understood Yang Mi's worries and smiled reassuringly. Not only shall we refrain from closing those positions, but we must also increase our holdings. Hop-ba, immediately call William. Beep, beep, beep. Xiaojia Lu, Disney's stock price is stagnating, constantly consolidating in a range. It's quite distressing to watch. Upon seeing Xiaojia's number, William Powell promptly answered, his voice tinged with urgency. This low volatility is likely to lead to a significant breakout, whether it trends upward or downward. Given the current situation, the likelihood of a rebound is substantial. William's tone intensified. I have a premonition that Disney may be brewing something monumental. Should we quickly close our positions? Closing our positions now might yield minimal profit, but at least we won't incur a loss. William expressed genuine concern for Xiaojia. Both parties had formed a symbiotic relationship, their fortunes intertwined. Though Xiaojia was regarded as the king of Wall Street in William's eyes, even the most adept traders could falter at times, could they not? Hearing William's caution, Xiaojia felt a sense of satisfaction. She had initially planned to personally visit the United States. However, given the current circumstances, William had proven to be quite reliable, alleviating the need for her to take such risks. William, it is impossible for us to close our positions. Xiaojia picked up her teacup and sipped the fragrant tea. Not only will we refrain from closing, but we shall also increase our holdings. Increasing holdings? William Powell on the other end grew anxious. Xiaojia Lu, you must not become overzealous. Many skilled traders have stumbled due to excessive confidence. The legendary Jesse Livermore once fell victim to such hubris. William sought to caution Xiaojia. In finance, nothing is more detrimental than becoming overly confident. Once one is swept away by emotions, even the most rational mind can lose its grip on reason. Interrupting William's counsel, Xiaojia continued. I have a task for you. You are aware of Marvel Company, correct? A task? Marvel Company? William Powell was momentarily taken aback. How did a discussion about stock finance lead to Marvel Company? However, he quickly replied, of course, the heroes of Marvel are indeed household names in the United States. Excellent. You must go to Marvel Company immediately and locate their responsible personnel. Xiaojia's directives left William Powell in a state of shock. Remember, you must act discreetly. No one must suspect. As he hung up the phone, William Powell had yet to fully comprehend what had just transpired. However, in that moment, his demeanor shifted dramatically. The trepidation and unease were replaced by exhilaration, excitement, and sheer elation. At Disney's headquarters in the United States, everything was in order. Disney's president, Jerry, spoke calmly. Remember, this must remain confidential. Once this news is released, our stock price will surely surge. Those short-selling investment banks on Wall Street will undoubtedly suffer severe losses. The more Jerry spoke, the more thrilled he became, decisively declaring, without hesitation, let's utilize our liquid assets to purchase our company's stock. President, shall we buy now? Of course. This is the opportune moment as the stock price is at a low point. The sooner we buy, the greater our returns. Soon, as Disney's own capital entered the market, signs of a breakout from the consolidation began to emerge. Wall Street investment banks were stirred. It seemed Disney's stock had a rising trend. Was there significant positive news on the horizon for Disney? At this juncture, nearly all investment banks on Wall Street turned their attention to Disney, eagerly awaiting the perfect moment to enter. In a grand building in the United States, William Powell, guided by Marvel Company's staff, arrived at the president's office. "I apologize, Mr. Powell, but we are currently not accommodating any investment bank inspections." Steve, the president of Marvel Company, assumed this Wall Street elite had come for an evaluation of Marvel. He had already nearly finalized discussions with Disney regarding their merger. Only a final step remained. Yet, due to confidentiality agreements, the parties had not fully disclosed this information. Chapter 58. The sincere Marvel president artistic creation necessitates funding. William Powell, upon hearing the words of the Marvel president, smiled confidently and said, "Mr. Steve, I have not come here to evaluate Marvel. I have another matter of great significance to discuss. Would it be possible for this gentleman to step out for a moment?" William referred to the staff member who had ushered him in. Marvel's president, Steve, raised his hand to signal the staff to exit the office. The name of William Powell carried considerable weight. He was a rising star on Wall Street. Even though Marvel had merged with Disney, future interactions were inevitable. Thus, Steve maintained a courteous demeanor. "Mr. Powell, now that we are alone, please proceed," Steve urged. William Powell replied with an air of ease. "I have come with the intention of acquiring Marvel." Acquisition. Steve's expression shifted to one of surprise, though he quickly regained his composure. "I am unaware of what has led you to such a conclusion, but Marvel's financial situation is quite robust. We are not lacking in funds." "Not lacking in funds? If that is the case, why are you negotiating a merger with Disney?" William's words struck like a bolt from the blue. Steve sprang from his chair, exclaiming, "How do you know this?" The merger plans between Marvel and Disney were highly confidential, known only to a select few high-ranking officials who had all signed non-disclosure agreements. How could such information have leaked? Steve's face was a portrait of shock. William made a calming gesture. "Mr. Steve, please do not be alarmed. This is a good thing. If Disney can acquire you, so can we. If Disney can offer a high price, we can offer even more. In fact, we can offer a much higher price." Steve's astonishment did not wane, yet as the president of Marvel, he understood that pondering who had leaked the information was futile under the present circumstances. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "I do not know how you obtained this information. But I wish to convey that while our collaboration with Disney may involve their acquisition of us, Marvel values more than just financial gain. We place greater importance on the channels and promotion that Disney provides." William Powell was taken aback. He had not anticipated such fortitude from Steve. What he had initially thought would be an easy endeavor was now met with rejection. Creatives, it seemed, were indeed different. Perhaps it was the Wall Street financiers who were too mundane, fixated solely on monetary gain. Was this endeavor destined to fail? William promptly pulled out his phone and dialed Lu Xiaojia's number. "Xiaojia, I am currently in the office of the Marvel president. Mr. Steve is quite sincere, he says." Upon hearing William's account, Lu Xiaojia responded, "William, put the phone on speaker and turn up the volume. Present it to Mr. Steve." "Understood." William immediately amplified the volume, activated the speaker function, and presented the phone to Steve. "Mr. Steve, I am aware that Disney has offered you $25 billion. Initially indifferent, Steve's demeanor shifted dramatically upon hearing Lu Xiaojia's first words. $25 billion. The mysterious individual on the other end had disclosed the precise amount of the transaction between Marvel and Disney without a hint of error. Ignoring the excited breaths from the other end, Lu Xiaojia continued, "Mr. Steve, I can assure you that our offer for Marvel far exceeds that of Disney." Steve contemplated reverting to his earlier line of reasoning, but Lu Xiaojia cut straight to the chase. "We are offering $6 billion. $6 billion. Steve faltered. The mysterious figure had raised the offer by nearly $2 billion. "Sir, this is not merely a matter of money," Steve began, but after a moment's thought, he gently declined. "As creators, you must understand that sometimes we prioritize." Lu Xiaojia interjected, raising the stakes once more. "We are now offering $8 billion. $8 billion? The counteroffer had doubled. Who was this capital mogul? $8 billion was an astronomical sum, yet Steve found himself hesitating, his confidence visibly wavering. Lu Xiaojia delivered his final blow. "Mr. Steve, you are the backbone of Marvel. I hold you in high regard. After we acquire Marvel, all affairs will continue under your guidance. Additionally, the company will grant you a bonus of $2 billion. Please do not misunderstand. This is merely a gesture of support for the artist, a recognition of the creator." Steve was taken aback, his expression one of profound shock. Without hesitation, he replied, "Thank you for your recognition. You are absolutely correct. Artistic creation requires funding. Steve's face was a mixture of excitement and disbelief. A $2 billion bonus was an amount he could scarcely imagine earning as Marvel's president, especially since at that time, Marvel's total valuation was only $25 billion. Meanwhile, William Powell stood in a state of bewilderment. Weren't you just so firm? Why did you agree the moment Xiaojia made his move? On the other end of the line, Lu Xiaojia continued, William, proceed to finalize the agreement with Steve immediately. Also, do not disclose this information yet. As for the reason, as an elite of Wall Street, you should understand. Lu Xiaojia began to discuss the pertinent matters. William Powell quickly regained his serious demeanor and listened attentively. Regarding the non-disclosure agreement between Disney and Marvel, Lu Xiaojia added, William, you shall be the one to break this capital rift. Rest assured, Xiaojia, I am quite adept at navigating capital rifts. William replied decisively. Besides, we reside in a nation that reveres capital. Worst case scenario, we simply pay the settlement and fines. Lu Xiaojia understood that once the acquisition was secured, everything else was trivial. He arranged a few final details before ending the call. At that moment, at Tianhai Plaza, headquarters of Jiaxing Media, Yang Mi gazed at Lu Xiaojia in astonishment. Xiaojia, how did you know Disney was acquiring Marvel? We just acquired Marvel for $8 billion. Yang Mi was astonished not only by Jiaxing Media's acquisition of the American animation giant Marvel, but also by Lu Xiaojia's remarkable intelligence. It was important to note that both Disney and Marvel were American companies, located across the ocean, and both had signed non-disclosure agreements, with no prior whispers of such dealings. I have some information sources in America, Lu Xiaojia replied casually. You didn't think I relied solely on William Powell, did you? Hotba, with her delicate hands clutching her phone, was equally stunned, her device trembling slightly. Boss, now that we've acquired Marvel, will Disney stock plummet? Lu Xiaojia cast an appreciative glance at Hotba, realizing she was not merely a pretty face but possessed keen insight. As the flush of embarrassment graced Reba's cheeks, she proudly straightened her posture, asserting that she was not merely a pretty face with ample bosom. Lu Xiaojia's compliments brought forth a radiant smile from Reba, her demeanor a delightful blend of shyness and joy as she sweetly remarked, Boss, your tea is likely getting cold. Allow me to brew you a fresh cup. Nearby, Yang Mi cast a glance at Reba's figure and scoffed, while it is undeniably ample, whether it signifies a lack of intellect is another matter entirely. Lu Xiaojia took the phone from Reba, instructing her, please connect me to William. Reba promptly grabbed her phone, dialing the number and swiftly bringing it to Lu Xiaojia's ear. Xiaojia, I knew you would call me. At that moment, William Powell was back at the headquarters of a Wall Street investment bank, standing amidst numerous computer screens, prepared for action. William, initiate a short sell on Disney immediately. We're placing a substantial order, $700 million. Although Lu Xiaojia's command did not catch William Powell off guard, the sheer magnitude of a $700 million short sale left him astonished. $700 million. Very well. I will place the order at once. After hanging up, William clapped his hands and declared solemnly, Gentlemen, it is time to get to work. A monumental short sale in the annals of Wall Street is about to unfold under our command. That day, as the stock market of the Eagle Sauce Nation opened, Disney's shares broke through a prolonged period of consolidation. However, contrary to the expectations of Wall Street, Disney's stock did not rise. Instead, it plummeted dramatically, akin to a waterfall. The downward trend showed no signs of abating, continuing its descent without respite. President, this is dire. The assistant to the Disney president rushed into the office, panic-stricken. Our stock has opened significantly lower. It has already dropped by 9 points and continues to fall. President Jerry was taken aback, disbelief etched across his face. A 9-point drop? How is this possible? A short sell? We are being shorted. Jerry struggled to comprehend how Disney's previously stable stock price could suddenly witness such a catastrophic decline. What should we do, President? If this continues, we will certainly face grave consequences. The assistant's urgent inquiries surprisingly calmed Jerry. What shall we do? A cold smile crept across Jerry's lips. Why, we shall ensure that those who have shorted us are left destitute. Chapter 60, The Acquisition of Marvel. The collapse of Disney. Jerry lifted the telephone from the table, dialing a number while exclaiming, I have no idea which Wall Street short sellers are betting against us at Disney, but I know that once I make this call, those short sellers will be left utterly destitute. Beep, beep, beep. Jerry successfully reached Steve, the president of Marvel. The ringing on the other end persisted for what felt like an eternity before finally connecting. Steve, what on earth are you doing? Why did it take you so long to answer? Jerry's tone was far from cordial. The merger between Disney and Marvel was predominantly led by Disney, and thus, Jerry's demeanor was decidedly brusque. Steve, the situation has changed slightly. I need you to issue a statement immediately. Jerry insisted. Release a statement? What statement? Steve inquired. Of course. The announcement regarding Marvel's acquisition by Disney. Jerry assumed Steve had not grasped the gravity of the situation. This matter cannot be delayed. It must be released at once. The longer we wait, the more Disney's stock will plummet. I'm sorry, Jerry, as the president of Marvel. I must inform you that the merger agreement with Disney is rendered completely null and void. Steve's voice on the other end was unyielding. Jerry was left utterly astonished, as if he had just awakened from a dream. Null and void? Steve, have you been drinking? We signed the agreement long ago. Disney offered for $25 billion to acquire Marvel. Jerry attempted to voice further objections, but Steve cut him off, abruptly ending the call. Beep, beep, beep. Jerry stared at the busy signal in disbelief. What on earth was Steve playing at? Had his artist pretentiousness resurfaced? The previous negotiations had consumed considerable time, partly due to Steve's lofty demeanor. How could he act so irrationally at this crucial moment when we had a signed agreement? Jerry felt utterly helpless. Although the contract stipulated compensation, Disney was in urgent need of a lifeline and could hardly afford to wait for such payments. President, we have a grave situation. Disney's presidential assistant burst in yet again, unable to recall how many times this had happened. Just now. Marvel announced that they will collaborate with Jiaxing Media from Longhua and terminate all relations with us. What? Jerry's expression was one of sheer horror. You must be mistaken. The assistant hastily opened the announcement website, revealing the shocking news to Jerry. In an instant, he felt as if he had been struck by an unrelenting barrage. Jiaxing Media declared its acquisition of Marvel at a staggering price of $8 billion. $8 billion. This figure was nearly double what he had offered. No wonder Steve had dared to back out. Moreover, Jiaxing Media sounded somewhat familiar. Jerry recalled that it was the very Longhua company he had previously sought to undermine, fearing that Jiaxing Media would gain power and extend its reach into international markets. He had initiated a series of aggressive tactics against them, including pressuring them through Disney to halt overseas film distribution and even sending operatives to disrupt their productions. Now, Jiaxing Media was retaliating. No wonder Disney's stock had begun to decline. It was not Wall Street that was shorting us, but rather Jiaxing Media from Longhua. The realization left Jerry utterly deflated. The news of Marvel's acquisition by Jiaxing Media spread like wildfire through Wall Street, creating monumental waves of shock. Marvel joining Jiaxing Media? Which Jiaxing Media? It seemed to be a film and media company from Longhua. Longhua. Countless Wall Street investors were left astounded. The home of superheroes, Marvel, had been acquired by a media company from Longhua. During this period, regulatory scrutiny in the Eagle Sauce Nation was less stringent, and the news sent ripples of excitement through the investment community. A crucial detail emerged. Marvel had ceased its collaboration with Disney. Marvel had released a similar statement, targeting Disney as well. Short it. Quick, short it. One after another, Wall Street investment firms rushed to their trading software to short Disney stock. As a result, Disney stock faced an onslaught, plummeting further into despair. Their shares had already been battered by the $70 billion loss inflicted by Xiaojia, and now, with numerous Wall Street shorts joining the fray, Disney's stock experienced an unprecedented decline. The drop soon exceeded 15 and continued to spiral downward. The speed of this decline could only be compared to the economic crisis of 9 years prior. Chapter 61. Securing Gains? The entry of Saichi Bank, the substantial decline in Disney's stock price, not only sent shockwaves through Wall Street, but also left Yang Mi and Reba, who stood beside Lu Xiaojia, utterly astonished. Xiaojia, Disney's stock price continues to plummet. It's nearing a 20% drop. Yang Mi gazed intently at the long, cascading line on the screen. Even without a deep understanding of finance, she realized that Lu Xiaojia, who had shorted Disney shares, must be reaping considerable profits. Boss, it's happening. We've made it. Truly, Reba exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement. With this success, she could indulge in purchasing a new handbag. Do. The phone rang. Reba quickly answered and held it up to Lu Xiaojia's ear. Xiaojia, we've made it. This short position has yielded immense profits. The voice of William Powell resonated from the receiver. So far, this short position has generated over $100 billion, since this was a short sale of stocks rather than futures. And given that shorting stocks requires borrowing from the opposing long positions, earning over $100 billion was indeed astonishing. Should we consider closing our positions? William inquired. Although Disney's stock was still declining, the size of their short position was enormous. It couldn't be liquidated all at once. It needed to be unwound gradually to avoid pushing the stock price up. William Powell, an elite of Wall Street, demonstrated his solid expertise. He remained level-headed despite the soaring profits. Securing gains is paramount. Money in hand is the true profit. Though we currently show over $100 billion in profits, that figure is merely paper gains. Yes, boss, we should realize our profits. Reba echoed in agreement. It must be noted that Reba displayed a commendable aptitude for learning. Not only did she excel as a secretary, but her rapid progress in finance was also impressive. While everyone acknowledged the need to secure profits, Lu Xiaojia shook his head. Let us not rush. Remember the movie we filmed, Let the Bullets Fly? There's a classic line, let the bullets fly for a while. Our short position is akin to a bullet in flight, still some distance from its target. Over $100 billion in profit? One cannot claim it is insignificant. After all, it represents over 1,000 small goals. Yet, Lu Xiaojia was not overly concerned. To see the films from Long was sweep across the globe and ignite a wave of enthusiasm for Chinese cinema in the Eagle Sauce Nation was no trivial endeavor. It required an extraordinarily robust capital. Several hundred billion? Far from sufficient. William, maintain the short position. When the time is right, I will instruct you to close it. Understood. I shall follow your directive. With Lu Xiaojia, the major player, unafraid, what could William Powell possibly fear? This once-in-a-century maneuver would surely etch his name into the annals of Wall Street history. At Disney's headquarters, Jerry stared at the incessantly declining stock prices, oscillating between furious agitation and profound despondency. These wolves. These ravenous wolves. It's one thing for Jiaxing Media to short us. But now the Wall Street investment banks are piling on, joining the shorting spree. Jerry's eyes burned red as he bellowed, quickly. Invest all available liquid assets into the stock market. We must prop up the stock price. We cannot allow it to continue its descent. His assistant hesitated, replying, President, the company's liquid assets have already been invested into the market rescue, and they are all locked in, incurring significant losses. How could they be locked in? Jerry questioned, bewildered. We had ample liquid assets. President, we invested in several Hollywood blockbusters, and the costs for star salaries and extravagant special effects have been exorbitant. The assistant, noticing the president's frustration, continued, moreover, the construction of our 2 new Disneyland parks has required substantial investment. Until they are completed, these are bottomless pits. In the past, such matters would not have seemed alarming. After all, Disney was a colossal enterprise capable of managing its financial flow. Yet now, these investments felt like a death knell. Jerry felt overwhelmed. It was as if the rain had come pouring down during a roof leak. If this continued, Disney would truly collapse. Suddenly, Jerry's expression brightened as if he had found a lifeline. Quickly, called Saichi Bank. Given our long-standing relationship with them, we can borrow money. As for the interest on the loan, if Disney can weather this storm, that will be of little concern. If we cannot endure this challenge, well, interest will be the least of our worries. After all, Disney was a century-old media giant in the Eagle Sauce Nation. Though faced with a black swan event, its reputation and foundation remained intact. Soon, William secured a loan of $800 billion from Saichi Bank, using several ongoing Hollywood productions and 20% of the company's shares as collateral. Chapter 62, a shocking revelation. Tremors in Wall Street investment banks. The rescue funds from Disney have been injected into the market, swiftly indicating signs of stabilization in the declining stock prices. President, the decline in our stock is beginning to narrow, exclaimed the assistant excitedly. Jerry, the president of Disney, observed the diminishing downward trend on the large screen, his spirits lifting considerably. How dare these Wall Street bears take advantage of our misfortune? I shall make you pay. And then there is Jiaxing Media, the true culprit. They have shorted our stocks, undoubtedly placing substantial short orders. As long as we elevate our stock prices, Jiaxing Media is bound to incur significant losses, perhaps even bankruptcy. Jerry's fury towards Jiaxing Media was akin to a river that could not be cleansed. As both the president and a shareholder of Disney, the recent plunge in stock prices had severely diminished his net worth. For days, he had faced relentless accusations and urgings from other shareholders and investors, leaving him utterly overwhelmed. Jiaxing Media, if you wish to distribute films overseas, you must first pass through our gate at Disney, Jerry declared sternly as he observed the stock beginning to stabilize. Immediately released the news. Disney has secured $80 billion in financial support from Saichi Bank. The partnership between Saichi Bank and Disney is unbreakable. He further commanded, call a press conference at once. I want to elucidate the promising development prospects of Disney. Bring over the stars from our Hollywood films to stand with us. I shall use this incredibly favorable news to lift our stock prices. Let you short sellers suffer losses. As the news from Disney was released, It sent shockwaves throughout Wall Street, akin to dropping a mushroom bomb onto an already heated battlefield. Disney has received financial backing from Kaichi Bank. Kaichi Bank, with over 2 centuries of history, originally known as New York City Bank, boasts immense capital and a background so powerful it is almost terrifying. With the endorsement of a colossal banking giant, it is no wonder the stock prices began to stabilize. Not just stabilize, Disney stock has already begun to rebound. Should we close our earlier short positions? The influx of Disney's rescue funds steadied the stock prices and initiated a gradual rise, especially bolstered by the endorsement from Kaichi Bank. This left Wall Street's bears in a state of unease. Soon after, another mushroom bomb was dropped into the market. Disney held a press conference with numerous renowned Hollywood stars making appearances to support Disney. At the conference, President Jerry announced, Disney is set to make a large-scale entry into the live-action film market, having primarily focused on animation. Disney's venture into live-action is why so many Hollywood stars are rallying behind them. This is a monumental boon. Close our positions. Quickly, liquidate all our short positions. At the headquarters of Jiaxing Media in Longhua, the 2 stunning beauties, Yangmi and Reba, were glued to the large screen, their beautiful eyes wide with anticipations, afraid to miss any market movements. Boss, it seems Disney's stock price is starting to rise, Reba exclaimed, looking at the stock price that had stabilized and was slowly increasing. Her heart raced. If Disney stock rises, won't our shorts incur losses? The boss had invested a significant sum in shorting Disney, and if losses were to occur, Reba could scarcely imagine the scale of such a figure. Yangmi nervously glanced at the still composed Lu Xiaojia, anxious as she said, Xiaojia, even though Disney stock has not rebounded much, the trend of stabilization seems evident, right? Shouldn't we? Her meaning was clear, suggesting to Lu Xiaojia that they might consider liquidating their short positions. Although Lu Xiaojia held substantial short orders, closing them all at once would undoubtedly impact the market significantly and cause stock prices to rise. However, given that Lu Xiaojia had entered the market early, they would still make some profit, albeit considerably less. Suddenly, the phone rang. Reba quickly answered and held the phone to Lu Xiaojia's ear. Xiaojia, Disney has secured $80 billion in support from Kaichi Bank. William Powell's urgent voice came through the receiver. Many famous Hollywood stars attended Disney's press conference to express their support. Disney is entering the live-action film market on a large scale. Disney's maneuvers left Wall Street's bears trembling in fear. Should we change our strategy? Even the seasoned William Powell, who had navigated Wall Street for years, felt a twinge of panic. Xiaojia, what should we do? Should we close our positions immediately? If we do, although it would indirectly elevate Disney's stock price, we would still retain some profit, albeit much lesser than before. But at least we wouldn't incur losses. Disney, undeniably a century-old media giant, displayed its profound foundation with this series of maneuvers, leaving William Powell, a veteran of Wall Street, unsettled. Although it is widely understood that in the stock market, one should remain calm amidst tumultuous times, as greater turmoil often brings greater rewards. The reality is that few can truly maintain composure. If it weren't for Lu Xiaojia's rebirth, she would have found it challenging to remain calm, facing the potential obliteration of hundreds of millions of dollars. At this moment, William Powell on the other end of the line was exceedingly anxious, waiting nervously for Lu Xiaojia's decision. As her agent in the Eagle Country, he could only faithfully execute whatever decision she made. Beside them, Yangmi and Reba gazed at Lu Xiaojia, their expressions filled with trepidation. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xiaojia replied with a calm demeanor, "Hold the shorts. Furthermore, invest all our funds into shorting Disney even more vigorously." Yangmi and Reba gasped in shock, unable to believe it. The boss not only chose not to close the earlier short positions, but intended to increase the magnitude of their shorting against Disney. William Powell, on the other end, believed Lu Xiaojia had lost her mind. "Xiaojia, you must remain calm. You cannot let emotions take over. Even if we earn a little less or incur losses, we can recover. However, if we invest all our funds, we might lose everything." Lu Xiaojia's decision to invest all their funds seemed to Powell a reckless gamble. The account entrusted to him for operations held a staggering $150 billion, a sum exceeding the publicly declared wealth of the richest individual in the Eagle Country at that time. This represents an extraordinarily vast asset. For an ordinary person, possessing it could ensure a life of carefree abundance for generations to come. However, should this fortune be cast into the ravenous maw of Wall Street's capital markets, it is unlikely to create a significant impact, merely causing a few ripples in the water, leaving future generations to lament. After all, the adversary in this instance is Disney, an entity of profound heritage, backed by the financial giants of the United States, such as Citigroup. Facing the anxious counsel of William Powell, along with the astonished gasps of two stunning beauties by his side, Lu Xiaojia remained unperturbed, calmly stating, "William, simply act according to my directives. There is no need to concern yourself with anything else." "Very well, Xiaojia Lu, I shall comply immediately," William Powell replied, his heart heavy. For the funds in question belonged solely to Lu Xiaojia, with him merely acting as her proxy. "William, there is another matter I entrust you with," Lu Xiaojia continued. "This is of great importance." "Yes, Xiaojia Lu, speak, and I shall attend to it at once." Following a series of intricate instructions conveyed over the phone, Lu Xiaojia spoke in a manner that seemed shrouded in mystery, and her focus was not directed at Disney. This left Yang Mi and Riba, who stood beside her, utterly perplexed. They could not fathom why Lu Xiaojia would ask William Powell to undertake these tasks at such a pivotal moment. In contrast, William Powell, surrounded by a multitude of computer screens, was struck by an overwhelming sense of excitement. A look of sheer astonishment washed over his face as he connected the dots. Are you a human or a ghost?" In the expansive trading room, he became exhilarated to the point of his neck flushing crimson. "Oh my God! Xiaojia Lu, you are indeed a deity." The other traders in the room gazed at their boss in confusion, unable to comprehend how he had transitioned from a furrowed brow to a state of uncontainable enthusiasm in mere moments, even exclaiming the word deity. William Powell's exuberance did not surprise Lu Xiaojia. She offered a few calming words, reminding him to maintain a low profile. The ethos of Jiaxing Media is simply encapsulated in two words: low profile. William Powell, both thrilled and animated, felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Low profile? Xiaojia Lu, you truly dare to utter that." "Let us commence," Lu Xiaojia instructed nonchalantly. "Understood. I await your command at any moment," William Powell proclaimed, determined that this time he would undoubtedly achieve legendary status. Chapter 64. The ultimate victor. William Powell of Jiaxing Media hung up the phone, exhilarated, and began to summon his elite investment banking team to action. He instructed them to initiate short selling on Disney in batches. Subsequently, Powell prepared for the crucial task assigned by Xiaojia to deliver a decisive blow to Disney and colorful Flag Bank at a pivotal moment. As $150 billion in remaining capital flooded into the market, Disney stock began to exhibit signs of consolidation after a gradual rebound. This astonished Wall Street investment banks. How could Disney's stock start to adjust again? Despite several positive announcements from Disney, the stock had barely rebounded. Such a situation typically indicates one possibility: new capital has entered the market to short sell, and not just a trivial sum. A major short seller? Choosing this moment to short Disney seems utterly reckless. The risks involved are monumental. Should they incur losses, it could lead to financial ruin. Wall Street struggled to comprehend the audacity of a mysterious major short seller targeting Disney. If the short selling fails, the financial repercussions would be staggering. It appeared a monumental showdown between bulls and bears was imminent, an occurrence rarely seen in a century. At Disney's headquarters, President Jerry listened intently to his assistant's report. "Sir, our stock price has begun to plateau once more. I've seen commentary from Wall Street indicating that new capital may be entering the market to short sell us again." Jerry's expression was one of disbelief and confusion. Disney had already announced a partnership with colorful Flag Bank, investing $80 billion to go long. In such a scenario, who would dare to go against the tide and short sell? Though Wall Street firms were indeed predatory, they possessed a modicum of rationality. Such a frenzied and illogical approach could only point to one adversary, Jerry exclaimed. "It must be Jiaxing Media from the Dragon Nation." "Jiaxing Media? Are you suggesting they're still attempting to short sell us?" The assistant replied incredulously. "Surely not, even if Jiaxing Media is blinded by rage and wishes to continue short selling us. They are merely a small media company, lacking the capital to execute such a move." "A small media company?" Jerry smiled, believing he had seen through the facade. "Jiaxing Media is far from insignificant. If they were merely a small firm, how could they persuade Marvel's Steve to change his mind? They offered $8 billion to acquire Marvel, effectively doubling our valuation. Is that something a small media company could achieve?" The assistant suddenly grasped the implication. Indeed, a small media company could hardly muster $8 billion. It seemed Jiaxing Media was simply lesser known, but their financial strength was substantial. Jerry shook his head. "No. Their reputation is also considerable. I've had inquiries made. Although Jiaxing Media was established recently, their ascent has been remarkably swift. They have become the leader in the media and film industry in the Dragon Nation." "Leader?" The assistant was taken aback. "Yes, a leader. Their rapid rise has caught the outside world off guard. A knowing smile spread across Jerry's face. I suspect Jiaxing Media is merely a front. Behind them stands the entire film and media industry of the Dragon Nation. They aim to bolster Jiaxing Media to allow it to rise swiftly, taking advantage of our unpreparedness to swiftly forge an international path. The assistant was dumbfounded. Is their scheme truly that profound? Absolutely. Consider it carefully. You'll see the clues. Jiaxing Media has, in a short span, absorbed projects that originally belonged to other companies in the Dragon Nation. Is that normal? Furthermore, during their initial short selling of us, numerous Dragon Nation companies issued announcements to terminate their collaborations with Disney. It was these collective announcements that initiated the significant downturn in our stock. The assistant was momentarily speechless, but he found Jerry's analysis compelling. He looked towards the wise president, hopeful as he asked, "So how should we retaliate?" The assistant's question struck at the heart of the matter, for Jiaxing Media was indeed still short-selling Disney. They were not backing down. Jerry once again wore a confident smile, declaring, Jiaxing Media, to use a phrase from the Dragon Nation, they are merely a clown in a desperate struggle. We will immediately announce that Disney and Jiaxing Media will no longer engage in any collaborations henceforth. Additionally, we will give other companies a choice. If they choose to collaborate with Jiaxing Media, they will forfeit their eligibility to work with Disney. I want all companies to understand that they must choose between Jiaxing Media and Disney. The assistant was taken aback by the president's decision. After a moment, he hesitantly spoke. But sir, if we proceed in this manner, won't it impact our business operations? Impact our operations? What operations? Jerry retorted, adopting an air of superiority. The companies of the Dragon Nation have already distanced themselves from us, and our influence on the international stage far surpasses that of the fledgling Jiaxing Media. Don't they wish to break out from the Dragon Nation to reach the world? Don't they seek to open international avenues? My strategy is to cut off their foundation. I intend to sever their international ambitions before they can fully penetrate the global market. Jerry's final words were delivered with great conviction, revealing his unwavering confidence. On one side stood the nascent Jiaxing Media, and on the other, the venerable Disney, a traditional giant of the Eagle Country. This dilemma required no deliberation. By presenting this choice, we would not only thwart Jiaxing Media's international ambitions but also reverse Disney's declining stock trajectory. Furthermore, Jiaxing Media would pay a heavy price for their short-selling endeavors. If all went as anticipated, once this announcement was made, Jiaxing Media would find themselves teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. Soon enough, Disney unveiled the explosive news. As expected, this announcement sent shockwaves through Wall Street. Disney was compelling other companies to choose between them and Jiaxing Media. It was a decision that could only yield one outcome. This method seems rather familiar. Indeed, is this not a common tactic employed by our nation? Yes, it struck me as quite recognizable. Wall Street investment banks and various capital institutions, while they express their astonishment, they simultaneously convey their optimistic outlook on Disney. After all, Disney is a venerable giant with a century of legacy. Its depth and influence are formidable. Jiaxing Media, in contrast, is still quite immature and cannot possibly compare. Yes, although it is said that capital knows no borders, I personally support Jiaxing Media. After all, I profited handsomely by shorting them earlier. However, I must apologize. For this time, I have faith in Disney. I intend to reverse my position and buy into Disney to go long. Some individuals began to take a long position on Disney. Nevertheless, following several prior declines, trepidation lingered. Thus, it did not incite a widespread following. More opted to observe the unfolding events. At the headquarters of Jiaxing Media, Lu Xiaojia reclined in her executive chair. Reba stood by her side, delicately maneuvering the mouse. A subtle fragrance emanating from her presence, blending with the aroma of the Westlake Longjing tea in Lu Xiaojia's hand. This scene exuded an unparalleled comfort and tranquility. Boss, look, Disney just released an announcement. Reba's eyes widened in astonishment, as if a profoundly shocking event had transpired. Disney declared that companies collaborating with Jiaxing Media cannot partner with Disney. They urged other companies to choose between Jiaxing Media and Disney. Even though Reba is still a university student and quite young, she comprehends the implications of this announcement. Young Mi, overhearing Reba's words, abruptly stood from her nearby chair. She approached Lu Xiaojia, reaching out to pull her up. Quick, get up. Did you not hear what Reba said? The situation is dire. Yang Mi was genuinely anxious. Lu Xiaojia had invested all her funds in shorting Disney. In her view, this was already a gamble of all or nothing, causing her great concern. Now, with Disney issuing such a decisive ultimatum, It was clear they aimed to sever ties with Jiaxing Media, pushing them into a corner. Disney's influence is vastly superior to that of the current Jiaxing Media. This underhanded tactic could be said to effectively thwart Jiaxing Media's international aspirations right at the outset. Observing Yang Mi's anxious expression and feeling the warmth of her tugging arm, Lu Xiaojia revealed a hint of a smile. Xiaomi, do not fret. It is merely a matter of choice. Even if all companies rally behind Disney, what difference does it make? As long as we emerge as the ultimate victors, their support for Disney only equates to supporting us. Yang Mi paused, momentarily taken aback. At first glance, Lu Xiaojia's words appeared to hold some merit. Yet, she could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. Chapter 66. Yang Mi's vigilance and the eager reactions of Reba beside her. Reba continuously nodded, then instinctively remarked, "But, boss, can we really win?" Yang Mi instantly realized the gravity of the situation. Indeed, how can we be certain of victory, given the current trend? It would be a blessing if Jiaxing Media avoids bankruptcy. Yang Mi glared at Lu Xiaojia, her expression filled with indignation. As the boss, she was known for her cold elegance in the company, yet she often felt helpless when facing Lu Xiaojia. Lu Xiaojia picked up her teacup, took a sip, and chuckled. "Yang Mi, how about we make a bet?" Yang Mi grew cautious. "Yang Mi? What are you up to?" The way Lu Xiaojia addressed her stirred a sense of foreboding within Yang Mi. It had been a long time since Lu Xiaojia referred to her as classmate. Usually, she called her little me or boss Yang. The sudden shift to classmate? It surely hinted at ill intentions. Before Yang Mi could respond, Reba eagerly chimed in. Her cheeks flushed with excitement as she exclaimed, "Boss, are we betting again?" "Sister Mi, let's agree quickly." Yang Mi was taken aback, staring at the gleeful Reba, dumbfounded. "Whose side are you on? You little sycophant." Nevertheless, being the boss, Yang Mi felt a surge of competitive spirit ignited by Lu Xiaojia's amused expression. "Fine, I accept your bet," she replied, her teeth lightly biting her lip. "And me, I want to bet too." Reba jumped with glee, her face aglow, practically begging to be included. Clap, clap, clap. Lu Xiaojia's large hand met Yang Mi's small hand and Reba's petite hand, the sound resonating loudly and rhythmically. Once the clapping concluded, Lu Xiaojia revealed a subtle smile and began to address the matter at hand. "Rest assured, the funds being shorted are my hard-earned money. I won't allow them to vanish into thin air." Lu Xiaojia understood that Yang Mi was concerned for her, fearing that she might become overconfident due to prior substantial profits. History is rife with renowned investors who, intoxicated by temporary success, made erroneous trading strategies, ultimately leading to their downfall. Lu Xiaojia nodded towards Reba, who quickly took out her phone, asking sweetly, "Boss, whose number should I dial?" As she spoke, an odd feeling surged within her. Indeed, with such significant events unfolding, why hadn't William Powell called? In the past, he was always quick to reach out during such times. Why the silence now? Could it be that William Powell shares the same confidence as the boss? Before Reba could ponder further, Lu Xiaojia instructed, "Dial the number for Douyin's General Zhang." All right. Reba hastily connected the call to Zhang Yimin, gently placing the phone to Lu Xiaojia's ear. "Boss Lu." Zhang Yimin's cheerful voice came through. "Douyin is performing exceptionally well lately. Our daily active users are continuously soaring. The former short video leader, Shouhu, has long been left in our dust." Zhang Yimin assumed Lu Xiaojia was seeking updates on the recent operations. He held great respect for this young, yet visionary boss Lu, the driving force behind Douyin's rapid ascent. After listening to Zhang Yimin's report for a while, Lu Xiaojia responded, "Excellent. Keep pouring in the investments without pause. Establish a positive cycle. This way, Douyin's influence and power will only grow. Ultimately, we can break into the live streaming and e-commerce sectors." Lu Xiaojia's words filled Zhang Yimin with excitement. This boss Lu truly is a genius. "By the way, I have something to discuss," Lu Xiaojia continued. "What progress has been made on the overseas version of Douyin that I asked you to prepare?" "The overseas version?" Zhang Yimin replied. "The tech department has completed testing, but we haven't found the right moment to launch it online yet." Lu Xiaojia nodded. "Very well. Let's initiate the online testing now. Focus on the Eagle Sauce country." Zhang Yimin was taken aback. "No? Shouldn't we wait for a more opportune moment?" He and his Douyin team had intended to identify a hot trend before launching the overseas version to help it gain a foothold and promote effectively. No more waiting. "Now is the best time," Lu Xiaojia commanded. "Launch it directly, and you will soon have exciting trending news related to Douyin." Although Zhang Yimin was somewhat puzzled, hearing Boss Lu's insistence, he immediately agreed. "All right. I will have the team prepare for the launch and promotion of Douyin's overseas version right away." Once the call ended, Yang Mi looked puzzled. Xiaojia, are you really launching Douyin overseas? Can the overseas version assist our current situation? Douyin is indeed popular domestically, but what influence does it have abroad? Reba, too, shared her confusion. The overseas version hasn't even been promoted yet, even if they launch it now. There's no way it could participate in the business battle with Disney and Jiaxing Media, let alone create a significant impact. Lu Xiaojia did not directly address the concerns of the two women, leaving them in suspense. Just wait and see. As long as you prepare for the possibility of losing. Yang Mi rolled her eyes at Lu Xiaojia's remark. Reba, filled with excitement, asked, Boss, if we lose, how do you plan to punish us? It should be harsher than last time, right? Yang Mi was at a loss for words. Is there really someone who fears the punishment won't be severe enough? A smile crept across Lu Xiaojia's lips. Don't worry, it will definitely be more intense than last time. Just be prepared. You might end up crying out in pain. Upon hearing this, Reba seemed to envision something fitting, her cheeks instantly turning crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Although she was unaware of the specifics, she was no longer a child. Back in the dormitory, she had secretly browsed through similar material with her roommates. Yang Mi shot Lu Xiaojia another exasperated glance, playfully scolding, Let's see if you win first. The announcement of Disney's ultimatum not only created a stir on Wall Street in the Eagle Sauce country, but also ignited a wave of discussion on the Dragon country's online platforms. The trending topics on Weibo were dominated by posts related to Disney and Jiaxing Media. The business rivalry between Disney and Jiaxing Media escalated, a once-in-a-century conflict in the media industry. On Hiya Forum, discussions regarding this business conflict soared, maintaining an unprecedented level of interest. Disney presented a binary choice, cornering Jiaxing Media into a desperate situation. The shameless tactics of the Eagle Sauce country were once again at play in the media and film industry. Can Jiaxing Media break the impasse? Will they take their first step towards internationalization? In the comments below, many netizens expressed their support for Jiaxing Media. Yet the general sentiment leaned towards skepticism about their chances. The influence of Disney is immensely powerful, bolstered by the endorsement of the Eagle country as colorful flag bank, making it far beyond the reach of Jiaxing Media. Indeed, particularly on the international stage, Disney's influence is unparalleled by that of Jiaxing Media. Those foreign companies, without a doubt, will opt to collaborate with Disney. It is unfortunate that Jiaxing Media, having invested in projects like Let the Bullets Fly, Myth, and Lost in Thailand, once appeared to have a promising future, only to find themselves in direct competition with Disney. This battle will undoubtedly stifle Jiaxing Media's aspirations for international expansion. Not only their international endeavors, but even their domestic operations will be gravely affected. A rising star in the media industry seems poised to fall. Netizens on Hiya Forum expressed their regrets for Jiaxing Media, with some even lighting candles in advance. At this moment, within the headquarters of Jiaxing Media, Reba and Yang Mi browsed through various trending topics and posts online. Their faces were etched with visible concern, their brows furrowed. Boss, what should we do? Everyone seems to doubt us. Although the news and posts online generally supported Jiaxing Media, no one held a favorable view of the company. There was nothing to be done. Disney, this media giant from the Eagle country, is renowned. No one would believe that Jiaxing Media could prevail in a showdown with them. Xiaojia, don't fret too much. Don't let the pressure weigh you down, Yang Mi said, gently placing her hand on Lu Xiaojia's shoulders. If our Jiaxing Media goes bankrupt, we can always sell pancakes. Yes, I will too. Reba chimed in, raising her little fist in a serious manner. Lu Xiaojia was taken aback. What are you two talking about? Lu Xiaojia felt that they could not afford to wait any longer. Firstly, the time had come, and after such a long preparation, it was time to reap the rewards. Secondly, if they continued to delay, she feared the two women would stray further into absurdity. Lu Xiaojia nodded decisively. Reba, who had been waving her adorable little fist in a vow, immediately picked up the phone on the table upon seeing Lu Xiaojia's nod. Boss, whom should I call? Muddy Waters, Lu Xiaojia replied. It's time to take action. Muddy Waters. Reba and Yang Mi looked at Lu Xiaojia in astonishment. Over the past few days, they had learned a great deal about finance and were aware that Muddy Waters was a firm specializing in short selling. At this juncture, their boss was actually contemplating a short position. As the call connected, an excited voice greeted Lu Xiaojia. Boss Lu, we've been eagerly awaiting your call. We are fully prepared for your previous arrangements. Are you ready to make your move? On the other end was James, the owner of Muddy Waters. His tone was filled with enthusiasm and immense anticipation. Muddy Waters had gained considerable notoriety on Wall Street for its short-selling activities, but major investment banks often dismissed them, viewing their targets as mere small to mid-sized companies. Their fame stemmed from their ability to create a sensationalist uproar, as if they had accomplished something monumental. In reality, their gains from short selling usually hovered around $1 to $2 billion, and at times, they even faced losses when the companies they targeted mounted vigorous counterattacks. James was acutely aware of Wall Street's condescension towards Muddy Waters and had long sought to prove himself. Now, he finally saw an opportunity. Lu Xiaojia spoke into the phone. "Mr. James, this marks our second collaboration. I was quite satisfied with your firm's performance last time. I trust you will not disappoint me this time either." "Rest assured, Boss Lu," James replied excitedly. "We have prepared a comprehensive short-selling report of 200 pages. It includes both public and private matters concerning Disney and its president, Jerry." Naturally, the information regarding the company and personal affairs was unfavorable. The release of such negative news would undoubtedly impact Disney's stock price adversely. However, upon hearing this, Lu Xiaojia shook her head. "That is not enough. The report you've prepared is merely foundational. It will not suffice to cause a significant drop in Disney's stock value. Mr. James, shortly you will receive a confidential email in your inbox. Please review it carefully and incorporate its contents. As for how to leverage the ensuing crisis and the resultant public outcry, I trust you are well aware of the nuances." James was taken aback. A confidential email? Concerning unfavorable news about Disney? Although he was uncertain about the specifics Lu Xiaojia mentioned, the seasoned James quickly responded, "Please do not worry, Boss Lu. We are professionals at short selling. We never embellish negative news. We merely refine the unfavorable information artistically to ensure that uninformed investors in the Eagle country grasp the significant risks associated with the company being targeted." James spoke with a tone of utmost integrity, earning Lu Xiaojia's respect and leaving Reba beside the receiver in astonishment. "You see, this is professionalism." Lu Xiaojia seized the opportunity to enlighten the dazed Reba. "They are the heralds of justice. They are not the notorious short-selling speculators as rumored." Reba's mind was swirling, yet she felt there was truth to this perspective. After all, if a company had no issues, why would anyone short-sell it? They merely magnify the flaws. Yangmi was equally taken aback by the righteousness emanating from the receiver. This Muddy Waters company seemed quite different from her prior understanding. Lu Xiaojia praised, "Excellent. I relish dealing with companies like yours that embody integrity." Subsequently, Jiaxing Media joined forces with Muddy Waters to decisively combat the murky environment of the media industry in the Eagle country. Reba and Yangmi were left speechless. Lu Xiaojia continued, "A few days ago, I provided you with a $500 million deposit. Your expertise has impressed me. Now, I shall grant you an additional $1 billion as a deposit. Furthermore, upon successful completion of the task, I will pay an additional $20 billion as the final payment. I hope Muddy Waters will not let me down. I am eager to witness the extent of your artistic refinement." On the other end, James excitedly assured, "Rest assured, Boss Lu. The artistic refinement of unfavorable news is our specialty at Muddy Waters. Everything is substantiated. Please stay tuned." Even as the owner of Muddy Waters, James could hardly conceal his excitement. This was a colossal deal amounting to $35 billion. Moreover, there is more to the tale. Muddy Waters, following the lead of Jiaxing Media, has initiated several short positions against Disney. Coupled with the profits from these short positions, Muddy Waters has garnered over $50 billion. However, their stake in shorting Disney is not substantial, as they adhere to the principle of risk diversification. They would never gamble their entire fortune on a single company. The reason Muddy Waters is looked down upon on Wall Street is precisely because of their modest short positions. Yet, their very existence on Wall Street is also a testament to their cautious approach. Lu Xiaojia, after instructing Reba to end the call, sipped on some Westlake Longjing tea and remarked with a light chuckle, "Muddy Waters is rather intriguing." The comments made by Muddy Waters resonated with Lu Xiaojia. A company or a group that aspires to grow strong must treat its endeavors as a genuine vocation. The owner of Muddy Waters, James, epitomizes this principle flawlessly. Furthermore, their methods of short selling are not flawed. Unlike Lu Xiaojia, who possesses an acute awareness of certain developments due to his rebirth, Muddy Waters operates with caution. Even when convinced of a company's troubles, they maintain a reserved approach during short selling. Each investment they make is not an all-in bet. Such audacity is reserved for Lu Xiaojia alone. Others who tread this path have already met with ruin. Reba dialed William Powell's number. "Lu Xiaojia," she said. "Yes," he replied. Reba connected the call, gently placing the phone to Lu Xiaojia's ear. "Lu Xiaojia, I've been eagerly awaiting your call," William Powell exclaimed with excitement. "Are we ready to commence the hunt?" Lu Xiaojia smiled lightly. "Indeed, it is time to reap the rewards. Have you prepared everything I requested?" "All set," William Powell shouted. his voice nearly cracking with enthusiasm. Lu Xiaojia, I still find it hard to believe how you came to know all this. Goodness, are you a deity? What manner of being are you? As an American and a Wall Street elite. He was astonished that he was less informed about matters in his own country than Lu Xiaojia. All right, let us get down to business. Immediately release all that information. Lu Xiaojia instructed. Remember, post it on the overseas version of Douyin. Douyin? William Powell paused. Although he had heard of the app before, his interactions with Lu Xiaojia had sparked a keen interest in Chinese culture. During these days, besides completing the tasks assigned by Lu Xiaojia, he had been diligently consuming information about China, learning about its traditional culture and contemporary elements, including Douyin, a trending short video app in China. Douyin has an overseas version? It has launched in America? William Powell exclaimed in surprise. It just went live. You should download it and check it out, Lu Xiaojia suggested. Douyin is a rather fascinating short video platform. Lu Xiaojia, I know Douyin. I've browsed it. William Powell responded excitedly. It's incredibly entertaining. The creativity of the Chinese people is truly ahead of its time. How did you manage to develop such an engaging app? I've seen numerous beautiful landscapes of China and learned a great deal about your traditional culture. I've even watched the mythological short videos produced by Jiaxing Media. The army of the Great Qin in those myths is truly impressive. Lu Xiaojia was taken aback. William Powell seemed to know more about Douyin than he did. Wasn't it still in the early stages of overseas promotion? William, how do you know about Douyin? Lu Xiaojia inquired, puzzled. Of course, I know. Ever since I became acquainted with you, I've been curious about the nation that produced such an exceptional investment genius as yourself. Thus, I've begun to delve into Chinese culture. Through online resources, various books, and Chinese apps like Douyin, I've been acquiring knowledge about your country. The more I learn, the more I am captivated by China's millennia-old culture. It is a magnificent nation, indeed, capable of birthing such a remarkable talent as yourself. William Powell's fervent admiration left Lu Xiaojia both astonished and pleased. He had been preparing for Chinese cinema to break into the global market, aiming to promote Chinese culture through its films. The current business battle with Disney was merely his initial step. Remarkably, even before he had truly commenced this endeavor, William Powell, a Wall Street investment banking elite, had already become a fan of Chinese culture. While the primary reason for this enthusiasm stemmed from William Powell's admiration for Lu Xiaojia, it nonetheless indicated a promising start for Lu Xiaojia's cultural promotion plans. A rare, genuine smile graced Lu Xiaojia's face. William, Chinese culture is profound and vast. We could discuss it endlessly. For now, let us focus on the matter at hand regarding Disney. Certainly, Lu Xiaojia. I will promptly release that information to the overseas version of Douyin. William Powell responded decisively. Lu Xiaojia, you are truly remarkable. You possess a talent for financial investment akin to that of Livermore. Your ability to pinpoint your adversary's vulnerabilities rivals that of Sherlock Holmes. William Powell's admiration was nearly spilling over through the phone. What you shared with me last time, after thorough investigation, turned out to be entirely accurate. I now have clear videos and images. It is hard to believe. Behind the glamorous facade of Hollywood lies such filth. I had heard rumors before. But without your precise guidance, I would never have been able to obtain such incriminating evidence. Disney stock is about to experience a significant drop. William Powell concluded the call with excitement, ready to execute Lu Xiaojia's directives, sending the Disney-related videos and images to the overseas version of Douyin. In America, a prominent film critic on Facebook remarked, "The entertainment industry seems rather quiet lately. There haven't been any major revelations." Immediately, someone commented, "Indeed. We have no gossip to indulge in. It feels so boring." Another chimed in, "But Wall Street seems anything but quiet. Their circles are buzzing with activity." What does Wall Street have to do with us? We are just ordinary citizens. We want the gossip. Yes, we want to see the juicy news. Only the sensational news from the entertainment industry can truly pique our interest. Matters pertaining to Wall Street are far too sophisticated. This film critic from the United States also feels quite helpless, engaging in aimless banter with online friends. With no juicy gossip to discuss, what else can I do? Just then, one of the online friends suddenly posted a reply brimming with exclamation points. "Bryant, something big has happened. Hurry. Everyone download Douyin." Douyin? What is Douyin? What big news? Other friends inquired. It's a short video app. Once you download it, you'll understand. I just watched a video released on Douyin and was so shocked that I devoured 2 large pizzas. Seeing the fervor in his friend's words, Bryant, the film critic, quickly searched for Douyin and downloaded it without hesitation. Upon opening Douyin, the first recommended video left the seasoned critic utterly astonished. In the video, A rotund old man was seen with a young, beautiful blonde woman. Such videos are typically unremarkable in the United States, however. The identity of the old man was anything but ordinary. He was a renowned Hollywood director. The young woman, on the other hand, was an emerging starlet in Hollywood. Being an experienced critic, Bryant was well acquainted with the inner workings of Hollywood. While such events are not unprecedented, the exposure of these clandestine affairs could lead to entirely different repercussions. Excitedly, Bryant began to draft a review, but as he swiped through Douyin, another video appeared before him, leaving him utterly stupefied. The new footage was even more explosive, with crystal-clear audio. The director's actions were more outrageous than before, imbued with an unconventional essence. By the time Bryant finished watching this video, he realized the gravity of the situation. Hollywood was about to be engulfed in a storm of controversy, and public opinion in the United States was bound to erupt. True to his instincts as a seasoned critic, Bryant's predictions were accurate. A whirlwind of discussion regarding Hollywood rapidly swept through the online realm of the United States, with Facebook and Douyin flooded with condemnations and voices denouncing the financial backers of the Hollywood director, Disney. This uproar caused Disney stock prices to plummet once more, initiating a fresh wave of decline. Moreover, a barrage of negative news regarding Disney followed in quick succession. At Disney's headquarters, an assistant rushed into the president's office, breathless and anxious. "President, we have a crisis. Following the exposure of Hollywood scandal on Douyin, our stock prices are beginning to fall." At that moment, Disney's president, Jerry, appeared haggard. Even without the assistant's report, he understood that Disney's stock was bound to decline. "By how much?" he replied wearily. "It has dropped by 5%. Upon hearing this, Jerry exhaled a sigh of relief. In the past, such a decline would have astonished him, given Disney's historically stable stock prices. However, at present, a 5% drop seemed somewhat tolerable. Since the confrontation with Dragon Country's Jiaxing Media, Disney's stock had been akin to a roller coaster, frequently experiencing significant fluctuations, especially downward spirals. Now, a 5% decline fell well within Jerry's threshold of acceptance. The assistant, noticing the president's somewhat relaxed demeanor, added, "President, I must inform you that the New York Stock Exchange has yet to officially open. The 5% decline is merely a pre-market drop. Moreover, the online uproar has reached a fever pitch, with numerous American users signing petitions to denounce Hollywood and Disney." Jerry froze. Denounce Hollywood? Denounce Disney? Are we equating Disney with Hollywood? He quickly realized that such an association must not occur. Otherwise, it would not only severely damage Disney's reputation, but also lead to substantial financial losses. Just as he prepared to summon the public relations manager, chaos ensued as the public relations manager burst into the office, flustered. "President, bad news. Muddy Waters, the notorious short seller on Wall Street, has just released a 200-page report targeting our Disney stock." "What?" Muddy Waters has entered the fray. Jerry could no longer remain seated. It was evident that this infamous short seller was poised to capitalize on the chaos. In the past, Disney would have been unfazed by such tactics. It was a titan of the industry. However, the current climate was drastically different. Disney had become a scapegoat, open to attack from all sides. Indeed, when Disney's stock price was displayed in the office, the initial 5% drop had escalated to 10%. A pre-market decline of 10% was unprecedented in Disney's history. Even during the financial crisis, Disney had never experienced such a drastic pre-market gap down. "Quick, retrieve the Muddy Waters report." Jerry was beginning to panic. When he laid eyes on the report his assistant had pulled up, he was left trembling in shock, cursing vehemently. This Muddy Waters report paints Disney as a ruthless executioner. It attributes every negative factor to us. How can they do this? This is a blatant misrepresentation. Would Hollywood not have encountered such issues without Disney? How can all blame be placed on our shoulders? Jerry's frustration led him to slam his fist on the desk, wishing to cry out in indignation. The 200-page Muddy Waters report meticulously outlined Disney's alleged transgressions. Moreover, the report extended beyond Disney's film projects, implicating other ventures as well. Muddy Waters exaggerated Disney's shortcomings to the extreme, suggesting that every misfortune could be traced back to Disney, creating the impression that the company was universally reviled. It felt as though Disney was on the brink of collapse. This was a calculated maneuver. Muddy Waters was orchestrating a campaign against Disney. The assistant sighed, urging calmness. In the current climate, Muddy Waters has indeed succeeded in generating a stir. As for the future, perhaps investors who follow the trend of short-selling Disney will eventually awaken to the reality. However, by then, Disney's stock price may have plummeted into an abyss, leaving us uncertain of its fate. Even if a rebound occurs, it may be too late. Such scenarios have unfolded in Wall Street's history. Even if stock prices recover later, it could be too little, too late. Most concerning is the potential plunge in investor confidence in Disney. This is the most terrifying prospect of all. Quick, contact the flag bank immediately. Jerry, akin to a drowning man grasping at straws, sought any remaining glimmer of hope. Beep, beep, beep. The call connected. Disney? You still wish to borrow money? Damn it. The expletives from the other end of the line echoed. This is all you're doing. You nearly dragged Flag Bank down with you. If we had foreseen this outcome, we would have never lent you $800 billion. The caller erupted in rage before abruptly hanging up. More money? In your dreams. Lending $800 billion to Disney has left colorful Flag Bank in utter regret. Should Disney falter in this tumultuous storm, the $800 billion from colorful Flag Bank may be lost forever. Jerry slumped into his chair, reflecting on how these bankers had once been eager to lend money to Disney. Now, they regard us as a pariah. Subsequently, Jerry, in a daze, summoned a group of executives, urging them to brainstorm solutions. Yet, as the president of Disney, Jerry found himself powerless. What could anyone else possibly do? His assistant, bewildered, lamented, "Our Disney is truly beset by misfortune. The previous rivalry with Jiaxing Media remains unresolved, and now we face such a colossal black swan event. Why did it have to explode now of all times? The funds borrowed from colorful Flag Bank cannot last long. When that time comes, without sufficient capital, our stock price will plummet further, and the consequences are unfathomable." In Disney's presidential office, Jerry, his assistant, and a cadre of executives appeared despondent, each as if the sky had fallen. Meanwhile, at Jiaxing Media, Yang Mi and Ri Ba, while perusing various heated discussions online, gazed at Lu Xiaojia in astonishment. Hollywood is in turmoil. Disney is the filthy puppet master? A wave of boycotts against Disney is sweeping across the Eagle Sauce Nation. Douyin's overseas version is rapidly climbing in downloads within Eagle Sauce Nation. Muddy Water Company has had a conscience awakening. Wall Street investment banks are repenting. The short sellers are, surprisingly, the most principled individuals. Reba's mouth dropped open, practically large enough to fit a sizable pear. Why do these events feel so eerily familiar? There seems to be a connection among them. Reba's large eyes reflected a hint of confusion. However, Yang Mi's beautiful eyes began to sparkle with realization. Yang Mi strode over to the seemingly relaxed Lu Xiaojia. Her soft voice inquired, "A conscience awakening at Muddy Water Company? You dare utter such words?" Lu Xiaojia straightened his posture, declaring with conviction, "This is not my assertion. It is stated in the Wall Street newspaper. Moreover, can't the short sellers have a conscience? Can't they do good deeds? Reforming one's ways is a noble endeavor." Yang Mi was speechless. A Wall Street newspaper? Isn't it merely a matter of spending a little money to manipulate that? Behind all this, Lu Xiaojia must surely be orchestrating it. Yang Mi had previously caught vague hints of those matters during a conversation with Lu Xiaojia, but at the time, she had not connected the dots. Now, as these events intertwined, if she were to remain oblivious to Lu Xiaojia's scheming, she would be unworthy of the title of Young Boss. At this moment, Yang Mi looked at Lu Xiaojia with a gleam in her eyes, revealing an indescribable meaning. It seems I have lost again, Yang Mi thought to herself. When the time comes, I shall let you punish me. As for Lu Xiaojia's earlier warning that the punishment would be severe, leaving her in pain, Yang Mi suddenly blushed, her cheeks blooming a rosy hue. However, she is Young Boss, and she does not concede defeat. When the time comes, who knows who will fear whom? Seeing Yang Mi's complexion transform into a delicate shade of pink, as if it might drip with dew, Lu Xiaojia felt inexplicably bewildered. Just then, the phone rang. Reba snapped back from her shock. She immediately picked up the phone on the desk and held it to Lu Xiaojia's ear. Lu Xiaojia. Disney's stock has plummeted by 10% in pre-market trading. Now that the New York Stock Exchange has opened, Disney's stock price is plummeting further. On the other end, William Powell's voice was filled with excitement. In this battle against Disney, Lu Xiaojia had invested a total of $150 billion. Given the current situation, Lu Xiaojia estimated a profit of $200 billion. Moreover, this figure continues to grow. $200 billion. Adding to the original $150 billion of principal, Lu Xiaojia's fortune has soared to at least $350 billion. The current world's richest individual does not even possess a fortune of $350 billion. This signifies that, from this moment forward, a new world's richest individual has emerged. William Powell could hardly contain his excitement. He had known Lu Xiaojia for just about a year, which means Lu Xiaojia has ascended to the world's richest individual in merely a year. Lu Xiaojia, you truly deserve the title of King of Wall Street. William Powell showered Lu Xiaojia with every compliment he could muster. Ultimately, the title of King of Wall Street encapsulated his admiration best. After all, he is a Wall Street investment banker. The King of Wall Street is the highest accolade. Lu Xiaojia graciously accepted William Powell's praises. Not only the King of Wall Street, but give Lu Xiaojia time, and he could easily become the king of global finance and media. William, let's begin to gradually close our short positions. Lu Xiaojia outlined his trading strategy for the upcoming operations, emphasizing the need for a methodical approach. As for the intricacies, you are a Wall Street professional, I need not instruct you. Rest assured, Lu Xiaojia, there will be no oversights. William assured confidently. Such matters require professional techniques. Even if William Powell navigates the fissures of capital, it must not be overly conspicuous. Disney serves as a cautionary tale. The Hollywood situation had long been rumored within the industry. However, there exists a vast difference between circulating rumors and exposing them to the public eye. Certain matters, if not exposed, remain inconsequential. Once exposed, it becomes exceedingly troublesome. Additionally, Lu Xiaojia directed, start accumulating Disney stocks at lower prices. He proposed using half of the $200 billion in profit to buy Disney stocks gradually. After this maneuver, Lu Xiaojia's ultimate profit may diminish somewhat. However, Jiaxing Media will acquire over 30% of Disney's shares. Essentially, Lu Xiaojia would achieve substantial gains without investment. Ultimately, he would secure $100 billion in profit. Alongside 30% of Disney's shares, Lu Xiaojia's acquisition of Disney shares is, of course, aimed at entering Disney's board of directors. Only by entering the board can he influence Disney's affairs, allowing Jiaxing Media's reach to extend domestically and internationally. It would enable the cultural productions of Long Nation to truly resonate worldwide, allowing the culture of Long Nation to begin influencing Eagle Sauce Nation. Although William Powell did not grasp why Lu Xiaojia sought to acquire Disney shares again, he understood that as long as profits were made, that was sufficient. Why should he buy Disney shares? It is well known that acquiring Disney shares would drive up the stock price, consequently reducing profits. Nonetheless, William would execute whatever Lu Xiaojia commanded. After hanging up the phone, William Powell clapped his hands and proclaimed, "Brothers, the King of Wall Street has issued a new directive. Prepare to buy shares of Disney." Countless Wall Street elites, gathered before their computer screens, were taken aback. They could not fathom why this enigmatic King of Wall Street would advocate purchasing Disney stocks when it was evidently on the brink of a new downward trend. Perhaps this stark contrast between their understanding and that of the mysterious monarch exemplified their own shortcomings. Meanwhile, in the presidential office of Jiaxing Media, the phone rang incessantly. On the other end were numerous magnates from the Dragon Kingdom. Ever since Jiaxing Media severed ties with Disney, these business leaders were eager to inquire whether Lu Xiaojia required financial assistance. Regardless of their past relationships or intentions, they were now willing to contribute to this seemingly bleak commercial battle. Suddenly, the tides turned. Disney was unexpectedly shorted by the prominent short seller Muddy Waters from the Eagle Nation, causing its stock price to plummet. A flurry of congratulatory calls flooded in for Lu Xiaojia from the business elites of the Dragon Kingdom. They perceived Jiaxing Media not only as bold for confronting Disney, but also fortunate, as this international business conflict concluded with their victory. This outcome astonished many, including users on Weibo and Hiya Forum, who were stunned to see Jiaxing Media triumph. What is happening? Jiaxing Media actually won. Disney stock has collapsed. Candles have been lit. And you claim victory? Numerous heated discussions erupted online, recounting Disney's stock downfall and Jiaxing Media's unexpected success. A user named Wet Hair expressed confusion about the victory, fearing backlash from fellow forum members. "You must understand my ID. I am truly on your side." This statement garnered some acceptance among the forum community. Wet Hair continued to voice skepticism, believing Disney's long-standing legacy and influence in the Eagle Nation surpassed that of Jiaxing Media, making their victory surprising. Indeed, while many supported Jiaxing Media, few anticipated such an outcome. The effectiveness of Muddy Waters short selling was remarkable, showcasing their expertise. Questions arose regarding why Saichi Bank was no longer backing Disney. Why support them? Have you not heard? It is common to add flowers to a brocade, but rare to provide warmth in the snow. As Weibo and Hiya Forum buzzed with discussions surrounding Jiaxing Media, Douyin, the emerging force, was no exception. However, Douyin also featured news about its overseas version. Stay alert. What unfolds next will be unforgettable. Various videos displayed captivating scenes, revealing that the Hollywood crisis was first reported by Douyin's overseas version. Following the exposure, countless users in the Eagle Nation downloaded Douyin, causing its download numbers to soar. Douyin had unveiled the facade of Hollywood, bringing Disney, the venerable media conglomerate, crashing down. Was Douyin about to replicate a miracle in the Eagle Nation? At the headquarters of Jiaxing Media, Lu Xiaojia's phone rang. Reba quickly answered, relaying the exciting news. Boss Lu, Douyin's overseas version is on fire. Zhang Yimin's voice crackled with enthusiasm over the line. Within mere days of launching, the download count had surpassed 10 million, and daily active users were rapidly increasing. Lu Xiaojia felt immense satisfaction with Douyin's progress, recognizing its pivotal role in his strategic vision. With the Eagle Nation's regulatory stance still relatively lenient, Lu Xiaojia aimed to propel Chinese cinema and culture into the Eagle Nation before they could react. Continue to amplify investments and promotions for Douyin's overseas version. We cannot afford to relax, Lu Xiaojia instructed, offering support for any financial shortfalls. Rest assured, Boss Lu, I will oversee the team day and night to enhance Douyin's promotion. Zhang Yimin replied excitedly, noting that their recent domestic success had attracted numerous advertisers, significantly boosting their liquidity. Zhang Yimin was thrilled by Douyin's rapid advancement, which surpassed his expectations, attributing it all to Lu Xiaojia's astute judgment and investment. Lu Xiaojia's suggestions resonated deeply with Zhang Yimin, evoking a sense of camaraderie as if they were kindred spirits, especially in these challenging times. After issuing further instructions, Lu Xiaojia ended the call. Over the past few days, he had received an overwhelming number of calls, leaving his voice slightly hoarse despite his frequent indulgence in hot Longjing tea. Yang Mi, noticing his raspy voice, offered him a throat lozenge, shyly saying, "Here. This is for you." "What?" Lu Xiaojia inquired, puzzled. "You'll understand once you try it." Yang Mi's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed in the presence of Reba. A throat lozenge. Lu Xiaojia teased as he unwrapped one and popped it into his mouth, playfully asking, "What is this? Little me, are you concerned about me?" "Who is concerned about you?" Yang Mi shot him a glare, feigning annoyance. Reba, beside them, pretended to shield her face with her delicate hands, exclaiming, "Oh dear. You two shouldn't be like this. I'm still in college. I can't witness such antics." Yang Mi was taken aback. "Still young? You can't see this? Is that what you call young? Moreover, can you stretch your fingers a bit wider? Can you act even more artificially?" Hot Boss seemed to sense Boss Yang's teasing as she playfully stuck out her tongue, peeking at Lu Xiaojia through her fingers. "Boss, when will you punish us?" "Punish?" Yang Mi was taken aback. Just moments ago, she had claimed to be too young for such things, and now she was so eager. How could she voluntarily ask for punishment? However, Yang Mi did not stop Hot Boss' expectant expression. She too turned to look at Lu Xiaojia. Lu Xiaojia was savoring a throat lozenge, enjoying its pleasant taste. A delightful blend of sour and sweet. Suddenly, the discussion shifted to the topic of punishment. "Why do you seem more anxious than I am?" Lu Xiaojia exclaimed in astonishment. "Aren't you afraid of pain?" Hot Boss' cheeks flushed, and she lowered her adorable head, shyly responding, "Boss, it's all right. A little pain will soon pass. I'm not scared." What audacious words. Yang Mi shot Hot Ba a fierce glare, yet she did not voice her opposition. To each their own. Thus, Yang Mi too wore a bashful, resolute expression, awaiting the impending punishment alongside Hot Ba. "Since you are so eager," Lu Xiaojia slapped her thigh vigorously and stood up from her chair, declaring, "Then I shall not hold back." At Disney's headquarters in Eagle Sauce Country, President Jerry gazed despondently around the room. The surrounding Disney executives were equally dispirited, having lost their former vigor. Alas, who would have thought? We did not lose to Jiaxing Media, but rather to fate. Jerry sighed deeply. The Disney executives echoed his sentiments with their own sighs. In the business battle between Disney and Jiaxing Media, although Disney had frequently found itself at a disadvantage, after borrowing $800 billion from Saichi Bank, it gradually turned the tide and began to gain the upper hand. If it were not for the sudden emergence of Hunshui Company and the shocking revelations from Hollywood, Disney would not have lost to Jiaxing Media. Disney did not lose to Jiaxing Media, but to fate. Perhaps this was Jerry's sole consolation. "President, our funds are nearly depleted." An assistant reported anxiously, but the stock prices continue to plummet. "If this persists, Disney will be in grave danger." Disney is a century-old media giant in Eagle Sauce Country. It cannot simply collapse, can it? Under normal circumstances, no one would think so. However, 2 years ago during the financial crisis, many super corporations and century-old giants fell one after another, ringing alarm bells for Disney. Do not assume that being a century-old giant guarantees survival. Cold sweat dripped down Jerry's forehead as he trembled. "If the century-old Disney collapses under my watch, I will be enshrined in the annals of Eagle Sauce Country's business disgrace." Jerry forced himself to regain composure, Quick. Immediately seek assistance from Wall Street investment banks. Request their support. The assistant hurriedly picked up the phone, beginning to contact various Wall Street investment banks one by one. Disney? What bad luck. Beep, beep, beep. The call was abruptly disconnected. Disney? Goodbye. Beep, beep, beep. As expected, the assistant's pleas for help either faced immediate disconnection or outright rejection. Jerry was infuriated by those damned Wall Street investment banks. They used to call us daily, eager to invest in Disney, treating us as esteemed guests. And now, they act this way. It is said that Wall Street only recognizes profit, devoid of sentiment. Today, that notion has been vividly illustrated. In truth, Jerry had anticipated this situation. It was merely a matter of foolish hope. In the profit-driven realm of Wall Street, faced with a floundering Disney, lending money was out of the question. Those Wall Street investment banks were among the very ones shorting Disney. What should we do, President? If this continues. The assistant was now utterly panicked, appearing lost. Jerry was no better off. He could only resort to desperate measures, instructing. The numbers you dialed previously were all large Wall Street investment banks. Try calling some smaller ones and see if any are willing to lend a helping hand. If anyone comes to our aid at this moment, they will be our benefactor. Jerry knew deep down that this was likely a pipe dream. Yet, given the dire circumstances, he had no choice but to try. The assistant began dialing numbers for other Wall Street investment banks. In a secluded trading room, William Powell was directing his traders to strictly adhere to Lu Xiaojia's directives, gradually closing their short positions and preparing to buy Disney stocks. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang. Disney? William Powell glanced at the caller ID, puzzled. Why are they contacting me? He had not reached out to Disney yet. Yet they were calling him first. Hello, who is this? William Powell answered the phone with feigned nonchalance. Mr. Powell, this is Disney. The assistant on the other end spoke cautiously. You reached out to us previously, do you remember? Yes, just speak your mind. William Powell replied with an air of superiority. Well, Disney's assistant disregarded his demeanor, hastily putting forth the request. At this point, simply getting them on the line was a victory. After hearing the request, William Powell stroked his chin and replied, You wish to borrow money? That could be arranged. However, I must discuss it with my team first. Really? The Disney assistant exclaimed with delight. Mr. Powell, I will await your response. Although the other party did not provide a definitive answer, their willingness to consider lending was a significant improvement. Who says Wall Street lacks compassion? Who claims that it is common for those to offer help only in times of plenty, while rare in times of need? Mr. Powell on the other end is the embodiment of Wall Street's warmth. At Jiaxing Media's president's office, the atmosphere was somewhat suggestive. Yangmi and Hotba's faces were flushed, resembling two exquisite blossoms, vibrant and alluring. Their perfectly long legs were taut and seamless. Yangmi appeared both anxious and eager, while Hotba gazed at the approaching Lu Xiaojia with sultry eyes, her beautiful gaze filled with desire. The scene that was about to unfold was one Hotba eagerly anticipated. She was unafraid of pain. Just then, the phone rang at an inopportune moment. Hotba's body jolted, and she instinctively rushed over, quickly picking up the phone and placing it to Lu Xiaojia's ear. Xiaojia, Disney just contacted me. The excited voice of William Powell came through the receiver. Lu Xiaojia was taken aback, responding in confusion. Disney contacted you? They know you're behind this. No, they don't know. William Powell replied, exhilarated. Disney is reaching out to seek funding support. They are like cornered dogs, grasshoppers after autumn, blind men groping an elephant, desperately seeking help. William Powell unleashed a torrent of idioms from the Dragon Kingdom he had recently learned. Xiaojia Lu and Disney approached me proactively. What should I do? Should I play them again? William Powell now regarded Lu Xiaojia as the king of Wall Street, treating his words as sacred doctrine. Lu Xiaojia's expression brightened, revealing a hint of inexplicable amusement as he responded, Very well, do not reply to them just yet. I will immediately transfer $300 billion to you. You will invest $300 billion in Disney to acquire 5% of their shares. 5%. $300 billion in the open market. We could acquire more Disney stock. Wouldn't that be a loss? Not at all. Lu Xiaojia shook his head. You must also put forth another request. You must join the Disney board of directors. Even though William Powell was hailed as the hero who could save Disney, this demand was met with considerable resistance from the other board members. How can we have all Disney employees learn the culture of the Dragon Kingdom? We are engaged in fierce competition with Jiaxing Media. The very reason Disney found itself in this predicament was significantly due to Jiaxing Media. Indeed, this is all Jiaxing Media's fault. All of it stems from the Dragon Kingdom. How could we possibly learn their culture? Jiaxing Media is our competitor, and the Dragon Kingdom is also our adversary. We cannot learn from them. The board members were almost unanimously opposed, with Disney's president Jerry expressing the most vehement objections. If it weren't for Jiaxing Media, Jerry wouldn't be facing daily complaints from the board members or be in such a dire situation. The meeting room erupted into chaos. William Powell had long anticipated this scenario. Lu Xiaojia had forewarned him that such a situation would arise. However, Powell was unperturbed, for the King of Wall Street, far away in the Dragon Kingdom, had already devised a grand plan. Everyone, please calm down, there is no need to rush. Powell extended both hands in a gesture to quell the tumult. The board members, recognizing the impending words of the hero who sought to rescue Disney, quickly fell silent. Ladies and gentlemen, you are well aware of our current circumstances. They are exceedingly dire. Powell's opening statement cast a heavy pall over the boardroom. As for the reasons behind this predicament, he fixed his gaze on Disney's president Jerry, who remained silent. Yet the implication was unmistakable. The president bore significant responsibility for this crisis. Jerry opened his mouth to defend himself, but found no words. The other board members cast glances at him, their expressions grim, brimming with resentment. The predicament Disney faced could largely be attributed to the president's shortcomings, though they were not yet in a position to hold him accountable. Observing that the board grasped his meaning, Powell continued. Consider this. Since Disney engaged in a business war with Jiaxing Media from the Dragon Kingdom, our stock price has fluctuated wildly, plummeting at times and rebounding at others. Presently, our stock prices have compared to 2 months ago. The atmosphere in the meeting room grew increasingly tense. Powell, an elite from Wall Street, was well versed in such matters. And the other board members listened intently. Have you ever heard the saying? To defeat your opponent, you must first understand them. The board members were taken aback by this statement. Powell was right. Disney's painful defeat ultimately stemmed from Jiaxing Media of the Dragon Kingdom. If they wished to redeem themselves and triumph over Jiaxing Media, they needed to learn and understand the culture of the Dragon Kingdom. William Powell was indeed the hero destined to rescue Disney. His foresight was remarkable. Just then, a series of urgent knocks resounded at the conference room door, and an assistant rushed in, panic-stricken. President, Mr. Powell, esteemed board members, we have a grave situation. The assistant's face was filled with disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. Jiaxing Media, this company from the Dragon Kingdom, they have become our major shareholder. The board members fell silent, unable to process this shocking revelation. The assistant hastily activated the projector, displaying the latest news from the New York Stock Exchange. Indeed, Jiaxing Media had acquired 20% of Disney's shares in the open market. This astonishing news was laid bare before them. Moreover, due to delays, the actual number of shares purchased by Jiaxing Media could be even greater. It turned out that Jiaxing Media had been acquiring Disney stock all along. One Disney board member exclaimed, I wondered why Disney's stock price stabilized and began to rebound in recent days. Initially, the board had assumed it was due to Powell's financial backing, but it now seemed more plausible that it was a result of Jiaxing Media's purchases. The directors buzzed with astonishment at Jiaxing Media's bold move, while Jerry, the president of Disney, was left utterly speechless. Jiaxing Media had become Disney's major shareholder? This business war, initiated by Jiaxing Media, would culminate with them as the victor. All this time, I had been grappling with our own major shareholder? Jerry slumped into his chair, realizing his impending doom. With Jiaxing Media securing over 20% of the shares, their entry into the Disney board of directors was inevitable, and he, as president, was bound to be ousted. The Disney directors, recognizing this reality, refrained from further communication with the incapacitated Jerry. They gathered around William Powell, expressing their unanimous support. Powell, you are indeed our hero. Your exceptional foresight commands our admiration. You are right. The culture of the Dragon Kingdom is worth our study. This business war has revealed just how formidable the Dragon Kingdom truly is. The board members voiced their intent to instigate a wave of learning about the culture of the Dragon Kingdom within Disney. After all, to redeem themselves, they must first understand their adversary. Powell was correct. Simultaneously, the board members stated, Jiaxing Media is destined to enter the Disney board. This is an unstoppable trend. However, as a company from the Dragon Kingdom, how can we allow them to meddle in Disney affairs? Powell, you are the hero of Disney. In this critical moment, you have saved us. We entrust you with the responsibility of confronting the challenges posed by Jiaxing Media from the Dragon Kingdom. The board members collectively expressed their unwavering support for William Powell, entirely disregarding the fact that their president remained incapacitated beside them. In the interlude of the Disney board meeting, William Powell sought an excuse to slip into an unoccupied, sealed room, his face solemn as he placed a call. The phone rang and connected. With a pious expression, William reported, "Little Jialu, I have successfully infiltrated the Disney board. I have completely gained the trust of the directors. They want to nominate me as the chairman of Disney. What? Seeking subscriptions, seeking flowers, seeking reviews, seeking monthly votes, seeking data." Jiaxing Media. When Lu Xiaojia received William Powell's call, a rare look of astonishment crossed his face. Lu Xiaojia had merely instructed William to penetrate Disney's inner workings, gradually causing division and erosion, step by step. How has he become chairman already? William had given Lu Xiaojia a tremendous shock and surprise. Lu Xiaojia collected himself and cautioned, "William, once you become Disney's chairman, take it slow. Do not appear overly eager. Progress methodically." "Little Jialu, I understand. However, I have already begun organizing everyone at Disney to learn about Dragon Kingdom culture." William Powell replied excitedly, sharing what he had discussed in the board meeting with Lu Xiaojia. Lu Xiaojia's expression became one of bewilderment. Disney employees learning about Dragon Kingdom culture? Such an outrageous notion. The Disney directors actually agreed? Lu Xiaojia confirmed once more. Yes, they all agreed. "Little Jialu, your strategy is truly masterful. You are like the reincarnation of Kong Ming from the Three Kingdoms." William began to boast about the Dragon Kingdom culture he had recently studied, exclaiming, "They initially opposed it. But the timely news of your major acquisition of 15 of Disney stock made the directors recognize the reality and start supporting the learning of Dragon Kingdom culture." Lu Xiaojia was once again taken aback. He had indeed informed William in advance about the acquisition of Disney stocks, instructing him to seek a suitable moment to negotiate with the Disney directors, promising to provide assistance at the right time. Yet, Lu Xiaojia only wished for William to successfully enter the Disney board. He had not anticipated this fellow had directly become the chairman of Disney. A swift advancement. Now that William had become the chairman of Disney, certain matters could be arranged ahead of time. Lu Xiaojia stated, "William, immediately operate through Disney's channels to promote and distribute Jiaxing Media Zodiac, and also Lost in Thailand. Rest assured, little Jialu, I will arrange it right away." William Powell assured, "Moreover, I will organize all 200,000 employees of Disney to watch the Zodiac together. Leave all of this to me." When the call ended, Lu Xiaojia was still somewhat dazed. Organizing all Disney employees to watch the Zodiac. This William Powell is even more audacious than I am. It seems he has truly immersed himself in Dragon Kingdom culture during this time. Lu Xiaojia was astonished, and the same could be said for Yang and Reba. William Powell had actually become the chairman of Disney? Isn't he one of us? Yang looked at Lu Xiaojia in shock, disbelief written across her face. "The boss has arranged for our person to enter the Disney board and become the chairman. How impressive." Reba's cheeks flushed a deep red as she fixed her gaze on Lu Xiaojia's handsome face. In Reba's beautiful eyes, excitement, passion, and unvoiced desire sparkled. Reba had not forgotten. The boss had yet to punish her. Lu Xiaojia took a deep breath, regaining his calm demeanor. Now that the plan had been successfully executed, even exceeding expectations, preparations for the release of Zodiac should commence. "Reba, please call Director Chenlong." "Yes." Reba promptly dialed the number, gently placing the phone to Lu Xiaojia's ear. "Boss Lu, Zodiac has completed filming, and post-production is about to commence." Director Chenlong quickly reported the progress made during this period. Since the commercial battle between Disney and Jiaxing Media began, the filming of Zodiac had not been disrupted. This was due to both Disney's limited resources and the security personnel Lu Xiaojia had dispatched. "Very well, your team has worked hard. Everyone has done excellently." As the principal investor, Lu Xiaojia naturally wanted to reassure the project team. Then he continued, "The Zodiac is a key film for Jiaxing Media. Post-production must be expedited. Additionally, Brother Chenlong, your influence internationally is significant. I plan to promote Zodiac in overseas markets such as the Eagle Country. In a month, we will have a synchronized global release." Lu Xiaojia's words left Chenlong astonished, and he hurriedly replied, "A global release? Promoting in the Eagle Country? But our relationship with Disney." In recent times, the international commercial battle between Jiaxing Media and Disney had stirred considerable commotion. As a well-known star in the industry, Chenlong was naturally aware of this. Disney's power in the Eagle Country was immense. How could Jiaxing Media, having offended Disney, still release films there? Chenlong held doubts regarding this. Lu Xiaojia did not elaborate, simply responding, "You can prepare with peace of mind. Leave the rest to Jiaxing Media." The matter of William Powell being one of their own was known only to Lu Xiaojia, Yang and Reba. Furthermore, the news of Jiaxing Media's acquisition of Disney shares had just been announced and had not yet fully circulated. Therefore, Chenlong's concerns were understandable. Very well. We will ensure Zodiac is perfected, Qianlong promised. Since the boss had said so, Qianlong, a forthright individual, promptly agreed. As an internationally renowned martial arts star, he could vouch for the diligence of the Qin family troupe and the quality of their films. However, the intricacies of international distribution in complex business matters would have to be left to Jiaxing Media to handle. After concluding his conversation with Qianlong, Lu Xiaojia called the team behind Lost in Thailand. The film had already been released domestically. Disney's interference had caused the previously negotiated overseas rights sale to stall. Now, it was essential to continue selling the rights to Lost in Thailand. Of course, due to its prior release, there would be no global synchronized premiere. Reba, please connect me with William Powell, Lu Xiaojia instructed. Reba quickly dialed the number and gently held the phone to Lu Xiaojia's ear. After a few rings, the other end picked up, and a voice, slightly muffled, said, "Little Jia Lu, I was just in the board meeting. Don't worry. There's no one around now. What do you need?" Lu Xiaojia felt a bit speechless. It was as if they were secret agents meeting covertly. "Little Jia Lu, you are the mysterious king of Wall Street." William Powell exclaimed excitedly, "I am the secret insider of the king of Wall Street." "Isn't that splendid?" Lu Xiaojia mused that there was indeed some logic to that. Thus, he ceased to dwell on their peculiar communication method and relayed the matter concerning the overseas rights for Lost in Thailand. A trivial matter, merely a small issue. William Powell immediately assured, "Disney has offered $200 million for the overseas rights to Lost in Thailand. Since the film has already been released, both domestically and abroad, copies have already leaked. There will be no synchronized global release. The sale of $200 million worth of overseas copyrights is indeed a substantial windfall. This exemplifies the adage that having connections facilitates success." William Powell directly elevated the overseas copyright valuation of Lost in Thailand from a mere dollar. Naturally, one must tread carefully, for Powell has only just assumed the role of chairman. In recent days, the audience in the Eagle Nation has been feasting on the unfolding drama. Just moments ago, Disney announced a momentous development. Breaking news: Disney's savior, the last bastion of warmth on Wall Street, William Powell, has been appointed as the new chairman of Disney. The revelation is staggering. Jiaxing Media from the Dragon Nation has become a shareholder of Disney. Even more astonishing, within Disney, there has arisen a fervor to embrace dragon culture. The renowned Hollywood critic, Bryant, was left utterly speechless by the incessant stream of news. After perusing several reports, he began to voice his thoughts. Mr. William Powell truly embodies the last warmth of Wall Street. In Disney's time of peril, all other Wall Street investment banks distanced themselves from the company, exhibiting a complete lack of compassion and an icy demeanor. Only Mr. William Powell emerged as a beacon of hope, extending a rare hand of assistance in these trying times. Mr. Powell is not only a hero for Disney, but also a hero for the Eagle Nation. As Bryant penned his comments, he was overwhelmed with emotion, his eyes glistening with tears. As a prominent Hollywood critic, he has witnessed the ebb and flow of human sentiment. Hollywood has just weathered a monumental storm, leaving all media personnel shivering in the cold. Meanwhile, Wall Street has never seen snow, for the hearts of men have grown sufficiently frigid. At such a moment, this rare display of warmth is all the more precious. Bryant's remarks resonated with many in the audience. Absolutely right, my friend. Indeed, we in the Eagle Nation value individualism. Yet we sorely lack the warmth exemplified by someone like Mr. William Powell, who extends a hand in times of need. It is only fitting that Mr. Powell has been appointed as the new chairman of Disney. The overwhelming majority of the Eagle Nation's audience expressed their admiration and support for Mr. Powell. However, a small faction voiced dissenting opinions. Let me clarify. My critique is not aimed at Mr. William Powell. His character is beyond reproach. Yet, I find one aspect slightly troubling. After assuming office, Powell has called for Disney's 200,000 employees to embark on a sweeping initiative to learn dragon culture. Can you believe that? Disney, a century-old media titan of the Eagle Nation, is venturing into the realm of dragon culture. Though the dissenters were few, their voices garnered attention. Soon, rebuttals began to surface. Mr. Powell has stated that Disney's defeat to Jiaxing Media is not a cause for alarm, as Disney is neither bankrupt nor defunct. Disney still has a chance. We still have a chance. However, Mr. Powell also remarked that to redeem oneself, one must first understand the adversary and learn about dragon culture. In terms of the Dragon Nation's idiom, I recently learned, Mr. Powell's approach is akin to lying on firewood and tasting bitterness. This fiery rhetoric from an Eagle Nation audience member stirred considerable support among others. Indeed, I too have answered Mr. Powell's call and started delving into dragon culture. His actions mirror those of King Gojun of Yuan ancient history. Yes, yes. Recently, I have been exploring Douyin, the newly launched short video app from the Dragon Nation, which is quite delightful. Through Douyin, I have learned about the rich history of the Dragon Nation and acquired much knowledge about its traditional culture. This has broadened my horizons and sparked immense interest in dragon culture. There is nothing amiss with Mr. Powell's actions. He is not only a hero for Disney but also the last warmth on Wall Street, as well as a rare sage of the Eagle Nation. As Bryant observed the increasing number of comments, his eyes sparkled with excitement. The most frequently mentioned topics in those comments were the trending short video app Douyin and the Dragon Nation's profound and beautiful culture. I must join Douyin and create an account. Douyin is destined to become a media giant rivaling Facebook. Furthermore, I wish to explore and deepen my understanding of dragon culture. The lively debate among the Eagle Nation's audience has even diminished the perceived impact of Jiaxing Media's entry into Disney's boardroom. After all, Jiaxing Media has merely joined the board without actual control over Disney. Moreover, Disney still has the last warmth of Wall Street, the great hero of the Eagle Nation, Mr. William Powell, to rely upon. What is there to fear? These developments have sparked fervent discussions within the Eagle Nation. Simultaneously, forums and microblogs in the Dragon Nation are buzzing with excitement. The trending topics on microblogging platforms are once again dominated by Jiaxing Media. Jiaxing Media has become a shareholder of Disney. In this unprecedented international business clash, Jiaxing Media has emerged as the ultimate victor. Can you believe it? Disney and the Eagle Nation has ignited a movement to learn dragon culture. Jiaxing Media is the key proponent of promoting dragon culture. Boss Yang, once a leading star and now a well-known businesswoman, is truly deserving of her accolades. Jiaxing Media does not even need to spend money on trending topics. Discussions about Jiaxing Media abound everywhere, and as a shareholder of microblogging platforms, Jiaxing Media's prominence is naturally sustained at a high level. On Haoya Forum, countless hot threads are dedicated to discussing Jiaxing Media. Astonishing! Jiaxing Media has actually entered Disney's boardroom? Incredible! I thought Jiaxing Media's victory in this monumental business battle was sheer luck. Little did I know, they relied on their strength. Jiaxing Media actually invested heavily in purchasing Disney stocks on the open market, successfully securing a position on Disney's board. From now on, our Dragon Nation's media companies can influence the media landscape of the Eagle Nation. The audience is electrified, expressing their astonishment through a flurry of emojis, articulating their disbelief while voicing their support for Jiaxing Media. However, there are also a few who remain relatively composed, expressing their cautious concerns. Alas, it is a pity that a hero has emerged in the Eagle Nation, stepping forward to support Disney at the last moment. Indeed, the audience in the Eagle Nation refers to him as the last warmth of Wall Street. It is indeed thanks to him that Disney has navigated its difficulties, avoiding a far more tragic outcome. I know the individual you speak of, William Powell. His name is everywhere in the recent forums of the Eagle Nation. He is undoubtedly a rare hero, the last warmth of Wall Street, deserving of every accolade. Yet, having someone like him ascend to the chairmanship of Disney may not bode well for us. Many in the audience echoed this sentiment, lamenting the situation. Indeed, it is regrettable. Why has he been appointed as the chairman? Such individuals ascending to power is not favorable for Jiaxing Media. Just as Jiaxing Media has taken its first step towards internationalization, it encounters such a formidable obstacle. It's quite troublesome. A miscalculation, Jiaxing Media has erred. Boss Yang has erred, and the legendary Boss Lu has also erred. This international business battle did not completely topple Disney. Yet it has allowed an even more formidable chairman to rise. This is not a good omen for the media industry in the Dragon Nation. Jiaxing Media has indeed taken its first step, yet they are about to face Disney's counterattack. It remains to be seen how the owner of Jiaxing Media will navigate this predicament. At this moment, at the headquarters of Jiaxing Media, Yang Mi and Riba are scrolling through Weibo and browsing forums. They come across the aforementioned comments and are left utterly astonished. Riba's beautiful eyes widen, and her charming lips quiver slightly as they discuss. Have we at Jiaxing Media truly made a miscalculation? The final warm embrace from Wall Street joining Disney will hinder the overseas strides of the Dragon Nation's media? Will Disney's newly appointed chairman, Powell, prove to be a formidable adversary for Jiaxing Media? Are they referring to the Powell, William Powell, who incessantly calls to report? That sycophant. Not only is he lauded by the American audience as a superhero, but he is also regarded as the greatest opponent by the Dragon Nation's audience. Dazed, Riba inquires, Boss, are we not engaged in a business battle? How has it transformed into a spy war? Yang Mi, equally shocked, gazes at Lu Xiaojia. Under the scrutiny of these two stunning women, Lu Xiaojia finds herself pondering. You're asking me? Who am I to ask? Lu Xiaojia is equally bewildered. A perfectly straightforward business battle has inexplicably morphed into a spy war. Who can clarify this? If blame is to be assigned, it cannot fall on Lu Xiaojia, but rather on the formidable insider, William Powell. How did he ascend to the chairmanship of Disney? Lu Xiaojia's initial plan was merely to have Powell assist Disney in a critical moment, allowing him to seize the opportunity to join Disney's board and establish his persona as Disney's benefactor. Now, with Powell on the board, his persona is indeed solidified. The final warmth from Wall Street, Disney's savior, the rare hero of the American nation. This string of titles has produced an outcome from Lu Xiaojia's strategic move that even she could not have anticipated. However, such matters are best kept within the confines of her thoughts. There is no possibility of voicing them. Thus, Lu Xiaojia extends her hand. Reba immediately comprehends the cue. She hastily brews a fragrant cup of Westlake Longjing tea and presents it to Lu Xiaojia, saying, "Boss, please enjoy some tea." Lu Xiaojia takes the cup and sips with composure, remarking, "You are simply too young, your thoughts too simplistic." Lu Xiaojia casts a casual glance at Yangmi and Reba, noticing their earnest and attentive demeanor. After clearing her throat a couple of times, Lu Xiaojia solemnly states, "Have you not heard the saying? The marketplace is akin to a battlefield. Business warfare is, in essence, espionage." Lu Xiaojia's emphatic declaration causes Yang Mi's beautiful eyes to brighten, her gaze towards Lu Xiaojia transforming into one of tender admiration. Meanwhile, Reba's cheeks flush a delicate pink, her large eyes curving into beautiful crescents, hinting at the surging waves of emotion within. "Boss, your words are truly profound," Reba murmurs. "This spy war has been meticulously planned by you, has it not? You orchestrated Powell's entry into Disney's board, allowing him to become the chairman and our insider. The outside world believes Powell to be Disney's hero, yet they remain oblivious to the fact that this so-called hero is, in reality, our insider. Henceforth, Jiaxing Media shall embark on its overseas journey. With Powell, the Disney chairman as our ally, our international endeavors shall proceed with remarkable ease." At this moment, Reba's admiration for Lu Xiaojia is unmistakable. "Boss, do not forget, you have yet to impose our punishment," Reba states with a mix of shyness and anticipation. "Punishment?" Lu Xiaojia's body jolts. "Indeed. There is such a matter, and she nearly forgot. Shall you both accept the punishment together?" "Together?" Reba's face turns crimson, exclaiming in shock. Although she does not conceal her admiration for Lu Xiaojia, she is still just an innocent university student. "Boss, how about we take turns instead?" Reba suggests, her fingers fidgeting, her head lowered, speaking softly. Beside her, Yangmi is already overwhelmed with embarrassment. This proud and aloof businesswoman dares not lift her gaze. She allows Reba and Lu Xiaojia to negotiate without interjecting. Yet, can this even be negotiated? Yangmi's heart wails in despair. However, she cannot voice her thoughts or dare to look up, merely hanging her head in silence, awaiting the outcome. One by one, upon hearing Reba's request, Lu Xiaojia nods. "That seems acceptable. Since you are shy and do not wish for me yet to witness your embarrassment, we shall proceed one at a time. Remember, it may be quite painful. If it becomes unbearable, you may cry out. It might alleviate the discomfort." Very painful? Embarrassment? Cry out. These fierce words echo in Yang Mi's ears, leaving her utterly flustered. Her delicate form begins to tremble. Lu Xiaojia turns to the shaking Yang Mi, offering reassurance, "Little me, do not be concerned. The initial moments will indeed be painful, but soon you shall adapt. Perhaps, in time, you might even come to enjoy it." At this moment, Yang Mi wishes to bury her head in the ground. She dares not remain in the office any longer. Hastily, she turns and flees, as though escaping. With Yang Mi gone, Lu Xiaojia stands up leisurely. "Reba, let us begin. Do not fear the pain. Endure. Do not cry out." Reba, her face aflame with shyness, curls into herself, awaiting the impending punishment with both anticipation and trepidation. Outside the office, Yang Mi firmly shuts the door, leaning against it. Utterly mortified, she yearns to flee but is reluctant to do so. Her ears perk up, quietly straining to catch any sounds from within. Why is there no noise? Have they not begun yet? Suddenly, a piercing scream of pain erupts from behind the door. The wail is utterly harrowing. It is Reba's cry of distress. Yang Mi's expression shifts dramatically. She is inclined to flee immediately. The further away, the better. Yet, her long legs seem as if they are laden with lead, unable to move. Ultimately, instead of leaving, Yang Mi subconsciously presses her ear against the door. After listening for a moment, she hears faint sobs. Is she crying? Reba is crying. Yangmi's body stiffens. The thought of the punishment makes her want to escape again. Creak. At that moment, the door gently opens, and Lu Xiaojia's voice, tinged with a hint of triumph, is heard. Little me, Reba has completed her punishment. It is your turn. Is it over? Is this really it? Yangmi's eyes widened in confusion, taken aback by the rapidity of the situation. Though she did not fully comprehend the punishment, she understood it to some extent. Was it not less than 3 minutes? Yangmi stood outside the door, astonished, her feet rooted in place. Her mind was racing with thoughts. When I go in, should I comfort Reba or Xiaojia? Inside the office, Lu Xiaojia waited for a moment before noticing the lack of movement outside. Leaning out, she called out, Xiaomi, what are you doing? A bet is a bet. Come in and accept your punishment. With a swift motion, Lu Xiaojia gently pulled Yangmi inside. Bang! The door slammed shut. Yangmi jolted, thinking Lu Xiaojia was furious. She quickly covered her face with her hands, exclaiming, Oh no! Is this really what I should see? Simultaneously, she hurried to reassure, Xiaojia, it's all right. Speed doesn't signify anything. Lu Xiaojia paused, perplexed. Speed? What do you mean? Yangmi was also taken aback, only to notice Reba standing behind Lu Xiaojia. At that moment, Reba appeared quite aggrieved. Her small hands pressed firmly against her forehead, tears shimmering in her beautiful eyes. Yangmi was bewildered. What was happening? This seemed quite different from what she had imagined. At that juncture, Lu Xiaojia snapped back to reality, her tone sharp. Xiaomi, what you just said is rather inappropriate. Yangmi attempted to explain, but Lu Xiaojia had no interest in hearing her out. She extended 2 fingers, forming a vigorous O shape. Stop daydreaming. I'll give you a taste of reality. Bang! The blow landed squarely on Yangmi's forehead, leaving her momentarily dazed. She even forgot about the pain, murmuring, You mean this punishment? Just as her words trailed off, a piercing pain jolted her back to awareness. A horrendous scream echoed throughout the office. Outside, a female assistant from Jiaxing Media was on her way to report on work matters. However, just as she reached the door, she was startled by the sound of Yangmi's scream from within. What is happening? The assistant stood frozen in shock. Then, she heard the voice of the formidable Lu Xiaojia. Fast? Slow? Is the force adequate? Why are you crying, Xiaomi? The assistant's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, and she quickly covered her face and ran away. Such occurrences, and yet the 2 bosses showed no restraint. This is an office, after all. If Lu Xiaojia were aware of the female employee's thoughts, she would undoubtedly conduct a stern ideological education. After all, it was merely a playful slap to the forehead. Why must their thoughts be so impure? Though Lu Xiaojia had a fondness for dragons and aimed to promote Dragon Nation culture, the great dragon brother had yet to officially emerge. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Jiaxing Media and Dragon Nation, a minor incident unfolded. Concurrently, at Disney in Eagle Sauce Country, matters were also brewing. Chairman, I have organized our Disney employees to begin studying Dragon Nation culture as per your instructions, reported the Disney assistant respectfully from the chairman's office. William Powell nodded in satisfaction. I have only recently joined Disney and am still unfamiliar with many matters. You will need to assist me more in the future. By the way, what is your name? Tom Hanks. The assistant replied excitedly, Just call me Tom, Chairman. Powell paused, responding, Tom? That's a rather nice name. The ousted president was named Jerry, correct? Yes, the previous president was Jerry, the assistant confirmed. Powell continued with indignation. Now I understand why Disney has been in disarray. It turns out there has been a great rat among us. A colossal rat, indeed. With Jerry lurking, how can Disney thrive? Powell, showcasing the Dragon Nation culture he had recently learned, expressed his thoughts. In recent days, whenever he had spare time, he eagerly studied Dragon Nation culture, becoming increasingly captivated by its rich heritage. The history of Eagle Sauce Country is relatively brief, lacking the exquisite poetry found in Dragon Nation. Tom, I appoint you as the Secretary of Disney, Powell declared, approaching the excited Tom and patting him on the shoulder with a sense of responsibility. Remember, from this day forth, you shall be our Disney's Tomcat. Your goal is to help me catch those hidden rats within Disney. The largest of them all is the former president, Jerry. Jerry is nothing but a piece of rotten wood, ruining the entire broth. Tom replied enthusiastically, Chairman, you truly are the last warmth of Wall Street, the superhero of our Disney. Thus, Tom eagerly disclosed the names of several Disney executives who were friendly with the former president, Jerry. Naturally, these individuals, like Jerry, were demoted by the newly prestigious chairman, Powell, and removed from their management positions, relegated to the status of ordinary employees. William Powell chose not to dismiss these individuals immediately, as he had only recently become chairman. His primary concern was to stabilize the morale within Disney, avoiding excessive dismissals that might provoke public backlash and discontent from certain organizations. Furthermore, as the Three Kingdoms of Dragon Nation once stated, the art of warfare favors winning hearts. Powell resolved to dismantle the rat's influence on an ideological level. Tom informed Jerry and his associates. Powell instructed, "My decision not to dismiss them directly is because Dragon Nation culture has preserved their livelihoods. Recognizing one's errors and correcting them is a virtue. A sea of inclusiveness is truly grand." The idioms Powell shared left Secretary Tom utterly astonished. Despite his recent efforts to grasp Dragon Nation culture, he found himself at a loss for the idioms Powell employed. He could only reflect inwardly. Dragon Nation culture is indeed profound. The more I learn, the more I realize my own deficiencies. It seems I must hasten my studies of Dragon Nation culture. Otherwise, I shall surely struggle to keep pace with the chairman. As Tom resolved to deepen his learning, he attentively listened to the chairman's instructions. "Tell Jerry to study Dragon Nation culture diligently and not to despair," Powell directed. "When they become proficient in Dragon Nation culture, they may yet receive another opportunity." Just then, as William Powell asserted his authority as chairman, the telephone on the desk suddenly rang. Upon seeing the incoming call, Powell straightened his posture and waved. "Tom, you may leave for now." Tom turned to exit, intending to inform Jerry and the others to study Dragon Nation culture earnestly. Powell picked up the phone, retreating to a corner of the president's office, and cautiously answered, "Xiaojia Lu. There is no one around. What is your command?" Lu Xiaojia reclined comfortably in the boss's chair, exuding an air of leisure. Beside her, Yang Mi shot a fierce glare at Lu Xiaojia. With her delicate hands pressed against her forehead in pain, faint traces of tears lingered on her rosy cheeks. Although Reba's beautiful visage bore remnants of tears as well, she still pouted adorably, raising her phone gently to Lu Xiaojia's ear, dutifully fulfilling her role as a secretary. Reba appeared both aggrieved and helpless, evoking a sense of sympathy in Lu Xiaojia. Sipping a bit of tea, Lu Xiaojia shook her cup, prompting Reba to quickly extend her other hand to refill it. "William, how does it feel to be the chairman now? How is Disney faring?" she inquired nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by the disdainful glances from the two beautiful women beside her. "Isn't it just a bit of a headache? The first time can be painful, but once you get used to it, it might even become enjoyable." On the other end of the line, Powell, upon hearing Lu Xiaojia's question, immediately adopted a serious demeanor, believing it to be an evaluation from the King of Wall Street. He responded earnestly, "I have initiated a comprehensive learning of Dragon Country culture at Disney. Rest assured, everything is progressing smoothly. Moreover, I have employed the strategy of division from the 36 stratagems, promoting Tom to be the secretary. I am using Tom to counter Jerry and his associates." As Powell became increasingly animated, he remarked, "I have labeled Jerry and his crew as big rats. Lu Xiaojia, you must have heard of Tom and Jerry, right? Former President Jerry is the big rat of Disney. His recent dismal performance, coupled with his name, he cannot recover from this." Powell continued to enthusiastically recount his recent endeavors at Disney. Lu Xiaojia, on the other end of the call, was left utterly astonished. "The 36 stratagems? You've mastered all 36? "Indeed. I have purchased numerous books on Dragon Country and frequently watched Douyin," Powell replied. "After studying Dragon Country culture, I have come to appreciate its profound history and the immense strength it has possessed in the past. Oh, I do not mean to imply that Dragon Country is not formidable now. Its rapid development over the years has rendered it even more robust. What I mean is, the former Dragon Country was astonishingly powerful. The cultural richness of Dragon Country has truly opened my eyes." Powell's fervent praise, infused with newly learned vocabulary, was evident. It was clear that he had developed a fascination with Dragon Country culture, influenced in part by Lu Xiaojia, but also due to the inherent allure of the culture itself. "Lu Xiaojia, I genuinely wish to visit Dragon Country," Powell exclaimed excitedly. "I have yet to set foot in your land." Lu Xiaojia replied with a smile, "William, there will be opportunities in the future. However, now that you have just become the chairman of Disney, every move you make will be headline news in the media. It is best to refrain from visiting Dragon Country for the time being." Although the current relationship between Dragon Country and Eagle Country has yet to reach a confrontational stage, there is an evident trend. Moreover, Powell's promotion of Dragon Country culture within Disney has already sparked considerable debate, even if he has managed to suppress it with excuses. Nevertheless, it has drawn the attention of some keen observers from Eagle Country. Lu Xiaojia's ambition to propagate Dragon Country's film industry worldwide and sweep Dragon Country culture across Eagle Country is a long-term endeavor, not something to be accomplished overnight. It is crucial to remain vigilant throughout this process, for a moment's negligence could lead to disaster. While Powell expressed his regret upon hearing he could not visit Dragon Country for now, he, being a Wall Street elite and the current chairman of Disney, understood the gravity of the situation. He could only wistfully declare that when he finally visits Dragon Country, he will climb the Great Wall and become a hero. For he who has not climbed the Great Wall is not a true hero. Lu Xiaojia found herself speechless and quickly said, "William, in a few days, we will be heading to Eagle Country." Lu Xiaojia, you are coming to Eagle Country? That is wonderful, Powell exclaimed. I will bring the creative team of the 12 Zodiac to Eagle Country for a promotional roadshow. You will represent Disney and arrange everything accordingly, just the usual business negotiations. Rest assured, Lu Xiaojia, I am now Disney's superhero, my reputation soaring high. When you arrive in Eagle Country, it will feel like home. And I will ensure you receive a warm welcome. After hanging up, Lu Xiaojia felt a nagging sense that something was amiss, but could not pinpoint what it was. Have I given all the necessary instructions? She pondered. Reba, beside her, nodded her adorable little head. The tears that had once flowed freely had vanished, and she had returned to her usual devoted demeanor, although a distinct red mark remained on her forehead from earlier. One could imagine that Lu Xiaojia's earlier reprimand had left a tangible impact. While devoted Reba had forgiven Lu Xiaojia, the elegant CEO Yang was still casting reproachful glances at her. Yangmi pressed her forehead, visibly displeased and reluctant to engage in conversation. Oh, classmate me. Are you resorting to silent treatment? Lu Xiaojia chuckled. Yangmi retorted defiantly, what of silent treatment? You struck me, and I cannot. Her words trailed off as she suddenly remembered that she had lost a bet, and it was Lu Xiaojia who had punished her. However, the nature of this punishment had taken her by surprise. I can only blame myself for misinterpreting things. Classmate me, get ready. We are heading to Eagle Country. Lu Xiaojia said dismissively, unbothered by Yangmi's eye rolls. After all, she had playfully reprimanded her. Was it not permissible for Yangmi to show a little attitude? Lu Xiaojia, with her generous spirit, was not one to hold grudges. A few days later, Lu Xiaojia arrived at the underground parking garage of Tianhai Plaza, hand in hand with Yangmi and Reba, stepping onto a luxurious RV. As the vehicle started and departed its parking space, it made its way toward the international airport in Magic City. Following closely behind were over a dozen large SUVs, carrying Tang Xiaolong, Tang Xiao, and dozens of security personnel from Jiaxing Media. Now, Jiaxing Media had acquired a spacious Boeing private jet for their journey to Eagle Country, necessitating an ample security presence. When Lu Xiaojia arrived at the airport, Chunlong and the creative team of the 12 Zodiac were already waiting. Additionally, Bai Bing and Jin Sha, two rising stars from Jiaxing Media, were also present. Bai Bing and Jin Sha were cast in supporting roles in the 12 Zodiac film and had collaborated on the movie's theme song. They would be accompanying Lu Xiaojia on her journey to Eagle Country. After exchanging pleasantries, they followed the airline's attendants into the VIP passage, preparing to board the plane. As Reba leaned in close to Lu Xiaojia's ear, she said with a hint of envy, "Boss, look. Sister Bai Bing and Sister Jin Sha are starring in a new drama again." What's wrong? Lu Xiaojia replied, momentarily confused. Reba's adorable little mouth pouted high. She shook Lu Xiaojia's arm and playfully exclaimed, "You promised us 10 lives and 10 lifetimes of peach blossoms. When will we start filming?" Seeing Bai Bing and Jin Sha participating in the Zodiac project, Reba was filled with admiration. As a university student, she had yet to make her mark in the film industry. On the other side, Yangmi glanced over. As the boss, she felt it inappropriate to cling to Lu Xiaojia's arm like Reba did in front of others. However, her eyes also betrayed her anticipation. Oh, 10 lives and 10 lifetimes of peach blossoms. Lu Xiaojia feigned realization, having been too preoccupied with recent events to remember. Don't worry. I've already completed the script. As for the director and production logistics, those are mere trifles. We can start shooting anytime we wish. Boss. Reba continued to pout, shaking Lu Xiaojia's arm again. So when do we start filming? Lu Xiaojia nodded in response. Let's begin as soon as we return from Eagle Sauce Country. You can trust me, can't you? Reba beamed with joy. Yangmi, meanwhile, opened her mouth slightly, wanting to express her doubts, but chose to silently shoot Lu Xiaojia a knowing glance instead. At the airstrip, Chenlong observed the Gulfstream G ahead and remarked, "Boss Lu, that must be your private jet, right? The Gulfstream is indeed impressive. I plan to acquire one for the Chen family soon." As an international superstar, Chen Long had earned substantial fees during his Hollywood days, making the purchase of a private jet feasible. However, he surveyed the surroundings and questioned, "Boss Lu, given the number of us traveling to Eagle Sauce Country, will one private jet suffice? Are there any additional charters?" At that moment, Bai Bing pointed towards a larger aircraft in the distance, exclaiming, "Look over there, isn't that a Boeing?" Yet, something about that Boeing seemed different. Jin Sha noticed it too and exclaimed, "That Boeing has a magnificent golden dragon painted on its fuselage. It's so lifelike, with gold intertwined with red. Absolutely stunning." At this moment, everyone's gaze turned towards the approaching aircraft, a magnificent jet adorned with a soaring golden dragon. Whose airline was this? It was remarkably beautiful. None had ever seen such a spectacle at the international airport before. The Zodiac team buzzed with excitement. Suddenly, Reba's eyes sparkled with joy as she exclaimed, "Boss, that's our jet. When did it get transformed like this? It has a golden dragon painted on it. So beautiful." Her words left everyone astonished. That was the boss's plane. Chen Long was equally flabbergasted. Having researched private jets, the more he learned, the more incredible it seemed. The boss had purchased a Boeing as a private jet. Moreover, it had been customized. All eyes turned to Lu Xiaojia, disbelief etched across their faces. Even Yang Mi was unaware of when Lu Xiaojia had transformed the Boeing. With a calm smile, Lu Xiaojia explained, "Our Jiaxing Media has now become the leader in the Dragon Country's media industry. Our journey to Eagle Sauce Country represents not just our company, but the entire Dragon Country's media sector. Hence, I had the airline customize the Boeing with a Dragon Country aesthetic." Lu Xiaojia expressed his fondness for the Golden Dragon, saying, "What do you think? Isn't this Golden Dragon magnificent? It embodies the vigor and promising future of our Dragon Country's media. I want the Golden Dragon to soar high above Eagle Sauce Country." The surrounding crowd nodded in excitement. Lu Xiaojia continued, "I have a dream, to bring Dragon Country's films to Eagle Sauce and onto the world stage, to ignite a fervor for Dragon Country's culture in Eagle Sauce, to have the world embrace our cultural heritage." His words resonated profoundly. Chen Long and the Zodiac team's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. The Chen family had always aimed to showcase Chinese martial arts internationally. Their Zodiac film also aimed to promote Chinese culture. Lu Xiaojia's words struck a chord within them. Bai Bing and Jin Sha's eyes sparkled with admiration, mirroring Reba's gaze at Lu Xiaojia. Yang Mi, with wide, expressive eyes, pondered, "Is this what Xiaojia envisions? Is this the unvoiced dream he held when establishing Jiaxing Media? I wanted to create 2 blockbuster dramas to gain fame in Dragon Country, while Xiaojia aims to elevate Dragon Country's films globally, making our culture resonate in Eagle Sauce and beyond." At that moment, Yang Mi's gaze towards Lu Xiaojia transformed, mirroring Reba's admiration. The astonishment of the crowd and the admiration from the women did not change Lu Xiaojia's demeanor. He remained composed, accustomed to such reactions. Just then, several flight attendants approached, inviting the esteemed boss aboard. Thus, under Lu Xiaojia's guidance, the Jiaxing Media team boarded the aircraft one by one. Inside the cabin, the luxurious decor and comfortable, exquisite arrangements elicited further gasps of amazement. Especially the interior, following the transformation, showcased Dragon Country's artistic style. Ornate carvings and classical settings encapsulated centuries of culture within the aircraft, leaving everyone in awe and admiration. Boss Lu truly stands apart from us. En route to Eagle Sauce Country, Bai Bing and Jin Sha frequently sought excuses to visit Reba, reveling in their time with Lu Xiaojia. Their enchanting presence made the flight to Eagle Sauce Country exceptionally pleasant for him. However, upon landing at New York Airport, the scene outside the window delivered an unbelievable shock to Lu Xiaojia. As Lu Xiaojia's private jet touched down at Eagle Sauce's New York Airport, the sight below not only astonished him but also left Chen Long and the Zodiac team speechless. Yang Mi, Reba, Bai Bing, and Jin Sha, the 4 stunning beauties, were equally dumbfounded. Below at the airport, a sea of flags waved. Various banners unfurled. Over 1,000 local Eagle Sauce residents stood in neat rows, men and women alike, enthusiastically waving small flags. At the same time, these Eagle Sauce citizens solemnly and excitedly shouted in unison, "Welcome! Welcome! A warm welcome to all Disney employees. A heartfelt welcome to Jiaxing Media for your esteemed guidance." Lu Xiaojia sat in the airplane, lost in thought for an extended period. Those exuberant individuals, adorned in traditional Chinese attire, were all Disney employees? Thousands of Disney staff gathered at the airport to greet us. They were even chanting slogans. Hadn't I instructed William to maintain a low profile? Is this what one calls low profile? Beside Lu Xiaojia, Yangmi and Riba were already wide-eyed in astonishment. Riba lightly covered her mouth, her emotions bubbling forth. Oh my, I am so moved. All these Americans are dressed in traditional Chinese clothing. They are chanting a unified welcome slogan. Such a spectacle we have never experienced at Jiaxing Media in the Dragon Country. Is this a special arrangement by Disney for us? Yangmi rubbed her eyes, instinctively responding, what else could it be? Did you not see what was written on the banner? A warm welcome to Jiaxing Media for their guidance. The most notable sight was William Powell, that sycophant, standing prominently at the forefront of the welcoming crowd, energetically waving a flag. With him, as the chairman of Disney, leading the charge. The other Disney employees waved even more fervently. Their slogans became even more spirited. As they disembarked, Lu Xiaojia, equipped with a robust psychological resilience cultivated through years of experience, quickly adjusted her mindset. Meanwhile, the four stunning beauties trailing Lu Xiaojia, along with Chunlong and the Zodiac team, remained in a dazed state of shock. Even the dozens of bodyguards, including Tang Xiaohu and Tang Xiaolong, despite their backgrounds as retired special forces, were rendered utterly astonished by this absurd spectacle, struggling to believe their eyes. Are we certain we've arrived in America? When Lu Xiaojia stepped down, William Powell was the first to greet her. Esteemed Mr. Lu, welcome to America. On behalf of Disney, I extend my highest respects to you. Powell performed a respectful gesture. Clad in a Zhongshan suit, he waved a flag that continued to flutter in his hand. Welcome to America. Behind Powell, 1,000 Americans bowed in unison, their voices resounding with remarkable clarity. This synchronized chorus left the Dragon Country flight attendants guiding Lu Xiaojia off the plane feeling as though they were in a dream. Who is this young magnate from Jiaxing Media? These flight attendants frequently traversed the international routes between the Dragon Country and America. They had encountered numerous wealthy individuals from their homeland, yet never had any tycoon received such grand treatment in America. Not even the wealthiest in the Dragon Country. The sheer scale of this event, taking place in America, was simply unimaginable. Lu Xiaojia could not help but twitch her lips slightly. Fortunately, as someone who had been reborn, her mindset was far beyond that of an ordinary person. Having worked in a high-pressure environment, her psychological fortitude was exceptional. Otherwise, she might have reacted similarly to the others. William, what are you doing? Did I not ask you to keep a low profile? Lu Xiaojia inquired. William Powell excitedly replied, Xiaojia, I am merely following your instructions to act low-key. You see, I have only sent 1,000 people here. Otherwise, I would have had all 100,000 Disney employees come to welcome you. Powell exclaimed, when I was scrolling through Douyin. I saw the welcoming customs of the Dragon Country and thought it was splendid. It not only demonstrates respect for esteemed guests, but also fosters team spirit. Thus, I selected 1,000 exemplary Disney employees to represent our 20,000 staff in welcoming you. Powell concluded with vigor, to learn from Dragon Country culture. We must start with the little things. Upon hearing William Powell's impassioned words, Lu Xiaojia was taken aback. She firmly patted Powell's shoulder, encouraging him. Well done. Keep up the good work. On that day, America's social media exploded. A video was posted on Facebook, filmed by a flight attendant from an American airline. Oh my goodness, everyone come and see what I encountered. 1,000 Americans, dressed in finery, lined up at the airport, awaiting a private jet. Oh, that immense private aircraft has landed. Is that a modified Boeing? Its fuselage is engraved with a golden dragon. Is this a Dragon Country plane? By the end of the video, the American flight attendant, in utter disbelief, kept exclaiming, oh my goodness. This video instantly went viral on Facebook. Upon closer inspection, all those neatly lined up Americans were wearing traditional Dragon Country attire and waving small flags. Who were they waiting for? Who was worthy of such a grand reception at the airport? The plane came to a halt, and the door opened. Out emerged a handsome young man from the Dragon Country. Who is he? This young man from the Dragon Country, I have never seen before. I do not know who this young man is, but I do know. The American waiting to greet him is none other than Disney's new president, William Powell. What? William Powell? Americans were in an uproar. Is it that William Powell? The last bastion of compassion on Wall Street? The savior of Disney? America's once-in-a-century superhero? It is him. I did not recognize him at first in traditional Dragon Country attire. Upon closer inspection, it is indeed him. While Americans were shocked, they expressed disbelief, wondering why our American hero would be welcoming a young man from the Dragon Country. What could be the reason? Many Americans were unable to comprehend. Consequently, they called Disney to seek clarification. They wished to know why America's hero would bow so low to welcome a young man from the Dragon Country. This was simply unfathomable. Disney's public relations department was inundated with calls. However, they had already been instructed to respond to such inquiries with a soft approach. What is a soft approach? Disney's new secretary, Tom, had previously conducted a specialized training session for the public relations staff. Tom presented a striking image of the Taiji diagram. Do you see this? It is a beautifully intricate pattern of black and white. It is called Taiji, Yin and Yang Bagua. These are all excellent aspects of Dragon Country's traditional culture. Of course, you have only recently begun to learn about Dragon Country culture. So you have yet to reach this level and cannot fully grasp such profound cultural nuances. In fact, even Tom himself, through diligent study over the past few days, has only scratched the surface. These statements were all imparted to him by Chairman William Powell. You need only remember one phrase. Practice Taiji. Tom exclaimed with excitement. Other matters involve the last vestige of compassion from Wall Street, the savior of Disney, and the unprecedented superhuman hero of the Eagle Nation. Our esteemed chairman. He will handle everything. On the expansive highway leading to Disney headquarters, a procession of more than a dozen stretched limousines led the way, accompanied by several luxurious high-end business vans. In the midst of this grand convoy, Lu Xiaojia remarked, "How do you find these exquisite vans? I specially brought in a few coasters." Inside the high-end vehicle, Disney's chairman, William Powell, wore a self-congratulatory expression. Lu Xiaojia felt somewhat speechless, wanting to tell him. Is it really necessary to immerse yourself so deeply in Dragon Kingdom culture? What exactly are you watching on Douyin every day? However, considering the need to nurture Powell's enthusiasm for learning, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. To be honest, it felt quite refreshing. Just then, the phone rang. Lu Xiaojia remained unmoved, as if she had not heard it. After all, she never answered her own calls. Next to her, the assistant, Reba, quickly looked down at her phone, puzzled. "Boss, it's not my phone ringing." "Oh," Lu Xiaojia replied nonchalantly. "In the front seat." William Powell made an apologetic gesture, picking up the phone. "What is it? Has the company's line been inundated with calls? Didn't I say to play it cool? Let us establish a solid foundation first, and I will handle the rest." Powell, embodying the demeanor of a chairman, casually hung up the phone, then shifted his expression to report to Lu Xiaojia. "These Eagle Nation folks are as thick-headed as can be, truly unrefined. I've taught them so much about Dragon Kingdom culture, yet they still fail to grasp the essence. It frustrates me to no end." Lu Xiaojia opened her mouth, intending to say something, but held back. Reba and Yang Mi beside her were once again left in astonishment. Yang Mi wanted to tell Powell, "You are one of them." Reba wished to exclaim, "How can Powell speak of Dragon Kingdom matters with such conviction?" Ultimately, it was Lu Xiaojia who spoke up. "William, your recent grasp of Dragon Kingdom culture is quite commendable. You can even speak in ancient phrases." Upon hearing Lu Xiaojia's praise, Powell responded excitedly, "Not nearly enough. Far from it. The more I learn about Dragon Kingdom culture, the more I realize my own insignificance. As the saying goes, the road ahead is long and winding. I shall seek it tirelessly." Lu Xiaojia was taken aback and quickly corrected herself. "Remember, you must not let your guard down regarding Disney's affairs. After Jiaxing Media enters the Eagle Nation, Disney will play a significant role. Rest assured, Lu Xiaojia," Powell said seriously upon hearing her mention of important matters. "I have already considered the subsequent arrangements. Sun Tzu's Art of War once stated, that which is real may appear false, and that which is false may appear real." Powell pretended to channel an ancient sage from the Dragon Kingdom, shaking his head and swaying. "Now that I have infiltrated Disney, my heart remains with the Dragon Kingdom. The media industry in today's Eagle Nation is already entrenched. Following the traditional path would make it difficult to breach the Eagle Nation's defenses. Thus, I have decided to adopt a strategy of self-healing through unconventional means. Employing a blend of real and false Dragon Kingdom methods, Powell articulated his plans, while only Lu Xiaojia, Yang Mi, and Reba were present in the coaster. Bai Bing and Jin Sha had joined the Zodiac team after disembarking, while bodyguards Tang Xiaohu and Tang Xiaolong safeguarded the front and rear of the vehicle. Powell had long wished to convey his thoughts to Lu Xiaojia, hoping to receive guidance from his mentor and idol. As Lu Xiaojia listened to Powell's plans, she nodded occasionally, offering her own insights to refine the strategy further. "Lu Xiaojia, you truly deserve the title of King of Wall Street. Your ideas and perspectives are beyond my reach," Powell exclaimed as he absorbed Lu Xiaojia's guidance, showering her with admiration. "The culture of the Dragon Kingdom is vast and profound. It seems what I have learned is merely the surface." As Lu Xiaojia and William Powell meticulously discussed how to incite a fervent wave of Dragon Kingdom culture in the Eagle Nation. At the headquarters of the colorful flag bank in a luxurious skyscraper, President Hughes Rockefeller was in a furious rage. What is going on with your lending department? You actually lent Disney $800 million. In the president's office, a downcast Eagle Nation employee dared not respond. However, the manager of the lending department silently grumbled that there was no opposition when the loan was initially granted to Disney. Naturally, such thoughts remained unspoken in the presence of the furious gentleman, who was not only the president of Colorful Flag Bank, but also a prominent member of the Rockefeller family. Immediately informed Disney to repay the loan. Make them return the money. Hughes Rockefeller thundered, Disney has borrowed our funds. Yet not only did they fail to win the business battle with the Dragon Kingdom, but they also allowed the Dragon Kingdom's people to enter the boardroom. What a disgrace. This is a humiliation for our Eagle Nation. Finally, the lending manager raised his head to look at the president, unable to contain himself. The new president of Disney, William Powell, is a rising hero of the Eagle Nation. Hero? The manager's words only fueled Hughes Rockefeller's anger further. Hughes slammed the computer on his desk. See for yourself. What has this so-called hero done? Approaching the computer screen, the lending manager was left speechless. Powell led 1,000 Disney employees to the airport to welcome Jiaxing Media from the Dragon Kingdom. 1,000 Eagle Nation citizens donning traditional Dragon Kingdom attire, holding flags and banners in enthusiastic welcome. They lined up at the airport to greet the visitors from the Dragon Kingdom. The lending manager was utterly dumbfounded. How could this savior of Disney, the last remnant of compassion from Wall Street, the hero of the Eagle Nation, engage in such outrageous behavior? Previously, the lending manager had held a degree of admiration for Powell, viewing him as a hero of the Eagle Nation. Yet, he could hardly believe that a figure of such stature would act in this manner. This was not the conduct expected of an Eagle Nation hero. No wonder the conservative Hughes, who prided himself on being a gentleman, was enraged. Hughes Rockefeller held significant standing within the Rockefeller family, a historically renowned and traditional financial dynasty in the Eagle Nation, still wielding considerable influence in contemporary times while also representing a prominent conservative force. Rest assured, President, I will promptly urge Disney to repay the loan. The lending manager immediately turned and left to pressure Disney. Hello, is this Disney? I am the lending manager from Colorful Flag Bank, Adams. We demand that you, Disney, immediately return the loan of $800 billion. Yes, immediately. Adams's tone was exceptionally firm, as if he were ready to take the matter to court at the slightest disagreement. This left Tom, Disney's secretary, on the other end of the line, utterly terrified. He quickly called the chairman, exclaiming, Chairman, this is bad. Flag Bank just called. They want to withdraw the loan. Withdraw the loan? Yes. Flag Bank has demanded that we return the $800 billion we borrowed. On the other end, William Powell merely paused for a moment, displaying no signs of panic, rather a slight smile as he replied, I understand. Please inform Flag Bank that we will repay them shortly. After hanging up, William turned to Lu Xiaojia and said, Xiaojia, as expected, Flag Bank has indeed decided to withdraw their loan ahead of schedule. Lu Xiaojia smiled faintly upon hearing this. During the planning discussions, Flag Bank's actions had long been anticipated by her. When Flag Bank lent Disney $800 billion, they must have signed an agreement. Regardless of whether it was in the Dragon Kingdom or the Eagle Nation, bank loans would never be permitted to flow into the stock market. However, both parties were well aware of where that money would be directed when the loan was made. Yet, such matters could only remain tacit. Now, Flag Bank was breaking that tacit understanding by withdrawing the funds prematurely. There was little one could do about it. In the past, such a sudden move by Flag Bank might have disrupted Lu Xiaojia's plans. However, now that she had already coordinated with Powell, they were prepared. Powell believed that the conservatives in the Eagle Nation were exceptionally stubborn, being natural opponents of Dragon Kingdom cultural promotion. Moreover, the fundamental conflict between the two sides was largely irreconcilable. Thus, it was better to allow the Eagle Nation to become socially fragmented. We will separate the conservatives, especially the extreme conservatives, such as the world-renowned Rockefeller family. Powell's audacious proposal garnered Lu Xiaojia's approval. This young man is quite impressive. He learned swiftly. Creating a division within the Eagle Nation's society and public opinion not only serves to isolate the conservatives, but also alleviates the pressures faced by Jiaxing Media after entering the Eagle Nation. For the greatest conflict in the Eagle Nation has shifted to an internal one. In Powell's words, this is leveraging strength against strength, a diversionary tactic. One wonders what videos this young man has been watching daily, from which Dragon Kingdom texts he has gleaned such insights. Recently, discussions on Facebook in the Eagle Nation have been exceptionally lively. However, the majority of the comments revolve around issues related to the Dragon Kingdom and Douyin. Jiaxing Media has arrived in the Eagle Nation? Jiaxing Media? The same Dragon Kingdom company that recently engaged in a business battle with Disney? Yes. The crux of the matter lies not here, but in the fact that Disney actually went to welcome them. Disney is a competitor of Jiaxing Media. How could they possibly extend such a welcome? Not only did they welcome them, but the scale of Disney's reception was beyond imagination. 1,000 Disney employees donned traditional Dragon Kingdom attire, brandishing flags, unfurling banners, and lining up to welcome Jiaxing Media. Were it not for the fact that this occurred at an airport in the Eagle Nation, one might think it was happening in the Dragon Kingdom. Absurd. This is utterly nonsensical. The chairman of Disney led the reception for the young people from the Dragon Kingdom, the last vestige of warmth on Wall Street. The savior of Disney, the superhero of the Eagle Nation. How could such a thing happen? Countless Eagle Nation netizens were in despair. They expressed their dissatisfaction fervently on Facebook. Of course, a few rational Eagle Nation netizens believed there must be a reason behind it. William Powell, this hero of the Eagle Nation, must have his reasons for such actions. However, these rational voices were quickly drowned out by a wave of denunciations. Bryant, a well-known film critic in Hollywood, has always received numerous messages on his homepage. The recent eruption of events in Hollywood has propelled him into the spotlight, causing his fanbase to swell. During this time, Bryant also quickly joined Douyin, becoming one of the foremost prominent streamers on the platform. Thus, Bryant's reputation is on the verge of transcending Hollywood, becoming a nationally recognized streamer in the Eagle Nation. As he surveyed the myriad comments on his homepage, he wiped his keyboard, ready to join the chorus denouncing Powell. Just then, the phone rang. "Hello, this is Bryant. Who is this?" he asked upon answering. "I am William Powell, chairman of Disney," came the voice from the other end, leaving Bryant momentarily stunned. "Powell, I am an independent film critic. I will not accept Disney's public relations." Bryant quickly surmised that Powell, caught in a whirlwind of controversy, likely sought to use him as a pawn. How could a man of integrity engage in such conduct? Bryant contemplated hanging up, but the next words from the other end instantly halted that thought. "Mr. Bryant, I merely wish to discuss the culture of the Dragon Kingdom with you. Please do not misunderstand. I mean no offense. Furthermore, to express my sincerity, I have transferred $5 million to your account. Mr. Bryant, please do not misconstrue my intentions. I am merely engaging in knowledge compensation." Powell, on the other end of the line, appeared calm but was inwardly anxious as Lu Xiaojia observed him closely. He was uncertain if throwing money at such a resolute intellectual would yield results. If it failed, it would not only be embarrassing for him but for Lu Xiaojia as well. $5 million. Knowledge compensation? Bryant was utterly shocked. Then, he received a notification of the funds being credited. Your XX bank account has received a deposit of $100,000. In the next moment, Bryant straightened up, a serious expression crossing his face as he replied, "Mr. Powell, to be frank, I am deeply interested in the culture of the Dragon Kingdom. Should you wish to discuss it, I am all ears and would welcome the opportunity." Upon hearing the prompt acceptance from the other side, Powell was momentarily taken aback, unable to process the response. Has he agreed just like that? Without any hesitation? Lu Xiaojia was somewhat speechless. Reflecting, is this William Powell perhaps watching too many Douyin videos from the Dragon Kingdom? Are there really so many proud intellectuals? Especially in today's society, where under the onslaught of capital, the ethos has shifted. Moreover, everyone is preoccupied with the daily grind of sustenance. For the vast majority, the notion of being unmoved by money is merely because the amount you've offered is insufficient. At Lu Xiaojia's signal, Powell snapped back to reality and spoke. "Mr. Bryant, since you too appreciate the culture of the Dragon Kingdom, this matter becomes much easier to discuss." Half an hour later, Powell concluded the conversation. "Mr. Bryant, in due time, an additional $5 million for knowledge compensation will be transferred to your account. Please take note. We respect knowledge." Chairman Powell, rest assured, over there, Bryant has become so excited that he is almost incoherent. "I have long admired Dragon Country's culture." Chairman Powell's words are profound and far-sighted. For the future of Disney, you endure humiliation and survive. For the bright tomorrow of Eagle Sauce Country, you cast aside personal honor and disgrace, which is truly moving. I will certainly learn from you. At the same time, I will diligently study Dragon Country's culture. After the phone call ended, William Powell made an okay gesture towards Lu Xiaojia, who nodded indifferently. This left Yangmi and Riba, who were nearby, utterly astonished. In such a short time. Under the boss's plan, another renowned figure from Eagle Sauce Country has been drawn into the fold. That Brian has also joined the ranks of Jiaxing Media. No, it should be said that he has embraced Dragon Country. Reba gazed at Lu Xiaojia with admiration. Her beautiful eyes filled with deep affection. The boss was right. The business world is akin to a battlefield, and commercial warfare resembles espionage. We are now engaged in a significant new round of international business warfare. In this battle, Jiaxing Media cannot afford to fail. If successful, Jiaxing Media will firmly establish itself in Eagle Sauce country. But if we fail, Reba shivered at the thought of Lu Xiaojia's earlier words. If we fail, the conservative forces of Eagle Sauce country will tear Jiaxing Media to shreds. If Reba can think of this, Yang Boss can certainly foresee it as well. Yang Mi's gaze towards Lu Xiaojia held not only admiration but also a hint of concern. The endeavors of her university classmate have grown increasingly grand. The forces faced have shifted from domestic to international. The dangers and crises are escalating daily. However, Yang Mi resolved in her heart that no matter how perilous the path may be, she would stand by Xiaojia's side and bear the weight together. When Lu Xiaojia's convoy arrived at Disney headquarters, a multitude of Disney executives awaited at the front of the building. These executives, clad in traditional Dragon Country attire and holding flags, respectfully welcomed him. This scene left the worldly wise international star, Qianlong, utterly astounded once again. Having spent many years in Hollywood, he had encountered numerous American companies and had dealings with Disney, yet he had never witnessed any American company capable of such a display. Not only did the chairman personally go to the airport to welcome them, but all executives were also gathered at headquarters for a collective reception. Those unaware might think that Jiaxing Media was there to inspect its subsidiary. Qianlong's astonishment was matched by the shock of the Chun family's team and the Zodiac team. Such treatment. How can it be more extravagant than what we enjoy domestically? Indeed, the Chun family has not experienced such treatment at home, let alone abroad. The Chun family has traveled far and wide over the years. Although they have seen Dragon Country's influence grow stronger, there remain a few nations that are not particularly friendly to Dragon Country, especially Eagle Sauce Country. This has made the filming of Kung Fu movies particularly arduous for them, as they strive to showcase Dragon Country's martial arts and promote its culture. However, this path is fraught with thorns. In the past, the Chun family saw little hope. Now, they find hope in Jiaxing Media and in Boss Lu. Bing Bai and Jean Sha, two actresses who participated in the Zodiac film, also felt the love for Dragon Country's culture and the intent to promote it during the filming. At this moment, the eyes of both women sparkled with hope for promoting Dragon Country's culture and curiosity and admiration for Lu Xiaojia. How could they not be captivated by the fact that Boss Lu had garnered such a grand reception from Disney, a century-old giant of Eagle Sauce Country? As Lu Xiaojia stepped down from the bus, he was met with a sea of Disney employees and executives, along with the Zodiac team, Qianlong, and other key creatives, all gazing at him with excitement and admiration. Everyone was awaiting Lu Xiaojia's speech. In this moment, all attention was focused on Lu Xiaojia. He was no stranger to tumultuous scenes, as both a professional strategist and a reborn individual. He quickly regained his composure after the initial stir. The surroundings fell silent. Before arriving in Eagle Sauce Country, my heart was filled with doubts. Lu Xiaojia's opening remarks enveloped the space in silence. Jiaxing Media and Disney had once been rivals in business. In certain aspects, Dragon Country and Eagle Sauce Country are also adversaries. Thus, I had considered the possible unfavorable circumstances I might face. Lu Xiaojia paused here, allowing those present a moment to absorb his words. Yet, I did not expect that the new chairman of Disney, Mr. William Powell, would possess such a broad-minded demeanor. He has set aside past grievances and, rather than creating difficulties for Jiaxing Media, has expressed respect for his former rival through his magnanimity and actions. Mr. Powell's approach has deeply moved me. Lu Xiaojia's tone was sincere. I admit I previously underestimated Mr. Powell. I thought that the so-called savior of Disney, the so-called hero of Eagle Sauce Country, was merely a fortunate individual with a hollow reputation. However, upon witnessing Mr. Powell's actions, even as a citizen of Dragon Country, I am captivated by his remarkable demeanor and genuine gentlemanly conduct. He is worthy of respect from all of us in Dragon Country. The surrounding atmosphere remained solemn, yet the eyes of all Disney employees sparkled with excitement and admiration for Chairman Powell. Their chairman had earned the respect of a rival from Dragon Country. Their chairman exhibited remarkable grace and poise. Is this not the compassion that Wall Street ought to embody? While other investment banks on Wall Street dismissed Disney, it was Powell who demonstrated the last vestige of warmth, rescuing Disney from despair. When many citizens of Eagle Sauce Country believed it inappropriate to extend such courtesy to the people of Dragon Country, it was Powell who stood firm against opposition and took a stand. This hero of Disney aims to treat former adversaries with a generous spirit. Thunderous applause erupted in the hall, not only moving Disney employees but also touching Qinlong and the Zodiac team. Only Yangmi and Reba stood in awe, gazing at Lu Xiaojia's passionate speech. They had indeed heard of Lu Xiaojia's collaboration with Powell. The boss is truly remarkable. Reba's eyes sparkled with admiration. She had developed a blind faith in Lu Xiaojia, believing that whatever he said was right. At this moment, Powell stepped forward at the opportune moment to collaborate with Lu Xiaojia, engaging in a delightful exchange. The atmosphere at the scene grew increasingly fervent. Tom, the secretary of Disney, was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes as he captured the moment with his camera. I must upload this video online. I want those conservative individuals from the Eagle Nation to see who the true heroes are. On Facebook, Bryant discovered his homepage flooded with comments from fellow citizens of the Eagle Nation. Alas, their vision is so limited. He sighed, realizing it was time for him to advocate for justice. Everyone, please calm down and allow me to speak. Bryant has arrived. Let us pause and listen to him. Do you believe Powell should greet the visitors from the Dragon Nation? Absolutely not. Powell is the chairman of Disney and a hero of our Eagle Nation. How could he possibly welcome those from the Dragon Nation? Moreover, the very attendees are none other than our previous adversaries, Jiaxing Media. Many netizens expressed their outrage. Thus, I declare, your perspective is indeed narrow, Brian asserted. Narrow? How could we possibly be narrow-minded? Consider this. Powell is the new chairman of Disney. Does he not harbor resentment towards the Dragon Nation? Does he not despise Jiaxing Media? Bryant, true to his role as a film critic, typed rapidly. In fact, Powell despises Jiaxing Media even more than you do. His actions are a strategic display of feigned weakness. Do you understand what that means? Some netizens replied, yes. I've recently learned about aspects of dragon culture. Bryant continued, Powell's approach aims to transform hostility into harmony, temporarily halting the conflict. After all, Disney must regain its vitality. Simultaneously, it serves to mislead the opposition, making them believe that Disney has been utterly vanquished and poses no threat. This is known as enduring humiliation for the greater good. Bryant's fervent typing reflected his passion, as he extolled Powell's actions as a testament to his magnanimous spirit. This is the essence of a true gentleman of the Eagle Nation. William Powell embodies the last vestige of compassion on Wall Street. He is indeed a savior of Disney and a hero of our Eagle Nation. The impact of Bryant's words reverberated widely, igniting a fervent discussion among netizens. The blogger makes a compelling point. Perhaps we have unjustly criticized Powell. Many began to reassess Powell's actions, recognizing the nobility in his approach. They acknowledged that if even they found his actions outrageous, the Dragon Nation would surely feel the same. Indeed, a shift in perspective can alter the interpretation of a situation. Bryant's reasoning resonated deeply, coupled with his influence, prompting many from the Eagle Nation to reconsider their views on Powell. They began to believe that this hero, the last remnant of compassion on Wall Street, must have his reasons for such seemingly absurd actions. Now, with Bryant's reminder, the realization dawned upon them. Powell was bravely bearing the weight of humiliation. He was a nocturnal wanderer. In no time, numerous netizens began to rally behind Powell. With the exception of the staunch conservatives, some conservatives persisted in their online attacks against Powell, accusing him of tarnishing the reputation of the Eagle Nation, until a recent video emerged, propelling the debate to its zenith and splitting the public opinion of the Eagle Nation in two. At the same time, two major social media platforms, Facebook and Douyin, showcased a viral sensation. The video featured a dashing young man from the Dragon Nation, expressing his respect for the chairman of Disney and his remarkable gentlemanly demeanor. His passionate address elicited thunderous applause, as William Powell, the new chairman of Disney, announced the intention to reconcile with Jiaxing Media and collaborate in exploring new international markets. Powell emphasized the need to look forward and embrace a future characterized by inclusivity and gentility. This is the true demeanor of a gentleman of the Eagle Nation. He proclaimed that Disney had recently weathered trials and tribulations and must regroup to advance once more. Despite the thorns and challenges ahead, Disney would not falter. With a heart directed toward progress, Disney would open its arms wide, welcoming the Dragon Nation as partners in pursuit of a brighter and more glorious tomorrow. On Facebook, a cacophony erupted. Netizens from the Eagle Nation erupted in fervor. Many expressed their support for Powell, asserting, I believe Powell is right. This approach exemplifies true gentlemanly conduct. What is so outrageous about leading 1,000 Disney employees to welcome guests from the Dragon Nation? This action reflects the magnanimity of our Eagle Nation gentlemen. Powell is indeed the quintessential gentleman, far superior to those so-called conservatives. Yes, although Jiaxing Media is our rival, They possess qualities worthy of our admiration. By collaborating with Jiaxing Media, Powell can glean invaluable insights. Only through such endeavors can Disney achieve renewed triumph. Bryant observed the lively discussions on his homepage and could not help but smile. He took to the platform to declare, "I have long maintained that Chairman Powell's actions possess profound significance. He is biding his time. His engagement with dragon culture seeks to understand the adversary with an expansive heart. He aims to win over our opponents. Have you heard the saying? Learn from others' strengths to counter them. Once the dominant power for a millennium." The Dragon Nation faced decline due to complacency. Yet, they did not succumb to despair. Through relentless learning and growth, the Dragon Nation has gradually reclaimed its position at the pinnacle of global power. As Bryant spoke with increasing enthusiasm, his typing became more rapid. He showcased his expertise as a Hollywood critic while growing increasingly confident in his assertions, for these were truths rooted in reality. It wasn't merely Disney's knowledge economy that motivated Bryant to defend Powell and the Dragon Nation. Through his exploration of dragon culture, he had come to admire its rich heritage spanning millennia. Thus, there is no fault in the citizens of the Eagle Nation embracing the culture of the Dragon Nation. Bryant's discourse sparked a robust response from his followers. "We support Bryant. We support Disney. We support William Powell. Powell is undeniably the hero of our Eagle Nation. He rightfully embodies the last vestige of compassion on Wall Street." Influenced by Bryant's words and their inherent biases, his fans rallied to his cause. Many expressed their support for Powell's actions, creating an enthusiastic atmosphere. However, this incited ire among other Facebook users, particularly conservatives. Numerous conservative users stormed Bryant's page, unleashing a barrage of vitriolic comments. "Bryant, you fool, get off Facebook. Damn, we will never align with you." The conservatives. They vowed to sabotage all of Bryant's film critiques, promising to flood them with Rotten Tomatoes and low ratings. They accused Bryant of colluding with Powell and called for a boycott against him. These conservative users, already discontented with Powell, were accustomed to venting their frustrations on Facebook. Consequently, their comments were quite unsightly, filled with crude insults that repulsed those supporting Bryant. How disgusting. Is this what our conservatives represent? I disdain associating with them. I will report this to Facebook, so they can intervene. Yet, they found it futile. As Facebook seemingly sided with the conservatives, relishing the heated exchanges to boost engagement. Unable to bear it any longer, they declared their intention to switch to Douyin, expressing that it was a much better platform. Upon checking, they found that most users on Douyin supported Powell. "Let's head to Douyin." In that moment, Bryant was taken aback. His fans had initially engaged in combat with the conservative users, but midway through, someone suggested migrating to Douyin. This left him bewildered. "Aren't you on Douyin, Bryant? Let's shift the battleground there and leave this cesspool to the conservatives." His fans encouraged him to make Douyin his primary platform for future releases. The suggestion resonated with Bryant, who had already recognized Douyin's potential. After all, he was among the first wave of media personalities to establish an account there. Moreover, Bryant had grown increasingly interested in Dragon Kingdom culture, and Douyin featured numerous promotional videos showcasing that culture. He promptly agreed, declaring, "I, Bryant, announced that all future critiques will be published on Douyin first." His fans cheered, quickly transitioning to Douyin to join Bryant's live stream. At that moment, Douyin had recently opened live streaming privileges in a limited capacity due to technological constraints that prevented widespread streaming. They had granted this privilege to renowned media figures like Bryant. This marked Bryant's inaugural live streaming endeavor, catapulting his popularity and plunging the ideological disputes among American users into utter chaos. As Bryant initiated the live stream, he was somewhat overwhelmed, being a novice in this realm. "What is this? Why are there so many viewers so quickly? Some are my fans, while others are newcomers from recommendations." He attempted to familiarize himself with the streaming interface while engaging with the influx of users. "Hello everyone, please be courteous. I am Bryant, a film critic from Hollywood." His introduction was rather stiff, reflecting his inexperience with this new medium. At that moment, a highlighted email notification caught his attention. "Hello, host. I am the chief administrator of Douyin. You are among the first media personalities to join Douyin and the first to launch a live stream. So we have assigned you a dedicated administrator. It is advisable to adopt a familial tone while interacting with viewers." The term family left Bryant momentarily stunned. What an endearing and progressive way to address his audience. Douyin, unlike Facebook, which was rife with trolls, exuded warmth. This moment sparked an inexplicable sense of belonging within Bryant. Excitedly, he exclaimed, "Welcome, family, to my live stream." This term ignited a frenzy among the viewers. Did he just call me family? This is truly different. The atmosphere in the live stream surged with energy, not only due to Bryant's fan base but also because of Douyin's effective streaming capabilities. Many users began sharing and inviting others to join the stream. Watching the viewer count soar, Bryant was elated. Over 1 million? I have become a popular streamer. Amidst his excitement, he explored the various gifts available in the stream. What is this? So beautiful. It resembles a golden dragon. Just then, a magnificent golden dragon swept across the screen, trailing a vibrant comet-like tail, along with a congratulatory message. Congratulations, host, for receiving the Dragon Kingdom rocket from user Emin. The revelation that the Dragon Kingdom rocket was valued at $500 astonished Bryant. Simultaneously, another message flashed across the screen. Congratulations, host, for receiving the Dragon Kingdom plane, valued at $100. Both Bryant and the million viewers were taken aback. What was that? So stunning. A vintage Dragon Kingdom rocket? Worth $500? Oh my goodness, the host just started streaming, and someone already gifted a Dragon Kingdom rocket. The live stream erupted with excitement as more users continued to pour in. Douyin proved to be immensely entertaining and engaging. Indeed, the media philosophy of the Dragon Kingdom is at the forefront of global trends. This live stream was revolutionary. Did you see? Howell's actions, embodying the last vestige of warmth from Wall Street, were undeniably correct. The media culture of the Dragon Kingdom has, unbeknownst to us, surpassed our own. Bryant never anticipated that his first live stream would create such a monumental sensation. He received numerous gifts. As he watched the popularity of the live stream soar, he was filled with joy. At that moment, some longtime followers of Bryant started to chime in, urging him to engage more. Bryant, don't just sit there smiling. You need to speak up. With so many people in the live stream, you can't just stay silent. Realizing he could not simply sit idly, Bryant pondered what he should say. It was his first live stream, and he had no experience. Nor was there any precedent to draw from. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Douyin is an app rooted in Dragon Country, a culture in which he had a burgeoning interest. Why not share insights about Dragon Country's culture with everyone? With that thought, he launched into his first official live stream, addressing his audience. Dear friends, across the ocean lies a magnificent nation called Dragon Country. The history of Dragon Country is incredibly rich, spanning thousands of years, filled with captivating mysteries and profound cultural heritage. True to his reputation as a film critic, Bryant had a knack for captivating his audience. Coupled with the allure of Dragon Country's extensive history and enigmatic culture, his narration not only enthralled his viewers from the Eagle Country, but also saw the online audience swell rapidly, surpassing 2 million. This figure was indeed remarkable. Although Eagle Country boasts a population of 300 million, not everyone is online at the same time. Therefore, achieving 2 million live viewers was nothing short of miraculous. This live stream stirred up waves of excitement, not just in Eagle Country, but across the globe. Unbeknownst to Bryant, the impact of his broadcast was astounding. He passionately shared tales of Dragon Country's customs and its ancient, mysterious cultures. The viewers from Eagle Country were utterly captivated. And even Bryant himself found his admiration for Dragon Country growing. At that moment, a devoted fan sent a striking Dragon Country rocket. This fan also attached a highlighted message on the screen. Upon seeing the Dragon Country rocket, Bryant joyfully exclaimed, "Thank you to this family member for the Dragon Country rocket." Then, he noticed the accompanying message. "Are you taking me to the Disney headquarters for a live stream?" Bryant's eyes lit up. What a splendid idea. The viewers from Eagle Country adored the culture of Dragon Country. He decided to take them to Disney headquarters, where a welcoming ceremony for Dragon Country's Jiaxing Media was taking place, alongside the grand promotional event for the global release of the Dragon Country film, The 12 Zodiac Animals. Thus, Bryant swiftly picked up his phone and initiated the first outdoor live stream from Eagle Country. Family members, let us embark on this outdoor adventure. I'm taking you to Disney headquarters to witness our heroes from Eagle Country, the last warmth of Wall Street, Mr. William Powell. And let us meet our colleagues from Jiaxing Media who have come from Dragon Country. Bryant exclaimed excitedly. Additionally, we can participate in the grand promotional ceremony for the upcoming release of the 12 Zodiac Animals, featuring the renowned Hollywood martial arts superstar, Chen Long. His words ignited another wave of excitement in the live stream. Numerous Dragon Country aircraft and rockets flooded the screen, filling Bryant with delight. He welcomed the knowledge paid by his audience and gladly accepted their gifts. Who would refuse an abundance of wealth? Douyin from Dragon Country was indeed remarkable. Family members, go. Bryant enthusiastically waved his hand. Let us embark on a fresh experience. Outdoor live streaming. Disney. The Disney headquarters sprawled across a vast area, featuring not only towering office buildings, but also various well-equipped screening venues. After all, Disney is a century-old media giant in Eagle Country. Under Powell's guidance, Lu Xiaojia entered the beautiful Disney release hall, adorned with numerous iconic Disney animated characters, such as Donald Duck, Mickey Mouse, and various Pixar characters. Lu Xiaojia's eyes brightened with excitement. Disney's depth in animation is truly profound. This is something our Jiaxing Media can learn from. Yangmi, unsure of why Lu Xiaojia was so elated, nodded in agreement. You are right, Xiaojia. Only through continuous learning and improvement can we promote Dragon Country's film industry to the world. Reba chimed in. Boss, does Dragon Country have appealing animations? Lu Xiaojia confidently replied, of course. Besides films and dramas, Dragon Country also boasts many captivating animations. However, due to promotional challenges, internationalization has faced hurdles. Animation is actually a project that can be easily promoted internationally, as its audience spans across all age groups. Nevertheless, effective distribution channels and promotion are essential. In the past, Dragon Country lacked robust overseas distribution channels, preventing excellent animations like Nezha Conquers the Dragon King, The Lotus Lantern, and Journey to the West, The Return of the Monkey King from gaining popularity abroad. Lu Xiaojia was determined to find the right opportunity to promote Dragon Country's outstanding animations in Eagle Country. Moreover, beyond big-screen animations, there were also long-running animated series, such as Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf, Boonie Bears, and Blue Cat and Red Rabbit. One should not underestimate the market potential of these series when promoted overseas. In fact, they have already proven to have a substantial audience in Dragon Country. As long as there is a large audience for an animation, regardless of its country of origin, it can certainly be promoted successfully. The reasons for the lack of promotion stem from two issues, one being distribution channels and the other being ideological concerns. The latter has been historically validated to be changeable. As for the former, Jiaxing Media was working diligently to resolve it. Unbeknownst to Yangmi and Reba, Lu Xiaojia had already contemplated much in such a short time. Powell, too, was taken aback. Noticing Lu Xiaojia's interest in the animated characters within the hall, he approached and asked, Xiaojia, are you considering entering the animation film market? Lu Xiaojia nodded and casually mentioned, you should take a look at Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf when you have time. At this time, Boonie Bears had yet to be released, but Pleasant Goat was already out. Pleasant Goat? William Powell looked utterly bewildered. Although he had learned much about Dragon Country's culture during this period, it was evident that he had yet to encounter Dragon Country's animations, let alone Pleasant Goat. Lu Xiaojia chose not to elaborate, as it was a matter for the future. Just as the Jiaxing Media team entered the release hall to prepare for the press conference, Disney's secretary, Tom, rushed in, exclaiming, Chairman, there is someone claiming to be a Douyin streamer who wants to come in for a live broadcast. Live broadcast? Powell paused in surprise. What is a live broadcast? A live broadcast. Lu Xiaojia suddenly turned his head, pondering whether Zhang Yimin had already commenced promoting live streaming. His actions were indeed swift. As expected of the founder of Douyin, his vision is astute, recognizing so quickly that live streaming is the next big wave. In the future, this mode of engagement will have a low entry threshold. However, at this point in time, it belongs to a domain with a significantly high barrier to entry. It requires vast financial and traffic support to be viable. Douyin has taken the lead in launching live streaming, thereby seizing the opportunity. A swift move indeed, leading to further advancements. Within the nation, Douyin has surpassed Slowhand, becoming the mainstream internet application. Internationally, Douyin will pave the way with short videos and live streaming. Before giants like Facebook and Google can react, it will emerge as a favored app. Let that host in, Lu Xiaojia nodded and spoke. Since he is a Douyin host, it is only fitting to allow him to bask in the limelight. Powell immediately agreed and issued the instruction. Soon, Bryant entered the release hall, holding his phone high. As he walked in, he excitedly exclaimed, Family, I'm finally here. I have entered Disney's release hall. Let me show you around. One cannot deny that Bryant, a Hollywood critic, has adapted remarkably quickly. He has already grasped the rhythm of live streaming. Of course, this is also thanks to the guidance from Douyin's super administrators. The headquarters had once issued a detailed script to the super admins, some of which were suggested by Lu Xiaojia. Family, look, that is our hero from Eagle Sauce Nation. Bryant directed the camera towards Powell. After all, this chairman of Disney is a man who greatly respects knowledge. Bryant naturally needed to extend special treatment to this benefactor who advocates for knowledge payment. Family, I am moved to tears. I have finally met the savior of Disney, the last warmth of Wall Street. Bryant's words left Powell bewildered. Family, it left Chen Long and the myth team confused. Yangmi, Reba, Bai Bing, Jean Shah, and others were equally perplexed, wondering what this individual was shouting about while holding up a phone. What was he even doing? At that moment, Bryant almost lost control of his facial expressions, bursting into laughter. His live streaming room was being inundated with countless beautiful rockets from Dragon Nation, seeking subscriptions, seeking automatic subscriptions, seeking flowers, seeking evaluations, seeking monthly tickets, seeking data. Bryant gazed at the beautiful rockets from Dragon Nation surging through the live stream. Forcing himself to contain his joy, he remarked, "Family, it truly is better to arrive early than to arrive just in time." The 12 zodiac signs from Dragon Nation Jiaxing Media are about to broadcast a grand global synchronized promotional film. The mysterious culture of Dragon Nation will soon unfold before us. This captivating teaser will showcase the enchanting intertwining of ancient dragon culture and modern civilization. Beside him, Powell, although unaware of what exactly Bryant was up to, recognized that his investment in knowledge payment was indeed worthwhile. Bryant's flattery and constant references to family made Powell, the Disney chairman, feel a bit bashful. Simultaneously, Powell reflected that Xiaojia Lu was indeed as steady as a mountain. Just look around. Everyone else is filled with curiosity and astonishment, while only Xiaojia Lu remains calm and composed, as if nothing remarkable has transpired. After a moment, Powell approached Bryant, exchanged a few words with him, and welcomed his presence. He also glanced at Bryant's live streaming room. What? Over 200,000 people are watching the live stream simultaneously. Powell was astounded. He found it utterly unbelievable. Over 200,000 people were actually watching live in the same streaming room? Is this the new feature introduced by Douyin? Powell had been learning about dragon culture primarily through books and Douyin videos. However, Douyin's live streaming had not been widely promoted yet. Only recently opened to select internet celebrities. Powell had not yet experienced live streaming, which filled him with curiosity and shock. The media of Dragon Nation has already begun to surpass Eagle Sauce Nation. I have always said that Eagle Sauce Nation must learn from Dragon Nation's culture. Powell not only voiced his thoughts but also proclaimed them loudly to the streaming room. This led to even more excitement in Bryant's live streaming room. Countless viewers from Eagle Sauce Nation began to flood the chat, agreeing with Powell. Douyin is incredibly entertaining. Live streaming is a delight. We must learn from Dragon Nation. Some viewers urged Bryant and Powell, "We want to see dragon culture. We want to see the promotional film for the 12 zodiac signs. Hurry up. We can't wait any longer. I'll send 10 rockets from Dragon Nation." Amidst the viewers' entreaties, Powell promptly instructed Disney staff to prepare for the global premiere of the 12 zodiac signs. Reba leaned close to Lu Xiaojia and curiously whispered, "Boss, what is live streaming?" Lu Xiaojia smiled lightly and replied, "A small gadget that will help Douyin rapidly become the #1 app in Eagle Sauce Nation. At the same time, it will further fragment public opinion in Eagle Sauce Nation." Lu Xiaojia's voice was soft, only audible to Yangmi and Reba beside him. Reba stuck out her adorable little tongue, choosing not to respond, seemingly having understood her boss's words. Or perhaps not. After all, whatever the boss says must be right. Yangmi, however, revealed a stunning smile and leaned in close to Lu Xiaojia, asking, "Xiaojia, did you not study seriously in school?" What do you mean?" Lu Xiaojia was taken aback, not comprehending Yangmi's insinuation. "If you had studied diligently, why does your talent manifest entirely in trading and business battles?" Yangmi teased, lightly covering her lips with her delicate hand and giggling. "Oh, so you are teasing me, are you?" Lu Xiaojia shot her a fierce glare. However, seeing that Yangmi appeared unafraid, he shifted his gaze to her curvaceous figure. If it weren't for the fact that there are so many people around, I would have slapped you already. You should know the consequences of teasing me." Lu Xiaojia's words instantly turned Yangmi's face crimson. She shot him a glare, her expression incredibly alluring, half teasing and half reproachful, resembling an adorable little fox. Reba, who was close by, quickly interjected, "Boss, how about this? I'll tease you too. That way, you can slap me as well." Yangmi, infuriated, pulled Reba back, scolding, "You shameless flatterer. Do you have no shame?" The trio's playful banter did not draw the attention of those around them, but it did catch Bryant's eye from a distance. Bryant immediately turned the camera in Lu Xiaojia's direction and excitedly exclaimed, "Family, look, that handsome young man from Dragon Nation. He must be the owner of Jiaxing Media, right? And he is accompanied by 2 beautiful ladies. Should we go ask him?" Bryant was preparing to approach, but was intercepted by Powell. "Mr. Bryant, the promotional video for the Zodiac is about to commence." Powell was aware that Lu Xiaojia preferred not to engage in conversation with others. Thus, he preemptively stopped Bryant on Lu Xiaojia's behalf. Moreover, Lu Xiaojia possessed a layer of enigmatic identity, the King of Wall Street. This identity, Lu Xiaojia had previously stated, should remain undisclosed for the time being. If a citizen from the Dragon Kingdom were to become a prominent capital magnate on Wall Street, it might draw scrutiny from the financial institutions of the Eagle Country. Lu Xiaojia certainly did not wish to be under constant surveillance while trading. Therefore, he had advised to maintain a low profile whenever possible. If it became impossible to do so, they would address it at that time. Although Bryant felt a twinge of regret for not being able to live-stream Lu Xiaojia, he recognized that Powell was his paying patron for knowledge. Consequently, he dismissed the thought and continued with the live stream of the imminent press conference. Soon, the global synchronized premiere of the Zodiac commenced. The atmosphere of the event was imbued with the celebratory spirit of the Dragon Kingdom. Not only were members of the Qin family, including Qin Long, adorned in traditional Dragon Kingdom attire, but even the chairman of Disney donned a Zhongshan suit to lend support. The Zodiac narrates the tale of the precious bronze beasts, looted by foreign allied forces, and their eventual recovery. The narrative intertwines both fictional and historical elements. The original Zodiac film was already grand and captivating, and with the addition of Qin Long's martial arts star power, the reception was overwhelmingly positive. Currently, Jiaxing Media had increased its investment in the Zodiac, enhancing the martial arts and special effects scenes to perfection. As the promotional video concluded, Bryant's live stream was inundated with messages from Dragon Kingdom fans proclaiming their excitement. The number of viewers in the live stream soared past 3 million. The audience from Eagle Country was utterly exhilarated. The Zodiac is truly remarkable. It not only showcases the culture of the Dragon Kingdom but also provides a visual feast of its martial arts. Qin Long and his team are incredibly dedicated. Every scene features live-action performances. It's a pity this is merely a promotional clip. When the Zodiac officially releases, I must see it in theaters. The live stream chat was flooded with praise for the Zodiac. However, some observant viewers from Eagle Country noted a troubling issue. The former powers had plundered so many ancient artifacts. It was indeed heart-wrenching. Indeed, it is utterly immoral for the powers to have seized these precious artifacts from the Dragon Kingdom. While some of the bronze heads were returned in the film, what about in reality? Several netizens began to comment. I believe I have seen the bronze heads in the New York Museum. What? The New York Museum has the bronze heads. This is a disgrace. A humiliation for our Eagle Country. The so-called gentlemen of Eagle Country flauntingly displayed the Dragon Kingdom's bronze heads in their own museum was utterly shameful. Is this what those conservatives refer to as gentlemanly conduct? Bryant, upon observing the chat, was equally indignant. During this time, he had delved into the culture of the Dragon Kingdom and had developed a genuine fondness for its rich history. He promptly stated in the live stream, "The bronze heads are invaluable treasures of the Dragon Kingdom, and our plunder was inherently wrong, even if we did not seize them ourselves. Obtaining them from the base country is equally unjust." The base country Bryant referred to was, of course, the former homeland of the Eagle Country citizens. Particularly, the brazen act of displaying the bronze heads in the New York Museum was akin to that of thieves. Bryant's remarks elicited a strong response from the viewers in the live stream. It is all the vile deeds of those conservatives in Eagle Country. Return them. We demand the bronze heads be returned to the Dragon Kingdom. An astonishing 3 million viewers flooded Bryant's live stream with their messages. The scene was indeed spectacular. After watching the Zodiac promotional video, Lu Xiaojia and Yang Mi were left in a state of lingering unease. Although Lu Xiaojia had previously viewed the Zodiac, watching it again evoked an indescribable sense of regret and reflection. Just then, the phone rang. Lu Xiaojia remained still, while beside him, Reba, who had been dabbing her eyes, immediately set down her hand, picked up the phone, and gently placed it to Lu Xiaojia's ear. "Boss Lu, it's Zhang Yimin," the excited voice on the other end of the line announced. "I have already arranged for the Douyin moderators to receive training as per your instructions. And I have positioned our people in the selected influencers live stream to create an appropriate atmosphere." Creating an appropriate atmosphere was a rather euphemistic phrase. In Lu Xiaojia's terms, it meant setting the rhythm. Lu Xiaojia had long instructed Zhang Yimin to prepare thoroughly, to incite a wave of momentum in the Eagle Country. It was evident that Zhang Yimin and Douyin had not disappointed Lu Xiaojia. Indeed, no matter where the netizens were from, they would follow the rhythm. On the day the Zodiac promotional video was released, the New York Museum and Eagle Country's phone lines were overwhelmed. Countless citizens of Eagle Country called in, vehemently demanding the return of the bronze heads to the Dragon Kingdom. Simultaneously, they condemned the museum for their shameless conduct. The immense pressure from public opinion compelled the New York Museum to decide, "We shall immediately return the bronze heads to the Dragon Kingdom." Concurrently, the New York Museum issued a statement of apology to express their contrition towards the Dragon Kingdom. The museum's response could be seen as a reluctant measure, yet also as an inevitable tide of circumstances. However, the conservatives of Eagle Country did not share this sentiment. Facebook, the digital stronghold of Eagle Country's conservatives, erupted in outrage. What? The New York Museum is returning the bronze heads to the Dragon Kingdom. They are even issuing a formal apology? The bronze heads in the New York Museum originated from the base country, and this wave was purely collateral damage. Although the means of acquisition were not honorable, returning the bronze heads while simultaneously apologizing was an utter disgrace for Eagle Country. When had Eagle Country ever suffered such humiliation? Was it merely a matter of seizing some artifacts? We have taken more than just this one, yet no other countries have demanded their return. Why is the Dragon Kingdom treated differently? Many conservatives in Eagle Country could not bear this affront, expressing that Eagle Country was faltering, weakening, and beginning to back down. Their words may have been spoken in anger, but they incited fury in the president of Taiji Bank, Sue Rockefeller, who was left fuming. Crash. Sue Rockefeller smashed the coffee cup on his desk, exclaiming, "A disgrace. This is an utter humiliation for Eagle Country," returning the bronze heads and apologizing to the Dragon Kingdom. Since the rise of Eagle Country, we have never faced such dishonor. Sue was a member of the Rockefeller family elite, raised with the belief that Eagle Country was a superpower. It was only natural for Eagle Country to seize and plunder. Why should we return anything? Having taken possession of the territory of Eagle Country, it should not be returned. Adams, Hughes bellowed. The credit manager of Colorful Flag Bank hurried into the office. President, urgently press Disney to repay the loan. Hughes roared. Didn't I instruct you to inform Disney to repay the loan? Why haven't they done so yet? Withdraw the loan. Withdraw it immediately. This disgraceful incident in the Eagle Country originates from Disney. If it weren't for Disney's collaboration with Jiaxing Media, introducing the 12 Zodiac, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Since the last business battle, where the century-old media giant lost to Jiaxing Media, Disney has fallen into utter decline. Given this situation, it would be better to start anew. The credit manager of Colorful Flag Bank, Adams, left the president's office and promptly picked up the phone, dialing Disney's number to demand repayment. At the same time, he issued a stern warning. If Disney failed to repay the loan, Colorful Flag Bank would immediately resort to legal action, potentially leading Disney to bankruptcy. The bank's stringent stance sent a chill down the spine of Disney's secretary, Tom. He rushed to the side of Chairman William Powell, reporting anxiously, "Chairman, this is bad. Colorful Flag Bank has issued an ultimatum. They demand we repay the $80 billion loan immediately. But we don't have $80 billion left in our accounts." Tom's words elicited gasps from the surrounding Disney executives. Although they were aware that Disney was in dire straits with limited liquidity, they had not felt a genuine sense of urgency. After all, Disney was a century-old media giant. Even after a business defeat, its foundation was still strong enough to avoid bankruptcy. Now, hearing Tom's announcement about the immediate need to repay $80 billion was shocking. $80 billion in Disney's former glory. Such a sum could have been raised. But now, where could they possibly find such vast funding? Disney's executives expressed their discontent, stating, "Colorful Flag Bank is clearly taking advantage of our misfortune. These Wall Street investment banks are merciless and revel in kicking us while we're down." Of course, I'm not referring to our chairman. Our chairman, while also from Wall Street, embodies the last vestige of compassion. The Disney executives surrounding Powell angrily condemned Colorful Flag Bank's opportunism and shamelessness. After listening to Tom's report, Powell did not display any signs of panic. Instead, he spoke with confidence. "Look at this so-called conservative faction of the Eagle Country. They are merely vultures, preying on our misfortune." Powell's voice was loud enough to attract the attention of Bryant, who was live-streaming not far away. Upon learning the details, Bryant, equally indignant, declared, "This is utterly outrageous. Colorful Flag Bank is the shame of the Eagle Country. Is this how they treat their own?" Bryant's denunciation resonated with many viewers in the live stream. These Wall Street bankers see only money. Disney is in a recovery phase and desperately needs funding, yet Colorful Flag Bank suddenly withdraws funds. Shameless. It's absolutely disgraceful. How can Colorful Flag Bank be referred to as the gentleman's bank of the conservative faction? Is this the conduct of a gentleman? We should go to the Federal Reserve together to lodge a complaint against Colorful Flag Bank. That would be futile. Behind Colorful Flag Bank stands the financial tycoon, the Rockefeller family. The Rockefeller family? They are a long-standing financial dynasty in our Eagle Country. Indeed, they are powerful and influential. How can we file a complaint? Furthermore, This loan withdrawal is likely justified under legal pretenses, making it difficult to pin any wrongdoing on them. Among Bryant's fans were also professionals from the financial industry, who shared their thoughts one by one. Seeing this, Bryant furrowed his brow, anxiety etched across his face. He was now closely tied to Disney, not only due to the $10 million already paid in pending knowledge payments, but also for personal reasons. His stance leaned towards Disney, and his recent studies of Dragon Country culture had sparked a profound interest in the mysterious Eastern realm. Thus, Bryant naturally began to consider matters from Disney's perspective. At that moment, Bryant directed the live stream towards Powell, who appeared composed and confident. Facing the audience, Powell addressed, "I see the supportive comments for Disney flooding in. Thank you, dear viewers. Thank you to the family of Bryant's live stream. It must be said, while my success is largely attributed to the discovery by Lu Xiaojia, my personal capabilities are certainly commendable." Although Powell was unfamiliar with live streaming, he immediately sought to learn from Lu Xiaojia, who provided a brief explanation. He soon grasped the essence and potential of live broadcasting. Powell quickly realized that live streaming not only represented a burgeoning trend, but could also provide a boost for promoting Dragon Country culture in the Eagle Country. Thus, he boldly declared, "Dear viewers in the live stream, do not worry. I am well acquainted with the practices of Wall Street investment banks. I have long been prepared. Disney did indeed borrow $80 billion from Colorful Flag Bank. Their current demand for repayment, while lacking in ethics, is legally sound. I am a law-abiding citizen of the Eagle Country. Everything will proceed according to the agreement." William Powell spoke with righteous fervor, particularly emphasizing the phrase law-abiding, which earned him the respect of 3 million viewers in the live stream. He was indeed the last bastion of compassion on Wall Street, Disney's savior, and a once-in-a-century hero of the Eagle Country. Even in the face of Colorful Flag Bank's loan withdrawal, though seething with indignation, Powell asserted that everything would proceed according to the agreement. To be a law-abiding citizen of the Eagle Country, that is what constitutes a true gentleman of the Eagle Country. Conservatives, take a good look. The fervent atmosphere in the live stream also inspired Bryant, who gazed at Powell with a hint of unspoken admiration. However, Bryant still expressed his concerns. "Mr. Powell, given Disney's current situation, as we all know, how can we possibly repay the $80 billion loan? Indeed, Disney is currently in a predicament. $80 billion is no small sum." Upon hearing this, Powell smiled slightly, turning to gesture towards the distance. "Bryant, dear viewers, have you forgotten? We have just reconciled with Jiaxing Media from Dragon Country. While Wall Street may be stabbing us in the back, our friends from afar in Dragon Country will extend a helping hand." Bryant was taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment, "Jiaxing Media? Will they really lend a helping hand?" Indeed, while Jiaxing Media has reconciled with Disney, it remains a company rooted in the Dragon Kingdom. The viewers from the Eagle Country in the live stream expressed their bewilderment, questioning how they could refrain from taking advantage of the situation, let alone extend a helping hand to Disney under these circumstances. Amidst the collective confusion, Lu Xiaojia calmly rose and proclaimed, "Dear friends from the Eagle Country, rest assured. Mr. William Powell, the chairman of Disney, has spoken truthfully. We at Jiaxing Media have indeed transformed hostility into harmony, becoming genuine partners and friends with Disney. Therefore, when a friend is in need, we shall undoubtedly offer our unwavering support." What is a friend? A friend knows no borders, no distinctions in appearance, whether one hails from the Dragon Kingdom or the Eagle Country. Lu Xiaojia's resolute words left the viewers from the Eagle Country utterly astonished. Do you see? This is the essence of true friendship. To lend a hand in critical moments, rather than to kick someone when they're down. Friends have no boundaries. Such a profound statement. Friends from the Dragon Kingdom are far more admirable than the conservatives from the Eagle Country. Naturally, those from the Dragon Kingdom who are valued by Wall Street are undoubtedly trustworthy. Yes, a young and charismatic lad from the Dragon Kingdom, recognized by our rare heroes from the Eagle Country, must be a man of integrity. The viewers from the Eagle Country and Bryant's live stream began to express their admiration for Jiaxing Media, as well as their appreciation for Powell's discerning judgment. Powell truly knows how to identify talent. From this day forth, we need only to closely follow his choices. Indeed, his insight is remarkable. As Lu Xiaojia and Powell exchanged glances, a mutual understanding flickered between them. The withdrawal of funds by the Saichi Bank had long been anticipated by Lu Xiaojia. This banking giant from the Eagle Country, backed by the Rockefeller family, represented staunch conservatism. Upon witnessing the alliance between Disney and Jiaxing Media, they were bound to retaliate by withdrawing their funds in advance. The move by Saichi Bank had already fallen into the trap Lu Xiaojia had meticulously set, and now it was merely a matter of execution, step by step, to ensnare them. as Jiaxing Media's venture into the Eagle Country stirred considerable excitement. Across the vast ocean in the Dragon Kingdom, platforms like Weibo, Hiya Forum, and Douyin erupted with fervent discussions. The trending topics surrounding Jiaxing Media once again dominated Weibo's rankings. And this time, the intensity was even more extraordinary. This incident not only involved Jiaxing Media but also pertained to the Dragon Kingdom. Astonishingly, the Eagle Country was returning ancient artifacts to the Dragon Kingdom. Precious relics that had been lost overseas for years were finally returning to their homeland. Was it an act of conscience from the Eagle Country? No. It was all thanks to Jiaxing Media. Beneath each trending topic, the comments from Dragon Kingdom netizens reflected their utter astonishment. The fervent discussions caused Weibo to experience outages once again. Hiya Forum was flooded with various popular threads regarding this matter, which consistently occupied the top positions. The reason behind the Eagle Country's return of artifacts was allegedly due to Jiaxing Media. Jiaxing Media, the company that produced Let the Bullets Fly? Their films are indeed captivating, featuring titles like Let the Bullets Fly, Lost in Thailand, and Myth. But they are merely a film and media company. A film and media company can compel the Eagle Country to return artifacts? To be frank, I found this news equally hard to believe. A netizen with the ID Beijing Ice Young Master commented, however, I have verified that the New York Museum in the Eagle Country has indeed released a statement indicating their intention to return the Dragon Kingdom's artifacts. Furthermore, the museum has formally expressed their apologies to the Dragon Kingdom. Beijing Ice Young Master's statement left the netizens on Hiya Forum in sheer disbelief. What? The Eagle Country is also apologizing to the Dragon Kingdom? How could the usually proud citizens of the Eagle Country do such a thing? Many netizens expressed their confusion. The Eagle Country not only returns artifacts, but also extends formal apologies. This was all too sudden. Beijing Ice Young Master posted again. It is said that there is quite a commotion in the Eagle Country regarding this matter. A commotion? Other netizens questioned, puzzled. Yes, the Eagle Country has now divided into two factions. One faction supports Disney's actions and approves of the partnership with Jiaxing Media, while the other faction consists of conservatives who believe that Disney's actions tarnish the dignity of the Eagle Country. The New York Museum chose to return the artifacts and formally apologize under the immense pressure from the faction supporting Disney. The netizens on Hiya Forum were instantly astonished. Has the discord in the Eagle Country reached such a degree? In the past, while there were indeed factions, it was never this severe. Indeed, for some unknown reason, the public opinion in the Eagle Country had polarized in a short span of time. Beijing Ice Young Master also expressed his confusion. However, regardless of the reason, this is undoubtedly a good thing for our Dragon Kingdom. Just take a look at this video that Douyin's overseas version recently released. Soon, the video appeared beneath the trending posts. The entire Hiya Forum erupted with excitement. What is happening? Those people from the Eagle Country are actually dressed in our traditional attire, waving flags and holding banners to welcome the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom at the airport. The netizens could hardly believe their eyes. Is this a movie? What kind of film is this? I must go to the cinema to watch it. It appeared not to be a movie. I even saw an attendant from Eagle Airlines exclaiming, "Oh my God." As the video played, netizens spotted a group of individuals from the Dragon Kingdom disembarking from the plane. Is that Brother Qianlong? And his Qin family brigade. Also, Yang Mi, Bai Bing, Jin Sha. I recognize them. I adore their roles in Chinese Paladin 3 and Myth. Who is that handsome young man in the middle? He seemed to be one of the owners of Jiaxing Media. Wow, such a young and dashing owner. Everyone, look. That Eagle Country individual seems to be the new chairman of Disney. Which one are you referring to? The one wearing the Zhongshan suit. What? The chairman of Disney is wearing a Zhongshan suit? The chairman of Disney is dressed in a Zhongshan suit. The netizens on Hiya Forum were left utterly speechless. Is this photoshopped? Bro. Although I also find it hard to believe, this is a video. Hiya Forum descended into an unprecedented frenzy. Countless trending posts discuss this astonishing scene. Jiaxing Media, the media company from the Dragon Kingdom, ventured into the territory of the Eagle Country to promote films. Not only did they not face hostility from their former rival, Disney, but they were treated with the utmost hospitality as if they were honored guests. Over 1,000 Disney employees waved flags, raised banners, and donned traditional Dragon Kingdom attire to welcome them at the airport. Can you imagine? The chairman of Disney actually donned a Zhongshan suit, waving flags and leading by example. It is no wonder that netizens from the Dragon Kingdom were left in utter shock. Indeed, this scene is profoundly breathtaking. At this moment, Lu Xiaojia was unaware that the videos and images from this trip to the Eagle Country had already reached the Dragon Country. After the promotional campaign for the 12 Zodiac had concluded, Lu Xiaojia, along with Chen Long and other team members, arrived at the Disney headquarters. Under the guidance of Disney staff, Chen Long and the others began their participation at the headquarters, while Lu Xiaojia, along with Yang Mi and Riba, proceeded to the chairman's office, escorted by Powell, to discuss forthcoming matters. After all, it was imperative to involve the Rainbow Flag Bank in this venture. In the chairman's office, Lu Xiaojia naturally took a seat in the chairman's position. William Powell followed suit, sitting comfortably in the assistant's chair, treating Lu Xiaojia with the respect befitting a benefactor or mentor. Although Lu Xiaojia was young, wisdom knows no age. Subsequently, Lu Xiaojia nodded to the dazed Riba, who instantly snapped back to attention, hurriedly moving to pour tea for Lu Xiaojia. He had brought his own teacup and Westlake Longjing, as he had grown accustomed to it. Observing this, Powell quickly rose to pour himself a glass of water from another dispenser, not daring to allow the lovely girl from the Dragon Country to serve him. It was evident that Riba was Lu Xiaojia's woman. Lu Xiaojia received the funds in US dollars, sufficient to repay Disney's loans. Yet he believed that the repayment should not be so straightforward. He could have earned more. But due to the acquisition of Disney shares and the arrangement for William Powell to join the board, considerable sums had already been expended. With the demeanor of a diligent student, Powell listened attentively, nodding in acknowledgement. Lu Xiaojia had previously discussed the general plan with him, yet certain details required further refinement. In the name of Jiaxing Media, I shall initially lend Disney $2 billion to repay the first batch of loans. Merely repaying $2 billion will surely displease them, for they wish to recover the entire sum of $8 billion. Their intent is to undermine Disney. Powell listened intently, as did Yang Mi and Riba, all remaining silent. Lu Xiaojia continued, once Disney repays the $2 billion, if the Rainbow Flag Bank presses for payment, inform them that Disney is currently facing a financial crisis. Being able to return $2 billion is already a remarkable feat. Request a grace period for gradual repayment. Otherwise, even if it comes to litigation, they will not recover their funds. The laws of the Eagle Country dictate that such legal proceedings can be exceedingly protracted. You are an elite of Wall Street. You should understand this matter well. Powell nodded, fully aware as he specialized in exploiting loopholes. On the surface, William Powell is a law-abiding hero of the Eagle Country, yet behind the scenes, he is adept at navigating capital loopholes. Seeing that Powell comprehended, Lu Xiaojia continued, furthermore, regarding the loan repayment, you must deepen your connections with the internal personnel of the Rainbow Flag Bank. Remember, a 1,000-mile dike can collapse from an ant-hole. A sturdy fortress may be challenging to breach from the outside, but approaching from within makes it considerably easier. Powell's eyes lit up with excitement. Brilliant. Lu Xiaojia, you truly deserve the title of King of Wall Street. Is this tactic known as a feigned path while secretly advancing through the warehouse? Lu Xiaojia was taken aback. What are you on about? Have you been watching too many strategical plays lately? If you were to mention the strategy of sowing discord, that might be more plausible. Powell, once again animated, asked Lu Xiaojia, after opening the cracks in the Rainbow Flag Bank, what should we do next? Lu Xiaojia smiled faintly, taking it step by step, first ensuring the stage is successful. When the time comes, I shall reveal the next course of action. Thereafter, Lu Xiaojia and Powell commenced discussions regarding the global release of the 12 Zodiac. Following the promotional clips, the exceptional special effects and fight scenes had been splendidly showcased, with elements of the mysterious culture of the Dragon Country well represented. As long as the global release and distribution can keep pace, the box office for the 12 Zodiac will undoubtedly soar, far exceeding historical records. After leading the creative team of the 12 Zodiac through the preliminary promotions in the Eagle Country, Lu Xiaojia prepared to return to the Dragon Country. En route to the airport, Lu Xiaojia's phone rang incessantly. Beep, beep, beep. Riba answered the call once more, gently handing the phone to Lu Xiaojia's ear. Boss Lu, you've accomplished something monumental. On the other line, the chairman of Xinglong, Guowei, expressed his joy. You have even made the Eagle Country bow down and return our ancient artifacts, and had the chairman of Disney don a Zhongshan suit to personally greet you at the cabin. As Guowei spoke these words, he remained incredulous. Upon seeing those videos and images on Weibo, the shock in his heart was beyond description. Lu Xiaojia not only triumphed over Disney in the international business arena but also made them completely submit. This achievement surpasses merely defeating an opponent. It is a feat of even greater difficulty. What is even more commendable is that Lu Xiaojia, through his influence, compelled the Eagle Country to return ancient artifacts to the Dragon Country. As a citizen of the Dragon Country, Guowei felt a surge of pride and respect for Lu Xiaojia. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Guowei's call ended, Zhang Yimin from Douyin excitedly called in. Having held Lu Xiaojia in high esteem, this founder of Douyin now regarded Lu Xiaojia as his closest confidant following this event. Beep, beep, beep. The phone continued to ring incessantly in the business van, with one prominent business figure after another from the Dragon Country expressing their excitement and respect to Lu Xiaojia. Despite his youth, Lu Xiaojia established his footing among the many magnates through one remarkable achievement after another, cultivating an image of a hero from the Dragon Country. The Eagle Country boasts the last remnants of warmth on Wall Street, and so too does our Dragon Country. Upon arriving at the airport in the Eagle Country, Riba's arms were weary from holding. Of course, Lu Xiaojia was perfectly fine, leisurely savoring tea while enjoying the fragrant aroma around him. Occasionally responding to the phone at his ear, relaxed and comfortable. As Lu Xiaojia's Golden Dragon private jet ascended from the Eagle Country airport, below, William Powell and numerous members of the Disney management team waved farewell. If not for their blonde hair and blue eyes giving them away, one might have mistaken them for the airport in the Dragon Country due to their matching Zhongshan suits. On the plane, Qianlong, the 12 Zodiac team, by Bing, and Jean Sha gazed down at the diminishing landscape of the Eagle Country, each feeling as though they were in a dream. This journey to the Eagle Country was not only smooth but extraordinarily so. It was astonishingly seamless, shattering everyone's expectations. Upon returning to the Dragon Country and officially launching the synchronized global release of the 12 Zodiac, the ensuing fervor and frenzied box office figures followed suit, refreshed the collective consciousness once more. In Longhua, in the vibrant city of Magic Shanghai, Jiaxing Media hosted a grand global premiere for the 12 Zodiac signs. Numerous business magnates from Longhua attended the event, elevating the already bustling red carpet ceremony to new heights. Countless entertainment reporters and journalists flashed their cameras, eager to capture every prominent figure. Many seasoned reporters, with over a decade of experience, had never witnessed such a lavish premiere. The event not only attracted immense attention, but also featured attendees who were truly extraordinary, either top-tier celebrities or influential business tycoons. The trending topics on Weibo, popular threads on Hiya Forum, and hot videos on Douyin were all dominated by Jiaxing Media. Everywhere, there were high praises for the 12 Zodiac signs. Among these accolades, there were also numerous advocates and supporters. No film had ever enjoyed such treatment upon its release. Not even the past hit Let the Bullets Fly had experienced such grandeur, as that was during the early stages of Jiaxing Media's journey, when the accolades were not as opulent. Even before the official release of the 12 Zodiac signs, many film critics began to predict its box office performance. One notably optimistic critic forecasted an astonishing 4.5 billion in ticket sales. This prediction drew mockery from many netizens, who deemed it an outrageous exaggeration. Despite the general consensus of optimism surrounding the 12 Zodiac signs, no one truly believed it could reach such astronomical figures. After the global premiere of the 12 Zodiac signs, many critics were left speechless, not because they found the film lacking, but rather because it was simply too magnificent. This film by Jiaxing Media boasted cutting-edge special effects and breathtaking martial arts choreography. More importantly, the storyline resonated deeply with the recent global uproar regarding the return of cultural artifacts by the Eagle Nation. The 12 Zodiac signs was destined for a blockbuster success. Could it possibly break the 4.5 billion box office mark? Many critics quickly realized this possibility, and subsequent events validated their thoughts. Following its official release, the 12 Zodiac signs exploded in popularity across Longhua cinemas. Throngs of eager viewers flocked to theaters to witness this increasingly celebrated film, creating a phenomenon of ticket scarcity. In astonishment, it was revealed that the advance tickets for the 12 Zodiac signs had been snatched up completely. I woke up early, 5 hours in advance, to secure tickets. Yet to no avail. Who possesses such swift hands? I am in the same predicament. The last time I experienced such a rush for tickets was during the Spring Festival travel rush. Does anyone have a ticket for the 12 Zodiac signs? I am willing to pay a premium. How much are you offering? Do you have one? If so, I will buy it immediately. No. I merely wish to inquire how much you're asking. Then I will offer you 3 times that amount, because I also wish to purchase a ticket. Weibo and Hiya Forum are inundated with posts pleading for tickets. Please, sell me a ticket. If I can't secure a ticket for the 12 Zodiac signs, my girlfriend will break up with me. Oh no, me too. If I can't get a ticket, my boyfriend will leave me as well. The 2 individuals above, why not go together? Sure. But where are the tickets? You need to give them to us. Oh, I don't have any either. No tickets? What on earth are you saying? Do you even have any? Online, whether genuine, satirical, or urgently pleading. Discussions surrounding the 12 Zodiac signs flood every corner. At the headquarters of Jiaxing Media, Lu Xiaojia reclined comfortably in her executive chair, savoring a freshly brewed cup of Westlake Longying. Her secretary, Reba, had become increasingly proficient, standing by Lu Xiaojia's side, ever ready for assistance. Meanwhile, Yang Mi, the head of Jiaxing Media, was engrossed in reviewing reports and various documents from a distance. Xiaojia, the 12 zodiac signs is a phenomenal success, Yang Mi exclaimed, her excitement palpable, as the box office in Longhua had already surpassed 3 billion and continued to rise. Professional film review sites predicted that the 12 zodiac signs could potentially garner a domestic box office of 5 billion. This figure would shatter the domestic box office record previously set by Jiaxing Media. Yang Mi's cheeks flushed with exhilaration. This investment for Jiaxing Media was proving to be immensely profitable. Moreover, this box office record did not even account for international sales. If overseas revenues were included, Yang Mi could hardly fathom the ultimate box office outcome. Suddenly, Lu Xiaojia's phone rang. Reba expertly picked it up and gently handed it to Lu Xiaojia. Xiaojia, the screening of the 12 zodiac signs in the Eagle Nation is proceeding relatively smoothly, reported William Powell, his voice a mix of excitement and unease. Lu Xiaojia sensed an underlying issue from William's tone and inquired, "William, is there a problem?" "Yes, there is a slight issue," William replied. "The cinema giant ANG in the Eagle Nation is experiencing some complications." Lu Xiaojia was familiar with this internationally renowned cinema company. "What seems to be the problem? How shall I put it?" "I have a feeling that ANG has not taken the release of the 12 zodiac signs seriously," William elaborated. "Due to Disney's vigorous promotion, we have sparked a wave of Longhua culture in the Eagle Nation. Currently, the box office for the 12 zodiac signs has reached $800 million and continues to rise, certainly surpassing 1 billion. However, my staff has reported that ANG frequently uses various excuses to delay and reduce the screening of the 12 zodiac signs." William analyzed. "I suspect that ANG's actions have garnered the support of the conservative factions in the Eagle Nation. It appears that the emerging force behind this is the Chi-Chi Bank. Chi-Chi Bank is a major player in the banking sector, providing loans to many companies in the Eagle Nation. I have investigated, and it seems that Chi-Chi Bank recently signed a loan agreement with ANG. I suspect they may be exerting pressure on ANG to reduce our screenings." William's reasoning resonated with Lu Xiaojia, plunging her into contemplation. Her initial target was Chi-Chi Bank, but now it seemed that ANG could also be included in her strategic considerations. Coincidentally, as Jiaxing Media entered the media industry in the Eagle Nation, it required a cinema chain that truly belonged to them. Lu Xiaojia pondered for a moment before speaking. "William, the first phase of the Chi-Chi Bank loan has been repaid by Disney. You must personally meet with the head of the second phase of the loan. I trust you understand the reasons and operations involved." William Powell nodded. "Rest assured, I have taken my mentorship under Xiaojia Lu. I comprehend now. A few days ago, I commenced an investigation into the situation surrounding the credit manager of Chi-Chi Bank. A rough plan has been formulated. Yet I still lack an appropriate opportunity. For this repayment, I shall arrange for him to meet, and we will have a thorough discussion." The excitement in Powell's voice grew, as he had already envisioned the perfect location, a serene rural road just outside New York City. "A road? Indeed, I have a penchant for cycling, and so does the manager. I intend to invite him to a secluded countryside road for a bike ride. After all, a sparsely populated area is most suitable for business negotiations. Moreover, clad in cycling attire, we would leave no trace of any potential eavesdropping devices." Powell's words were remarkably professional and meticulously articulated. Lu Xiaojia was momentarily taken aback. Eavesdropping devices? Has this fellow truly transformed a business battle into a spy war? Nevertheless, Lu Xiaojia refrained from dampening his enthusiasm, nodding in approval. "Excellent. You are doing remarkably well. Keep pushing forward." William Powell, invigorated, concluded the call. Beside Lu Xiaojia, the secretary, Reba, was utterly astonished. "Boss, how did it become?" Increasingly reminiscent of a spy drama. Reba's petite visage was filled with shock and confusion. Wasn't she supposed to be the CEO's secretary? Is she to become the clandestine mastermind behind the scenes? Although Lu Xiaojia felt a tad speechless, he could not reveal this in front of the two stunning women. Thus, he maintained a calm demeanor and replied lightly, "Stay composed, everyone. I have always maintained that business warfare resembles espionage. The struggles in commerce are not necessarily lesser than those in spy games. You must understand, even in business, the astute application of rats and moles is crucial. William Powell has indeed turned a business confrontation into a spy affair, which is quite reasonable." Lu Xiaojia organized his thoughts. After all, He was the savior of Disney, the last vestige of warmth on Wall Street, and a once-in-a-century hero of the Eagle Nation. The pressure he bore was immense. He is our nation's undercover hero. Yang Mi and Reba exchanged glances, both nodding in agreement. Can the pressure be anything less? He has gone from being an undercover operative to the chairman. He has become a hero in the Eagle Nation. If he continues to remain undercover, might he not eventually rise to an even higher status, a more renowned figure? Perhaps even ascend to the pinnacle of that, the Eagle Nation. One could hardly dismiss such possibilities. At this moment, the undercover hero, as referred to by Lu Xiaojia, was in contact with the credit manager of Saichi Bank. Hello, Mr. Adams. I am William Powell, the chairman of Disney. Upon answering the phone, Mr. Adams initially intended to respond with a firm tone. However, upon noticing the absence of President Hux Rockefeller, his demeanor softened. Good day, Chairman Powell. After all, Powell was the chairman of Disney. Adams was merely an employee, earning his living. With the president absent, why play the villain? It is wise to leave oneself an avenue for retreat. Powell replied with a smile, Mr. Adams, as you know, Disney recently repaid a loan of $200 million to Saichi Bank. We are now about to repay the second loan. However, before I proceed with this repayment, I would like to have a face-to-face conversation with you. A face-to-face meeting? Indeed, some matters are better discussed in person. Powell continued, I personally enjoy cycling and would like to invite you to ride together this weekend. Would you be amenable to this? Mr. Powell also enjoys cycling? Adams felt a surge of delight. He too loved cycling and often rode in the countryside around New York with a group of fellow cycling enthusiasts on weekends. Thus, he readily agreed. His eagerness stemmed not only from a shared passion for cycling, but also from the recognition that he was conversing with the chairman of Disney. Establishing connections can only be advantageous. Often, an expanded network opens new doors. The weekend arrived, and the weather was splendid in the countryside surrounding New York. Two cyclists adorned in riding gear pedaled leisurely along the picturesque road. How about it, Adams? Am I not quite proficient in cycling? William Powell inquired with a cheerful demeanor. Adams nodded affirmatively. Chairman Powell, your cycling skills surpass mine by far, approaching a semi-professional level. I am not flattering you, but merely speaking the truth. Powell beamed with delight at this compliment. During this time, I have been diligently studying the culture of your nation while also enhancing my physical fitness. Adams was aware of Powell's interest in the culture of the Dragon Nation. After all, the current Powell was basking in fame. Those who knew him were well aware of his fascination with dragon culture. Yet, he pondered how studying this culture related to improving physical fitness. Noticing Adams' perplexity, Powell pedaled on. Have you not heard the saying? One is not a hero until they reach the Great Wall. I wish to traverse the entirety of the Great Wall of your nation. Naturally, I must improve my physical condition. The Great Wall. Adams expressed astonishment. Even those in the Eagle Nation who were unfamiliar with dragon culture generally recognized the Great Wall. A monumental achievement in the history of the Dragon Nation. Powell intends to traverse the entire Great Wall. It seems that the claims regarding this Disney chairman's obsession with dragon culture are indeed substantiated. Thus, Powell and Adams continued their ride, taking in the scenery and engaging in casual conversation. Unbeknownst to them, the fissures born from corporate conflicts began to mend. Of course, another crack was forming, about to widen. Several hours later, the two cyclists reached a remote stretch of road. William Powell glanced around, noting the absence of passers-by. He then halted his bicycle and said, I am feeling a bit fatigued. Let us take a break and stroll around. Upon hearing this, Adams also parked his bicycle and accompanied him. Powell ambled for a while, distancing himself from the bicycles until reaching a secure spot. He then turned to Adams and directly inquired, Adams, what is your annual salary? Annual salary? Adams appeared utterly bewildered. Seeking subscriptions, seeking flowers, seeking evaluations, seeking monthly votes. Seeking data. Adams was baffled. They had been cycling so harmoniously, and suddenly this chairman of Disney was inquiring about his salary? Yet, he instinctively responded, a little over $1 million. As the credit manager of Saichi Bank, Adams' annual salary of over $1 million was quite standard. Such compensation was not uncommon in the banking industry, though it was neither particularly high nor exceptionally low. $1 million? William Powell frowned. Is that all? Adams, as the credit manager of Rainbow Bank, earns a mere $1 million annually. Is this not exploitation? Those damned banking capitalists. Powell's tone was exceedingly grave, startling Adams. He was perplexed as to why the president of Disney was so furious, particularly against capitalists, while complaining on his own behalf. Powell gently patted the bewildered Adams. As he did so, he remarked, Adams, I have a keen eye for people. After our interactions over the past few days, I have discerned that your abilities are truly remarkable. I hold you in high regard. Powell's unabashed admiration brought a spark of joy to Adams. A surge of indescribable emotions welled up within him. Rainbow Bank is simply underappreciating your talents. Powell continued, I have decided to offer you a stipend on behalf of Disney. A stipend? Adams was taken aback. We are not children. I am an employee of Rainbow Bank, and you are the chairman of Disney. Are you truly offering me a stipend? This thought remained unspoken, yet a tempest brewed within him, making it impossible to maintain composure. Seeing the shock on Adams's face, Powell understood. With practiced ease, he extended a finger and waved it side to side, reassuring him, do not worry. This place is deserted, and there is no one else around. Moreover, the stipend from Disney is merely a gesture of goodwill. I will provide you with an annual stipend of $8 million. Additionally, depending on circumstances, there will be a year-end bonus starting at $8 million. Powell's calm and skilled proposal left Adams utterly astounded. An $8 million stipend? That was nearly equivalent to 8 years of his salary. And a year-end bonus? Also starting at $8 million. Adams's expression was one of extreme shock. His eyes reflected excitement and exhilaration, yet they also harbored a hint of fear. In truth, Adams was not particularly bold. He understood well the implications of accepting such a stipend. He could surmise the obligations that would follow. His gaze revealed an inner struggle and hesitation, making him appear exceptionally indecisive. This led Powell to ponder why his colleague, Jia Lu, always seemed to succeed effortlessly, while he himself was perpetually wavering. At that moment, Powell recalled Lu Xiaojia's advice. He hurriedly picked up his phone and sent a message. Before long, Adams's phone chimed, notifying him of a deposit of $8 million into his account. Adams's body trembled. He was utterly stunned, stammering, $8 million. Has it really been deposited already? William Powell, mindful of Lu Xiaojia's instructions, approached Adams and patted his shoulder, saying, Brother, if you still harbor any doubts, fret not. You can simply return that $8 million to me, and we will act as if nothing has transpired. What? You want me to return it? Adams quickly stepped back. $8 million. That was a monumental sum. If it had not yet been deposited, it could be overlooked. But now that it was in his account, it was undeniably his. You expect me to return $8 million? Absolutely not. Adams hastily pulled out his phone and verified the deposit notification. Then, he turned off the notification sound, appearing exceedingly cautious. The situation had changed. His identity had changed. I am an undercover agent. I cannot allow the information to make any noise. That would be too perilous. William Powell, witnessing Adams's actions, nodded in satisfaction and remarked, Brother, we truly are like-minded individuals. We both enjoy cycling. In terms of caution, you are quite aligned with me. In the future, once you become one of us, I can share my insights with you. After ensuring that no one was around, Adams breathed a sigh of relief. He then solemnly extended his hand and firmly shook hands with William Powell. Chairman Powell, should you require anything in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. I may be at Rainbow Bank, but my heart belongs to Disney. The setting sun cast its golden rays, elongating the image of their handshake, rendering it profoundly serious. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Jiaxing Media, Lu Xiaojia reclined in his office chair, enjoying a massage from Reba while observing Yang diligently organizing company reports. Accidentally, a few drops of tea spilled onto his shoes, causing Reba to let out a soft squeal. She quickly grabbed a tissue, bent down, and gently wiped the water stains from his shoes. Lu Xiaojia remained motionless, appearing nonchalant and serene, while Yang rolled her eyes at him. Has this college classmate become so lazy that he requires Reba to clean his shoes? Will he soon need her to feed him as well? Yang could no longer contain herself. She wanted to voice her thoughts. Although it seemed Reba was enjoying herself, Yang felt a pang of envy. Just as she was about to speak up, the office phone rang. Reba quickly stood up, grabbed Lu Xiaojia's phone, answered it, and lightly held it to his ear. Xiaojia Lu, the mission is accomplished, came William Powell's cheerful voice from the other end. Following your instructions, I successfully activated a pawn within Rainbow Bank. By the way, Xiaojia Lu, is there anyone else around you? Powell's voice suddenly lowered, becoming exceedingly cautious. At that moment, Reba, curious, leaned closer to Lu Xiaojia, holding her breath in silence. Yang quietly approached, leaning against Lu Xiaojia's back, attentively listening. Lu Xiaojia rubbed his forehead, slightly exasperated. This was supposed to be a business battle, yet it had turned into a game of espionage. Yang cast a glance at Lu Xiaojia, who appeared to have a headache. Then, she gently pinched his back and quietly exhaled near his ear, subtly urging him to respond quickly. Reba, equally curious and excited, gazed at Lu Xiaojia, though she dared not touch him. Under the intense gaze of both women, Lu Xiaojia replied to the phone, "William, rest assured. There is not a soul around me." Yang Mi seemed to have detected the sarcasm in Lu Xiaojia's tone. With a gentle squeeze of Lu Xiaojia's waist, she reassured her. On the other end of the line, William Powell finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Xiaojia, the loan manager at Saichi Bank, Adams, has been successfully turned. He has become a pawn in our Jiaxing Media. William recounted the entire process to Lu Xiaojia. He then added, "While we were cycling back, I recommended Dragon Country culture to Adams. I urged him to immerse himself in the knowledge of Dragon Country." Lu Xiaojia nodded appreciatively. "Excellent. William, you have done remarkably well." William Powell replied excitedly, "Lu Xiaojia, Adams promised me he would start learning about Dragon Country culture right away. He even asked me what aspects of Dragon Country culture I have been studying lately. When I shared some of the knowledge I had acquired, he was completely taken aback. Concepts like yin and yang, the 8 trigrams, the taiji, the 4 pillars of destiny, Sun Tzu's art of war, the 36 stratagems." William's enthusiastic recounting left not only Lu Xiaojia astonished but also stunned Yang Mi and Reba, who had been eavesdropping. The two beautiful women were rendered speechless by the familiarity yet unfamiliarity of the terms William mentioned. After a moment of silence, when the call ended, Reba finally regained her composure, still in disbelief. "Boss, this William Powell, how does he know so much about our Dragon Country culture?" Yang Mi felt equally incredulous, wondering how he seemed to possess more knowledge about Dragon Country culture than they did. Lu Xiaojia glanced at the two women and replied nonchalantly, "Perhaps he knows more than you do, but please, do not include me in that comparison." Prior to her rebirth, Lu Xiaojia had frequently studied various traditional cultures of Dragon Country, and post-rebirth, her understanding had transcended that of an ordinary person. If a Dragon Country culture expert's knowledge could be rated 100, William Powell's would be around 60. Lu Xiaojia, however, would score at least 300. Thus, even though William Powell spoke fluently about Dragon Country culture, Lu Xiaojia was merely astonished at his strong learning capability and did not consider him to have comprehensively understood it, let alone surpassed her. After all, William Powell was an American. His articulation of these traditional terms was indeed remarkable. Subsequently, as Lu Xiaojia comforted the two women, she encouraged them, "Xiaomi, Reba, from today onward, you both must devote yourselves to studying Dragon Country's traditional culture. We cannot allow an American to surpass you." Both Yang Mi and Reba, graduates from a film academy, were more versed in cinematic knowledge than traditional culture. However, now that even an American like Powell, who had only recently engaged with Dragon Country culture, was close to surpassing them, they felt both shocked and ashamed. Lu Xiaojia could not allow herself to promote Dragon Country culture in America while her two confidants fell behind an American. Yang Mi and Reba nodded in agreement. "Xiaojia, rest assured, I will diligently study to enrich our understanding of Dragon Country's traditional culture. Boss, I am still a university student. I will certainly take more elective courses on Dragon Country culture." Meanwhile, Lu Xiaojia had already arranged Yang Mi and Reba's free time to enhance their knowledge. Across the vast ocean at Disney's headquarters in the United States, William Powell also resolved to enrich the employees of Disney. "Tom, tomorrow is the weekend," Powell summoned the secretary. "I have decided that all Disney employees will attend a private screening of the 12 zodiac signs." Tom was taken aback. "Chairman, we have 200,000 employees. Are you saying all of them should watch the 12 zodiac signs?" "Yes, not a single one should be left out." Powell waved his hand decisively. "Rest assured, the company will cover all movie tickets. Each participating employee will also receive a $200 weekend allowance. Additionally, we will provide free vouchers for fries and cola. Let everyone eat and drink to their heart's content while enjoying the Dragon Country film." Tom was astonished. To watch an exciting movie for free, enjoy complimentary food and drinks, and receive a $200 allowance, this was indeed a generous benefit. One must not underestimate that $200, at this time, the average salary in America was about $1,000. Such an opportunity was irresistible to any Disney employee. When Tom excitedly relayed this news to Disney employees, the entire headquarters erupted in cheers. Countless Disney employees began to celebrate, exclaiming, "William Powell, the savior of Disney. The last vestige of warmth on Wall Street. The superhero of America." Amidst the jubilation, some Disney employees suggested, "Tom, could you convey our admiration for Chairman Powell? Additionally, could you ask if my family and children could also attend the screening of the 12 zodiac signs?" Tom promptly relayed this inquiry to William Powell, who responded with another decisive wave of his hand. "No problem. Dragon Country culture emphasizes family togetherness. Employees who wish to bring their families and children are welcome to do so. Everyone can enjoy the Dragon Country film together. Tickets and vouchers for family members will also be completely free. Powell's generosity sent Disney employees into another frenzy. Consequently, his reputation as Disney's chairman reached unprecedented heights in the company's history. After the announcement, William Powell leaned back in his chair, mimicking Lu Xiaojia's demeanor, and muttered, "Lu Xiaojia once advised me to report significant matters to her. Yet, for ordinary matters, it is unnecessary. Organizing 200,000 employees and their million family members for a private screening of a Dragon Country film should be considered a trivial matter, right?" William nodded affirmatively. 1 million people attending a film. How can that be a significant event? This weekend was anything but ordinary for America. Facebook and TikTok's overseas version were set ablaze by a sensational news piece. Even distant Dragon Country netizens were left astounded by this astonishing news. Since the discourse in America had split into conservative factions and pro-Dragon Country supporters, Facebook had become the stronghold for the conservative side. This weekend was not only tumultuous for America, but also a test for Facebook servers. Oh my goodness! What did I just see? Everyone, come and look at what I have witnessed. A conservative American shared a video on Facebook. In the video, a multitude of Americans queued, poised to enter a cinema. Clad in matching attire, most of these individuals donned traditional garments from the Dragon Kingdom. A few children and relatives, unable to procure sufficient Dragon Kingdom apparel at the moment, remained in their regular clothing. The individuals in line held fries and sodas, their faces beaming with joy and camaraderie, exuding an air of blissful contentment. The conservative videographer gleaned from their conversations that these individuals were employees of Disney. Astonishingly, Disney had organized a private screening for all employees and their families to watch the Dragon Kingdom film, The 12 Zodiac Signs. This video sparked a tempest of outrage and fervent condemnation on Facebook. Conservative American netizens expressed their indignation at Disney's actions. What on earth is Disney doing? They have arranged for 200,000 employees and their families to watch a Dragon Kingdom film. 200,000? That's the number of Disney employees, including relatives. It amounts to nearly 1 million. Such an occurrence of 1 million people attending a film screening has never transpired in American history. Disney, a century-old media giant in the United States, how could you do this? As conservative netizens lamented, their hearts ached. The last incident involving the return of artifacts to the Dragon Kingdom by the New York Museum, along with an apology, had already tarnished America's image. Now, Disney was organizing all its employees to attend a private screening of a Dragon Kingdom film. Is this an overt endorsement of Dragon Kingdom culture? When the 12 Zodiac Signs was released in America, I urged my fellow Americans not to attend the cinema. Yet, the film still shattered records, grossing $1 billion. And now, Disney intends to organize a private screening for its employees. Is this a plan to elevate the status of Dragon Kingdom films even further? Many conservative American netizens were heartbroken and distressed, exclaiming, "It's over." Jiaxing Media has not only entered the international market, but has also leveraged the 12 Zodiac Signs to completely penetrate the American cinema market. At this rate, American box office revenue will inevitably be devoured by Dragon Kingdom films. Not only box office revenues, but look at those Disney employees dressed in traditional Dragon Kingdom attire. If this continues, the infiltration of Dragon Kingdom culture into America seems inevitable. It must be noted that among the conservative American netizens, a few discerning individuals could see the larger picture. However, such relatively lucid opinions were quickly drowned out by the torrent of vitriol from the masses. For the majority of American netizens, hurling insults provided a sense of exhilaration and joy. They sought a thrill online. As for the encroachment of Dragon Kingdom culture into America, few genuinely cared. They simply needed to unleash their vitriol repeatedly. Meanwhile, across the ocean, social media was once again dominated by Jiaxing Media's trending topics. Shockingly, the 12 Zodiac Signs, produced by Jiaxing Media, not only claimed the domestic box office crown, but also topped the American box office. Unbelievable. Disney, the century-old American media titan, organized 1 million employees to watch the 12 Zodiac Signs together. The overseas audience was astonished. The backyard of America was ablaze. Disney, oh Disney. Ever since suffering defeat in the commercial battle against Jiaxing Media, it seems like a different company altogether. Jiaxing Media's masterstroke. The promotion of Dragon Kingdom culture through the 12 Zodiac Signs achieved monumental success and ignited an uproar across the ocean. The various trending topics were filled with discussions about the events occurring in America over the weekend. The social media users from America were utterly astounded. While we were still watching American films, others had already begun organizing private screenings for Dragon Kingdom films. Is this the cutting edge of American fashion? On the Hiya forum, the top threads were all about Disney's organized private screening. This past weekend was indeed a momentous occasion for America, witnessing an unprecedented million-person private screening of a Dragon Kingdom film. Watching this video, if it weren't for the fact that they were all blonde-haired, blue-eyed Americans, one might have thought it was an art school from the Dragon Kingdom organizing a private screening. Moreover, in the video, some American children donned traditional attire from the Dragon Kingdom, accompanying their parents to watch the film. Is this an initiative to instill such cultural appreciation from a young age? Is Jiaxing Media poised to create a cultural whirlwind in America? Are they planning to immerse Americans, from the elderly to the young, in Dragon Kingdom culture? A netizen with the handle Beijing Ice Prince excitedly typed, Jiaxing Media. Truly remarkable. Consequently, many users on the Hiya forum echoed similar sentiments, with countless praises for Jiaxing Media flooding the trending threads. At the headquarters of Jiaxing Media, Lu Xiaojia placed a hand on Reba's leg. Do not misunderstand. This is the office. I simply need you to assist me with a manicure. Lu Xiaojia, known for her integrity, calmly requested Reba's help. Boss, I've already trimmed your left hand's nails. Let me smooth them before I cut the right hand, Reba said sweetly. Lu Xiaojia nodded in satisfaction. Yangmi, observing from the side, rolled her eyes incessantly. I can't take it anymore. Do you really need someone to trim your nails for you? Can you be any lazier? At that moment, Yangmi's mouth suddenly froze as she exclaimed, Oh? A mysterious hurricane of Dragon Kingdom culture is sweeping through America. This title is quite intriguing. Let me take a look. Yangmi promptly entered the thread, only to witness a scene that left her utterly astounded, as if struck by lightning. Boss, am I seeing things? Reba blinked her beautiful eyes in disbelief. Leaning back in her chair, Lu Xiaojia appeared unfazed, having previously instructed William Powell to report any significant developments. Seeing things? Reba, you truly are a bit oblivious. You tend to overreact. Lu Xiaojia gently critiqued her secretary. Reba pouted adorably. Boss, don't say I'm oblivious. Though my chest is indeed quite ample. I assure you, my intellect is not lacking. Lu Xiaojia nodded perfunctorily, then turned her attention to the laptop before her. Upon seeing the screen, she straightened up in surprise. Disney had organized 200,000 employees for a private screening of the Zodiac film, but that wasn't all. Hiba continued scrolling through the mouse, exclaiming that there were also Disney employees' family members involved. The post stated that there were a staggering 1 million people attending. 1 million people together for a private screening of our Dragon Nation's film. The more Hiba spoke, the more excited she became. Many of these Disney employees and their families donned traditional attire from our Dragon Nation, looking even more like dragon people than we did. The corners of Lu Xiaojia's mouth twitched. Had she not warned William that significant matters should be reported to her first? Organizing 1 million people for a screening without prior notice was quite the oversight. Had she known about this grand event, she could have arranged for promotion ahead of time. Lu Xiaojia was not concerned that William's organization of 1 million viewers would disrupt their plans. Her ambition was for Dragon Nation's films to sweep across Eagle Sauce Nation, allowing dragon culture to permeate and influence it. Such astonishing occurrences were bound to happen eventually. Lu Xiaojia merely intended to capitalize on this 1 million-person screening. Therefore, she nodded at Hiba, who instantly understood the implication. She picked up her phone. Poised to act. Boss, whom shall I call? William Powell. Hiba promptly dialed the number and held the phone gently to Lu Xiaojia's ear. Lu Xiaojia, what can I do for you? Came William's cheerful voice from the other end. William, I just saw the news about you organizing Disney employees for a collective viewing of the Dragon Nation's film. Lu Xiaojia commended. You did splendidly. Keep up the good work. Her praise and encouragement sent William into a frenzy of excitement. He quickly assured her that it was a minor task and that he would enhance Disney's team-building efforts, all centered around dragon culture, of course. After encouraging him, Lu Xiaojia added, you must fully leverage this 1 million employee screening event. Immediately amplify the publicity to ensure more people from Eagle Sauce Nation witness it. Additionally, make sure that the opposing conservative factions in Eagle Sauce Nation understand one critical thing. That is, Disney's organization of employees and their families to watch the Zodiac film is aimed at learning from the exemplary culture of the Dragon Nation, fostering family harmony and togetherness. Lu Xiaojia's instructions prompted William Powell to nod vigorously. Lu Xiaojia, you are absolutely correct. I will arrange for the publicity right away. After hanging up the phone, Lu Xiaojia remarked, after such a significant event, if we don't let everyone know, it would be a waste. It would be akin to a splendid garment worn in the dark. Promoting dragon culture must be done openly and without reservation. As for the public discourse in Eagle Sauce Nation, the louder, the better. The goal was to create a rift between the two factions in Eagle Sauce Nation. William Powell, invigorated by Lu Xiaojia's guidance, swiftly summoned the secretary. Tom, immediately notify the public relations department to vigorously promote this family-oriented team-building event. Ensure that it highlights the themes of familial affection and warmth, as well as Disney's care for its employees' families. Furthermore, engage several traditional print media outlets to publish soft articles and promotional reports. As a native of Eagle Sauce Nation, William Powell possessed an intricate understanding of its dynamics. Despite the uproar from certain online communities, it was merely a segment of the populace. Many in Eagle Sauce Nation only sporadically engaged with the internet, or even abstained from it altogether. This was no exaggeration. To this day, there remained a substantial number of individuals who relied on print media. William Powell aimed to rally these individuals to their cause. Such endeavors, of course, could not be accomplished overnight, but could be subtly and gradually realized. As dragon culture increasingly permeated Eagle Sauce Nation, the time would come for William Powell and Lu Xiaojia to embark on grand undertakings together. William Powell was brimming with excitement. There was a significant undertaking that Lu Xiaojia had hinted at previously, although it had not been explicitly stated. William understood that Lu Xiaojia had boundless ambition. With proper planning and as support for Powell grew among the populace of Eagle Sauce Nation, and more citizens embraced dragon culture, the potential for success in that grand endeavor was substantial. Contemplating this, William Powell's hands trembled with excitement. Since aligning with Lu Xiaojia, his life had undergone a remarkable transformation. He regarded her as both idol and mentor. He was confident that he had grasped her intentions correctly. However, the time was not yet right. They needed to tread carefully and remain undercover within the enemy's territory. Thus, William Powell took a deep breath to steady himself. He then began dialing a number. Bryant? Congratulations, you are now the hottest anchor on Douyin. After exchanging pleasantries, he shifted to the main topic. We at Disney organized a weekend family activity. I believe you are aware of it? Yes, the private screening you mentioned. William spoke with gravitas. However, Bryant, I must clarify that what we held was a weekend family activity. Everything we do is aimed at promoting dragon culture while integrating this familial atmosphere into our company and employees' homes. All of this is to enhance Disney's environment. Brian on the other end paused in surprise. He had recently been studying dragon culture, yet he was still a novice compared to someone like Powell. Thankfully, Brian had absorbed enough knowledge to quickly grasp Powell's intentions, nodding in agreement. Mr. Powell, rest assured, I will head to the cinema for a live broadcast right away. I will ensure that Disney's initiative to strengthen familial bonds through the study of dragon culture is showcased prominently. Bryant, a reputable film critic and now a leading Douyin anchor, immediately understood Powell's message. Their sentiments aligned perfectly. He too was intrigued by dragon culture and, as a prominent Douyin anchor, it was only logical to engage in live broadcasting at such an event to seize the moment. It was a win-win situation, promoting dragon culture while boosting the viewership of his live stream. Thus, after ending the call, Bryant swiftly activated his live streaming session. As soon as he did, numerous fans entered the stream through Douyin notifications. Meanwhile, Douyin's super moderators and technical team had already received instructions to maximize traffic to Bryant's stream as soon as it commenced. Consequently, just 2 minutes after Bryant started the live broadcast, he rapidly reached 1 million viewers online. Bryant watched as millions of viewers flocked in, secretly delighting in the fact that many netizens from Eagle Sauce Nation were eager to explore the culture of Dragon Country. My initial decision was indeed correct. After gathering his emotions, Bryant began the live broadcast. Dear viewers, today, I shall take you on a journey to visit the premiere of a highly anticipated Dragon Country film, The 12 Zodiac Signs. Bryant's announcement instantly flooded the screen with enthusiastic comments. Bryant, I just finished reading a trending post and was about to check out the grand scene organized by Disney, and here you are live. It must be said that Bryant is indeed suited for live broadcasting. He has a knack for capturing the audience's attention. After all, he was among the first media personalities to enter Douyin and is now a prominent streamer. Hurry up, Bryant. Take us there. I can hardly wait. Seeing the frenzied barrage of comments and the increasing number of online viewers, Bryant couldn't help but smile broadly. Let us go now. His decisive approach brought immense joy to many viewers from Eagle Sauce Nation. Soon, images of Dragon Country rockets and planes began to fill the screen. Among them, a user named Teacher Lu, a wealthy individual, directly gifted 20 Dragon Country rockets, instantly becoming the top contributor. Bryant was astounded by the rapid succession of Dragon Country rockets. Each rocket was valued at $500. 20 rockets amounted to a staggering $10,000. In just this brief moment, he had garnered $10,000. To be precise, it was even more than that, as other viewers were also sending rockets and planes, albeit not as generously as Teacher Lu. Thank you to this esteemed viewer. Bryant, regaining his composure from the shock, exclaimed with joy, "Thank you, boss. May I ask who you are?" Teacher Lu. Given that this was in the language of Eagle Sauce Nation, Bryant was uncertain. Teacher Lu responded, "Just call me that. I like the sound of it." As they spoke, Teacher Lu sent another 20 Dragon Country rockets. Bryant was utterly flabbergasted. In the blink of an eye, this Teacher Lu had already contributed $20,000. Even in Eagle Sauce Nation, $20,000 was no trivial sum. At that time, the average salary in Eagle Sauce Nation was merely $1,000 per month. This meant that in such a short period, Teacher Lu had donated an amount equivalent to more than a year's salary for an average Eagle Sauce citizen. What a remarkable benefactor. The viewers in the live chat were equally astonished, flooding the screen with comments. Who is this wealthy individual? Could it be Gates, who recently topped the wealth list in Eagle Sauce Nation? The streamer is impressive, even before starting. He has already received so many rockets and planes from Dragon Country. Bryant's expression was ecstatic. Thank you, dear viewers. Thank you, Teacher Lu. For those who can, support financially. For those who cannot, support with your presence. Recently, Bryant had also absorbed quite a bit of Dragon Country culture, and his speech began to reflect a certain eloquence. With excitement, Bryant held up his phone and hurried towards the largest cinema in New York. At the entrance of the ANG Cinema in New York, numerous Disney employees and their families were queuing outside, waiting to enter. However, the line of Disney employees was long, and the pace of progress was exceedingly slow. When Bryant arrived at the cinema entrance, only a small portion of the lengthy queue had managed to enter. Look, everyone. There are so many Disney employees here. They're all wearing traditional attire from Dragon Country, and they look splendid. Bryant's introduction caught the attention of the Disney employees waiting in line. These Disney employees, holding free chips and cola, were somewhat bored. Upon noticing, a few of the nearby Disney employees leaned in closer. Live broadcasting? Are you a streamer? One Disney employee exclaimed in excitement. As live streaming was still in its nascent stage, while many were aware of it, it had not yet reached a fever pitch of popularity. Bryant, pleased to be recognized by passers-by, responded, "Yes. I am live streaming for 3 million viewers." 3 million. The Disney employees gasped in unison. Bryant nodded and inquired, "Disney has organized for you to watch the 12 zodiac signs. What are your thoughts?" "It's wonderful. We love this feeling of family togetherness." The Disney employees responded enthusiastically. Chairman Powell not only organized our viewing of the 12 zodiac signs but also provided us with free chips and cola. We are all very happy. The Disney employees expressed their support for Chairman Powell. However, a few children from Eagle Sauce Nation appeared somewhat despondent, pouting silently. It seemed tears of grievance were brimming in their eyes. Noticing this, Bryant turned the camera towards the children and asked, "Little ones, why are you unhappy? Is the chips not tasty? Or is the cola not refreshing?" The children shook their heads in unison. One little girl, stuffing chips into her mouth, mumbled, "The chips are delicious, and the cola is good. But there are bad people in Eagle Sauce Nation. These people in the cinema are all bad." Her words caused an uproar in the live chat. What? There are bad people in Eagle Sauce Nation? This adorable blonde girl has encountered bad people. Little girl, please tell the streamer what kind of bad people are in this ANG cinema. If there truly are bad people, we will immediately notify the FCI agents to apprehend them. Streamer, don't just stand there. Comfort the little girl. She is about to cry. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Bryant quickly leaned in gently. "Little one, do not be afraid. I am a streamer, and many viewers from Eagle Sauce Nation are watching our live broadcast. Please tell me, what bad people are in this ANG cinema? I will go in and catch them." Bryant spoke with earnestness and righteous indignation. How could such a delightful child encounter bad people? It was simply outrageous. Have these bad individuals in Eagle Sauce Nation lost all sense of decency? The blonde girl wiped her tears and replied pitifully, "We've been in line at the cinema for a long time. Almost 2 hours. These people in the cinema are all bad. They won't let us in to watch the movie." Her words resonated with a few other children nearby. Yes, the people in the cinema are all bad. Big bad guys. The children, one hand holding chips and the other forming little fists, looked adorable, yet filled with tears and anger. After listening to them, Bryant was left momentarily speechless. He had finally understood the situation. The little girl and the other children perceived the so-called villains quite differently than one might expect. These individuals may not be villains in the truest sense of the word. However, the viewers from the Eagle Nation seemed to hold a different opinion. They are merely eager for the spectacle. Whether or not these individuals are genuine wrongdoers does not concern them. What they desire is to witness the drama unfold. Additionally, among the Eagle Nation's netizens, there exist some enigmatic figures stirring the pot. Streamer, what are you still doing here? Have you not seen that several adorable children are in tears? This is a significant matter. Since we have encountered it, we certainly cannot let it pass. Yes, we cannot let it go. We are the heralds of justice. We are the ardent supporters of the Eagle Nation's rare heroes. We must uphold justice. The atmosphere in the live stream grew increasingly fervent. 300,000 viewers from the Eagle Nation were entirely unconcerned about the potential escalation of the situation. Their only worry was that it might not escalate enough. Such occurrences have been validated by numerous internet celebrities in later times. Even if one were to consume 500 eggs, it could lead to their demise. Yet, the viewers could rally with righteous fervor. Moreover, these children had indeed been wronged. Being denied entry to watch a film is certainly an act of bullying, is it not? Upon witnessing the frenzy in the live stream, Bryant was momentarily taken aback, pondering, is it really just about not letting them inside to watch the movie? Why is everyone making it seem like an egregious crime? However, being a Hollywood film critic and a prominent streamer, he quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. This was a monumental moment. I must seize this opportunity. With a solemn expression, Bryant declared, "My friends, you are absolutely right. There is a saying in the Dragon Kingdom. Do not overlook small acts of kindness, nor commit minor acts of evil. This ANG cinema is truly despicable. Their heinous actions must be exposed." Bryant turned his phone around and shouted, "Let us go find the manager of this ANG cinema and demand an explanation. If he cannot clarify why these children are being bullied, I shall report to the FCI." Bryant was well aware of the dynamics of live streaming. He feared not the escalation, but rather the absence of events. To maintain the momentum of the stream, there must be a rhythm. His resolve was unwavering. For the number of viewers in the live stream was rapidly surging, approaching 400,000. Upon arriving at the entrance of the ANG cinema, Bryant was followed by several distressed children. A blonde little girl raised her chubby hand, pointing at the towering Eagle Nation men checking tickets, exclaiming, "Streamer uncle, it's them. These bad people. They won't let us in to watch the movie." The ANG cinema employees, lounging in their seats, were sluggishly checking tickets, their pace almost exasperatingly slow. Bryant's heart sank at this sight. This was indeed unusual. A normal cinema would not conduct ticket checks at such a sluggish rate. After all, facilitating more screenings would increase box office revenue. This should not be happening. Bad people. Big bullies. The blonde girl and her companions continued to point at the ticket checkers. The employees glanced over dismissively, but remained apathetic, continuing with their leisurely ticket inspections. They were the kings of this territory, unperturbed by a few children. Even the adults behind them posed no threat. It should be noted that the ANG cinema had a comprehensive security team. Who would dare stir up trouble? Seeing this, Bryant furrowed his brow and approached the group. "Hello, I am Bryant, a streamer from Douyin." He attempted to introduce himself, but the ticket checkers showed no interest and brusquely dismissed him. "Get lost. Don't waste our time. Checking tickets?" Bryant's anger flared as he retorted, "Is this truly how you conduct your ticket checks? I have been at ANG cinema for 10 minutes, and only a handful of people have entered? You are deliberately making things difficult." His inquiries, rather than correcting the ticket checkers' demeanor, only served to infuriate them further. One robust employee, sporting dreadlocks and tattoos, stood up menacingly. "Who dares to disrupt our ANG cinema territory? Want to uphold justice? Let me tell you, there is no justice here. Even FCI agents would have to kneel before us." Bryant was taken aback, utterly astonished. He could hardly believe his eyes and ears. This was happening live. The audacity of the ANG cinema employee was shocking. Not only did they refuse to apologize for their unprofessional behavior, but they also brazenly declared that even the Eagle Nation's law enforcement, the FCI, would be made to kneel at their doorstep. Bryant was truly stunned. He realized that this moment would undoubtedly create a sensation. As anticipated, the viewers from the Eagle Nation erupted in outrage. A flurry of furious comments flooded the screen. "What is this ANG cinema employee saying? How audacious. He dares to claim that there is no justice, and even states that FCI agents would kneel. How can he be so arrogant when Bryant is live streaming? We have 400,000 people watching this live." The Eagle Nation's viewers were incensed, momentarily forgetting that live streaming was still a relatively new phenomenon for many. High-profile comments began to appear, stirring the emotions. "Oh my, this is simply shocking. If they dare bully moviegoers today, they will undoubtedly act with impunity tomorrow, treating lives as mere trifles. Yes, if they can make children cry today, they will feel free to engage in $0 purchases tomorrow." Do we still have laws in our Eagle Nation? No. Are there any laws left? We demand justice for the oppressed children. Let us call the FCI hotline and bring the agents here. I want to see if they will truly kneel. In broad daylight. We must seek justice for those unfortunate children. Otherwise, my heart will remain uneasy. Yes, we must hold the threatened streamer accountable. We must let the light of justice shine upon Angie Cinema once more. These prominent comments were not only eye-catching but also highly provocative. The viewers from the Eagle Nation were either stirred to righteous indignation or simply relishing the unfolding drama. Consequently, a wave of fervent comments began to pour in. Bryant knew that the 400,000 righteous viewers from the Eagle Nation stood as his most formidable support. Do not fear, dear host. The FCI agents are en route. Although the ANG Cinema lacks justice, our hearts are filled with righteousness. You shall be the one to preside over this justice. At this moment, Bryant's gaze was fixated on the live stream, while his other eye remained locked on the approaching individual with dreadlocked hair. The dreadlocked man approached Bryant, towering over him. Adorned with various tattoos that spoke of his unruly nature, it was evident he was not to be trifled with. A sense of trepidation washed over Bryant. Yet with 4 million viewers watching the live broadcast, he could not afford to show weakness. Mustering his courage, Bryant confronted him. What is going on? In broad daylight. Do you intend to strike? Today, I shall preside over this justice. As soon as Bryant finished speaking, the dreadlocked man swung his fist, delivering a powerful blow. I'll make you preside over justice. The live stream shook violently, accompanied by Bryant's agonized cries. To everyone's shock, this employee of ANG Cinema dared to assault the host in front of 4 million viewers. Is there no law? No justice? Is this still the land of the free? The viewers were incensed, their collective fury igniting. Such brutality, such arrogance. There was nothing they could do. Behind ANG Cinema stood the conservative flag bank, a bastion of the conservative forces in our nation. The audacity of ANG Cinema to openly flout the law and assault someone during a live broadcast could only be attributed to the support of the conservatives. The ire of 4 million viewers was now directed at the conservative establishment, causing the viewer count to surge towards 5 million. Considering our nation has a population of 300 million, 5 million online viewers is indeed a significant number. This surge was undoubtedly bolstered by Douyin's promotion, as they had invested heavily in Bryant's live stream. Bryant, momentarily dazed by the unexpected punch, managed to stabilize his phone, though it continued to shake. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth, evidence of the dreadlocked man's merciless strike. After delivering the blow, the dreadlocked man smugly taunted. What kind of pathetic host dares to come to our ANG Cinema's territory to seek justice? Here, we are the justice. No one can change that. Before Bryant could respond, the nearby blonde girl and several children were overwhelmed with fear, bursting into tears. The blonde girl cried out in distress. Nearby, the Disney employees, who had been patiently queuing, could no longer contain themselves. Previously, they had been compliant, knowing the company provided benefits, weekend allowances, free fries, and cola. Despite the hardships imposed by ANG Cinema, they had chosen to endure for the sake of their company. But now, everything had changed. The man who stood for their justice, Mr. Bryant, had been assaulted. How could they endure this? We, the Disney employees, have our own dignity. In a fervor, a few young Disney employees surged forward. Fueled by youthful zeal, they launched themselves into action, kicking at the dreadlocked man. At that moment, Bryant's phone steadied, and the live stream returned to normal. The viewer count had already reached 5 million. 5 million outraged citizens were furiously commenting. Then, they witnessed a most astonishing scene. Several young Disney employees leaped into action, delivering powerful kicks towards the dreadlocked man. The viewers erupted in cheers. The chat flooded with rockets and airplanes from Dragon Nation. Bryant, utterly stunned by the unfolding events, found even the barrage of comments could not capture his attention. In his shock, he touched the blood at the corner of his mouth, feeling the pain on his face, and suddenly, fury surged within him. He recalled the cultural teachings of Dragon Nation, how to repay kindness with kindness. Thus, Bryant leaped forward, shouting, "Stop hitting. Please, stop." He began to kick fiercely from behind the crowd, all the while urging them not to continue the assault, claiming he would rise again if they did. The dreadlocked man, now cowering and howling in despair, was a pitiful sight. The other ANG Cinema ticket inspectors, witnessing their companion being overwhelmed, quickly abandoned their nonchalance and rushed over. However, before they could reach Bryant, they were obstructed by an increasing number of Disney employees. "What do you think you are doing? This is ANG Cinema. Do you dare to cause trouble in our territory?" Though they recognized the Disney employees were numerous, the ANG Cinema staff showed no fear, for a team of ANG security personnel had already rushed out, armed and ready. After all, Disney employees cannot be armed during a family event, can they? Just then, a fleet of police cars, driven by FCI agents, arrived on the scene. The viewers in Bryant's live stream erupted with excitement. The FCI agents had come. Finally, they always arrive last. Earlier, those ANG cinema ticket inspectors had boasted that even if the FCI agents showed up, they would kneel. Now, let us see if they dare to make the FCI agents kneel. The viewers eagerly anticipated the arrival of the FCI, confident they would restore justice. As dozens of fully armed FCI agents disembarked from their vehicles, a bald FCI inspector stepped forward, demanding, "What is happening here? You there? Put down those weapons immediately." This seasoned inspector exuded authority, showing no signs of intimidation in the face of chaos. Seeing the wave of FCI agents surrounding them, the ANG security personnel dared not act recklessly, promptly lowering their weapons. However, the remaining ANG staff still maintained their haughty demeanor, undeterred by the presence of the FCI agents. Except for the dreadlocked man. He lay on the ground at the back of the crowd, badly beaten, mumbling, "Who came? It's all useless. Just let me beat them." The arrogance of the ANG line members made the bald detective furrow his brows, feeling extremely displeased. However, the detective refrained from saying much and began to inquire about the events that transpired. Bryant stepped forward and declared, "I am a broadcaster. I have footage of what just happened." He presented the video to the bald detective, revealing the scene where the dreadlocked individual spoke, followed by a punch that caused the video to shake and blur. The detective's brow furrowed deeper as he watched, and even the other FCI agents beside him frowned. Wasn't the audacity of these ANG members excessive? Even when FCI agents arrived, they were expected to kneel. How should Sheriff Brayton handle them? Bryant, having learned the detective's name, leaned in for clarification. Yet, the detective remained silent, pulling Bryant aside to whisper, "So, you're Bryant? You're a broadcaster? What does that even mean?" "Never mind, that's not important. Let me tell you something. The background of this ANG line is quite extraordinary. They hold significant power locally, and behind them stand the influential conservative factions of our country." The detective's implication was clear. He wanted Bryant to downplay the situation. Upon hearing this, Bryant retorted, "No matter how powerful the ANG line is, can it possibly overshadow the FCI?" The bald detective shook his head in resignation, replying, "Our governor here in New York is a prominent conservative. Do you understand what I mean?" Bryant fell silent. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream erupted in outrage. What was happening? Was this favoritism? Was this live-streamed favoritism? Was this still the land of liberty? Was there no law? Just because the governor is a conservative, does that mean the ANG line can act with impunity? 5 million viewers expressed their discontent, demanding that the broadcaster stand firm and fight back. Bryant observed the barrage of messages in the chat but remained silent. These online viewers thrived on the chaos, often keyboard warriors who, despite their bold words, would likely flee at the first sign of trouble. Thus, Bryant decided to defer, saying, "Let me think it over and consult my lawyer." Consulting a lawyer is a commonplace action in this country. He moved to a secluded corner, shutting down the live stream. Then, he dialed Chairman Powell, saying, "I need to report something to you and seek your opinion." Bryant recounted the entire incident. On the other end, William Powell's expression shifted, responding seriously, "Hold on, Bryant. I'll get back to you shortly." He quickly hung up and immediately called Lu Xiaojia, across the ocean. At the headquarters of Jiaxing Media, Lu Xiaojia reclined on Hotpa's lap, soft and smooth. It was incredibly comfortable. No misunderstandings. Lu Xiaojia merely requested Hotpa to assist in cleaning her ears. Hotpa was gentle and meticulous, afraid of causing any discomfort. Meanwhile, Young Mi, reviewing company reports, rolled her eyes at Hotpa's adoration. This ingratiating behavior is hopeless. Just then, a phone rang. Hotpa hastily set down the ear-cleaning tool and answered Lu Xiaojia's phone. After connecting, she gently returned it to Lu Xiaojia's ear, saying, "Xiaojia, something has happened." William Powell quickly outlined the situation. Lu Xiaojia's eyes flickered, her demeanor turning grave as she addressed the phone with righteous fervor. "William, remember this. If there is no justice in this land, then let us be the bearers of justice." William Powell was momentarily stunned into silence. His face reflected a contemplative expression. Lu Xiaojia continued, her voice imbued with righteous indignation. "In this world, there are no physical weaklings, only those weakened in spirit. Especially in this era, with advanced tools and facilities greatly minimizing physical disparities. We need only to rise within our hearts. If there is no justice in this land, it matters not. We shall bring forth justice." We shall be the champions of justice. After Lu Xiaojia's impassioned declaration, she exchanged a knowing glance with Hotba. Despite her astonishment, Hotba quickly understood the meaning behind Lu Xiaojia's look. She promptly hung up the phone, gazing at Lu Xiaojia with awe and admiration. Boss. You spoke so well. Hotba's beautiful eyes sparkled, reflecting her admiration. Not far off, young Mi, the aloof boss of Jiaxing Media, also found herself increasingly captivated by Lu Xiaojia, despite her usual disdain for Hotba's sycophantic behavior. Oblivious to the adoration directed at him, Lu Xiaojia simply waved. Hotba quickly responded, presenting a cup of freshly brewed Westlake Longjing tea, saying, Boss, enjoy your tea. Accepting the cup, Lu Xiaojia took a delicate sip, remarking, The curtain of the land of liberty is finally about to rise. In the office of the chairman of Disney, William Powell sat in his executive chair, ruminating. The light in his eyes grew brighter, and his murmurs grew louder. If there is no justice in this land, then we shall bring forth justice. We will become the champions of justice in this land. The phrase champions of justice echoed in his mind repeatedly, igniting a sudden realization. Lu Xiaojia, you are encouraging me. You are hinting at something monumental. William Powell was overcome with excitement. Rising from his chair, his demeanor turned solemn. Standing straight, facing the east, he placed his right hand over his heart and proclaimed earnestly, I, William Powell, am a man of this land, but my heart belongs to the Dragon Kingdom. I shall never forget the guidance of my mentor. In that moment, a unique brilliance radiated from him, invigorating his spirit. Soon after, Bryant received a response from William Powell. The chairman of Disney had decided to come in person, leaving Bryant utterly astonished. Simultaneously, an inexplicable admiration surged within him for the chairman of Disney. Truly, he is the savior of Disney, the last glimmer of compassion on Wall Street, a rare hero in the history of this great nation. Such respect. Thus, Bryant reopened his live stream. Although he had just closed it, the popularity of the stream remained undiminished. 5 million viewers from the land of eagles continued their spirited discussions in the darkened chat. How shocking. It's gone dark. The host must have been attacked again. Those damned conservatives. Those wretched ANG cinemas. Just as the viewers were seething with indignation, the live stream resumed. Host, what happened? Why did you suddenly shut down the stream? Were you attacked once more? This is utterly intolerable. Bryant, glancing at the multitude of concerned comments, chuckled. Dear friends, worry not, I was not harmed. I merely wished to take a moment for solitary reflection. His reassurance restored the chat to its usual fervor. Host, what are your thoughts now? Do not fear. Stand firm. We are forever by your side. Together we shall soar, united in purpose. What are you waiting for? Rush over and confront that rogue. As long as you kick that scoundrel in front of the FCI, I will shower you with gifts from the Dragon Kingdom. No, make it 2. Bryant, amused by the barrage of comments, casually replied to a few. At that moment, the bald detective from FCI approached him. What did your lawyer advise? ANG wields considerable influence. It's best to settle this amicably. Detective Braden, despite his position, harbored his own grievances against ANG. This cinema chain often disregarded the FCI. Confident in their backing from the conservative governor of New York, their disturbances had become a frequent occurrence. Bryant shook his head. My lawyer's advice aligns closely with yours. Detective Braden chuckled. In his eyes, this Bryant was merely a host who would ultimately choose to compromise. Just as he prepared to return and mediate, a sudden flurry of wing beats echoed from above. A helicopter appeared in the sky, its body emblazoned with Disney's emblem. A Disney helicopter? Who could it be? The chat erupted once more. Could it be the chairman of Disney, William Powell, arriving in person? Unthinkable, surely. A person of his stature would hardly concern himself with such trivial matters. Yet, who else could it be? The viewers speculated fervently. Dozens of FCI agents looked skyward, recognizing the emblem of the century-old media titan. Soon, the helicopter hovered overhead at a height of about 100 meters. The cabin door slowly opened, and William Powell emerged. Holding a megaphone, he raised the megaphone and addressed the crowd below. I, William Powell, have arrived. I stand with the employees of Disney. ANG Cinemas. You claim there is no justice on your turf. I refuse to believe that. There is no justice in this land. I come to restore it. The megaphone, carefully selected for its quality, transmitted his voice loud and clear, not just to those below but also to the 5 million viewers online. Astonishing. William Powell, he truly came. He declared his solidarity with Disney employees. He proclaimed if there is no justice, he shall bring it. Such emotion. Tears welling. Is this the savior of Disney? Witness the last vestige of compassion on Wall Street. This is the true hero and gentleman of our great nation. William Powell, you have not disappointed us. Conservatives of this land, open your eyes and behold what a hero truly is. The live stream erupted into a frenzy, unprecedented chaos ensued, with comments flooding in. Rockets and aircraft from the Dragon Kingdom filled the screen in a wild barrage. Yet at that moment, Brian's focus was elsewhere. He gazed at Powell, who exuded righteousness. Undeterred by danger, extending himself from the helicopter, and shouted excitedly, "William Powell." This utterance ignited a powder keg. Nearly 1,000 Disney employees and their families, already in awe of their chairman, were electrified upon seeing him arrive to support them. Consequently, all Disney employees and their families raised their arms in unison, shouting, "William Powell! William Powell!" This spectacle left those from ANG Cinemas dumbfounded. The security personnel and ticket agents stood bewildered, gripped by fear and uncertainty. Even the FCI agents present felt at a loss. The situation had initially favored ANG. But with Disney's chairman arriving personally, it was evident Disney was not inclined to back down. What could they do? Although ANG wielded significant power, Disney's influence was formidable as well, particularly given the vast fan base Disney commanded. To put it in the vernacular of the Dragon Kingdom, Disney's grassroots support is extensive. Recently, a wave of fascination with Dragon Kingdom culture swept through the Land of Eagles, even influencing some FCI agents to learn aspects of it. Upon his arrival, William Powell delivered a passionate speech, then joined the Disney employees, standing among them. Moreover, he opened his arms wide, linking hands with the employees, embodying the image of the weak standing firm against tyranny in defense of justice. Bryant, the prominent host, was equally moved by the atmosphere. He joined the Disney family, hand in hand with them. This scene left the 5 million viewers in awe, speechless in shock. Simultaneously, viewers began to invite friends, fervently sharing the live stream and reposting videos. They sought to witness this exhilarating moment together. As the event continued to unfold, more and more citizens of the Land of Eagles became aware of it. The news began to spread internationally, catching the attention of viewers from countries such as Bear Nation, Base Nation, and 3 Nations. Many people around the world started to take notice of the unfolding events in the Land of Eagles. As the situation escalated, the reporter from New York television arrived at the scene of the incident, capturing footage while seeking an interview with William Powell. "Mr. William Powell, I am a reporter from New York television. May I interview you?" William Powell, radiating integrity, politely declined the reporter's request, stating, "There is no need for an interview. Everything I wanted to say has already been expressed. If you wish to see it, you can watch the replay by broadcaster Bryant. Right now, I only wish to do one thing. That is to stand in solidarity with the employees of Disney." The New York television reporter was taken aback. This chairman of Disney was indeed just as the rumors had portrayed. He embodied such righteousness, the last vestige of warmth from Wall Street, the savior of Disney, an unprecedented hero of the nation, truly deserving of his reputation. On this day, the renowned cinema chain ANG faced a public outcry from thousands. Pro-Dragon country factions in the nation vehemently condemned them online and offline. Even among the conservatives, discontent with ANG was voiced by some. At this moment, the president of ANG, Eric, was in his office, anxious as if he were an ant on a hot skillet. Eric hurriedly dialed the number for Flag Bank, exclaiming, "Rockefeller, what should I do? This situation has escalated tremendously. You must take charge. I only followed your directives from Flag Bank to compress the screening schedule for the Zodiac films to make things difficult for Disney." Eric was in a state of panic, unable to fathom how matters could spiral so out of control. The uproar was not only resonating within the nation but also creating significant waves internationally. On the other end of the line, the president of Flag Bank, Hugh Rockefeller, responded in a fury, "Eric, don't speak recklessly. This is entirely of your own making. It has nothing to do with us at Flag Bank." With that, Rockefeller abruptly hung up. Eric was left in disbelief. Flag Bank has abandoned me. He realized that Flag Bank would not be there to assist him amidst this storm. Thus, Eric frantically sought a final ray of hope. He called the governor of New York, Nicola. Nicola was a prominent conservative figure, known to provide support to ANG. However, this time, the response on the other end was resolute. Nicola did not answer the call, but instructed his assistant to offer vague replies before hanging up. The busy signal left Eric slumped in his chair, lost in despair, murmuring, "ANG is finished. I am finished." At this very moment, across the ocean in Dragon Country, at the headquarters of Jiaxing Media, Lu Xiaojia reclined in her office chair, indulging in a soothing massage from Heba. Meanwhile, Boss Yang was scrolling through the news beside her. Suddenly, Boss Yang's eyes widened in astonishment, as if she had stumbled upon something monumental. A gasp echoed in the office. Lu Xiaojia stood up, exclaiming, "What happened? Is there another cockroach?" Lu Xiaojia felt exasperated. A few days prior, a small cockroach had startled He Ba into screams, even causing the usually composed boss Yang to lose her composure. It was just a tiny cockroach. Is it really that alarming? Lu Xiaojia remarked helplessly. Yet, Yang Mi's next words left He Ba utterly dumbfounded. Yang Mi, covering her mouth with one hand, pointed at the computer screen with the other, her expression filled with shock. "Xiaojia, come quickly. William Powell. He has stirred up a sensational incident with the Disney employees. The nation is in turmoil. New York television and state broadcasters are all reporting on it. Even many other countries are covering this." Upon hearing Yang Mi's words, Lu Xiaojia felt puzzled. New York television? State broadcasters? Other countries? What has William Powell done now? Lu Xiaojia steadied her emotions and nodded. He Ba quickly ceased the massage, bringing over a laptop, which she opened and placed in front of Lu Xiaojia. In the video, William Powell, aboard a helicopter, held a megaphone, passionately addressing the crowd below. His words were fervent and invigorating, reminiscent of Lu Xiaojia herself. The subsequent scenes echoed her sentiments as well. In the video's finale, William Powell stood hand in hand with Disney employees, united shoulder to shoulder, a striking display of solidarity. This scene astonished Lu Xiaojia. She had not taught him any of this. What cultural nuances had he absorbed? What trends was he following? Lu Xiaojia was aware of William Powell's keen interest in dragon culture, as he often indulged in related media and literature. However, the actions he had taken seemed both familiar and unfamiliar to her. Oh well, why ponder too much? After all, it is for a good cause, Lu Xiaojia mused. Dragon culture is vast and profound. It is quite normal for him to struggle with grasping it fully. Nothing to fret about. Thus, Lu Xiaojia dialed William Powell's number. He Ba promptly picked up the phone, connecting it gently to Lu Xiaojia's ear. At that moment, William Powell had successfully concluded the day's unity action. Employees of A&G had faced appropriate repercussions, and compensation had been issued to Disney employees and their families. William Powell was in the chairman's office, briefing Disney executives on the upcoming tasks. The phone rang. William Powell glanced at it, maintaining a calm demeanor. He waved his hand, instructing the executives to leave. "Remember, ensure that what I have said is implemented." The Disney executives nodded in agreement and exited in single file. Subsequently, William Powell took his phone to a discreet corner of the office, quietly answering, "Xiaojia Lu, there is no one around now. What are your instructions?" Hearing Lu Xiaojia inquire about the day's events, he eagerly reported, "Xiaojia, I acted according to your directives. If there is anything lacking, please point it out, and I will rectify it immediately." Lu Xiaojia pondered for a moment. Although the situation had garnered substantial attention, it seemed there was nothing inherently wrong. Thus, she replied, "Well done. Keep up the good work." William Powell responded with immense enthusiasm, "I will resolutely fulfill the task." Lu Xiaojia was taken aback, wondering what he had learned this time. However, she reminded herself that each person has their unique way of learning. Everyone is striving to promote dragon culture. Understanding this was sufficient. Therefore, Lu Xiaojia refrained from correcting him and continued, "William, following this event, A&G is now in a significant crisis. Their stock has begun to decline. How much of the A&G stock did you purchase when I previously instructed you to buy?" William Powell is not only the chairman of Disney but also an elite on Wall Street. His covert investment banking team continues to execute its tasks. "Rest assured, Shilu." William Powell responded, "I have already acquired approximately 10% of A&G stocks. However, I have an idea." He added, "We are no longer what we used to be. As the chairman of Disney, I can publicly acquire shares in A&G. Meanwhile, Jiaxing Media continues to absorb A&G stocks in the secondary market." Upon hearing William Powell's thoughts, Lu Xiaojia nodded in agreement. "Indeed, William, your idea aligns perfectly with mine. Let us proceed." After the call, Reba looked at Lu Xiaojia in shock, exclaiming, "Boss, have we already acquired 10% of A&G shares?" Yang Mi wore a similarly incredulous expression. They had been by Lu Xiaojia's side every day and had not even noticed this development. Lu Xiaojia took a sip of tea and smiled lightly, explaining that this was all part of a prearranged plan, merely being executed step by step. Previously, when Lu Xiaojia and William Powell discussed plans, the two women were present. However, they neither paid close attention nor understood the professional jargon exchanged between Lu Xiaojia, the king of Wall Street, and William Powell, another Wall Street elite. Although they had learned some financial knowledge, it was rudimentary and far from the level of Lu Xiaojia and William Powell. Additionally, Yang Mi had recently been busy with Jiaxing Media's affairs for studying Dragon Country's culture. while Reba was either immersed in the same studies or engaged in menial tasks such as serving tea, massaging shoulders, trimming nails, or cleaning ears. At Disney's headquarters in Eagle Sauce Country, after hanging up the phone, William Powell dialed the number of Eric, the president of A&G. Mr. Powell. Hello. Eric greeted respectfully upon realizing it was the chairman of Disney calling. A&G was currently at a critical juncture, largely due to this very Disney president. Faced with someone so prominent, Eric dared not be negligent. At Disney, we are interested in acquiring shares of your A&G to gain control, William Powell stated directly. Without any pretense. You intend to acquire us? Eric exclaimed in astonishment. Despite A&G's tumultuous situation, it had not yet reached the point of being acquired. Eric's words were somewhat diplomatic, but the underlying meaning was clear. William Powell chose not to engage in further debate, saying, You may call me back when you've come to terms with this. The call ended abruptly. Perplexed, Eric wondered, Come to terms? Our situation is dire. But we are not at the brink of bankruptcy and acquisition. Just then, Eric's assistant burst into the office in a panic. President, it's bad. Jiaxing Media from Dragon Country has already acquired 10% of our shares. What? Eric's eyes nearly bulged out. How could he have forgotten about Jiaxing Media? They were notorious for aggressive acquisitions in the capital market. As a conservative figure in Eagle Sauce Country, Eric immediately resolved. We cannot allow a Dragon Country company to acquire us. If we must be taken over, it might as well be by Disney. A&G's president, Eric, being a conservative, could not let A&G, a well-known cinema company in Eagle Sauce Country, fall into the hands of Jiaxing Media. They were skilled at manipulating the public market, initially short-selling to depress stock prices before flipping to acquire shares, thereby gaining control over their rivals. Although Jiaxing Media had successfully acquired Disney stocks, they had not taken control of Disney due to the emergence of a hero, William Powell. This savior of Disney, the last warmth of Wall Street, had arrived to rescue the giant media company of Eagle Sauce Country in its time of need. Realizing this, Eric fervently thought, with William Powell at Disney, there is no way a Dragon Country company can infiltrate. He promptly picked up the phone and called William Powell. Chairman Powell, this is Eric from A&G. Your proposal has been on my mind, and I find it quite suitable. Disney is a century-old media giant of Eagle Sauce Country. Joining Disney would be a great honor for us. On the other end, William Powell smiled knowingly, thinking, Xiaolu's strategy is indeed intricate. This is a masterstroke. He shook his head with a sense of satisfaction, responding leisurely, Little Eric, since you have come to a realization, let us discuss the acquisition further. Certainly. Please hold on. I will be there shortly. Had it been before, A&G might have negotiated on equal terms with Disney. However, the tables had turned. And now A&G was seeking Disney's favor. Eric hurried to Disney's headquarters, fully aware that once A&G was acquired by Disney, he would be under Powell's command. In the chairman's office at Disney, William Powell remarked, Eric, your attitude is commendable. I appreciate it. Leaning back in his chair, he observed Eric standing respectfully beside him. Have you completely shifted your perspective? Eric replied humbly, Indeed. Jiaxing Media's actions in the public market to acquire our A&G stocks cannot be tolerated. As a leading cinema chain in Eagle Sauce Country, we cannot allow a Dragon Country company to take control. Disney, as our century-old media giant, is the obvious choice. Oh, so you do not favor Dragon Country companies? William Powell feigned surprise before realizing the truth. Of course, being a conservative, it's normal not to favor Dragon Country. But I am quite interested in dragon culture. Eric nodded vigorously. I have heard. You are different, Chairman. Your interest in dragon culture is about understanding and familiarizing yourself with the opponent, a true strategic approach. You are the legendary King Gojin of you. It was evident that while Eric was a conservative who did not favor dragon culture, he had nonetheless done his homework before arriving. William Powell nodded in satisfaction and replied, You are absolutely correct. It is rare for you to know the term enduring hardships for future gains. Eric, remember this. You must immerse yourself more in the culture of the Dragon Country. Eric was taken aback. But I am a conservative from the Eagle Nation. You want me to learn the culture of the Dragon Country? I merely sought to flatter you by familiarizing myself with it. Seemingly aware of Eric's thoughts, William Powell continued. Some individuals from the Eagle Nation study the culture of the Dragon Country out of genuine admiration. Others do so merely to follow trends, and some for ulterior motives. Regardless of the reasons, all you need to know is that I appreciate the culture of the Dragon Country, and that is sufficient. There was an air of commanding authority in William Powell's words, reminiscent of the recently viewed epic of the Western Chu Overlord. Eric was captivated, struck by the inexplicable aura of dominance. He quickly nodded, assuring the chairman, Rest assured. From today onward, I shall diligently study the culture of the Dragon Country. The sagacious and formidable chairman was indeed correct, since he had an affinity for the culture of the dragon country. As his subordinate, whether I liked it or not, I must earnestly learn it. Otherwise, how could I flatter him effectively? The acquisition of the ANG cinema chain by Disney was swiftly formalized in the presence of lawyers. However, both parties signed a confidentiality agreement. The executives from both sides, along with the lawyers, numbered only a handful. After finalizing the agreement, they were invited by William Powell to board a luxurious yacht, marking the beginning of their holiday. William Powell's intention was quite simple. Everyone was to temporarily surrender their phones and communication devices to enjoy a leisurely vacation without distractions. Feeling mistrusted? Feeling insulted? The next moment, ding! A message pinged on everyone's phones simultaneously. Your XX bank account has received a deposit of $2 million. Insulted? Feeling mistrusted? There was no such sentiment at all. Chairman Powell was an extraordinarily benevolent individual, a rarity indeed. Thus, Eric and the other executives, along with the lawyers, embarked on a life of opulence aboard the yacht. As a professional undercover operative, how could William Powell allow any slip-ups? The culture of the dragon country must be studied. Moreover, one must not neglect the essential spy films. In the dragon country, at the headquarters of Jiaxing Media, Lu Xiaojia was indulging in a leg massage from Reba, requesting, "A bit to the left, it tickles there. Is this comfortable, boss?" Reba inquired obediently, shifting her hand accordingly. "It's fine, tolerable." Lu Xiaojia replied dismissively. Just as Reba was about to pout, the phone rang. She quickly answered and held it to Lu Xiaojia's ear. "Xiaojia, I'm on the yacht, in a secluded corner where only the sound of waves can be heard. I have an important message to report to you." William Powell's opening statement startled Lu Xiaojia. The solemn tone and the tension in the atmosphere felt tempestuous. Listening to the sound of waves crashing through the phone, Lu Xiaojia felt somewhat dazed. "William, did you specifically choose a tumultuous speech to heighten the atmosphere?" On the other end, William Powell was momentarily taken aback. He quickly lowered his voice and disclosed the signing of the confidentiality agreement between Disney and ANG. "Xiaojia, I have signed the confidentiality agreement as per your instructions. Additionally, I have executed a thorough operation." Lu Xiaojia, listening intently, found herself at a loss for words. While she had indeed devised a plan for William Powell, she only intended for him to arrange for the lawyers and executives who signed the agreement to be sequestered in a hotel with their phone signals blocked. Little did she know that William Powell had taken it a step further, confiscating their phones and banishing them to the sea. Lu Xiaojia shook her head in resignation but refrained from commenting further, thinking to herself, this might actually be a good thing. Although William Powell had turned a business conflict into a spy operation, it was ultimately for the best. After all, it was more meticulous and confidential. Furthermore, being an undercover operative for the Dragon Country within the Eagle Nation and Disney placed immense pressure on him. After some contemplation, Lu Xiaojia chose not to voice her concerns. As long as he could stabilize Jiaxing Media's overseas distribution and cinema resources, everything else was negotiable. In her view, heightening the atmosphere and incorporating elements of espionage might also serve as a method to alleviate stress. So she nodded and said, "William, you are doing very well. Keep up the good work." Subsequently, Lu Xiaojia guided William Powell on his future plans. After a lengthy conversation, they ended the call. Reba, beside Lu Xiaojia, wore a look of bewilderment, murmuring, "Boss, it seems I have a long way to go to keep up with you all." "Reba, don't be surprised, you are still young." Reba puffed out her chest. "Am I still young?" Lu Xiaojia was taken aback. Nearby, Yangmi rolled her eyes. Reba's cheeks flushed as she pouted. "But, you're not that old, boss." "What? I'm not old." Lu Xiaojia straightened up abruptly. Yangmi playfully stomped her foot and gently pinched Lu Xiaojia's waist. Reba, realizing the implication, felt utterly embarrassed. In the Eagle Nation, the beach, the yacht, the gentle sea breeze, the blue sky, and the white clouds intertwined with the crashing waves created an atmosphere of leisure and contentment. After ending the call with Lu Xiaojia, William Powell appeared exceedingly exhilarated. Since aligning himself with Lu Xiaojia, he had discovered his true self and a purpose to strive for. After a moment, William Powell took a deep breath, regaining his composure, emanating an inexplicable radiance. He strolled onto the deck of the opulent yacht. In the distance, Eric and others were basking in the sun alongside a few blondes. "Eric, come here," William Powell beckoned. Hearing the call, Eric promptly set down his juice and jogged over. "Chairman, how may I assist you?" Eric's demeanor was more respectful than ever. The $2 million in hush money was not a trivial matter. Moreover, after ANG was acquired by Disney, He had become William Powell's subordinate, warranting even greater respect. William Powell observed the Reverend Eric and casually inquired, "How has your study of the culture of the Dragon Country progressed?" "Rest assured, Chairman, I have already begun my studies. In my household, we have acquired numerous volumes of literature from the Dragon Kingdom, including the Tao Te Ching, the Analects, and the three-character classic." Eric mentioned a few titles of Dragon Kingdom literature. Of course, he cannot comprehend these texts at present. He merely wishes to express that he is indeed studying the culture of the Dragon Kingdom. William Powell nodded in satisfaction, remarking on the vast and profound nature of Dragon Kingdom culture. One cannot simply skim the surface. It requires careful appreciation and deep understanding. William Powell shared his insights with Eric, who listened intently, displaying utmost seriousness. In conclusion, Powell stated, "Remember, once this matter concludes, your A&G film company must organize a private screening for all employees and their families to enjoy a Dragon Kingdom film." "Private screening?" Eric exclaimed in surprise. "Like Disney, gathering all employees and their families for a private show? What else?" William Powell shot him a stern look. Eric quickly acquiesced. Powell continued his instruction. "As you know, I have been enduring hardships. Throughout this process, I have discovered many admirable aspects of Dragon Kingdom culture. For instance, organizing a private screening for employees and their families serves as a familial weekend activity. It not only allows employees to gather joyfully with their loved ones, but also fosters company morale." William Powell's guidance opened Eric's mind to new possibilities. The president of A&G Film Company suddenly recognized the value of learning from Dragon Kingdom culture. After expounding on this topic, William Powell turned and walked to the yacht's deck railing, with Eric following closely behind. Facing the sea breeze, Powell began, "Eric, I have an important task for you. This task is crucial. Your A&G Film Company has erred, and you too have made mistakes. I should impose a penalty upon you. However, the culture of the Dragon Kingdom has saved you. There is a saying in the Dragon Kingdom, to know one's mistakes and correct them is the greatest virtue." Eric's expression tightened. He understood that a pivotal moment had arrived. Following A&G's acquisition by Disney, whether he would retain his position as president or revert to being the former president hinged on the forthcoming events. "Eric, you have had dealings with Saichi Bank, correct?" William Powell inquired. "Yes, Saichi Bank extended a loan to A&G, Eric promptly replied. A&G's difficulties with Disney were also instigated by Saichi Bank. William Powell nodded. "Excellent. This means you have collaborated with the president of Saichi Bank, Shoes Rockefeller. Your previous relationship was quite amicable, was it not?" Eric, seemingly perplexed, nodded. "I suppose it could be considered a mutually beneficial arrangement. I don't care whether it was merely a transaction. As long as you have a connection and a decent rapport with him, that suffices. From here on, you need only follow my directives." The gravity of Powell's words, along with his demeanor, left Eric astounded. At that moment, Eric felt as though he were watching a spy drama on television. Powell's expression and tone mirrored that of the shadowy figures in such narratives. Amidst the crashing waves, the sound of the wind on the yacht's deck enveloped them, allowing only Powell and Eric by the railing to hear their conversation. "Eric, remember, you must ensure that Saichi Bank shorts A&G stock. The larger the sum they short, the better." As Powell concluded, he assigned a task to Eric. The latter's expression grew solemn, fully aware that his fate as A&G's president hinged upon this singular undertaking. As for dragging Saichi Bank into the fray, Eric felt no moral burden. Saichi Bank had abandoned A&G, severing ties. He had already moved on. "If you lack benevolence, do not blame me for being unprincipled," Eric muttered, trying to recall the Dragon Kingdom phrases he had recently learned. Powell nodded in satisfaction, pleased with both Eric's response and his use of Dragon Kingdom language. Then, Powell retrieved the confiscated phone from his pocket and handed it to Eric. Under Powell's watchful gaze, Eric dialed the number for the president of Saichi Bank. After several rings, the call connected. "Eric, what do you want?" Shoes Rockefeller's voice came through, laced with impatience. Hearing the annoyance in Shoes' tone, Eric's eyes flashed with determination as he lowered his voice. "President Shoes, you are aware that A&G is currently in a predicament." After a moment of deferential dialogue, he continued, "Therefore, we may need to postpone our loan repayment for a while. I hope you can understand." Upon hearing this, Shoes erupted in fury. "Eric, you dare to delay repayment. Disney has done this, and now A&G as well." Shoes was in a foul mood, having recently faced setbacks with two significant investments. "Shoes, this is not without reason," Eric replied, trying to keep his composure. "You know how A&G's situation stands." Shoes retorted, While ANG may be facing challenges, it is an established entity and cannot default on its loans. Unyielding, Eric responded, "Let me be frank with you, Shoes. We have no money to spare." Shoes was about to explode in anger when Eric continued, however. "I have a brilliant idea that could alleviate this crisis and potentially yield significant profits." Shoes, intrigued, asked, "What idea?" "You are aware that ANG's stock price has begun to decline, correct?" Eric inquired. "Of course, with such issues, the stock price is bound to suffer," Shoes replied. Eric pressed on, "This presents an opportunity. Consider this. The impact on ANG will not dissipate in the short term, coupled with our inability to repay the loan. Once this news spreads, the combination of two unfavorable developments will undoubtedly cause ANG's stock price to plummet further. If Saichi Bank shorts our stock now, wouldn't that result in substantial profits?" On the other end of the line, Shoes was left speechless. Though he remained silent, his rapid breathing betrayed his thoughts. After a brief pause, he hesitantly responded, "Isn't this approach a bit unethical? After all, we are friends. Shorting ANG feels rather dishonorable." Eric smirked inwardly, thinking to himself, "Hypocritical banking dog. Pretentious capitalist." Thus, he replied with a smile, "Shoes, what are you talking about? We're practically family. We, at ANG, are unable to repay the loan, and I feel a pang of guilt within me. I contemplated compensating you in some way. Opposite me." Shoes Rockefeller readily agreed. "All right. That's loyal of you. You can delay the repayment of your loan to ANG." After saying this, Shoes Rockefeller hastily ended the call. He was eager to short ANG. Eric scoffed as the call was abruptly terminated. He felt a sense of disdain towards this former friend, who was now beneath him, having become a spy. Beside him, William Powell gave Eric a thumbs up and praised, "Well done. For your first task. Such performance has not disappointed my expectations." A smile of joy appeared on Eric's face as he humbly replied, "Not at all. It's all thanks to the chairman's guidance." William Powell patted Eric on the shoulder, proclaiming, "The position of president of ANG is yours." Finally, the weight that had been hanging over Eric's heart lifted. He had secured his position. He had made a good impression in front of the chairman. The future ahead looked promising. At the headquarters of Colorful Flag Bank, Shoes Rockefeller's expression was one of excitement and exhilaration. He opened the software to check ANG's stock price and confirmed that it was indeed falling. Thus, Shoes Rockefeller immediately summoned Adams, the credit manager of Colorful Flag Bank, who was also his trusted confidant. Previous loan projects had always been decided by Shoes before being executed through Adams. "Adams, I wish to short ANG's stock. What do you think?" In truth, Shoes had already made up his mind, but he wanted to hear his confidant's thoughts before proceeding. "What? Short ANG?" Adams displayed a look of astonishment. What's wrong? Is there an issue?" Shoes furrowed his brow slightly. Adams quickly shook his head. "No, I was just taken aback by the chairman's brilliant decision. Shorting ANG's stock will surely yield significant profits. How did I not think of this? Chairman, you truly awakened the dreamer." Shoes, confident in his strategy, replied, "If you had thought of it, wouldn't you have become the chairman yourself? Moreover, I have already informed you that the company plans to short ANG, so you cannot short ANG anymore. Otherwise, it would be insider trading." Adams sighed in regret. "Alas, had I known, I would have." Shoes chuckled and commanded, "Mobilize for $1 billion immediately. Short ANG." Initially, Shoes intended to use $2 billion to short ANG, but now he chose to double that amount, for $1 billion to short ANG. Once the short order from Colorful Flag Bank entered the market, it swiftly triggered a decline in ANG's stock price. Naturally, it also aroused the curiosity of Wall Street investment banks. Why was ANG's stock suddenly plummeting? Was it due to ANG's recent scandal? That should not be the case, as the negative impact of that scandal had already been digested. The current decline was clearly due to new large-scale short selling entering the market. Large-scale short selling entering? Could it be that the mysterious short seller, who had appeared multiple times before, had returned? Recently, whispers of this enigmatic short seller had spread through Wall Street. This mysterious short seller's trading methods were ruthless, often choosing the optimal moments to open large short positions. In previous operations, no one knew how much profit they had made. However, Wall Street investment banks all had a rough idea that this mysterious short seller must have amassed a fortune. This time, the mysterious short seller was actually shorting ANG again. Some Wall Street investment banks hesitated, wondering whether they should follow suit. ANG had encountered a reputational issue, but its financial condition remained intact. In fact, their financial status had even shown signs of improvement. This was all thanks to the Dragon Country film. The 12 Zodiac Signs. The release of the 12 zodiac signs in our Eagle Nation had allowed many cinemas to reap substantial profits. Although A&G had not prominently featured the 12 zodiac signs due to scheduling reasons, they still benefited significantly. Wall Street investment banks were extremely hesitant and indecisive. Some traders even began to doubt their investment philosophies. It was inevitable. That mysterious short seller had a track record of victories. In the minds of numerous investment banks and traders, he had established an invincible reputation. From a conventional analysis perspective, the risk of shorting A&G this time was considerable and not worthwhile. Yet, once it involved the mysterious short seller, it became uncertain. Thus, Wall Street investment banks, caught in hesitation and indecision, turned their attention to A&G's stock price, vigilantly monitoring it and preparing to act at the opportune moment. The headquarters of Colorful Flag Bank was a towering skyscraper, vast and imposing. Each floor was bustling with employees from various departments. From outside the window, they appeared like ants scurrying about. The entire building of Colorful Flag Bank had only the rooftop, devoid of any human presence. This was because there was no elevator access. It was simply too high. For modern individuals, climbing stairs felt akin to a death sentence. Unless for special circumstances, no one would venture to the rooftop. Adams, as the credit manager at Colorful Flag Bank, was considered a senior executive, having been with the bank for over a decade. In all these years, Adams had never visited the rooftop, but today he was here. Adams cautiously surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one else was present. After confirming the rooftop was deserted, he sighed in relief and slowly walked to a secluded corner. At the edge of the rooftop stood a carved railing, offering a view of half of New York's skyscrapers. Adams reached the quiet corner and, after ensuring everything was safe, took out his phone, slightly nervous, and dialed a number. "Hello, it's me. Tsitsi." Tsitsi? William Powell on the other end of the line was bewildered. Wasn't he this Adams? When did he become Tsitsi? Adams, what's wrong? William Powell asked anxiously. Is there a situation? Have you been discovered by Colorful Flag Bank? Powell's frantic inquiry startled Adams, who quickly replied, No, I haven't been discovered. Then why did you say Tsitsi? You nearly gave me a scare. Adams sheepishly explained. I recently watched a Dragon Country film, Infernal Affairs. I really liked the plot, so I adopted the name Tsitsi. At that moment, William Powell was left dumbfounded. Infernal Affairs? I think I came across it while scrolling through Douyin. However, I was too eager to learn about other Dragon Country cultures to watch it closely. Adams actually knew about Infernal Affairs. This was a piece of Dragon Country culture that even he was unaware of. The progress is quite remarkable. William Powell, regaining his composure, promptly expressed his admiration. Adams, it seems you have diligently immersed yourself in the culture of the Dragon Kingdom. You are absolutely right to exercise caution. He then inquired, Do you have any updates to report? Adams quickly detailed the developments concerning the Colorful Flag Bank to Powell. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Jiaxing Media in the Dragon Kingdom, Lu Xiaojia savored her tea while Reba massaged her legs and Yangmi reviewed company reports. Each individual was dedicated to their respective tasks, and Jiaxing Media operated with remarkable efficiency. Suddenly, the phone rang. Reba swiftly extended her right hand to answer it and gently brought the phone to Lu Xiaojia's ear, while her left hand continued to massage her. Lu Xiaojia, the Colorful Flag Bank has entered the fray. William Powell's excited voice resonated. They have invested $400 million to short A&G. The move by the Colorful Flag Bank did not surprise Lu Xiaojia. However, the magnitude of $400 million still left her momentarily astounded. Although the Colorful Flag Bank was a colossal entity within the banking industry, they lacked the flexibility that Lu Xiaojia possessed in mobilizing funds without reservations. The Colorful Flag Bank, burdened by a vast operational structure, could not afford to misuse its liquid assets. Moreover, following two significant loan defaults, their decision to short A&G with such a hefty sum indicated a sense of desperation. Lu Xiaojia felt a sense of satisfaction with this development. However, upon learning the details of the internal communications within the Colorful Flag Bank, she fell silent. Undercover operations? Rooftops? Stealthy maneuvers? She wanted to voice her thoughts, but found herself at a loss for words. The others were earnestly studying the culture of the Dragon Kingdom and acting in accordance with its principles. How could she dampen their enthusiasm? Thus, Lu Xiaojia nodded and stated, Well done. Keep up the good work. Upon receiving Lu Xiaojia's affirmation, William Powell straightened his demeanor and responded earnestly, I assure you, I will accomplish the task. Lu Xiaojia, accustomed to Powell's solemn assurances, continued to outline the upcoming plans. It is time for us to take action. Wall Street is about to witness a resurgence. As Lu Xiaojia assigned tasks to William Powell, Reba and Yang Mi listened intently, their expressions a mix of curiosity and charm. However, they exhibited noticeable differences. Yang Mi casually flipped through reports while Reba held the phone in one hand and gently massaged Lu Xiaojia with the other. William, remember, when Jiaxing Media engages in stock acquisitions on the open market, we cannot be stingy. We must conduct a vigorous defense to assure the market of our confidence. Stabilize the price without yielding. Lock the stock price in place. Once we have completed our purchases, announce a significant positive development to obliterate the colorful flag bank's short positions. After outlining her strategy, Lu Xiaojia added, once Jiaxing Media enters the ANG board, you must not always yield to them. Yes, you admire the culture of the Dragon Kingdom. You are persevering through adversity. However, you must retain a degree of individuality. You must showcase the qualities of an extraordinary hero from Eagle Sauce Country. You need to rally support and enhance your reputation among the people of Eagle Sauce Country. Only then can you advance further. Do you understand? William Powell trembled with excitement, nodding repeatedly. I understand. I understand. Truly, Lu Xiaojia is unparalleled. The enigmatic king of Wall Street. My esteemed mentor. It became evident that the mentor had meticulously orchestrated everything, aware of Powell's aspirations to progress in Eagle Sauce Country. After concluding the call, Powell summoned Secretary Tom, saying, I need to step out for a moment. If anything significant arises with Disney, contact me immediately. The destination Powell was headed to was rather discreet. Nestled within the bustling heart of Wall Street, less than a kilometer from the globally renowned financial hub. When Powell initially selected the location, he had consulted Lu Xiaojia, who advised him, great concealment lies within the city. He remembered this phrase well. Thus, he chose to establish his discreet investment firm in a standalone building not far from Wall Street. This building, with 5 stories above ground and 3 below, could accommodate over 1,000 employees and had been entirely purchased by Powell. The entrance bore no security personnel, only an iron door secured with a code lock. Observing the empty threshold, Powell pondered, as my notoriety grows, so too will the attention I attract. Perhaps it is time to consider hiring some security personnel. He contemplated. I shall propose to Lu Xiaojia to send some formidable experts from the Dragon Kingdom. Their skills are both impressive and reliable. The people of Eagle Sauce Country know my fondness for the culture of the Dragon Kingdom. I could easily justify hiring Dragon Kingdom bodyguards. Being surrounded by individuals from the Dragon Kingdom will only bolster my resolve. With his mind made up, William Powell swiftly entered the standalone building after unlocking the code. Soon, he gathered all the traders, exclaiming, Brothers, we have work to do. Let us buy shares of ANG Cinema. By ANG? The traders looked puzzled. Everyone was aware that a mysterious short seller was targeting ANG, and Wall Street was rife with speculation about the identity of this enigmatic figure, rumored to be a former king of Wall Street. While the attendees knew it was not that particular individual behind the shorting, Powell's directive to purchase ANG shares was unexpected. Nevertheless, as seasoned professionals, they promptly complied, albeit with surprise. They mused, the king of Wall Street is always an enigma. This exemplifies the gap between us and the king of Wall Street. Previously, ANG stock had experienced a decline due to a scandal. After stabilizing, it fell again as the colorful flag bank entered the market to short it with their substantial investment. This further decline drew the attention of all investment firms on Wall Street. Just as ANG's stock price began to plummet, an enormous influx of buy orders emerged in the market. These orders were fixed at a specific price, continuously absorbing shares. As long as there were sellers, the buy orders relentlessly acquired shares. Thus, Wall Street witnessed an unprecedented spectacle. ANG's stock price ceased to fluctuate and remained fixed at a particular price. The investment firms closely monitoring ANG's stock were left utterly astonished. What is happening? Is my computer malfunctioning? The stock prices of other companies are still fluctuating, yet mine, ANG, remains stagnant. What is happening? Who is this formidable bull? Everyone, look. It's not our computers malfunctioning. There are immense long positions propping up the price. The stock price of ANG has come to a standstill at $30 per share. What on earth? I wondered why the price was unchanging. Wall Street investment banks are nearly astounded by this immobility. The price hangs in the balance, forming a straight line on the intraday chart. A mysterious bear is incessantly selling while a mysterious bull is continuously buying. On one side, there's selling, on the other, buying. The stock price remains locked at $30. This unprecedented scene leaves many traders dumbfounded and has stirred a great uproar on Wall Street. It must be noted that ANG is not a small-cap stock. It is a major player in the film industry. Its trading volume is enormous. A miraculous event has occurred. At Kaiflag Bank, President Rockefeller has been in high spirits these days. By shorting ANG stocks, he has already gained over $10 billion in unrealized profits. And it seems he may earn even more. Just then, the office door was abruptly pushed open. Rockefeller's trusted aide, credit manager Adams, rushed in. President, bad news. The stock price of ANG. Seeing Adams in such a state of panic made Rockefeller's heart skip a beat. The recent decline in ANG stocks aligned perfectly with his predictions, so he hadn't been monitoring it closely. Upon hearing Adams' report, Rockefeller immediately opened his computer to check ANG's stock price. The sight left him bewildered. He frantically maneuvered his mouse and asked, Adams, come help me take a look. Is there a problem with my computer? Is it frozen? Why is ANG's stock price not fluctuating? Adams' lips twitched slightly, but he quickly composed himself and rushed over with a look of urgency. President, it's not your computer that is frozen. It's the stock price of ANG that is stuck. What? Stuck? Rockefeller was stunned, his face filled with disbelief. Though he was a professional trader, he was still a financial expert. It was his first time hearing that a stock price could be stuck. In his years within the financial industry, Rockefeller had never witnessed such an absurd occurrence. Even during significant market fluctuations, stocks would either hit the upper or lower circuit. However, ANG's stock was neither rising nor falling. It was immobilized at $30 per share. Rockefeller felt utterly disoriented. Which Wall Street super investment bank was making such bold purchases of ANG stocks? Why would anyone buy into ANG amidst such unfavorable news? He was baffled, as were the investment banks on Wall Street. The entire global financial community was equally perplexed. Meanwhile, Xiaojia Lu, of Jiaxing Media, reported that the acquisition of ANG stocks had reached the target quantity. William Powell informed Lu Xiaojia, who nodded at the phone in her hand. You may announce the news of Disney's acquisition of ANG. Additionally, the news of Jiaxing Media joining ANG's board should be released shortly. Powell replied excitedly, understood. Once these two astonishingly positive announcements are made, ANG stock will surely soar. The $4 billion shorted by Kaiflag Bank will vanish into thin air, resulting in catastrophic losses. After hanging up, Powell immediately instructed ANG's president, Eric, to announce the news of the acquisition by Disney and Jiaxing Media's entry into the board of directors. Eric was somewhat perplexed. Why was Jiaxing Media allowed to join the board so easily? Although they had acquired ANG stocks, ANG could employ a poison pill strategy to set obstacles preventing Jiaxing Media from gaining board access. Such occurrences had precedent in the past, notably when a massive internet company in the Dragon Nation attempted to acquire shares of Xinao Corp and faced a similar thwarting. Despite his doubts, Eric did not challenge Powell's orders, as he had recently pledged allegiance. Moreover, Jiaxing Media's entry into ANG's board could serve as an advantageous bargaining chip for positive news, which was ultimately a good thing. That day on Wall Street, a sensational news bombshell exploded in the market. What? Disney is acquiring ANG. Is this true? Just days ago, I saw reports from the Wall Street Journal stating that ANG was intentionally making things difficult for Disney during scheduling. It's hard to believe that ANG's stock decline stemmed from the exposure of the conflict with Disney. I cannot accept this, however. The news just released by the exchange is undeniably authentic. This is a bullish bombshell. Quickly, let us check ANG's stock price. At this moment, ANG's stock price has skyrocketed like a rocket. In a mere 3 minutes, the price surged from $30 to $50 per share, nearly doubling. The $50 price has already surpassed ANG's price before the decline, and it continues to rise, approaching $60. At Kaiflag Bank, President Rockefeller could scarcely believe his eyes as he witnessed the rapidly rising stock price. In just a few minutes, ANG's price surged from the stagnant $30 to over $50. This astonishing scene left Rockefeller trembling in fear, stammering, "What has happened? How could this be?" Adams hurriedly approached, opening the exchange's webpage, exclaiming, "President, this is serious. ANG is being acquired by Disney. Disney is a centennial media giant in our nation, and ANG is a renowned cinema leader. Their merger signifies a formidable alliance. This is incredibly positive news. No wonder ANG stock is soaring." Adams' words left Rockefeller utterly incapacitated. The president of ANG, Eric, had he not stated that ANG was in dire straits? Had he not said that ANG was facing challenging times? What? Has everything changed? Rockefeller was lost, unsure of what to do. He had invested a staggering $4 billion shorting ANG, and now the stock was violently surging, resulting in tremendous losses. Beside him, Adams turned his eyes and advised, "President, the stock price of ANG has surged dramatically, resulting in significant losses for our short positions." Should we consider closing our positions immediately? Close our positions? Rockefeller's lips trembled. If we close now, how much capital will we salvage? The $400 billion from Flag Bank was primarily shorting ANG at around $35. Yet now, the stock price has exceeded $50, nearly doubling. Closing at this juncture would obliterate any prior profits and leave us with only about $100 billion from the original $400, a net loss of $300 billion. Rockefeller hesitated. Although ANG was positively impacted by favorable news from Disney, he believed there would eventually be a pullback. We can close our positions when that happens. It might minimize our losses. Under ordinary circumstances, Rockefeller's reasoning would hold water. Stock prices typically experience corrections during upward trends. However, these were not ordinary times. Adams refrained from further persuasion, thinking to himself, I have said all I needed to say and have shown my concern. Rockefeller forced himself to focus intently on ANG's stock performance, awaiting the anticipated pullback. Unfortunately, instead of a correction, he witnessed yet another surge. The latest news reported that Jiaxing Media from the Dragon Nation had acquired a 20% stake in ANG, officially entering its board of directors. From this point forward, ANG, backed by both Disney and Jiaxing Media, could not only expand its operations in the Eagle Nation but also potentially venture into the Dragon Nation, leading to promising profit prospects. The trading software announced this news, and shortly thereafter, ANG's stock price skyrocketed once more, swiftly breaching the $60 mark and surpassing its historical peak, continuing to ascend. Upon seeing the message and the frenzied price hike, Rockefeller was rendered speechless. Adams sighed, President, it's time to close our positions. Liquidating our shorts may allow us to salvage some funds. As Rockefeller appeared dazed, Adams took the initiative to close the short positions. Ultimately, Flag Bank's short account dwindled from $400 billion to merely $500 million, resulting in a staggering loss of $395 billion. Rockefeller was left in despair, questioning how it had come to this. Adams, I should have heeded your advice and closed earlier. On Wall Street, the shocking stock battle sparked renewed astonishment and debate. Investment banks were both stunned and engaged in discussions about the identity of the mysterious short seller. Was it the former king of Wall Street? If so, it would mark a significant fall from grace for him. Yet, some argued that a Wall Street king need not solely engage in short selling. Could one not also go long? Nevertheless, others quickly countered that the elusive king had consistently shorted in previous instances, clearly identifying him as a major bear. The news of Jiaxing Media's acquisition of ANG shares and its entry into ANG's board caused an uproar in the Dragon Nation. Once again, Weibo was dominated by discussions about Jiaxing Media, capturing all trending topics. Shockingly, Jiaxing Media had stealthily acquired 15% of ANG's shares. The explosive rise of Jiaxing Media had enabled it to join the board of directors at ANG. Jiaxing Media was truly a source of national pride for the Dragon Nation and a formidable rival for the Eagle Nation. Countless netizens from the Dragon Nation fervently posted online. How did Jiaxing Media, first joining Disney's board and now ANG's, become so powerful? Indeed, Jiaxing Media not only excelled within the Dragon Nation, but also made remarkable strides abroad. Disney, a century-old media titan of the Eagle Nation, and ANG, a renowned cinema chain. Allowing Jiaxing Media into their board was nothing short of astonishing. Isn't it perplexing? Logically, even if Jiaxing Media acquired 20% of ANG, the latter could have blocked their entry into the board. There are precedents for this, yet ANG allowed it, granting our nation a say in the operations of Eagle Nation Cinema. On the Hiya forum, various threads discussing Jiaxing Media were pinned. Wow. I woke up to this explosive news. Jiaxing Media. Once again, Jiaxing Media. Now, the Dragon Nation has its own cinema channels in the Eagle Nation. Incredible. Jiaxing Media is truly formidable. Some users, while astonished, began analyzing the implications. First, Jiaxing Media entered Disney's board, securing a distribution channel in the Eagle Nation. Now, with its entry into ANG, we have access to cinema screening channels. What is Jiaxing Media planning? Are they establishing a world-class promotional system for Dragon Nation's films? This seems outrageous. Indeed, it is extravagant, yet I cannot fathom any other rationale. A user named Beijing Ice Prince provided a thorough analysis, garnering numerous responses on the Hiya forum. You are correct. Jiaxing Media has evolved beyond just a media company. They have stepped onto the global stage, reaching into the Eagle Nation and beyond. Jiaxing Media now possesses both distribution and cinema channels in the Eagle Nation. This is unprecedented for our film industry. Users were not only astonished by Jiaxing Media's meteoric rise, but also curious about the mastermind behind it. It seemed the owner of Jiaxing Media was none other than Yang Mi, who once starred in Chinese Paladin 3. Yang Mi, not only beautiful but also possessing remarkable business acumen, is indeed a heroine of our nation, while Yang Mi is indeed impressive. I have heard whispers of a true driving force behind Jiaxing Media. A true mastermind? Are you referring to Lu Xiaojia? Beijing Ice Prince posted. Yes, Lu Xiaojia. I once saw a revealing post on Hiya Forum that mentioned him as the real owner of Jiaxing Media. Beijing Ice Prince affirmed, "You're right. Lu Xiaojia is indeed the true owner. Although he is quite young, his business acumen is unparalleled. He often undertakes unexpected ventures, and in hindsight, his decisions prove to be astute. Jiaxing Media's swift transformation from a small studio to the largest media giant in the Dragon Nation is largely attributed to him." Beijing Ice Prince appeared to have a deep understanding of Lu Xiaojia, lending credence to his statements, which resonated with users on the Hiya Forum. I am profoundly impressed by Lu Xiaojia's formidable business acumen and remarkable foresight. The news of Jiaxing Media's acquisition of shares in ANG and its entry into ANG's board has spread like wildfire across nations. It has not only caused a sensation in the Dragon Kingdom and the Eagle Nation, but has also stirred significant excitement in the land of cherry blossoms. The land of the morning calm, the land of 1,000 rivers, the bear country, and the land of the base. After all, this is a rare event in the media industry, and media professionals are naturally keen to pay attention. Concurrently, the global media has developed an immense curiosity about Jiaxing Media and its enigmatic owner, Lu Xiaojia. At the headquarters of Jiaxing Media, Tianhai Plaza, Lu Xiaojia's phone incessantly rings. Hoppa's small hands are quite busy. As she hangs up one call, another comes in. "Boss, it's Ma from Ollie on the line." Hoppa pouts her lips and gently brings the phone to Lu Xiaojia's ear. Lu Xiaojia engages in a brief conversation with Ma on the other end, who expresses his astonishment. "Mr. Lu, your Jiaxing Media has actually joined ANG's board. How could a company from the Dragon Kingdom gain entry into the board of an Eagle Nation firm? Our Ollie has been blocked from entering the board of an Eagle Nation internet enterprise." Ma is incredulous at Jiaxing Media's extraordinary acquisition strategy. Not only has Jiaxing Media entered ANG's board, but it has also secured a position on Disney's board. Both companies are renowned giants of the Eagle Nation. How could a company from the Dragon Kingdom manage to achieve this? Lu Xiaojia smiles lightly and casually responds, "Perhaps it was just luck." "Luck? Are you jesting? Such a feat cannot merely be attributed to fortune." However, Lu Xiaojia cannot disclose the reasons behind Jiaxing Media's entry into Disney and ANG's boards. After ending the call, Lu Xiaojia receives calls from numerous prominent figures in the Dragon Kingdom, including Xian Lang, Guo Wei, Zhang Yimin from Douyin, and Penguin. These usually aloof magnates are now extending their congratulations to Lu Xiaojia, while simultaneously expressing their astonishment and inquiring how Jiaxing Media managed to join the boards of these two Eagle Nation companies. Naturally, Lu Xiaojia deflects their inquiries. After a considerable time, the incessant ringing of the phone finally subsides. Lu Xiaojia breathes a sigh of relief and leisurely savors a sip of West Lake Longjing tea. Aside from a slight dryness in his throat, he feels quite well. Hoppa, too, finds respite as she finally puts down her little hands, which had grown weary from the constant activity. However, just as she relaxes her hands and massages them, she notices Lu Xiaojia nodding. Consequently, Hoppa hastily picks up the phone again. "Boss, who should I call?" "William Powell." "All right." Soon, William Powell's voice comes through. "Xiaojia Lu, how may I assist you?" Lu Xiaojia calmly inquires. "William, how much funds are currently in my offshore account? Please hold a moment." After a brief pause, William Powell returns to say, "I just checked, and the current funds amount to $500 billion. Upon hearing this figure, even someone as composed as Lu Xiaojia cannot help but momentarily be taken aback. Meanwhile, Hoppa trembles with excitement, nearly dropping her phone. Nearby, Yang Mi, who was reviewing company reports, drops her papers in shock. $500 billion? What does that even signify? Yang Mi can hardly fathom it. When William Powell discloses this figure, his breath quickens with excitement. However, he quickly regains his composure, for this offshore account belongs solely to one person, Lu Xiaojia. William Powell merely has transactional authority over the account. Even if he harbored other intentions, he could only lament the wealth beyond his reach. Moreover, William Powell is no longer the same man he once was. His heart now beats for the East. Wealth, while still significant, is not his only ambition. He harbors loftier goals and ideals. Lu Xiaojia, momentarily surprised by the staggering figure of $500 billion, quickly regains his composure. $500 billion? Has it reached that amount so swiftly? Well, it is understandable considering the profits from short selling and the subsequent gains from going long. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xiaojia continues, William, you and your team have worked hard during this period. I will transfer $50 billion to your investment bank account through another public account as a token of appreciation for everyone's efforts. William Powell's expression brightens with joy. Although his focus has shifted toward espionage, the importance of financial resources remains paramount. After all, significant endeavors require substantial funding for various promotions, garnering support. In conducting tours in the Eagle Nation, Lu Xiaojia continues, we need to publicize the underhanded tactics of Rainbow Bank in short-selling ANG. We must ensure that Rainbow Bank's reputation is irrevocably tarnished. With Jiaxing Media now firmly established in the boards of Disney and ANG, we must capitalize on this momentum and maneuver Rainbow Bank into our strategy, aiming to secure a position on Rainbow Bank's board. Lu Xiaojia aspires to thoroughly promote Dragon Kingdom's film and culture within the Eagle Nation. Merely controlling the media industry is insufficient. The Eagle Nation is a realm where capital reigns supreme, and the banking sector holds a paramount position. If Jiaxing Media can enter Rainbow Bank's board, its influence will undoubtedly escalate to new heights. William Powell nods in agreement, expressing, Xiaojia Lu, when you visited the Eagle Nation last time, I noticed you had some Dragon Kingdom bodyguards with you. Their martial prowess is remarkable. As my position continues to rise, I would like to request that you assign some Dragon Kingdom bodyguards as my personal security. Finally, William Powell adds, the Zodiac has achieved tremendous success in the Eagle Nation. Disney intends to hold a grand celebration for Dragon Kingdom culture. Following Disney's acquisition of ANG, we can also arrange a networking event. I plan to have all employees from both companies wear traditional Dragon Kingdom attire. William Powell articulates his vision, hoping to invite Lu Xiaojia to visit the Eagle Nation once more for guidance and inspection. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xiaojia responds, very well. I shall visit the Eagle Nation to meet the board members of both companies. Additionally, I will bring along Dragon Kingdom security personnel. Upon hanging up, Hotba exclaims, $500 billion. Just how much is that? How much? Lu Xiaojia chuckles. If we were to convert it all into $100 bills, we could easily create a mountain out of it without any trouble. Hotba is well aware that Lu Xiaojia is teasing her. $500 billion, converted into cash. Not to mention stacking it up. Even if it were to be piled together with Boss Yang, it would pose no issue. The room could potentially be filled to the brim. Yang Mi was utterly oblivious to the reports scattered on the floor, her face a mask of astonishment. $500 billion? Goodness. When Yang Mi and Lu Xiaojia established Jiaxing Media, their initial aspiration was simply to produce a few quality films and sustain themselves, along with Lu Xiaojia. Yet now, Jiaxing Media has evolved into a leading media giant in the Dragon Nation. To Yang Mi, this was already beyond belief. But to think that Lu Xiaojia possesses $500 billion in assets. Even the world's wealthiest individual does not boast such a fortune, does he? Has Xiaojia already become the world's super-rich? In terms of individual wealth, the world's richest undoubtedly does not reach $500 billion. Of course, when considering family wealth, families like the Rockefellers, Morgans, and Rothschilds, their collective fortunes would tell a different story. Yang Mi, however, was not inclined to ponder such matters. She anxiously advised, Xiaojia, it's best to keep your status as the world's richest under wraps for now. At such a young age, you have already amassed such a colossal media empire. If your $500 billion fortune becomes public, then Yang Mi was concerned for Lu Xiaojia. The revelation of such staggering wealth would undoubtedly create a tumultuous uproar. Lu Xiaojia nodded in agreement. He had no intention of exposing it just yet. This $500 billion had significant utility for him and could not be revealed to the public at the moment. Although a few discerning individuals might catch on to the hints of Lu Xiaojia's extraordinary wealth, they would never fathom the true magnitude of his fortune. The day Lu Xiaojia's wealth is disclosed will surely leave many in shock and cause tremendous ripples across the globe. In the Eagle Sauce Nation, William Powell, following Lu Xiaojia's instruction, began to discreetly spread the news about shorting the Tsaichi Bank. Among his associates was Bryant, a prominent Hollywood critic and popular streamer on Douyin, who played a crucial role in this scheme. As the sun shone brightly, Bryant stepped outdoors, commencing a new day of live streaming. Within just 2 minutes of starting his stream, 3 million viewers from the Eagle Sauce Nation flooded in. Bryant understood that this was due to Douyin's vigorous promotion. Family, I've missed you all. His opening line ignited an instant fervor in the chat room. Observing the frenzied barrage of comments, Bryant mused, the culture of the Dragon Nation is indeed remarkable. Just a simple expression of affection could yield such an effect. It appears my recent engagement with Douyin from the Dragon Nation was worthwhile. Just then, Bryant's expression froze. His eyes widened in disbelief. The chat room was inundated with countless Dragon Nation rockets. How many rockets were there? So densely packed that it was impossible to count. Was it that benefactor, Teacher Lu? Bryant, utterly astonished by the sudden influx of Dragon Nation rockets, was taken aback. How many rockets had been sent? 1, 2, 10, 20. After counting for what felt like an eternity, he could not grasp the total until a notification from Douyin's moderation team alerted him. Congratulations, streamer. You have received 1,000 Dragon Nation rockets. 1,000 rockets, each valued at $500. 1,000, worth $500,000. In mere moments, he had garnered $500,000? Bryant rubbed his eyes, hardly believing it, and instinctively exclaimed, "Thank you, benefactor Teacher Lu, for the 1,000 Dragon Nation rockets." The chat room erupted in excitement. 1,000 rockets. A staggering $500,000. Who exactly is this LU? Lu? Road? Lu? This benefactor Teacher Lu is truly a super-rich individual. Moreover, judging by this generous benefactor's ID, they must also have an interest in Dragon Nation culture. Streamer, don't just stand there. This is a significant patron. Quickly show your appreciation. Bryant snapped out of his stupor and quickly said, "Thank you, Boss Lu. Thank you. Teacher Lu. Boss Lu, do you also appreciate Dragon Nation culture?" The benefactor Teacher Lu sent a highlighted message. "Yes, I am quite fond of Dragon Nation culture. It is profound and worthy of admiration by the people of the Eagle Sauce Nation." Bryant immediately concurred. Boss Lu is right. I too appreciate Dragon Nation culture. I believe everyone in the Eagle Sauce Nation should learn from it. In a flash, benefactor Teacher Lu sent another 1,000 Dragon Nation rockets. Bryant was left dumbfounded. This Boss Lu had sent yet another 1,000 rockets? Who on earth is this super-rich individual? Could it be that the world's wealthiest person is secretly using a pseudonym to watch my stream? Is this LU genuinely showering me with another 1,000 Dragon Nation rockets? Is it possible that those who have embraced Dragon Nation culture have struck it rich and come to express their gratitude in my stream? This possibility prompted speculation among the viewers, catching Bryant's attention. He excitedly asked, "This Boss Lu, Teacher Lu, you've sent me 2,000 Dragon Nation rockets. Is there something you wish for in return?" Bryant had heard that some affluent patrons expect performances in return for their generosity. He was merely a film critic. He had no special talents to showcase. Benefactor Teacher Lu sent another highlighted message. "No special requests. This is for your medical expenses from when you were assaulted last time." Medical expenses? Assaulted? Bryant recalled the painful incident when he attempted to stand for justice at ANG Cinemas, only to be struck by that thug with dreadlocks. Although he later retaliated, he had endured bruising for days. Even now, he still bore some marks. So this benefactor was compensating him for that incident. I was assaulted, and yet, he is offering to cover my medical expenses? How considerate. Bryant hurriedly expressed his gratitude in the stream. "Many thanks to Boss Lu. Wishing you abundant wealth, good health, and longevity." A string of congratulatory phrases from Dragon Nation poured forth from Bryant's lips. Since this super-rich benefactor appreciated Dragon Nation culture, he naturally wanted to express more sentiments related to it, both to engage the viewers and to retain this extraordinary patron. Benefactor Teacher Lu sent another highlighted message. "All right, I must take my leave. I have many matters to attend to. I'm busy enjoying life. I usually only pop in during your broadcasts to take a peek. Goodbye." The benefactor casually bid farewell and logged off. Bryant felt a tinge of regret. However, he also comprehended that a wealthy individual, by virtue of their affluence, naturally opts for enjoyment. It is implausible for one to remain in a live streaming room indefinitely. After reflecting on this, Bryant commenced his serious endeavors. This time, his broadcast was imbued with purpose. His gaze began to traverse the live streaming room. Moments later, his eyes sparkled as if he had just read a viewer's comment, astonishedly exclaiming, "What? Such a thing exists. Are you saying this is true? Is the flag bank shorting ANG?" The prior decline in ANG's stock price was indeed instigated by the flag bank behind the scenes. You wish to expose the despicable actions of the flag bank? To unveil their treacherous conduct? Why have you chosen my live stream? Because I am popular with many followers. Bryant's imaginative musings went unchallenged, for indeed, his live stream was teeming with viewers. Countless comments flooded the screen, so densely packed that it was nearly impossible to discern the source. Bryant's voice resonated loudly. The 3 million viewers from the United States were able to hear him distinctly. Consequently, the 3 million online viewers were left astounded, indignant. Wasn't the flag bank a bastion of conservatism in our country? And ANG, it seems, is also aligned with our conservative interests. How could the flag bank resort to underhanded tactics, secretly shorting ANG? I wondered why ANG's stock price had suddenly plummeted. It turns out it was the flag bank's doing. This flag bank is utterly reprehensible. Is this not akin to turning against one's own? The viewers in the live stream became increasingly enraged. Simultaneously, some enigmatic users began to incite action, questioning, is this what they call a gentleman? Is this truly gentlemanly conduct? The flag bank's vile actions not only brought shame upon the conservatives, but also tarnished our nation's reputation. We must mobilize on Facebook, the stronghold of conservatism, to let those stubborn conservatives witness the disgraceful deeds of the flag bank. Indeed, mobilize. This scene took Bryant somewhat by surprise. What was this mobilization all about? He didn't quite grasp it. However, he discerned that these users intended to cause a stir on Facebook. Bryant immediately rallied. The actions of the flag bank are despicable and contemptible. I wholeheartedly support your mobilization. But, please, do not exit the live stream while doing so. I want to broadcast your efforts. Bryant's words only heightened the excitement of those preparing to mobilize. Live streaming the mobilization was indeed a significant event in the realm of the internet. If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly create a tremendous sensation. Bryant led millions of American viewers in their mobilization on Facebook, igniting a resounding response across American media and the internet. Oh my! Millions surged onto Facebook, posting identical comments. They condemned the flag bank and derided their treacherous actions. The Wall Street Journal reported as such. The popular streamer Bryant's followers made history. These admirers of Eastern culture in America initiated the first digital mobilization. The New York Evening News reported similarly. The posts by these righteous users, verified by our sources, have been confirmed as true. We reached out to the flag bank for comments on this matter, but they avoided a direct response, seemingly evading the issue. The BBC reported likewise. The uproar in American public opinion placed immense pressure on the flag bank's public relations department. They reported to the president. However, the president of the flag bank, Silas Rockefeller, dared not respond to the inquiries. Instead, his confidant, Adams, stepped forward and merely stated, "The innocent shall clear themselves." Goodness! This phrase, "the innocent shall clear themselves," sent shockwaves through American public opinion. Was this an implicit admission? A surrender? Meanwhile, across the ocean in the East, a fervent wave of discussion erupted. Mobilization? American netizens have begun their own mobilization? Do those Americans comprehend the meaning of online mobilization? It is hard to say. In today's America, Eastern culture has gradually gained popularity. Perhaps they truly understand it. Indeed, ever since Jiaxing Media ventured abroad and engaged in business within America, our Eastern culture has ignited across the ocean. No one knows how it gained such traction. Could it be due to the overwhelming success of the 12 zodiac signs in America? The overseas box office for the 12 zodiac signs has surpassed $1 billion, indicating that America is indeed receptive to our cinematic offerings. Previously, their reluctance was merely a result of our inadequate promotion, failing to subtly influence America. At the headquarters of Jiaxing Media, Reba continuously scrolled through trending online posts, showcasing them to Lu Xiaojia. "Boss, what does mobilization mean?" Reba inquired, perplexed. Although she navigated the internet, she genuinely did not understand the term. Yangmi also cast a curious glance her way, knowing that Lu Xiaojia would undoubtedly have the answer. In their eyes, Lu Xiaojia was an omniscient being. Mobilization? It is a newly coined internet phrase, referring to a collective denunciation and condemnation by numerous users representing the side of justice against the side of injustice. At least, that is how it began. As for whether it might evolve into something else later, Lu Xiaojia refrained from elaborating. She continued, "You two are not well informed, hence your ignorance." Reba pouted, "But, boss, you rarely go online as well. When you do, I am usually beside you operating the mouse. The trending posts you view, I have likely seen too. Why do you know? Yet I do not." Lu Xiaojia casually remarked, "Perhaps your little brain is a bit slow." Reba immediately protested, I am not slow. The boss must be secretly browsing the internet." Lu Xiaojia chose not to dwell on such trivial matters, taking a delicate sip of Westlake Dragonwell tea and said, "By the way, we are about to make a trip to America. Prepare yourselves. After Disney acquires ANG, they are hosting a social gathering to promote Eastern culture and have invited us to participate." While Lu Xiaojia could remotely command operations from the East, she acknowledged the necessity of visiting America. Firstly, as Jiaxing Media enters the boards of Disney and ANG, it would be prudent to meet the directors of both companies. Secondly, such a grand event would be beneficial for promoting Eastern cinema and culture. Thus, accompanied by Yangmi and Reba, Lu Xiaojia proceeded to a high-end custom design studio to tailor a set of exquisite traditional Eastern attire. Lu Xiaojia, already strikingly handsome, appeared even more captivating in the Zhongshan suit. As Riba assisted Lu Xiaojia in adjusting the collar and cuffs, she couldn't help but surreptitiously take a few liberties, eliciting a roll of the eyes from Yang Mi. At the Magic City International Airport, Lu Xiaojia was flanked by Yang Mi and Riba. Behind him followed Tang Xiaolong, Tang Xiaohu, and nearly 100 astute and formidable retired Special Forces bodyguards. Soon, a magnificent private jet adorned with a golden dragon ascended into the sky, leaving the airline's president and the ground staff in a state of astonished disbelief as it departed for the United States. As the night passed, when the private jet reached New York Airport, although Lu Xiaojia had mentally prepared herself, she was still taken aback by the scene unfolding beneath the cabin. William Powell, leading thousands of employees from Disney and A&G, stood orderly on the expansive tarmac, all dressed in the attire of the Dragon Kingdom, waving small flags. A banner was unfurled behind them, and the crowd was meticulously arranged to warmly welcome the arrival of Jiaxing Media from the Dragon Kingdom. The spectacle was nothing short of overwhelming, a sea of people with flags fluttering, creating an incredibly stirring atmosphere. Even Lu Xiaojia, who had been reborn, was astonished by the sight, not to mention Yang Mi, Riba, and other employees from Jiaxing Media. Riba's cheeks flushed crimson as she exclaimed, "Boss. This time the reception is even more extravagant than the last." Yang Mi, equally astonished, remarked, "Xiaojia, do you think Powell's grand welcome will stir up a commotion in the United States?" Lu Xiaojia quickly regained her composure and replied, "Is there any need to say? Of course it will." The flight attendants at the airport and the gathered media were left in a state of shock by this incredible scene. They began to fervently take photographs and record videos, subsequently uploading them to Douyin, Facebook, and various news outlets. This astonishing moment sparked a tremendous uproar in the United States. Although the people were aware of Disney's President William Powell's fondness for Dragon Kingdom culture, few anticipated the depths of his dedication. The news spread worldwide, shocking the global media. In countries such as Sakura Nation, Korea, Bear Country, and Base Country, netizens went into a frenzy, igniting a storm of discussion. Did the Sakura Nation's dignitaries receive such a grand reception when visiting the United States? Sakura Nation netizens began to question their existence. Was this still the lofty United States? Look at those Americans, joyfully welcoming the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Base Country citizens were in disbelief, while Korean netizens even audaciously questioned whether Lu Xiaojia was one of their own. The news reached the Dragon Kingdom, causing Weibo to crash for half an hour due to an overwhelming surge of trending topics. Thankfully, with the prompt maintenance by engineer Xin Lang and the allocation of bandwidth resources, it gradually returned to normal. The spectacle of Jiaxing Media's private jet landing at an American airport, met with an unprecedented welcome from thousands, was not an isolated incident, but this time it was even more extravagant and breathtaking. Jiaxing Media truly epitomized the brilliance of the Dragon Kingdom. Beneath the trending topics, numerous netizens expressed their excitement, with some commenting that they initially thought it was a movie set. "I thought our new film from the Dragon Kingdom was set to premiere in the United States. Jiaxing Media is truly grand, managing to create such a large filming scene." However, the videos revealed that the welcoming crowd were employees of Disney and A&G. Why was Jiaxing Media receiving such a fervent reception from these two American giants? Are you on a village internet connection? Jiaxing Media is no longer merely a media company from our Dragon Kingdom. They have also entered the boards of Disney and A&G. What? Jiaxing Media is now on the boards of both American giants? Isn't the United States usually resistant to us? Who knows? But Jiaxing Media has indeed achieved this remarkable feat. On the Hiya forum, the homepage was filled with various posts celebrating Jiaxing Media's unprecedented welcome in the United States. The scene of thousands welcoming Jiaxing Media was absolutely breathtaking. Look at those Americans, all dressed in the attire of the Dragon Kingdom, waving small flags and unfurling banners. They appeared more like citizens of the Dragon Kingdom than we do. Yang Mi has emerged. Riba has also come out. The handsome young man between them must be the rumored big boss, Lu Xiaojia. This guy is truly impressive. Not only is he flanked by beautiful companions, but he also enjoys the grand treatment of a 1,000-person welcome. If I didn't know he was the big boss of Jiaxing Media, I would think he was the leader of some Chinese nation. I estimate that even heads of state might not receive such treatment. While the netizens on Hiya forum marveled and gasped, they also pondered why Jiaxing Media was receiving such a grand welcome. Was it because they had previously triumphed over Disney in business battles? Or was it simply due to the Disney chairman's fondness for Dragon Kingdom culture? Although it was known that the Disney chairman appreciated Dragon Kingdom culture, it still seemed somewhat absurd. The users on Hiya Forum couldn't come up with a definitive reason, so the discussion devolved into a chorus of praises. Everyone believed that Jiaxing Media had brought glory to the Dragon Kingdom. After joining the boards of two American giants, it was equivalent to gaining a voice in the United States, allowing Dragon Kingdom's film and television productions to be promoted more effectively in the country. At New York Airport, Lu Xiaojia, welcomed by William Powell and over 10,000 American employees, boarded a luxurious RV. The last time he visited the United States, William Powell had arranged several business vans. Lu Xiaojia later advised him to keep a low profile, expressing his preference for RVs. Hence, this time they switched to an RV. The luxurious RV was exceedingly comfortable and spacious, featuring seating, a dining area, and a meeting room. At that moment, in the meeting room, Lu Xiaojia occupied the main seat, with Yang Mi and Reba on either side. Additionally, there was William Powell, as well as Tang Xiaolong and Tang Xiaohu, the captains of the bodyguard team. William, you need the Dragon Kingdom's bodyguard team, so I brought them with me, Lu Xiaojia introduced. Tang Xiaolong and Tang Xiaohu are both exceptionally skilled retired special forces from the Dragon Kingdom. They are responsible for the security of the hundreds of security personnel from Jiaxing Media. William Powell was exceedingly excited and hurriedly stood up to warmly greet the two serious-looking retired special forces. Tang Xiaohu and Tang Xiaolong were somewhat reserved, but William Powell paid no mind. After all, special forces are typically like that, silent, composed, and steady. Seeing that both sides had become acquainted, Lu Xiaojia continued, William, you can choose one of them to stay in the United States to assist you. William Powell pondered for a moment and replied, I'll go with Xiaolong. I appreciate Dragon Kingdom culture, and Xiaolong has the character dragon in his name. Lu Xiaojia nodded, very well, Xiaolong. You and 50 security personnel will remain in the United States to assist William Powell. Tang Xiaolong immediately accepted the order. With the security arrangements settled, Lu Xiaojia then began to organize other matters. On this occasion, Lu Xiaojia arrived in the United States to attend a networking event hosted by two companies and to meet with their board members. Although this was merely one of the reasons for her visit. As Lu Xiaojia's convoy reached the Disney headquarters, she was once again met with an enthusiastic welcome. With a workforce of over 200,000 employees spread across the United States and even overseas, it was impossible for all Disney employees to gather at the headquarters. Similarly, Angie boasted a workforce of 300,000, distributed across various cinemas in the United States, making it impractical for all of them to converge at the headquarters as well. Consequently, around 20,000 employees from both companies participated in this networking event. Lu Xiaojia delivered a passionate speech to the gathered crowd, expressing her support and respect for Chairman William Powell. Although the two companies had previously been rivals, they had now transformed their conflict into cooperation, joining forces to foster mutual growth. The employees present responded with fervent applause and cheers. Subsequently, Lu Xiaojia engaged in closed-door discussions with the board members of both companies. During the meeting, she, representing Jiaxing Media, conveyed their respect for the decisions made by the Disney and Angie boards, assuring them that her company would refrain from interfering in their internal affairs. Her declaration of trust and non-interference brought great relief to the board members, who, while having begun to embrace Dragon Country culture, were still unaccustomed to the idea of Dragon Country directors meddling in their affairs. Lu Xiaojia's words served as a reassuring balm for them. The organization of the networking event by Disney and Angie naturally sparked heated discussions across the United States. Major media outlets reported extensively on how Disney, representing pro-Dragon Country interests, had reconciled with Angie, a traditional conservative powerhouse. This development shed a glimmer of hope amidst the escalating ideological conflicts within the United States. The media's coverage of the event incensed the president of the colorful flag bank, Hughes Rockefeller. Upon witnessing the grand reception that Disney and Angie extended to the visiting Jiaxing Media, he, a staunch conservative, was infuriated and erupted in fury within his office. The fact that Disney and Angie, two colossal companies in the United States, had so humbly welcomed a Dragon Country firm was, in his eyes, a disgrace to their nation. Hughes Rockefeller not only served as the president of the colorful flag bank, but was also a member of the illustrious Rockefeller family, which had held a significant position in the history of the United States. A century ago, the Rockefeller family controlled vast resources and amassed immense wealth, even wielding influence over the nation's economic lifelines. Although the Rockefeller family's prominence had waned over time, their legacy and influence remained substantial. Educated with a strong bias against Dragon Country firms, Hughes vehemently opposed the recent trend of embracing dragon country culture in the United States. The colorful flag bank had even issued a decree forbidding its employees from studying dragon country culture and attending screenings of dragon country films, such as the 12 Zodiac, was strictly prohibited. With gritted teeth, Hughes glared at the news, cursing, Jiaxing Media, daring to acquire our companies and infiltrate the board. Their ambitions know no bounds. Fortunately, with William Powell at the helm of Disney, the situation seemed somewhat contained. Although Powell was also learning about dragon country culture, he bore a grudge against Jiaxing Media. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room. Adams, the manager of the bank's credit department, entered. President, Disney has just repaid the second installment of their loan. Oh, they've made a repayment? Yes, but Disney has only returned $5 billion. Adams's statement furrowed Rockefeller's brow. What was Disney playing at? Initially, the repayment of $200 billion during a crisis was understandable, but now, with A&G under their wing and their situation seemingly improved, why only $5 billion this time? Adams, have you inquired with Disney? Adams nodded. I spoke with them, and they mentioned that the acquisition of A&G required substantial funds, which has strained their cash flow again. As for how much liquidity Disney currently possesses, they declined to disclose that information, citing confidentiality. Rockefeller's frown deepened. It was reasonable for Disney to withhold financial details under the guise of confidentiality, especially following an acquisition that would undoubtedly incur costs. However, the delayed repayment troubled Rockefeller. His previous substantial loans had already raised discontent within the colorful flag bank. His position as president was beginning to waver, especially since the other board members were unaware of his staggering loss of $395 billion. The enormous deficit incurred from short-selling A&G had been concealed. Although the media had previously exposed colorful flag bank's actions, damaging its reputation. Yet, there were no concrete financial proofs provided, and after a few days of media uproar, the issue had been temporarily subdued through public relations efforts. While public opinion had been quelled, the deficit remained a harsh reality. Hughes Rockefeller felt a throbbing headache. Despite wielding power as the president of the colorful flag bank and leveraging his family's influence, he recognized that if the deficit was not addressed, any temporary reprieve would be fleeting. Sooner or later, the situation would explode. With both Disney and A&G procrastinating their repayments, he contemplated legal action. However, reason told him it would be futile. Even if he pursued litigation, as long as the opposing parties hired competent lawyers, it would devolve into a protracted dispute. Presently, Disney was at least gradually repaying its debt. If it came to court, a failure to repay could tarnish Disney's reputation, but it would leave Rockefeller in dire straits. What to do? How can I cover that nearly $400 billion deficit? Rockefeller paced back and forth in his office, muttering to himself. Adams, one of his most trusted confidants and the credit department manager, could not be kept in the dark about these matters. Thus, Rockefeller feigned nonchalance in front of Adams, not hiding anything. After pacing for a while, Rockefeller still found no viable solutions. A deficit of $400 billion was not easily remedied. Beside him, Adams could no longer contain himself and spoke up. President, I may have a solution, though I am uncertain if it will work. Oh, you have a plan. Speak quickly. Whatever it is, as long as it helps us navigate this crisis, I'm all ears. Rockefeller's hopeful gaze turned towards Adams. Adams continued, recently, I have been studying the trends in crude oil prices. I have observed that due to geopolitical tensions, international oil prices have begun to rise. It seems we may be on the brink of a significant upward trend. His tone grew increasingly assured as he added, I have invested my entire fortune, $5 million, on a bullish position in international crude oil. Currently, oil is priced at $60 a barrel. If it rises to $100, my investment will nearly double. With leverage, my profits could multiply several times over. Unable to suppress his excitement, Adams elaborated. I have risked all that I possess, which is merely $5 million. If we could allocate more funds from the company, not only would we earn considerably more, but we could also elevate the oil prices. I believe, given the circumstances, we might as well go all in. He cautioned. Of course, this is merely my perspective. It may not be the best course of action. Rockefeller's eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance as he exclaimed, Indeed, I almost forgot that our Rockefeller family made its fortune in oil. Once, the Rockefeller family had risen to prominence as financial titans in Eagle Country through their ventures in oil. Though their glory in the oil industry had diminished over time, Huxley Rockefeller remained confident in his vision. He would not bring shame to the Rockefeller name. Thus, Huxley Rockefeller hastened to open his trading software to review the latest international crude oil prices. $60 a barrel? On the verge of a breakout? Although not a specialist trader on Wall Street, Rockefeller was still a finance professional and understood some basic analytical techniques. He quickly began analyzing the oil price trends while simultaneously searching for news related to oil prices. He became so engrossed in his analysis of international crude oil trends that he completely forgot Adams was still in the office. Adams, who had also analyzed the trends and was aware of the latest news, could have provided insights had Rockefeller chosen to consult him. Yet, perhaps it was also that Rockefeller, deep down, harbored some distrust towards Adams. He felt compelled to investigate personally. Half an hour later, the expression on Rockefeller's face grew increasingly jubilant as he scrolled through the charts, saying, "This price chart indeed indicates a potential breakout. The current price of $60 a barrel may merely be a consolidation before an upward trend." The excitement in Rockefeller's voice escalated as he noted the geopolitical tensions among oil-producing countries, which could potentially ignite conflict. Should such conflict arise, it would inevitably drive oil prices higher. With his eyes gleaming, Rockefeller declared, "Adams, you were right. Oil prices are indeed set to soar. If we succeed this time, I shall promote you." He immediately promised a promotion. As for bonuses, Rockefeller was reluctant to make any hasty commitments. Although he had the authority to mobilize funds from the Rainbow Bank, these funds remained in the bank's accounts and could only be utilized within the constraints of international norms. He could not spare a single cent. At present, Rockefeller's sole aim was to swiftly rectify the company's financial shortfall. Huxley Rockefeller closed his computer, beaming as he inquired, "Adams, how much capital do you think we should invest this time?" After a moment of contemplation, Adams cautiously suggested, $50 billion? Rockefeller shook his head. No. $50 billion is far too little. He needed to cover a deficit of $400 billion. $50 billion? How could that suffice? While oil trading could indeed involve leverage, such a substantial amount of capital would not yield significant leverage. Moreover, Rockefeller needed to swiftly address the $400 billion deficit. The urgency of the situation was paramount. The board of directors at Rainbow Bank could potentially audit the company's accounts at any moment, which would spell disaster. Too little? Adams pondered and proposed, "What about $200 billion? Adams believed this figure to be sufficiently ambitious. However, Rockefeller shook his head once more, chuckling, "Adams, your courage remains insufficient. This is why I am the president, and you are merely a manager." Adams nodded in acquiescence, puzzled. "Then how much shall we invest?" Rockefeller extended 4 fingers, declaring, $400 billion. Adams was taken aback. This amount surpassed his expectations. He had not anticipated that Rockefeller would possess such audacity after consecutive failures. Adams could only silently marvel at the distinctiveness of a century-old financial dynasty. At that moment, Rockefeller approached, patting Adams on the shoulder. "Young man, your courage is lacking. You must gain more experience." Adams nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Rockefeller led Adams to begin reallocating funds. During this process, Rockefeller conveyed to the employees of Rainbow Bank his esteem for Adams, causing them to regard him with newfound respect. Meanwhile, at the Disney headquarters, William Powell leaned closer to Lu Xiaojia and whispered, "Xiaojia, I just received news from our informant at Rainbow Bank. President Huxley Rockefeller is mobilizing $400 billion to take a long position on international crude oil." Lu Xiaojia nodded, pleased. "Excellent. We have finally ensnared Rainbow Bank." The conversation between Lu Xiaojia and William Powell was conducted in hushed tones, audible only to Yang Mi and Reba nearby. Yang Mi looked at Lu Xiaojia in shock, and Reba mirrored her astonishment. However, with others present at a distance, neither woman spoke. "William, instruct our clandestine investment team to commence operations. We shall begin to short international crude oil incrementally," Lu Xiaojia directed. William Powell hesitated momentarily, responding, "While Disney's investment of $400 billion could indeed bolster international oil prices, the vast oil market cannot possibly fluctuate significantly due to this sum alone. However, I have analyzed the recent oil market trends, and it does appear that there is a tendency for a breakout." Being an elite from Wall Street, even as Disney's chairman, William remained vigilant regarding the capital markets. He had also come across media reports indicating recent unrest among oil-producing nations, suggesting a precarious situation. Despite acknowledging Lu Xiaojia's status as the king of Wall Street, the dynamics of oil prices coupled with recent geopolitical tensions left him feeling somewhat apprehensive. Lu Xiaojia nodded. "William, I am aware of your analysis. However, if we were to consider every perspective, then wouldn't everyone trading futures or stocks be profiting?" William Powell was momentarily taken aback, and then continued to address Lu Xiaojia. "I do not mean to suggest that technical analysis is futile. Nor do I imply that monitoring news and being aware of the prevailing circumstances is without merit. What I mean is that whether in the stock market or commodities trading, the winds of fortune are unpredictable. Some changes, akin to a black swan event, are beyond anyone's anticipation. Once again, William Powell was struck by a sudden realization. Lu Xiaojia was indeed correct. No matter how skilled a trader or how esteemed an investment maestro, when confronted with unforeseen changes and black swan events, even the most adept could face ruin. However, how could one predict what black swan events or changes might occur? The confusion was evident on William Powell's face, mirrored by Yang Mi and Ba beside him. Although not as specialized as the two men, they possessed a basic understanding of the subject matter. Lu Xiaojia spoke calmly. This is known as market intuition, an extraordinary phenomenon that eludes precise explanation. In due course, you will come to comprehend it. Market intuition? Yang Mi and Ba exchanged bewildered glances, unaware of its meaning. In contrast, a look of enlightenment dawned upon William Powell. The concept of market intuition was nebulous and elusive. Indeed, some trading savants and speculative experts possessed such a phenomenon. Perhaps this was the reason Lu Xiaojia had ascended to the status of the king of Wall Street. Consequently, William Powell promptly began preparations to short oil. Lu Xiaojia, wishing to keep his enigmatic identity as the king of Wall Street concealed, opted not to accompany Powell to the covert investment bank located not far from Wall Street. However, Tang Xiaolong, along with several security personnel from the Dragon Kingdom, accompanied William Powell as his bodyguards to the 5-story building. William Powell gazed at the Dragon Kingdom bodyguards beside him, feeling a sense of relief. With such skilled martial artists in proximity, his safety was assured. During their days in the Eagle Sauce Nation, William Powell had facilitated the necessary documentation for Tang Xiaolong and his companions. Their waists bulged with the unique equipment of the Eagle Sauce Nation. At present, William Powell had assumed the position of chairman of Disney. Regardless of his status or wealth, he could swiftly procure these items. Upon entering the trading room, William Powell exclaimed excitedly, "Brothers, it's time for action." The traders present looked up in astonishment. The battle between bulls and bears at Angie was barely behind them. And now they were to engage in another trading war? This time, we are shorting oil. Oil? Shorting? The traders were taken aback. Oil futures are renowned globally for their substantial trading volume. The participants in these transactions include not only Wall Street investment banks but also numerous investment funds, development banks, and the clandestine capital of oil-producing nations. The international oil market is of immense significance. It impacts the economic lifeblood of numerous countries. This was a battleground where dragons and tigers contend. The traders' eyes widened with shock at the prospect of shorting oil. All present were professionals and were acutely aware of the current geopolitical crises. In such tumultuous times, the risks associated with shorting oil were staggering. Moreover, driving oil prices down would trigger a chain reaction. Particularly for those oil-producing nations, a decline in oil prices would severely affect their economies. The oil-producing nations would undoubtedly resist. Given their substantial financial resources, should they take action, the consequences could be dire. William Powell noticed the astonishment etched on the faces of the traders. In truth, he too felt a deep sense of shock. He could not fathom why Lu Xiaojia would choose to short oil. Oil is a commodity with practical value, omnipresent in various facets of social life. No matter how much it declines, oil maintains a fundamental price support beneath it. With tangible existence, storage costs, and a vast market, oil would not plummet to absurd levels. This underscores a critical point. Shorting oil entails not only immense risk, but even if one were to succeed against the odds, the profits would be marginal. The risk-to-reward ratio was utterly disproportionate. Thus, not only were the traders perplexed, but William Powell was equally confounded. However, his reverence for Lu Xiaojia compelled him to execute his orders without hesitation, despite his doubts. Let us not linger in confusion. Let us act swiftly and arrange our orders. William Powell clapped his hands, rousing the stunned traders from their reverie. Indeed, we are merely employees. We shall follow the directives of our boss. We can only hope that he chooses wisely. Even if we cannot reap significant gains, let us not suffer excessive losses. Just recently, our boss generously distributed substantial bonuses. Such a leader is rare to find. In the international oil market, a rare fluctuation had recently emerged. A substantial amount of capital had entered the market, initiating purchases of oil, causing prices to rise gradually from $60 per barrel to approximately $65. Of course, this outcome was not solely attributable to that influx of capital. Recent geopolitical tensions had indeed rekindled the focus on oil-producing nations, bringing them back into Wall Street's view. The increase in oil prices from $60 to $65 was the result of concerted efforts. At the headquarters of Rainbow Bank, Hugh Rockefeller stared at the trading screen with palpable excitement, exclaiming, "It has risen. Another dollar increase. The price of oil has surged by $5. Our accounts at Rainbow Bank have gained several billion in unrealized profits." Beside him, Adams hurried to congratulate. "Congratulations, President. If this trend continues, it won't be long before the company's deficit of $400 billion is rectified. We might even turn a profit." Rockefeller replied appreciatively, "Adams, it was your brilliant suggestion. Once we recover from this deficit, I shall promote you to vice president." His promise of promotion reflected his elation. However, this time, Rockefeller refrained from injecting further funds into oil. He had been sufficiently frightened by previous losses and now sought only to quickly remedy the shortfall. Thus, Rockefeller opened the news screen once more, repeatedly searching for international news. His focus was entirely on favorable reports regarding the rise in oil prices. Any adverse news was conveniently filtered out. The world is vast, and each day brings a plethora of news, both positive and negative. Ordinary traders typically hone in on stories they find intriguing. Even professionals often unconsciously overlook unfavorable news, paying closer attention to information that benefits them. Lu Xiaojia had spent several days in the Eagle Sauce Nation. Initially, he met with the directors of Disney and A&G, followed by meetings with employees from both companies, and later toured the A&G cinema. These activities were immensely beneficial for promoting Dragon Kingdom's film industry. Thus, Yang Mi, the proprietor of Jiaxing Media, was particularly diligent. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaojia remained as composed and at ease as ever. After concluding matters in the Eagle Nation, Lu Xiaojia returned to the Dragon Kingdom, leaving Tang Xiaolong and others behind. One day, Lu Xiaojia nodded, prompting Reba to quickly grab her phone. "Boss, whose number should I dial?" "William Powell," came the reply. The call connected. "Lu Xiaojia, what can I do for you?" William Powell's voice resonated through the line. Lu Xiaojia inquired, "How much have we invested in shorting crude oil?" $850 billion, William Powell responded promptly. "We began shorting at around $60. And the current price of crude oil is approximately $65. We are facing a nearly $100 billion loss." The tone of William Powell's voice was somewhat somber, as he felt a sense of guilt over such a substantial loss, the largest he had encountered since following Lu Xiaojia's trading strategies. Upon hearing about the substantial loss, Lu Xiaojia exhibited no visible reaction, merely nodding calmly and replying, "I understand." Her composure slightly eased William Powell's anxious feelings on the other end of the line. Nevertheless, he advised, "Lu Xiaojia, should we not exercise caution? Crude oil differs from other commodities. It is tied to the lifeblood of the world economy and impacts the economies and livelihoods of many oil-producing nations. Crude oil is not a market that can be manipulated by a single major investment bank." William Powell's concerns were not unfounded, given the immense scale and influence of crude oil. The international oil market is populated by a diverse array of financial moguls, industrial tycoons, and state funds, all vying for a stake. Even with Lu Xiaojia's considerable wealth of $500 billion, making her the secretive world's richest person, she could not completely control the crude oil market. Understanding his apprehension, Lu Xiaojia reassured him, "I know, rest assured, I have my plans. You only need to execute according to the strategy." "Understood." William Powell agreed instantly upon hearing Lu Xiaojia's final decision. He was merely Lu Xiaojia's proxy in the Eagle Nation, with all decision-making authority resting firmly in her hands. Once Lu Xiaojia resolved to proceed, he would continue shorting international crude oil. After hanging up, Reba, her expression troubled, remarked, "Boss, William Powell has a point. I've been following international news, and reports indicate that relations between two oil-producing countries are extremely tense, with incidents of border skirmishes already occurring. If hostilities break out, crude oil prices are bound to soar, and our short positions would incur significant losses." Reba's lovely brows furrowed in concern. Yang Mi set down her reports and approached Lu Xiaojia from behind, advising, "Xiaojia, I understand your desire to acquire more funds to promote Dragon Kingdom's film and culture. However, we cannot act hastily. Although Jiaxing Media has entered the Eagle Nation market, it is still in its nascent stages. Our international reputation is insufficient. A substantial loss could adversely affect our fledgling overseas business and reputation." In her anxiety, Yang Mi momentarily forgot that these funds were not Jiaxing Media's own. Upon hearing Yang Mi's words, Lu Xiaojia seemed to have an epiphany and responded, "Xiaomi, you are correct. Jiaxing Media's reputation is still lacking. especially in the international arena, where we cannot yet compare to established giants like Disney. You have reminded me. We can leverage this opportunity to enhance Jiaxing Media's standing on the global stage. Enhance our international reputation? Yang Mi asked, perplexed. How do we achieve that? Isn't it straightforward? Jiaxing Media can also short crude oil. If we succeed, our standing will surely rise. Lu Xiaojia's suggestion left Yang Mi aghast. What? Jiaxing Media is also going to short crude oil. It's one thing for you to do it, but dragging Jiaxing Media into this? If it all goes wrong, I, as Yang, might not even have enough to support you. Riba also bore a shocked expression. What's wrong? Are you both afraid? Lu Xiaojia smiled faintly. How about we place a bet? Boss, are we betting again? Riba's eyes lit up at the prospect, her previous concern forgotten. Yang Mi interjected disapprovingly, Xiaojia, you mustn't act rashly. This speculative market is fraught with danger. A single misstep could spell disaster for Jiaxing Media. Danger? Certainly. There's danger, Lu Xiaojia acknowledged. However, high risks accompany high rewards. If Jiaxing Media successfully shorts crude oil, not only will we garner substantial profits, but we will also gain immense international acclaim. This would benefit Jiaxing Media and promote Dragon Kingdom's film and culture. Seeing Lu Xiaojia's unwavering resolve, Yang Mi understood that he was serious. Though Jiaxing Media was a partnership between Yang Mi and Lu Xiaojia, it ultimately belonged to Lu Xiaojia. Thus, she nodded in agreement. Very well. Since you've made your decision, let's proceed. After all, Jiaxing Media is yours. If we go bankrupt, we can always sell pancakes. Yang Mi's mention of selling pancakes elicited a chuckle from Lu Xiaojia, clearly indicating her skepticism about the shorting venture. It was understandable. Rational individuals would be apprehensive. Soon after, Jiaxing Media invested its own funds and commenced shorting crude oil. Before long, news of this decision spread through the market. Wall Street investment banks expressed confusion and disbelief. Jiaxing Media? Aren't they merely a film and media company? Why are they venturing into futures trading? Have they inflated their egos after producing a few films? They may excel in media, but they are certainly out of their depth in financial investments. Has Jiaxing Media lost its mind to choose to short crude oil, a leading commodity that is integral to national economies and livelihoods? Is it truly that easy to short it? Wall Street analysts unanimously rejected the notion of Jiaxing Media's success, with some speculating that the company, having made gains from prior business battles by successfully shorting competitor stocks, mistakenly believed that stock trading and futures trading were similar. How naive, they scoffed. Futures investment, particularly in crude oil, can lead to complete financial ruin with a single miscalculation. This reckless behavior could obliterate the foundation they have painstakingly built. At that moment, the conservative stronghold of the Eagle Nation, Facebook, was enveloped in an atmosphere of long-awaited celebration. Countless conservative netizens, as if celebrating Christmas, frantically posted in jubilation, "Rejoice." For Jiaxing Media from the Dragon Country dares to venture into the futures market, shorting crude oil. They must have lost their minds. The international crude oil market is fraught with complexities that are beyond the imagination of the average person. In terms of depth, crude oil trading is second only to foreign exchange. How can a mere Jiaxing Media boldly charge in? They are utterly ignorant of the consequences. Heaven bless our conservative forces in Eagle Country. Jiaxing Media is finally on the brink of collapse. The bankruptcy of Jiaxing Media will swiftly diminish the fervor that has swept through the film and cultural industry of the Dragon Country and Eagle Country. We can begin to celebrate. The news of Jiaxing Media's entry into the international futures market caused a tremendous uproar domestically in the Dragon Country. Microblogging platforms were abuzz with trending topics centered around Jiaxing Media, but this time, the discourse was not one of praise. Instead, it was filled with concern and skepticism. It is hard to believe that a company deeply rooted in the film industry would choose to engage in international futures trading. Is the light of the Dragon Country, Jiaxing Media, destined to falter? Jiaxing Media shorting international crude oil? They are a media company, not an industrial firm. Industrial companies may need to hedge and engage in risk management, which could be understandable. But Jiaxing Media, a film company, what business do they have with crude oil futures? The most critical issue is that Jiaxing Media is shorting crude oil. Anyone with a modicum of financial knowledge knows that shorting oil futures is ill-advised. Crude oil prices, regardless of how much they fall, will not plummet excessively. Yet, should there be an increase, the prices could skyrocket to astonishing heights. Shorting crude oil is akin to spending $8 to enjoy a performance, only to be confronted by a hefty performer. The discussions on microblogging and forums erupted into chaos. How could Jiaxing Media possibly short crude oil? This could spell disaster for the Dragon Country, which has only recently established a foothold in the Eagle country's film industry. The decision-maker appears to be Ms. Yang, the owner of Jiaxing Media, a graduate of the Beijing Film Academy and a former actress, who seems to lack any understanding of finance. Indeed, would it not be more prudent for Ms. Yang to focus on her film endeavors rather than meddling in the financial markets? Can a former star like her truly grasp the intricacies of the international crude oil market? Jiaxing Media is likely to falter under her leadership. Numerous forum users expressed their shock, with a prevailing sentiment of skepticism regarding Jiaxing Media's cross-industry investment. Such ventures are considered a grave taboo in the capital market, and many companies have met their demise due to reckless cross-industry investments. Jiaxing Media's audacity is even more pronounced. They have chosen to enter the extraordinarily high-risk international futures market, and have opted for the formidable crude oil. Even those who are not financially savvy quickly realized, thanks to others' insights, that crude oil prices are exceedingly difficult to navigate. Alas, just as Jiaxing Media emerges as a beacon of hope for the Dragon Country, it seems poised to falter at the hands of Ms. Yang, who has become likened to a modern-day Wu Zetian. She threatens to squander all of Jiaxing Media's capital. As despair gripped the forum, users directed their ire towards the decision-maker, Ms. Yang. At the headquarters of Jiaxing Media, Ms. Yang was clearly distressed. She was acutely aware of the fervent public outcry. Even her former employer, Mr. Kai from Lu Xiaojia Media, reached out to her, subtly warning, "Mimi, your Jiaxing Media is flourishing, but do not let it go to your head." Mr. Kai's words were somewhat veiled, yet the implication was unmistakable. He disapproved of Ms. Yang's decision. Ding, ding, ding. Lu Xiaojia's phone rang incessantly. Various titans of industry from the Dragon Country, including Mr. Ma from Ali and Mr. Zhang from Douyin, were calling to inquire about Jiaxing Media's situation. "Lu boss, I just saw the news stating that your Jiaxing Media is shorting international crude oil. Have I been overworked and misread?" "Mr. Ma, your eyes are perfectly fine." Lu Xiaojia replied with a wry smile. Our Ms. Yang analyzed the situation and believes that there may be a correction in international crude oil prices. Mr. Ma was taken aback. "Your media company is analyzing oil prices? And this insight comes from a film academy graduate? This is absurd." Though Mr. Ma's Ali company had previously clashed with Jiaxing Media, the current Jiaxing Media represented the hopes of the entire Dragon Country's media industry. Thus, Mr. Ma sought to counsel Lu Xiaojia, "You are still young. Keep your composure and do not let yourself be swayed by a woman's charm. Why not stick to making films, instead of venturing into futures trading? This is a recipe for disaster." After hanging up with Mr. Ma, Lu Xiaojia continued to receive calls from various partner companies, all offering cautionary advice. Lu Xiaojia remained unperturbed, casually responding while sipping on some Westlake Longjing tea. However, the incessant calls took a toll on Yang Mi, who was visibly frustrated. In the current climate of public opinion in the Dragon Country, she had become synonymous with disaster, perceived as the femme fatale poised to ruin Jiaxing Media. Yet, Yang Mi could not clarify her position, for she was the president of Jiaxing Media, and this decision was indeed hers to announce. With a scowl, she shot a glare at Lu Xiaojia. Meanwhile, at Disney's headquarters in Eagle Country, William Powell discreetly answered a call in a corner of his office. "Adams, what is it?" The caller was Adams, a credit manager from Rainbow Bank, who stood alone on the rooftop, feeling the breeze. "Chairman Powell, I just saw the news stating that Jiaxing Media from the Dragon Country is shorting crude oil futures. Is this true?" When Shoes Rockefeller saw this news, he could hardly contain his glee, feeling that Jiaxing Media was finally facing its reckoning. Adams felt anxious and apprehensive. He had now joined Powell's covert operations. All were on the same team, yet Powell's plan to elevate him to the presidency of Rainbow Bank seemed to be at risk. Though Powell himself was skeptical about the shorting of crude oil, he remained an unwavering ally of Lu Xiaojia, viewing him as a mentor. He could not openly question his mentor's decision in front of others. "Adams, do not panic. Everything is under control." The tone of William Powell was remarkably composed, reminiscent of mentor Lu Xiaojia. This alleviated some of Adams' anxiety. However, once the call ended, Adams remained fixated on the fluctuations of international crude oil prices, his expression still tense and anxious. This scene caught the attention of Hugh Rockefeller, president of the Saichi Bank, who nodded in approval. "This young man is commendable. He knows to keep an eye on oil prices and alleviate my concerns." Adams' standing in Rockefeller's esteem rose once again, solidifying his position as a trusted confidant. In recent days, international crude oil prices had consistently remained above $65, undergoing continual consolidation. The trend suggested a significant surge was imminent, prompting many bullish investors to prepare for a substantial buy-in. In Longhua, numerous netizens interested in Jiaxing Media were also monitoring the movement of oil prices. The Hiya Forum and Weibo frequently posted updates regarding oil price trends, each update attracting hundreds of thousands of replies. Oh dear. The oil price remains above $65 and shows no signs of dropping. It's over. How could Jiaxing Media choose to short the market? It's all Yang Mi's fault. That vixen. She truly is a calamity. As this sentiment echoed, new updates continued to pour in. The latest news reported that international oil prices had surpassed $66. Within just a minute of the update, there were 100,000 replies. Wow, it has risen to $66. Jiaxing Media's short position is deepening in losses. I've always warned against shorting oil, but Jiaxing Media never heeded my advice. Now look where we are. If this keeps up, their losses will continue to escalate, inevitably impacting their film and television operations. We, Longhua Film, have just established a foothold in the Eagle Nation, and now we might have to withdraw? What's infuriating is that the reason for the withdrawal is due to the blunders of our own people. Alas, throughout Longhua's history, many endeavors that should have succeeded ultimately failed because of internal strife. The misfortune brought by Yang Mi is tremendous. That vixen. Her reputation is well-deserved. The trending topics on Weibo finally shifted from positive news about Jiaxing Media to rare negative developments. International oil prices continued to rise, and Jiaxing Media's short positions were suffering ongoing losses. Who should be held accountable for Jiaxing Media's decline? If the pride of Longhua, the star of the media, truly falls, who is the true culprit? Beneath the trending topic, a poll was initiated. Within moments, the number of participants surged past 1 million. With only two options, Yang Mi and He Ba. Two options were necessary to initiate the poll. The voting numbers skyrocketed, with Yang Mi receiving over 99% approval, leading the poll overwhelmingly. Simultaneously, another piece of news swept across Longhua's online community. The latest reports indicated that two major oil-producing nations had engaged in a border dispute that escalated into conflict, with one citizen of Kagwa and two from Igwa injured in the clash. Consequently, international oil prices surged. Just moments ago, they had surpassed $69 and were on the verge of breaching the $70 mark. Below the poll post, countless Longhua netizens were left in shock. Is a geopolitical crisis about to erupt? If these two countries truly go to war, international oil prices will undoubtedly soar. Jiaxing Media is in real danger. Experts have long warned that oil prices are prone to rise and difficult to fall. Even a slight disturbance can trigger a frenzy of escalation. Jiaxing Media's decision to short against the tide. Alas, it's all Yang Mi's fault. A flood of appeals demanded that Yang Mi cannot serve as the president of Jiaxing Media. Yes, she should just focus on her acting. What does a movie star know about being a president or engaging in futures trading? It's a complete mess. Let us go together to Jiaxing Media's Weibo and call for posts demanding that this vixen Yang Mi be removed from her presidential position. The Weibo followers of Jiaxing Media had significantly increased due to previous business battles, reaching around 10 million. Today, the number of followers surged again, swiftly surpassing 15 million and continually climbing. The comments on Jiaxing Media's official Weibo were filled with calls for Yang Mi to step down. Vixen, you vixen. Hurry and resign from your position as president of Jiaxing Media. Please, just go back to acting and stop ruining Jiaxing Media. If Yang Mi doesn't leave, Jiaxing Media will not thrive. Moreover, the situation was even more exaggerated on Yang Mi's personal Weibo. After the success of Sningjian San, she had opened her Weibo account and garnered a significant following. However, due to her busy schedule managing Jiaxing Media, she had not effectively maintained her account, preventing her followers from exceeding 10 million. Yet today, her follower count was rapidly increasing, surpassing the 10 million mark and nearing 20 million. Though many were detractors, they echoed sentiments of disappointment. Yang Mi, you used to be quite likable, but now, you have looks, you have acting skills, you have investment acumen. But please, stop messing around with Jiaxing Media and focus on your acting, okay? Our hope, Jiaxing Media, is on the brink of collapse because of you. At Jiaxing Media's headquarters, Yang Mi glanced at the negative comments on both the official Weibo and her own, seething in frustration. You may criticize my investment skills, and I can accept that. But calling me a vixen? Fine. I'm not ugly. But how dare someone say my feet smell? My feet do not smell. They are fragrant. He Ba, standing beside her, raised her tiny fist in support. I can attest, Sister Mi's feet have been scented with perfume. Lu Xiaojia was taken aback. Is your focus a bit misplaced? Yang Mi realized her attention had indeed wandered, her face flushing as she said, Xiaojia, international oil prices have reached $69. Should we continue to hold our short position? She appeared somewhat anxious. If they continued to endure, she would truly become the vixen bringing disaster. Heba looked over with a worried expression. Lu Xiaojia, upon hearing this, said nothing but reassured them to remain calm. According to Lu Xiaojia's memories from his past life, the critical events were expected to unfold within the next few days. Sure enough, the following day, a piece of astonishing news emerged. Early the next morning, Yang Mi eagerly opened her computer to monitor the movements of international oil prices. Just yesterday, after surpassing $69, prices had slowly continued to rise. However, by the end of the day, they had not yet truly breached the $70 threshold. Yang Mi opened her computer, eager to see if there had been a breakthrough. She had just turned on her computer when a major news alert suddenly popped up from the instant messaging software. A groundbreaking announcement. The oil-rich nation of Kagwa has made a decision that has left the world astounded. They have confirmed their exit from the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries. Simultaneously, Kagwa declared an increase in crude oil production. The international oil prices immediately plummeted. Yang Mi rubbed her eyes in disbelief at the news before her. In a flurry, she opened her trading software to examine the oil price trends. The sight left her utterly astonished. The price of international crude oil had cascaded dramatically from $70, plunging below $60. And it continued to fall. Oh my! Yang Mi exclaimed, Xiaojia, the oil prices have dropped. Just moments ago, Kagwa had released the latest news about their exit from the OPEC. What? Reba exclaimed. Excitement coursing through her. How much has the oil price fallen? It's now below $60. Our short position not only avoided losses but has turned profitable, she declared triumphantly. Huh. Let's see who dares to call me a seductress now. I am not a femme fatale. Yang Mi and Reba appeared invigorated, bouncing around in the office. Meanwhile, on Wall Street, although it was nighttime, numerous investment banking employees and traders were still monitoring international oil prices. Suddenly, oil prices began to plummet. This scene left many Wall Street traders in sheer disbelief. Shortly after, they witnessed the latest announcement. An oil-rich nation had declared its exit from OPEC. Kagwa intended to expand its crude oil production and increase exports. This was utterly unexpected, a true black swan event. Investment banks and traders promptly began making calls to inform their superiors and colleagues. Some Wall Street traders, previously in a foul mood, were jolted by the ringing phones. Upon answering, they gasped in unison, "Oh my! Oil prices are crashing. How is this possible? What? It has dropped from $70 to below $60? And it's still falling. Wait for me. I am heading back to the office to short it." That night marked a sleepless one on Wall Street. As some Wall Street traders initiated short positions, they recalled a crucial detail, exclaiming, "Oh my! Jiaxing Media! Do you remember Jiaxing Media? They had already shorted oil. Now, with the prices plummeting, Jiaxing Media and Longhua, their early short positions must be raking in profits. Good heavens, Jiaxing Media has actually predicted the right direction. Just days ago, we mocked them for venturing into futures trading, claiming they would incur severe losses or even face bankruptcy. Yet, they are now profiting immensely. It's embarrassing, truly embarrassing." Back at their desks, the Wall Street traders marveled at Jiaxing Media's remarkable foresight while following the trend to short crude oil futures. Consequently, oil prices continued their downward spiral, falling even further. On Weibo, Jiaxing Media once again dominated the trending topics. Shock! International oil prices have plummeted significantly. An oil-rich nation has announced its exit from OPEC. Jiaxing Media has triumphed. Guess how much profit they will make from this substantial drop in oil prices due to their cross-industry shorting. Another poll appeared beneath the trending topic. Wow! As soon as I opened my computer, I was greeted with such explosive news. Oil prices are crashing. Is this real? Just yesterday you all said oil prices were robust and would continue to rise, right? It's true. I checked. And the price of oil has indeed dropped from $70 per barrel to below $60 and is still declining. Unbelievable. Jiaxing Media has actually gotten it right? When Jiaxing Media shorted oil, everyone was skeptical, believing they were heading for massive losses. They even thought it would hinder the expansion of Longhua's media industry. Yet, Jiaxing Media is thriving. We've been utterly proven wrong. Oh no. I criticized Yang Mi yesterday, calling her a seductress. Should I go to her Weibo profile to apologize? I think I also called her a femme fatale. Apologize? You must apologize. Boss Yang, this is not about being a femme fatale or a seductress. She is clearly the finest president of Jiaxing Media, a contemporary financial heroine. Thus, countless Weibo users flocked to Jiaxing Media's official Weibo and Yang Mi's personal account. The last time, they came to criticize Yang Mi. This time, they rushed in to praise her fervently and reflect on their past judgments. Boss Yang, we are sorry. We failed to recognize your talents as a hidden financial genius. We were wrong. Boss Yang, you are neither a seductress nor a femme fatale. You are the greatest support of Jiaxing Media, the best female president in the world. Truly, I have transformed from a critic to a fan. Me too. I will no longer criticize Sister Me, nor will I speak ill of her. Hey, is it you who said Sister Me has smelly feet? Not me, not me. I was misled by rumors, you know? I too am a victim. Yang Mi's fan count surged dramatically, surpassing 30 million, making her the most followed female celebrity on Weibo. At this moment, in the headquarters of Jiaxing Media, Yang Mi gradually regained her composure. She noticed Lu Xiaojia maintaining her usual calm demeanor, which brightened her eyes. Yang Mi approached Lu Xiaojia excitedly, saying, Xiaojia, did you know all along that the oil-producing country would exit OPEC? As she spoke, her beautiful eyes brimmed with shock and disbelief. Reba felt the same way. Lu Xiaojia held a prominent position in Reba's esteem, yet she could not fathom how the boss could predict events occurring thousands of miles away. Lu Xiaojia smiled gently and explained, this matter, while seemingly incredible, is not as complex as it appears. Allow me to elucidate, and you will understand. Upon hearing Lu Xiaojia's intent to elaborate, Yang Mi and Reba immediately adjusted their office chairs to gather closely around her, eager to listen. Lu Xiaojia continued. A few days ago, when we at Jiaxing Media shorted oil, both experts and onlookers expressed skepticism. At that time, geopolitical tensions were evident. Two oil-rich nations were on the brink of conflict. Everyone believed that if war broke out between these two oil-producing giants, oil prices would inevitably surge. Reba blinked her large eyes in confusion, asking, isn't that the case? Lu Xiaojia replied, indeed, if war were to erupt between two oil-producing nations, it would lead to a rise in oil prices. However, in this current era, how could it be so effortless for a genuine war to erupt? The great conflict from a decade ago has already left the oil-producing nations weary and disenchanted. Such minor skirmishes may continue to emerge, yet true warfare seems a distant prospect. Yang Mi and Reba appeared to grasp some of this. Lu Xiaojia continued, since a genuine war is unlikely to unfold, the greatest hopes of those bullish on crude oil will inevitably be dashed. The collapse of these hopes will provoke a fierce backlash. When oil prices begin to plummet, the speed of the crash will intensify. Yang Mi seemed to comprehend part of this, nodding, but all of this hinges on the premise that oil prices can decline. How can you be certain that oil-producing nations will suddenly announce their withdrawal from the Organization of the Petroleum-Exporting Countries and increase their crude oil output? Yang Mi demonstrated her acumen as a savvy businesswoman. Her question struck at the heart of the matter. Everything hinges upon the ability to predict the withdrawal of oil-producing nations from the OPEC. If that cannot be anticipated, then all discussions are mere conjecture. Lu Xiaojia regarded Yang Mi with admiration. Indeed, she proved to be astute in her business insights. Lu Xiaojia continued, you are correct to inquire. The crux lies in how one forecasts the withdrawal of oil-producing nations. In reality, their exit is not as abrupt as one might imagine. It can be traced. Lu Xiaojia opened her computer and perused the latest news, showcasing it to Yang Mi and Reba. Look at this report. Two oil-producing nations are threatening each other, both declaring intentions to ramp up oil production. And here, another article reveals that the oil-producing nation of Kagua has threatened to withdraw from OPEC and expand its crude output. These reports have long indicated that at least two oil-producing nations have contemplated leaving OPEC. Yang Mi and Reba's eyes brightened instantaneously. Nevertheless, Reba questioned, why have we not paid attention to these reports? Lu Xiaojia smiled gently, because your focus has been on the news of rising oil prices. Just like those who are bullish, you do not believe oil prices will decline. Thus, your attention gravitates toward favorable news, subconsciously filtering out the negative reports regarding falling oil prices. Even if you occasionally notice them, you swiftly seek out more prominent positive news to suppress the negative. Yang Mi and Reba displayed expressions of sudden realization. Indeed, they had encountered these reports before, but had failed to genuinely consider them. It was not only them. Even the investment banks on Wall Street shared this oversight. Even professionals can succumb to the herd mentality, observing that the two women seemed to comprehend. Lu Xiaojia added with a smile, many matters require keen observation of the subtle signs in daily life. If you simply calm your minds and carefully observe, you will uncover what you once overlooked. In truth, Lu Xiaojia's assertion held both validity and flaw. It was somewhat of a clever shortcut. Had Lu Xiaojia not been a reborn individual, unaware that oil-producing nations would soon announce their withdrawal from OPEC, it would have been challenging to notice such information. After all, similar news frequently circulates. Whether in stocks or futures, the daily influx of information is overwhelming. Among it, There are both bearish and bullish reports that require careful discernment. Lu Xiaojia already knew the outcome and could reverse engineer the events. Rendering many matters crystal clear, she possessed the advantage of foresight. The international oil price crash initially caused a tremendous stir on Wall Street. Soon after, it reverberated through various strata of the Eagle country. The president of the flag bank, Hugh Rockefeller, was among the second wave of individuals to learn of the news. At the moment he received the information, he was in his office at Flag Bank, preparing to leave for the day. Before departing, he intended to review the crude oil prices and profit margins once more. My current bullish position on crude oil has truly been a stroke of genius. To date, I have already accrued over $10 billion in unrealized gains. A smile graced Rockefeller's face. The total deficit he had created for Flag Bank amounted to $395 billion. Now, he had recouped more than half. As long as the oil price continued to rise, he would completely offset the losses. It seemed that the moment of recovery was not far off. In a buoyant mood, Rockefeller opened his computer screen, adopting a mocking tone as he said, "The Jiaxing Media from the Dragon Country is truly arrogant. How dare they bet against the trend of crude oil? Haha, I'm already over $100 million in profit. You Dragon Country companies have the audacity to extend your reach into our Eagle country. We are the global hegemon, and the Dragon Country shall not encroach upon our domain. Our flag bank boasts substantial capital, a century-old titan of the banking industry in Eagle country. I, a scion of the Rockefeller family, have been steeped in the financial atmosphere since childhood. I am a true professional. How could a media company from the Dragon Country compare? This surge in oil prices will surely bankrupt Jiaxing Media. I shall drive them out of Eagle country." Rockefeller eagerly opened the screen, ready to admire his profits. However, the profit and loss display, coupled with the trajectory of oil prices, left him utterly stupefied. Rockefeller began to suspect whether his computer had malfunctioned. Just as he stood there, dumbfounded, Adams burst in through the door. "President, we have a serious problem. Just now, the oil-producing nation of Cuba suddenly announced its withdrawal from OPEC. They intend to operate at full capacity and significantly increase oil production. International crude oil prices are plummeting. They have dropped sharply from $70 a barrel to $60. And the decline continues." What? Hugh Rockefeller could hardly believe his ears. The oil prices were soaring. Why would an oil-producing nation withdraw from OPEC? What were these oil barons thinking? Yet, his eyes confirmed the truth. International oil prices were indeed in free fall. The chart on the screen exhibited a massive waterfall drop, glaringly evident. Rockefeller trembled as he moved the mouse, incredulously muttering, "It's down to $50-something." In mere moments, the international oil price has plummeted from $70 to below $60. Rockefeller was left speechless. The shock and panic roiling within him were beyond articulation. "We invested $400 billion, he thought, feeling dizzy, in his attempt to recover earlier losses. He had invested $400 billion to go long on crude oil. Yet, instead of recovering the deficit, it had only grown larger. How could this happen? What could possibly be the reason? The Jiaxing Media from the Dragon Country, had they actually guessed correctly? Rockefeller felt as if he might vomit blood. Moments ago, he had been mocking Jiaxing Media for their lack of professionalism, believing their reckless maneuvers would surely lead to catastrophic losses, potentially driving them to bankruptcy. Yet, in less than a quarter of an hour, he was thoroughly slapped in the face. Fortunately, the office was empty at that moment. Otherwise, he would have been utterly humiliated. Rockefeller resembled a pile of disheveled flesh, slumped in his chair, utterly devoid of vitality. The president of the Rainbow Bank exhibited vacant eyes filled with panic, confusion, and disbelief. For a full 10 minutes, silence enveloped the office. Adams, sensing the moment had arrived, finally stood up and spoke. "President, given the circumstances, overthinking is futile. We must devise a feasible solution." "A solution? How do we resolve this? What can be done?" Rockefeller instinctively responded. His mind was foggy, leaving little room for contemplation. Adams continued, "President, the sudden emergence of a black swan in the market was unforeseen. It is not merely a misjudgment on your part. Numerous Wall Street investment banks have also suffered immense losses due to their bullish positions on oil." Adams' words provided some solace to Rockefeller. "Indeed, I am a professional. I am a scion of the Rockefeller family. My investment decisions cannot be flawed. The root cause of this calamity is solely the abrupt black swan event." Observing this, Adams smiled slightly and added, "President, we now have 2 courses of action." "2 courses? Pray tell." Rockefeller inquired eagerly. "First, we could immediately liquidate our positions, converting unrealized losses into actual losses, although this would entail a loss of approximately $200 in principal. Upon hearing this, Rockefeller's eyelids twitched. Liquidate? Transform unrealized losses into actual losses? A loss of 200. The enormity of such a deficit was unimaginable. If publicized, it would create a monumental uproar. Not to mention, my position as president of Rainbow Bank would be irreparably compromised. No, we cannot liquidate. We must not permit unrealized losses to become actual losses. Rockefeller firmly shook his head. Adams nodded in agreement, stating, "You are correct, President. If we refrain from liquidating, there remains a possibility that the unrealized losses may recover. Moreover, the recent Black Swan event struck too suddenly, causing a market panic that precipitated the drastic decline. Once the market digests the adverse news, prices will stabilize." Adams continued his analysis. Although the oil-producing nation, Kugwa, has withdrawn from the oil-exporting organization and announced an increase in production, such expansion is not accomplished overnight. Therefore, I surmise that the decline in oil prices will not endure for long. Rockefeller's eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. Are you suggesting that oil prices will rebound? Adams nodded, affirming that during a downturn, rebounds are inevitable. When oil prices recover, we can liquidate then, thereby mitigating our losses. Rockefeller's gaze brightened. You are absolutely right, Adams. During a decline, rebounds will certainly occur. Our losses will undoubtedly diminish. Furthermore, who knows, they may even rise again. It seemed Rockefeller had an epiphany, his eyes darting as he began to ponder further. On that day, the conservative bastion of the Eagle Nation, Facebook, erupted in turmoil. Oil prices plummeted. From $70 a barrel, they swiftly descended to the $50 mark. Many professionals in our Eagle Nation faced staggering losses. Wall Street investment banks were in despair. Meanwhile, the Dragon Kingdom's Jiaxing Media had seemingly made the right call. What the hell? Jiaxing Media won again? Is it not a film production company? A series of haphazard maneuvers, and they managed to succeed? Our Eagle Nation's Wall Street professionals and financial experts have all suffered tremendous losses. Why is it that Jiaxing Media from the Dragon Kingdom succeeded? I cannot fathom it. It defies logic. Word has it that Jiaxing Media has a female president called Yang, who is not only beautiful but also remarkably astute. The decision to short oil was hers. In other words, the elite of our Eagle Nation's Wall Street and various experts are outperformed by Yang from the Dragon Kingdom. The conservative voices on Facebook were left in shock, utterly speechless. A chorus of lamentation echoed, as if mourning a great loss. The heavens have forsaken our Eagle Nation. The sudden black swan. Jiaxing Media, instead of facing bankruptcy, seized the opportunity to reap substantial profits. The Dragon Kingdom is flourishing. Jiaxing Media's capital is growing ever stronger, and the influence of Dragon Kingdom's film and culture will undoubtedly rise. Our Eagle Nation's media industry is doomed. The news of the international oil price's sudden crash and Jiaxing Media's windfall left the conservative factions on Facebook feeling despondent. The sentiment among the Eagle Nation's conservatives that day was akin to that of a country in ruins. Meanwhile, on the pro-Dragon Kingdom front, Douyin's overseas version presented a starkly different scene. What? International oil prices are plummeting? The tides have turned. Oh my goodness. How miraculous. Is it the mysterious culture of the Dragon Kingdom that has salvaged Jiaxing Media? I recently watched the Dragon Kingdom film, Zodiac, and became utterly captivated. I adore Dragon Kingdom culture. So, does this mean that Jiaxing Media's short positions on oil have transformed from losses into profits? Well, it seems incredible. What an unparalleled feat of strategy. How much will Jiaxing Media earn from this? Please subscribe. Please auto-subscribe. Please send flowers. Please review. Please offer monthly tickets. Please provide data. The users on Douyin's overseas version were astounded. Beneath some trending videos, comments about Jiaxing Media proliferated. Wow. Let me express this in Dragon Kingdom's dialect. Jiaxing Media is phenomenal. Did you hear? Jiaxing Media's comeback is simply a miraculous maneuver. They have delivered a resounding slap in the face to those conservatives, as well as to the Wall Street experts. By the way, what is Jiaxing Media's next film? My entire family wants to watch it together. Yes, us too. We've already watched Zodiac 3 times. My sister can recite the lines by heart. I eagerly anticipate Jiaxing Media's next film. It is bound to showcase even more grand and brilliant Dragon Kingdom culture. At the headquarters of Jiaxing Media in the Dragon Kingdom, the phone in Hotbar's hand continued to ring incessantly. This time, the voice on the other end belonged to Boss Ali Ma. Boss Lu, your phone is incredibly difficult to reach. It feels like a hotline. Ma complained. I dialed for a full 10 minutes before I finally managed to catch a break. Lu Xiaojia modestly replied with a few words. Boss Ma on the other end expressed again. Boss Lu, you have truly astonished me. I just saw the news. International oil prices have experienced a drastic drop. I never anticipated that Jiaxing Media's maneuvers would be so astute. I underestimated you and your boss Yang. Please extend my apologies to your boss Yang. Ali's boss Ma initially conveyed his shock and subsequently expressed remorse for previously believing that Jiaxing Media would falter. Yang Mi, standing beside Lu Xiaojia, beamed with excitement, her face radiant with joy. Although Ali Entertainment had previously lost to Jiaxing Media in the battle for media supremacy, Ali Group remains a top-tier internet enterprise in the Dragon Kingdom. Gaining the recognition of Boss Ma from Ali is indeed a significant accolade. Yang Mi was quite delighted. After hanging up the phone from Boss Ma, Lu Xiaojia turned to the excited Yang Mi and said, "Xiaomi, did you hear? Boss Ma wants me to convey his apologies to you." Yang Mi's eyes sparkled with mischief, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she playfully shook her head. "I didn't hear anything what?" Lu Xiaojia was taken aback. "Could you relay it once more?" Yang Mi smiled faintly, realizing the game afoot. Lu Xiaojia stood tall and declared, "I recall that we placed a bet before shorting crude oil, didn't we? Now that you've lost, what will you say?" As he spoke, his gaze subtly swept over the curvaceous forms of Yang Mi and Reba, leaving an unspoken implication hanging in the air. "No. We never placed a bet." Yang Mi retreated in a fluster. "You merely mentioned it. We didn't actually wager." Reba, on the other hand, blushed charmingly, but did not shy away like Yang Mi. Instead, her dreamy eyes brimmed with anticipation. Just then, the telephone rang sharply, snapping Reba back to reality. She halted in her tracks at the precipice of danger. With practiced ease, she picked up the phone and, after connecting, gently held it to Lu Xiaojia's ear. "Boss Lu, it's your student, Zhang Yimin." On the other end, the voice of Douyin's president, Zhang Yimin, burst forth with uncontainable excitement. Lu Xiaojia paused, perplexed. When did he start calling himself a student? However, now is not the time to dwell on such nuances. Lu Xiaojia replied calmly, "Yimin, I take it you're aware of the crude oil situation?" Zhang Yimin nodded vigorously, enthusiasm palpable in his tone. "Boss Lu, your Jiaxing Media is remarkable. You actually shorted international crude oil ahead of the curve. At the time, my friends and I in the Entrepreneur Club thought you were in over your head. Who would have guessed you'd turn the tables so successfully? Your boss, Yang, is truly a rare female entrepreneur in Longhua. She is indeed the wise, supportive boss Lu. Your investment acumen is exceptional, as is your talent for selecting the right people." Zhang Yimin's respect and admiration for Lu Xiaojia were evident. Previously, Lu Xiaojia had heavily invested in Douyin, proposing various forward-thinking strategies, even facilitating the development of Douyin's international version. Subsequent events validated Lu Xiaojia's astute decisions. Douyin had risen to become the leading short video app in Longhua, a titan of the internet. Even overseas, Douyin's international version thrived. Once dominated by Facebook and trailed by Twitter, the internet landscape in Eagle Country had transformed into a fierce rivalry between Facebook and Douyin, all thanks to Lu Xiaojia. Zhang Yimin's exuberance nearly overflowed through the phone. When he referred to Yang as supportive, Lu Xiaojia remained unperturbed, appearing rather nonchalant. Conversely, Yang Mi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her face a picturesque shade of crimson. Yet, beyond her shyness, she bore no objections. Zhang Yimin lavished praise for a full 10 minutes before reluctantly ending the call at Lu Xiaojia's urging. He yearned to hear more of his mentor's insights. However, Lu Xiaojia had other calls from Longwa's elite awaiting her attention. Sure enough, no sooner had the first call ended than another rang in. "Boss Lu, congratulations. You've given me a monumental surprise and delight. I never expected Jiaxing Media to be so formidable in finance." Calls of congratulations continued to pour in, with Longwa's tycoons reaching out for 2 days thereafter. Lu Xiaojia managed the influx of calls while monitoring international oil prices with an air of leisure. After all, she was not the one answering the phone. "Boss, it seems the oil price has started to consolidate after dipping to $55, Reba remarked, rubbing her sore hands. "Indeed. The bearish news regarding oil-producing nations exiting OPEC seems to have been digested." Lu Xiaojia nodded. "I estimate it will hover around $55 for some time. Should we close our positions?" "We cannot. If we were to close our short positions now, it would impact the market and drive the oil prices up." Lu Xiaojia shook her head. "Besides, the downturn isn't over. It merely requires time. No need to worry. We're already in profit, so what is there to fear?" Lu Xiaojia's words reassured the slightly anxious Reba and Yang Mi. Indeed, given their substantial profits, what was there to be afraid of? Lu Xiaojia continued, "This phase of oil price consolidation will take a while. During this time, we can invest in producing a new film." "A new film?" Both Yang Mi and Reba gasped in astonishment. Jiaxing Media's Zodiac series had ignited a global cinematic frenzy, shattering box office records repeatedly. Consequently, Jiaxing Media reaped enormous profits, with domestic and international box office revenues surpassing 2 billion long currency. Of course, after accounting for expenses, marketing, and cinema shares. Jiaxing Media's net profit wouldn't reach 2 billion, but it was still astounding. No film had ever achieved such monumental profits. Jiaxing Media had truly made history. Meanwhile, the Zodiac series had propelled Longwa's enigmatic culture into the limelight in Eagle Country. Under these circumstances, one could only imagine the fervent attention global film enthusiasts were directing toward Jiaxing Media. The anticipation was almost suffocating. Yang Mi's expression was a mix of excitement and trepidation. Xiaojia, global film fans' expectations for Jiaxing Media have reached a peak. However, this immense anticipation also brings pressure. Yang Mi's unfinished thought was clear. Many fans viewed the Zodiac series as a masterpiece, making it exceedingly challenging to surpass such success. If Jiaxing Media's subsequent films failed to meet audience expectations, the previously stellar reputation could falter, and disappointed fans might turn against them. Furthermore, the momentum generated by the Zodiac series could stall, hindering the promotion of Longwa's mystical culture. Yang Mi and Jiaxing Media's team were acutely aware of this reality, which was why she had refrained from mentioning new film productions, concerned about placing undue pressure on Lu Xiaojia. Upon seeing the expressions of the two women, Lu Xiaojia understood and spoke up. "What is the matter? Do you not have faith in our next film?" "No, it's not that we lack faith," Reba hurriedly clarified. "It's just the success of the Zodiac series has placed immense pressure on us. The colleagues at Jiaxing Media are under considerable pressure." Reba, as Lu Xiaojia's secretary, interacts more frequently with the employees of Jiaxing Media than the aloof boss Yang. Through the office's female assistants, Reba has gained insight into the sentiments of the Jiaxing Media staff. After the immense success of the Zodiac film, the employees are filled with excitement and pride. Yet they are also acutely aware of the substantial pressure they face. Given the phenomenal popularity of the Zodiac, there is a palpable anxiety regarding whether their subsequent projects will meet expectations. The thought of disappointing the audience is daunting. They fear backlash, ridicule, and the scorn of critics. Recalling past instances where such outcomes have occurred, it is undeniably arduous to surpass a groundbreaking predecessor. Yang Mi and Reba gaze expectantly at Lu Xiaojia, eager to learn about the next film project, yet their anticipation is tinged with trepidation. This conflicting emotion leaves them both anxious and hopeful. Lu Xiaojia rises, extending her arms in a casual, almost spoiled manner. Reba quickly realizes her cue and retrieves Lu Xiaojia's clothing from the coat rack, assisting her in dressing. Although Yang Mi is accustomed to this scene, she cannot help but roll her eyes. Once dressed, Lu Xiaojia waves and announces, "Let us go shopping in Xiangjiang." "Xiangjiang? Shopping? Boss, do you remember you promised to take me shopping there?" Reba exclaims, her face lighting up with joy. Lu Xiaojia pauses, thinking, "Did I actually promise?" However, she quickly regains her composure and replies, "Of course. Who am I? I always fulfill my promises." Thus, the three of them, along with some team members, board the private jet of the Golden Dragon, heading towards Hong Kong Island. Xiangjiang serves as the international commercial hub of the Dragon Kingdom, hosting numerous global enterprises with offices established here. The commercial scene in Xiangjiang is thriving, and it has produced many distinguished international film stars and renowned directors. Upon arriving in Xiangjiang, Lu Xiaojia naturally takes Yang Mi and Reba on a shopping spree. As the world's richest person, with assets exceeding $500 billion, Lu Xiaojia's motivation for amassing wealth is to promote Dragon Kingdom cinema and culture globally. Yet, given her immense fortune, indulging in some enjoyment and expenditure is only natural. The trio shops vigorously, inadvertently stimulating the economy and leaving many saleswomen and shopping mall managers in awe. After a frenzied shopping session, Lu Xiaojia glances at the gleeful Reba and casually remarks, "If you keep smiling like that, you might end up with wrinkles." Reba immediately suppresses her smile, appearing concerned. However, she quickly realizes Lu Xiaojia is merely teasing her, exclaiming, "Oh, boss, that's so mean. I'm still a college student." Wrinkles. Noticing that both Yang Mi and Reba have ceased their smiles, Lu Xiaojia shakes her head, inwardly sighing at how the desire for beauty seems to intensify among the most attractive women. "All right, shopping is done. We should get back to business," Lu Xiaojia states. "Business?" Reba inquires, perplexed. "Isn't the business just fulfilling your promise to take us shopping in Xiangjiang?" Yang Mi shoots Reba a knowing glance. "Do you really believe that? You're such a naive sweetheart." "Xiaojia, which director from Xiangjiang do you wish to invite to collaborate?" Yang Mi, demonstrating her acumen as a businesswoman, quickly discerns Lu Xiaojia's intentions. Lu Xiaojia nods approvingly. The director I wish to invite has a significant connection to you. To me? Yang Mi is taken aback. She has never worked in Xinjiang cinema. How could she possibly have any connection? The director I wish to invite is your father. Lu Xiaojia drops this bombshell, leaving Reba utterly shocked. Mimi's dad is a renowned director from Xinjiang? Is he really that impressive? Yang Mi quickly realizes and displays an expression of enlightenment. Is it him? She then gives Reba a sharp slap on the arm. What were you thinking? Haven't you met my dad? You've been to our home for dinner several times. Reba, feeling a bit aggrieved, retorts, but did the boss say your dad? Yang Mi rolls her eyes. Did he say my grandfather? Do you believe that too? Reba instinctively nods, leaving Yang Mi speechless. Stephen Chow. It's Stephen Chow. Upon hearing Yang Mi's words, Reba comes to a realization. As a student at the Shanghai Drama Academy, she undoubtedly knows of Stephen Chow. His films have been a part of her life since childhood. Oh, I got it. Mimi. You appeared as his daughter in one of his films, right? Reba exclaims. You finally figured it out. Yang Mi face-bombs, exasperated with Reba's lack of awareness. Lu Xiaojia, seeing that the two women now understand which director she intends to invite, adds, yes, it's Stephen Chow. What do you think? Isn't he an excellent choice? Yang Mi quickly agrees. Of course, Stephen Chow is outstanding. He is an exceptional top-tier director. His films, such as A Chinese Odyssey, The King of Comedy, and Kung Fu Hustle, are all classics. His works like Shaolin Soccer and Kung Fu are also remarkable. Having once played the daughter in one of Stephen Chow's films, Yang Mi naturally feels a connection to him. However, she still harbors some doubt. While there is no question regarding Stephen Chow's acting and directing skills, Xiaojia, do you plan on making a comedy? The last film from Jiaxing Media, Zodiac, was a special effects kung fu film. Zodiac delved into the mysterious culture and artifacts of the Dragon Kingdom, infused with elements of Chinese martial arts. This has sparked a wave of interest in Dragon Kingdom cinema and culture abroad. Are we really going to shift styles and create a comedy? Wouldn't that be inconsistent with the previous film? Yang Mi, as always, displays her keen insight and business acumen. Her comments hold merit. Currently, the interest in the mysterious culture of the Dragon Kingdom is surging, with many abroad eager to learn about it. Now is the perfect time to capitalize on this momentum. Lu Xiaojia had already considered this, responding in the tone of Stephen Chow, who said that Stephen Chow only makes comedy films. After watching his movies multiple times, one realizes that the humor often masks deeper themes. Is A Chinese Odyssey purely a comedy? No. Is The King of Comedy purely a comedy? Not at all. Even Kung Fu Hustle isn't strictly a comedy. It is simply that Stephen Chow's comedic persona has become so ingrained in the public consciousness that many fans and viewers perceive him solely as a comedic actor and director. When Lu Xiaojia arrived at Stephen Chow's residence, the renowned comedian and director was in his garden, tending to the flowers. Upon hearing Lu Xiaojia's intentions, he continued watering the plants and replied, Boss Lu, I am well aware of the reputation of Jiaxing Media. You wish for me to direct a comedy film? Stephen shook his head, expressing his apologies. I currently lack inspiration and have no desire to return to directing at this moment. Yang Mi and Reba, noticing Stephen's reluctance, exchanged anxious glances, both looking towards Lu Xiaojia, awaiting him to employ his usual financial persuasion. However, Lu Xiaojia shook his head and said, Director Xing, feel free to state any requirements you may have. Stephen continued watering. I am aware that Jiaxing Media is quite wealthy. I have seen reports on this. Moreover, Chen Long has informed me that you have poached the Chen family team. Jiaxing Media does not lack funds. Yang Mi and Reba's expressions brightened, thinking they were close to a resolution. As long as it was a matter of money, it would not be an issue for Jiaxing Media. Stephen continued watering but added, however, if Jiaxing Media wishes to hire me for a comedy, I fear you may be disappointed. I have recently. Lu Xiaojia interjected. Who said we want to hire you for a comedy? Stephen paused, the watering can in his hand halted. Aren't you here to ask me to direct a comedy? Lu Xiaojia shook his head. No. I wish to invite you to direct a film on archaeological artifacts. What? Stephen dropped the watering can onto the grass and turned sharply. Yang Mi and Reba looked at Lu Xiaojia in shock. Boss, you never mentioned wanting to ask Director Xing to film this type of project. Facing Stephen's astonished gaze, Lu Xiaojia nodded affirmatively, indicating, you heard correctly. It is indeed about archaeological artifacts. Stephen, abandoning his gardening, hurried to Lu Xiaojia's side. You truly wish for me to direct an archaeological film? His eyes clearly inquired about the nature of these artifacts. Why the need for such discretion? Lu Xiaojia responded, discretion is necessary. You understand? Stephen nodded vigorously, fully grasping Lu Xiaojia's intent, sharing a moment of mutual understanding. Thus, Stephen extended his hand. I have longed to create a film centered on archaeological artifacts. Let us collaborate joyfully. Lu Xiaojia reciprocated, welcome, Director Xing, to our grand team at Jiaxing Media. Let our collaboration be fruitful. This scene rendered Yang Mi and Riba utterly speechless. What just transpired? Wasn't a refusal just moments ago? How did he agree so swiftly? Stephen has decided to return, but not for a comedy, rather an archaeological film. As Yang Mi and Riba followed Lu Xiaojia out of Stephen's residence, their minds were still in a daze. Just moments prior, after the handshake agreement, Stephen did not inquire about the specific investment amount, merely stating, shooting an archaeological blockbuster is quite costly. Stephen exuded an air reminiscent of his past cinematic prestige. Lu Xiaojia calmly tore off a check, nonchalantly handing it over. Fill in whatever amount you desire. Lu Xiaojia also radiated an inexplicable aura of confidence. At that moment, Yang Mi and Riba could hardly keep pace with the two titans. Their thoughts were a muddled jumble. Until they exited, their minds still buzzing. As the private jet adorned with a golden dragon soared away from Hong Kong International Airport, Yang Mi finally began to regain her composure. She gently inquired, Xiaojia, your idea to invite Director Xing for an archaeological film is excellent and aligns with our previous project, The Zodiac. However, we lack a solid script. If we falter, the consequences could be dire. Lu Xiaojia smiled. Who said we lack a good script? Do you not remember? We have the rights to The Dragon's Quest. I intend to create an enhanced version of The Dragon's Quest. The Dragon's Quest? Yang Mi's eyes widened in disbelief. She recalled that Jiaxing Media indeed possessed the copyright for The Dragon's Quest. However, Jiaxing Media had no prior experience in producing archaeological films. The previous film, The Zodiac, while related to artifacts, predominantly focused on the narrative of their return and featured the rich experience of Chen Long and the Chen family team in martial arts. This situation was entirely different. The Dragon's Quest revolved solely around archaeological artifacts. Moreover, neither Jiaxing Media nor Stephen had any experience in this genre. It could be said both parties were novices embarking on this venture together. The ambition to surpass the success of The Zodiac and meet the fervent expectations of global film enthusiasts was an endeavor of Herculean difficulty. An expression of apprehension and concern crept over Yang Mi's features. Even Riba, usually less perceptive, sensed the overwhelming pressure, appearing quite forlorn. News of Jiaxing Media's invitation to Stephen soon erupted, creating a tremendous stir. However, the sensation was not merely about Stephen's return, but rather the astonishing collaboration of Jiaxing Media and Stephen to produce an archaeological film. This was beyond belief. Have you heard? Jiaxing Media is set to make an archaeological film. How absurd. The previous film by Jiaxing Media, The Zodiac, while artifact-related, was fundamentally a martial arts film. Wouldn't it be better to continue with a sequel to The Zodiac? Jiaxing Media, known for its expertise in the Chen Long martial arts films, suddenly pivoting to archaeological themes. This was outrageous. Even more astonishing was their engagement of Stephen. Stephen is undeniably talented, of that I concede. Yet, he is renowned for his comedic prowess. To enlist a director of comedy to tackle an archaeological film? This was sheer folly. Netizens on Hiya Forum were in an uproar. Stephen holds a significant influence in our generation. I dread that this bewildering archaeological film might tarnish his esteemed reputation in my eyes. What is Jiaxing Media up to? Why did he agree? One misstep could lead to eternal regret. Perhaps it is simply a matter of financial motivation. Yes, Jiaxing Media must have splashed the cash again. Jiaxing Media, I have misjudged you. Previously, I regarded you as the pride of our nation, but now, I perceive you as merely a wealthy fool, relying solely on financial might. The success of Jiaxing Media is purely a stroke of luck. The netizens on Hiya Forum felt that Jiaxing Media had indeed become overambitious. Are they truly prepared to jeopardize the cinematic culture that our nation has painstakingly promoted? Although Jiaxing Media was the pioneering force behind our film industry making waves abroad, the forum participants remained unconvinced. People are exclaiming in dismay, Jiaxing Media has lost its way. The respect we earned from the Eagle Sauce has been squandered. The uproar on Weibo has intensified, leading to a barrage of criticism against Jiaxing Media. Shockingly, Jiaxing Media has invited Stephen Chow to collaborate on a film that leaves audiences astounded. Will Stephen Chow's years of brilliance be tarnished in an instant? Is the light of Jiaxing Media's dragon country about to extinguish? What is Jiaxing Media truly thinking? In just 5 minutes, the voting thread under the trending topic on Weibo has garnered over 8 million votes. Dear fans, Why do you think Jiaxing Media has chosen to partner with Stephen Chow to create a film about archaeology, a field they have never ventured into before? Option 1. Jiaxing Media has become overambitious. Option 2. Jiaxing Media has lost its touch. Only these two options. Both options are climbing in votes. Jiaxing Media has indeed made history on Weibo. Critics on Weibo seem to have forgotten that the cultural wave ignited by Eagle Sauce is largely attributed to the efforts of Jiaxing Media. Countless netizens have surged to Jiaxing Media's official website to express their outrage. Jiaxing Media, have you lost your mind? How could you invite my beloved Stephen Chow to shoot an archaeological film? If Jiaxing Media wishes to tarnish its reputation, please do not involve our Stephen Chow. This only provides fodder for laughter to the Eagle Sauce Nation. Yes, the previous film The Zodiac was splendid, so why has Jiaxing Media suddenly pivoted to archaeology? Is there some hidden agenda at play? Thousands are penning appeals for Jiaxing Media to cease production of the new film. Do not bring shame upon our Dragon Country cinema. Absolutely right. Thumbs up to the previous comment. We have seen too many instances where film companies, after producing a blockbuster, become overconfident, only to follow up with a complete disaster. If Jiaxing Media produces a poor film, it would not only tarnish our Dragon Country's reputation, but also obliterate the years of prestige Stephen Chow has built. I used to quite like Jiaxing Media, but now I feel compelled to become a critic. At the headquarters of Jiaxing Media, Reba is overwhelmed by the harsh criticism online. Feeling utterly wronged as tears shimmer in her eyes, she expresses her grievance. Boss, how can these netizens be so cruel? Not long ago, Jiaxing Media was the pride of Dragon Country, and netizens were singing our praises. How have we suddenly turned into the ones who will tarnish Dragon Country's reputation? Yangmi, as the owner, cannot afford to be as emotional as Reba, yet she too feels a sense of injustice. She sighs, Xiaojia, our film hasn't even officially started shooting yet. Why? Does everyone seem so pessimistic? Lu Xiaojia smiles faintly and replies, netizens are merely following the crowd. Have you forgotten how we divided the Eagle Sauce netizens? Fear not. As long as we create an exceptional film and present a truly remarkable work, won't these doubts dissipate? Hearing this, Yangmi feels no relief. Rather, her worries deepen, as the critical question remains. Can we truly deliver an extraordinary archaeological film? So far, all we know is that the Dragon Quest is based on an online novel. However, transforming a novel into a screenplay requires extensive adaptation, and as of now, we don't even have a script. Who says we don't? Lu Xiaojia interjects swiftly. The script is already finished. Moreover, I have even assembled a knowledgeable archaeological advisory team. Yangmi is taken aback by Lu Xiaojia's words. She has been by Lu Xiaojia's side nearly 24 hours a day. Yet she had no idea that Lu Xiaojia had already secured both the script and the team. Xiaojia, which esteemed screenwriter did you hire? Yangmi asks, puzzled. Lu Xiaojia chuckles. Hire someone? Did you forget? I can write scripts myself. What? Yangmi exclaims in surprise. You wrote the script yourself? Lu Xiaojia had previously penned the script for 10 Miles of Peach Blossoms, which Yangmi found quite impressive. However, she never imagined that Lu Xiaojia could also write a screenplay on archaeology. It is well known that archaeological novels and scripts require a wealth of specialized knowledge. Otherwise, the resulting work would be nonsensical and unworthy of attention. Reba's eyes widen in astonishment, and she exclaims, Boss, you even understand archaeology? How impressive. Lu Xiaojia humbly smiles. I know a little. Yangmi, witnessing their banter, feels somewhat exasperated. Xiaojia, please don't be reckless. Jiaxing Media's previous work, The Zodiac, was a global success. Consequently, many fans hold high expectations for our next film. If our new movie fails to meet those expectations, the repercussions could be unimaginable. As the owner of Jiaxing Media, Yangmi's concerns are indeed valid. Lu Xiaojia merely nods in agreement without elaborating. Seeing the boss nod, Reba promptly opens the laptop in front of Lu Xiaojia. Lu Xiaojia nods again. Reba swiftly picks up Lu Xiaojia's phone. Boss, whom shall I call? Stephen Chow. All right. Beep, beep, beep. Director Lu, I was just about to call you. Stephen Chow, eager to discuss the Dragon Quest, answers the phone. Lu Xiaojia responds, Director Xing, I have a draft of the Dragon Quest script ready. I will send it to you via email shortly. Please review it first, and then we can discuss further. Stephen Chow is taken aback. He did not anticipate that Lu Xiaojia had already finalized the script. His brow furrows. Can a good script truly be prepared in such a short time? Is it not a bit hasty? However, he refrains from voicing his doubts, deciding to wait until he has seen the script. In Hong Kong, at the residence of Stephen Chow, he hangs up the phone and opens his computer to check his email. The subject line of the email regarding the Dragon Quest script gleams brightly with unread notifications. Stephen Chow shakes his head and muses. This director Lu is quite generous and shares a similar approach to dealing with others as I do. We both possess a certain extraordinary charisma, yet he is still quite young. Crafting a good script is no easy feat. Even the most talented screenwriters require considerable time to produce a quality script, involving extensive research and creative inspiration. This is particularly true for scripts related to archaeology, which are notoriously challenging to write. In recent days, Stephen Chow has been troubled by the script issue. As both an actor and director, he understands the profound impact a good script has on an entire film. Many grand productions boast high costs, impressive special effects, and star-studded casts. Yet they fail to impress audiences and fall short of box office expectations, all due to the script. Although Stephen Chow does not harbor high hopes for the hastily sent script from Lu Xiaojia, he knows that as an investor, it is still necessary to review the email. Worst case, he can call back after reading it to point out its shortcomings and seek another script. Thus, Stephen Chow moved the mouse and clicked on the unread email. He summoned his professional directing spirit, meticulously reading from top to bottom, word by word. At the first glimpse of the introduction, his relaxed demeanor abruptly transformed into one of solemnity. His finger gliding over the mouse involuntarily slowed down. As he continued to delve deeper into the script, the gravity etched on his face intensified with each line. By the time he reached the end, his countenance was overwhelmed with sheer astonishment. This is the script for the Goonies quest? How on earth did Boss Lu acquire such a manuscript? Stephen could hardly believe his eyes. It wasn't that the script was subpar. Rather, it was exceedingly exceptional. So remarkable that it surpassed Stephen's wildest imagination. This hastily produced script was, astonishingly, superior to many acclaimed screenplays he had encountered in the past, especially in the realm of archaeology. Achieving such an extraordinary level of brilliance left Stephen utterly astounded. Fearing that his eyes might be deceiving him, he scrutinized the document several times, both top to bottom and bottom to top. The more he read, the more he felt that this was an exceptionally mature, remarkably splendid, and extraordinarily captivating archaeological film script. It was as if it had weathered the test of time and undergone validation in cinemas. Unable to contain himself any longer, he grabbed the phone beside him and quickly dialed Lu Xiaojia's number. He needed to inquire where Lu Xiaojia had found such a prodigious screenwriter. Stephen was eager to meet this exceptionally gifted writer in person. Boss Lu, I just read the email you sent over regarding the script for the Goonies quest. It truly exceeds my expectations. It is simply magnificent. Who authored this script? It is nothing short of divine. Surely, they must have some experience with archaeological artifacts. For otherwise, it would be impossible to pen such a gripping archaeological screenplay. Stephen's voice erupted like a cascade of beans, crackling in Lu Xiaojia's ear. His exuberance was palpable, leaving Reba, who was nearby holding the phone, utterly astonished. She was a fan of Stephen Chow and had never witnessed her idol display such fervor. Even during their time in Hong Kong, Stephen exuded a certain subdued composure, rivaling that of his boss, Lu Xiaojia. They were evenly matched. Yet today, what could account for such a profound emotional upheaval? At that moment, young me, who was busy with company affairs, was also taken aback by the fervent tones emanating from the phone. She set aside her work and looked over. Lu Xiaojia had anticipated Stephen Chow's ecstatic reaction. After all, the script for the Goonies quest he had sent had previously been validated in cinemas, achieving a box office close to $2 billion, surpassing that of Lost in Thailand at the time, and causing quite a sensation upon its release. Naturally, there were some regrets that accompanied its success. Many netizens had dissected and pointed out these shortcomings. Lu Xiaojia had addressed and perfected these flaws in the new script. The version of the Goonies quest that Lu Xiaojia sent was no ordinary script. It was an enhanced, improved edition, poised to elevate the already promising project to new heights. How could Stephen not be astounded? Under the fervent inquiry from Stephen and the expectant gazes of Yang Mi and Reba, Lu Xiaojia responded into the phone, Director Xing. The screenwriter you seek is, in fact, both far and near. Stephen was momentarily taken aback, struggling to grasp the meaning behind Lu Xiaojia's cryptic words. Once he comprehended, he was left speechless, utterly incredulous. You mean to say, this script is written by you? Stephen's eyes nearly bulged out. After years in the industry, he had encountered many seasoned screenwriters. Yet, those experienced writers were either older or had sporadically produced a creative work. But how old was Lu Xiaojia? He had only recently graduated from university. Moreover, Lu Xiaojia had penned an archaeological script. Such narratives demanded not only age but also experience, requiring profound expertise and solid foundations. Facing Stephen's astonishment, Lu Xiaojia calmly nodded. Yes, indeed, it is my work. I have a modest understanding of archaeology. Stephen was taken aback. This was what one called a modest understanding. You could rival me in pretense. However, given that Lu Xiaojia had provided such an exemplary script, Stephen's confidence regarding the film adaptation of the Goonies quest surged immensely. He composed himself, allowing his shock and excitement to subside slightly. Boss Lu, I have perused the script thoroughly. It is incredibly gripping, exceptionally splendid. I can confidently say it stands out as a pinnacle among the screenplays I have encountered. However, producing a film requires more than just a script. We also need a highly skilled professional team. As for the casting of lead and supporting roles, we shall set that aside for now. What I mean is, we require a truly professional archaeological team to provide on-site expertise. Stephen proved himself to be an outstanding actor and director, immediately immersing himself in the work at hand, analyzing the key points and challenges ahead with Lu Xiaojia. Lu Xiaojia listened attentively, nodding in agreement. Ultimately, he replied, Director Xing, all your requests are entirely feasible. To be frank, I have already prepared a professional archaeological team for you. Prepared? Stephen was taken aback. His request was for a genuine professional archaeological team, not mere so-called experts. Furthermore, the filming involved special effects, scenes, and numerous other elements. Especially for an archaeological film, the demands were even more stringent. Without sufficient professionalism and a sense of thrill and realism, moviegoers would not be convinced. This was not just a youth film where a few popular stars could be gathered to attract a willing audience. Jiaxing Media aimed to produce a true blockbuster with spectacular effects that could take the global stage. Seeing Stephen's skepticism, Lu Xiaojia said, How about this, Director Xing? I'll send a private jet to Hong Kong to bring you over. You can meet with several professional teams, and you'll see for yourself. Stephen nodded, albeit with some confusion. Several professional teams? Did this imply more than one? This notion filled him with both curiosity and anticipation as he wondered what kind of professional teams awaited him. After hanging up, Lu Xiaojia immediately summoned the head of his security team, Tang Xiaohu. Xiaohu, please send someone to Hong Kong to fetch Director Xing. Also, didn't you serve as a special forces soldier? I recall you mentioning that during your service, you fortuitously rescued an elderly archaeologist in the remote mountains of the border region. Please invite that elderly gentleman and his team over. We'll cover their round-trip airfare and ensure they are well compensated for their time. Jiaxing Media will not shortchange our own. Lastly, Lu Xiaojia inquired. They are a legitimate archaeological team, correct? Across from him, Tang Xiaohu stood at attention, affirming with conviction, absolutely serious. The old man hails from a genuine lineage of archaeological expertise, not the so-called experts. As he reminisced about the grand scenes he had witnessed during his time as a special forces soldier at the border, Lu Xiaojia interjected, raising a hand to halt his nostalgic recounting. Enough, no more stories. Let's hurry and fetch him. I want to show Xing Dao what true professionalism looks like. After Tang Xiaohu left, Lu Xiaojia nodded approvingly. Reba promptly picked up the phone. Boss, who should I call? William Powell. The phone rang. Hello, Lu Xiaojia. What are your instructions? Came the excited yet solemn voice of William Powell. Each time he received a summons from the organization, he felt a profound sense of sacred duty. William, have you seen the news recently? Jiaxing Media plans to shoot an archaeological film, Lu Xiaojia informed him. William Powell had indeed seen the news and had been puzzled as to why Jiaxing Media would venture into a domain they had never explored before. Such a risk seemed rather daunting. Nevertheless, his confidence in Lu Xiaojia kept his doubts at bay. Lu Xiaojia continued. Hasn't the United States previously produced a Tomb Raider film? As the chairman of Disney, please invite the Tomb Raider production team to Jiaxing Media. We need to gather some references. Certainly. I will arrange it immediately. William Powell replied, accepting the task and beginning to organize the Tomb Raider team's visit to Longhua. In truth, he wished to visit personally. He longed to experience the beauty and culture of Longhua. However, he was aware that there were significant matters demanding his attention. And now was not the time for travel. Meanwhile, Yang Mi remained in a state of profound shock. Lu Xiaojia was making call after call, swiftly arranging one matter after another with impeccable order, as if all of this had been meticulously planned in advance. This stirred a tempest of emotions within Boss Yang. Back in school, Lu Xiaojia had been so unassuming that many classmates had nearly overlooked him. She had thought he was rather lackadaisical in his studies. Little did she know, he was indeed quite remarkable. Yang Mi felt as though she was uncovering new facets of her old classmate, continuously surprised by Lu Xiaojia's capabilities. Not long after, Xingyi arrived in Modu aboard Lu Xiaojia's private jet. Upon entering the conference room of Jiaxing Media, he was met with an astonishing sight. What on earth is this? In the conference room, he discovered a gathering of elderly gentlemen clad in eclectic attire. Some had white hair, others were frail. All appeared quite advanced in age, exuding a feeling of being in the twilight of life. Yet, their physiques were remarkably robust, and their spirits were invigorated, clearly indicating they were no ordinary individuals. Simultaneously, Xingyi noticed several foreigners among them, likely from various countries including India, the UK, and Russia, with a few possibly from the United States. The room was filled with men and women, young and old. Among them, Xingyi even recognized some Hollywood stars. Such a diverse assembly of individuals from all corners of the globe gathered at Jiaxing Media, a vague understanding began to dawn in his mind, igniting a thrill within him. Seeing that Xingyi had arrived, Lu Xiaojia introduced him. "Allow me to present our director for the dragon-seeking technique, Xing Dao." He then began to introduce the talented individuals present. These esteemed gentlemen hail from the remote mountains of Longwei's borders. They are all descendants of professional archaeological families, exceptionally skilled in various archaeological methods and techniques for seeking dragons and probing tombs. I just had a fruitful exchange with them. Lu Xiaojia began to recite. Under the auspicious stars, all is well. Under the ominous stars, misfortune may dwell. Moreover, the fierce dragon does not seek a tomb, but merely wanders aimlessly. Xingyi was left astounded by Lu Xiaojia's words, though he could not comprehend the meaning. He sensed a profound aura of professionalism emanating from both Lu Xiaojia and the elderly gentleman. They too gazed at Lu Xiaojia with astonishment. This young man possessed an exceptional talent for archaeology. They had engaged in only a brief exchange, yet the complexity of the profound phrases he recited was nearly unimaginable. It was well known among these archaeological families that even seasoned professionals required considerable time to grasp and memorize such intricate terminologies, especially when they had been immersed in this knowledge since childhood. Yet this young man had managed to memorize what would typically take them days, if not longer. Within just half an hour of conversation, the elderly archaeologists regarded Lu Xiaojia with newfound respect. Among the foreign team, several members fluent in the dragon language also looked at Lu Xiaojia in awe. The cultural wave of Longwa had not only stirred excitement in the United States, but had also begun to create ripples worldwide. Some foreigners had been learning the dragon language while simultaneously delving into the mysteries of Longwa's culture. This team, inherently linked to archaeology, likely understood the essence of Lu Xiaojia's discourse. Finally, Lu Xiaojia concluded with a classic phrase: "To seek dragons, one must traverse the winding mountains. Each layer of entanglement represents a challenge. If the gates are locked with 1,000 keys, surely a noble presence resides within." Upon hearing this, Xingyi jolted back to reality, for these words had once appeared in the script for the dragon-seeking technique. Lu Xiaojia truly understands archaeology. As Lu Xiaojia finished his remarks, the conference room fell into a profound silence. Everyone present, including Yangmi and Riba, gazed at Lu Xiaojia with astonishment. It felt as though they had just undergone a masterclass delivered by him. Even the elderly gentlemen from the archaeological family shared this sentiment. While they were aware that applying these intricate phrases in practice would require considerable effort, the complexity of such esoteric knowledge was daunting for most to master. After a 2-minute pause, sensing it was time, Lu Xiaojia raised his hand and spoke. "I have gathered you all here at Jiaxing Media to seek your insights and guidance for our upcoming film, The Dragon-Seeking Technique. Your expertise from various fields is invaluable to us." He then turned to Xingyi, inquiring, "What do you think? Are these professionals sufficiently qualified?" Xingyi nodded repeatedly. "Professional. Highly professional." With the guidance of these esteemed elders from domestic archaeological families, coupled with the insights of our international counterparts for special effects and filming references, I firmly believe that the effects of the dragon-seeking technique upon its completion will surpass everyone's expectations and undoubtedly become a masterpiece of enduring significance. At this moment, Stephen Chow's confidence is soaring to unprecedented heights. With such a professional team, coupled with Lu Xiaojia's unlimited financial backing and Stephen's years of ideas and innate talent, he can hardly fathom the astonishing impact the film will have upon its release. Soon after, Lu Xiaojia left Stephen Chow with various professional teams to continue discussions, while she and Yang Mi exited the conference room. Yang, feeling somewhat dazed, remarked, "Xiaojia, your professionalism is astounding." If it weren't for the fact that Yang Mi and Lu Xiaojia were college classmates, she might suspect that Lu Xiaojia had studied archaeology in university. Even if she did, it wouldn't be to this level of expertise, right? Riba, blushing, gazed at Lu Xiaojia as if she had spotted a delectable Hami melon from her hometown. so irresistibly sweet and tempting. Lu Xiaojia, however, appeared remarkably composed. Since her rebirth, she had acquired an extraordinary memory, and her comprehension abilities had surpassed those of ordinary individuals. While the incantations for seeking dragons and excavations posed a monumental challenge for most, they were but trifles for Lu Xiaojia. The script is set, the team is assembled. We ought to deliberate on the casting of the lead roles for the dragon-seeking technique, Lu Xiaojia suggested. The mention of lead roles caused Yang Mi and Reba to visibly stir. As graduates of the Film Academy, any discussion regarding lead roles ignited a thrill within them. Yet this time, neither Yang Mi nor Reba sought to audition, aware that casting for such a specialized archaeological film would be exceedingly rigorous. Meanwhile, the news of Jiaxing Media's foray into the archaeological film genre not only stirred excitement within Dragon Country, but also reverberated across the ocean, especially after the latest updates. It captured countless eyes with an explosive impact on the conservative stronghold of Facebook in the Eagle Sauce Nation. Many conservative netizens were ecstatic upon learning that Jiaxing Media intended to produce an archaeological film. What? Jiaxing Media is making an archaeological film? Unbelievable. This is a divine blessing for our Eagle Sauce Nation. Haha, Jiaxing Media is forsaking their expertise in martial arts films to venture into archaeology. It's akin to digging their own grave. Their hard-earned reputation is at stake, and it's about time. Recently, more and more of us in Eagle Sauce have been embracing Dragon Country's culture. It's infuriating. If Jiaxing Media's new film flops, their reputation and momentum will surely be tarnished. In that case, the recently burgeoning wave of Dragon Country culture might just be halted. Otherwise, it will only grow stronger and more pervasive, and Dragon Country culture will ride the winds to unstoppable heights. Facebook was indeed a bastion for conservatives, filled with concerns regarding the erosion of Eagle Sauce culture by Dragon Country influences. The recent surge in interest in Dragon culture had left conservatives in dismay. Today, they finally felt a glimmer of hope. In my opinion, the moment Jiaxing Media decided to delve into archaeology, they sealed their fate. After all, with Tomb Raider as a benchmark, it's nearly impossible for a newcomer like Jiaxing Media to surpass it. Indeed, as the conservatives have pointed out, Jiaxing Media is bound to stumble. While conservative sentiments were animated, a few individuals sensed a subtle dissonance, questioning whether the use of Dragon Country idioms in discussions about Jiaxing Media was excessive. Unbeknownst to them, the conservative stronghold of Facebook had already felt the influence of Dragon culture, albeit subtly for the time being. Suddenly, one netizen posed a sharp question. Do you think Jiaxing Media will invite the Tomb Raider team for the shoot? Probably not, came the reassurance. Even if Jiaxing Media were to invite the Tomb Raider team, it wouldn't be of much use. Our objective is to halt the spread of Dragon culture in Eagle Sauce. Should Jiaxing Media engage the Tomb Raider team, they would inevitably be influenced by them, and the resulting archaeological film would merely morph into a different style altogether. Even if Jiaxing Media achieves box office success, the momentum of Dragon culture would come to an abrupt halt. In Eagle Sauce, the pro-Dragon faction gathered on Douyin's overseas platform. Recently, netizens often lamented, and even the popular host Bryant's live stream was filled with despair. Bryant, what should we do? Jiaxing Media is actually making an archaeological film. Initially, Bryant had felt excitement upon hearing of Jiaxing Media's new archaeological endeavor, given that their previous film, The 12 Zodiac, was related to archaeological artifacts. This was precisely why he was drawn to the enigmatic culture of Dragon Country. He genuinely hoped to continue witnessing the mystique of Dragon culture. However, after reading the conservative analyses, his spirits plummeted. In the live chat, countless comments echoed his sentiment. Me too, my heart feels cold. As if I've just devoured a giant ice pop from Dragon Country. So chilling. As a Hollywood film critic, Bryant was expected to articulate his professional insights to comfort the viewers. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words, as he shared their skepticism regarding Jiaxing Media's new project. As the conservatives had pointed out, with Tomb Raider as a precedent, film enthusiasts would inevitably draw comparisons. Furthermore, Jiaxing Media lacked experience in this genre. If they produced a film that was a disjointed mishmash, their hard-earned reputation would be utterly destroyed. At the headquarters of Jiaxing Media in Dragon Country, Stephen Chow had been engaged in discussions and research with the professional team over the past few days. Once preparations were finalized, he approached Lu Xiaojia's office and stated, "Boss Lu, these recent experiences have been immensely enriching, especially the insights from those esteemed veterans. Are they truly a legitimate archaeological team?" Lu Xiaojia assured him, "Absolutely. Recommended by special forces. Do you still doubt their credibility?" They exchanged knowing glances. both understanding the gravity of the situation. Lu Xiaojia continued, "By the way, Director Steven, there is something of utmost importance that you must remember. Our purpose in filming this archaeological piece is to promote dragon culture. We must convey positive energy. Moreover, the film should be rooted in the grandeur and mystique of dragon culture. The Tomb Raider team should only serve as a reference. Do you understand?" Steven's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. "I understand. When I filmed Shaolin soccer and Kung Fu, it was also to promote the culture of the Dragon Nation. Of course." Stephen Chow understood Lu Xiaojia's intentions. "We can learn from each other's skills and strengths. However, the film must primarily showcase the culture of the Dragon Nation. The entire narrative should highlight this cultural essence. This is also why Lu Xiaojia places great importance on those venerable archaeologists. They embody profound cultural heritage and mysterious elements of the Dragon Nation. Expressing all of this is far superior to anything else, isn't it? Coupled with the exceptional special effects and techniques we've acquired, a premier archaeological epic from the Dragon Nation is on the verge of being born." Stephen Chow's demeanor was exceedingly solemn. From initially rejecting Lu Xiaojia, he had now completely immersed himself, even becoming engrossed in the script for the Dragon's Quest. The enigmatic scenes in the grand and ancient culture of the Dragon Nation ignited an unprecedented creative fervor within him. He was eager to embark on the formal shooting. Sensing Stephen's urgency, Lu Xiaojia spoke up. "Director Xing, shall we discuss the casting for the lead roles?" "Casting for the leads?" Stephen was taken aback yet elated. Once the leads were confirmed, filming could commence. "I have a few candidates in mind, but I'm unsure if they're suitable," Lu Xiaojia remarked. Hearing this, Stephen's heart sank. Oh no, such a brilliant script and professional team could be squandered. This legendary coal tycoon was about to impose financial backers into the mix. Stephen had previously heard tales of certain coal magnates who, when investing in films, were exceedingly generous and indifferent to the crew's operations. However, they had one stipulation: they insisted on inserting attractive actresses into the cast. Even those outside the entertainment industry could grasp this underlying motive. Although Stephen disapproved of this practice, he had little objection. After all, if a coal tycoon invested substantial sums without meddling in your affairs, it seemed trivial to include a few beautiful actresses. Yet, this film was different. Stephen aspired to transform the Dragon's Quest into a timeless masterpiece. From the script to the special effects, the settings to the casting, he sought perfection in every aspect, leaving no room for flaws. Therefore, when Lu Xiaojia's words escaped his lips, Stephen found himself ensnared in a dilemma. He held Lu Xiaojia in high regard. In certain respects, he saw a reflection of himself in this young man. Lu Xiaojia was remarkably capable. Having built a vast commercial empire